Hello, everyone, and welcome to week 4 of the North American Strikers League. It's not Kaz, unfortunately, it's me, and we're here to bring you games that matter for playoffs. The first two up here, right there, that they're supposed to be by Mystic and Magic 8 Ball, but unfortunately, Magic 8 Ball's building had some kind of emergency, so you'll be stuck with me and Mystic. Cal versus DLS for the first seed in playoffs. And then there's Light versus Prodigies for the last spot remaining. If you ask someone at the start of the season, you would not have Light in a desperate battle right here, but here they are, and Prodigies with a shot at it as well. So I hope you're excited for these next two matches as I transition to you, Mystic.
What is up, everybody? So we will be here today casting a wonderful match of Core Overflow versus DLS. I cannot wait for it. And yeah, it's always a wonder to watch DLS play. You know, these is such a dominant team. And then, like you just mentioned before with Light, you know, we were expecting to see them right at the top alongside DLS going into this NASL kind of split. But Core Overflow has been popping off. So it's a wonder. Anyone can take this. DLS is not guaranteed this top spot, right? We have contenders, and Core Overflow is one of them.
Yeah, and Core Overflow takes that top spot with a tie or a win. Honestly, you could say that they're more favored here.
It is crazy because right now they have the same record here, right? But they have a slight advantage in the standings from points. So it is DLS who must go 2-0 in order to take this win all the way, if they want that first seed in the playoffs at least.
All right, so we're heading into game any minute now. Core Overflow versus Dog Like Spike, and on Night Market, Mystic.
Okay, Night Market. This is actually one of my personal or more enjoyable maps here. I think it's like a neutral map. There's less killing going overall, and having control of that middle speed boost really is such a key thing for midfielders to play around, right? The player who can play around the speed gate in the middle tends to have more control, and that usually ends up leading to either points getting secured or being able to hold it down if you're, you know, in a losing position. And starting off, we have, was that the Juno ban?
Huh. What are your thoughts, Mystic, on that particular ban?
The Juno ban. I'm not sure what the starting awakening is, but it's really interesting. It has to be something like Hot Shot, Deadeye. I don't know for them to take out Juno, because I know Vaughn has been playing Juno, and he can play it completely fine in this level of, like, he can take it out just fine in NASL. So I don't think it's like a bad ban, but not one that I would have personally went for.
Yeah,
but
oh, I'll let you cook.
And then I was gonna say we'll find out more once we get into game and then see the awakenings, right? To give a little bit of understanding. Monumentalist Catalyst. Okay, so the Monumentalist is the reason why that ban came out, but I would have personally taken out the Era.
Yeah, and the goalie picks we see here, the Aimee versus the Kai, I think in general, Streak looking for that more offensive sort of playstyle, while Megaverse trying to be that wall type of player here.
Yeah, Megaverse is known for his Kai and more recently his Rasmus goalie, but we have not seen him pick up the Aimee here. And right now, oh my god, immediately the core flip from Ginger Pop and then getting taken out right away after that. It is DLS who are down both barriers here and a member. Elo have been playing really aggressively, sitting in the goal box, trying to make something happen here. It's Int Overflow's job to get that rock to him. And Streak holding it down really well, applying that additional pressure from the Aimee. He has his own core flip for the defense. So they're looking really strong going into this first point so far.
Yeah, and in Overflow just running the midfield here, forcing the core flip out from Megaverse. And now Streak with the flip, the almost demon angle, and that's the first goal for Core Overflow.
Starting off really strong here, using their core, it is Core Overflow using their energy burst or their flips aggressively, while DLS has to use them so much more defensively. And one thing that we should also mention here, it is Vaughn playing forward, and Vaughn actually props to Vaughn for getting the kill on Juliet here. because I was going to say that their star forward of Bells is unavailable right now, right? This is like a huge change in the roster because Bells is quite possibly the #1 forward in all of NA. So not having him changes things up. And while Vaughn is a amazing player, he is more known for either his goalie or his midfield. So this is kind of like the last role you would expect to see him on. But constant back and forth happening here. It is, I don't even know who's, it's into Overflow taken out from Core Overflow, and it is Vaughn gone from DLS.
Yeah, and honestly, I think I'm fine with seeing Vaughn here. Although he isn't Bells, he is probably the best dribbler in the entire game. So if he can find open space, if he can find streak without cooldowns, he can probably dribble his way to victory, especially if Gingerpop assists with the passing play. But the defense from Core Overflow is just too much, and in Overflow looks for the goal, but no, it is defended.
A good hold from them, not having to use any flip, at least from Gingerpop here. They finally get their first point where they have both barriers, and now they have an opportunity to score. Gingerpop trying so hard not to use his flip and trying to use it aggressively. And during that time, it is Gingerpop who manages to score. I didn't even see how that went in. I just saw it slowly bounce off the bottom of the wall and then find its way in there.
Yeah, it was this really weird angle. Megaverse cleared it up, Giga Blasted it, Gingerpop I think got a hand on it, and it just got past Streak. That Aimi, the strike hitbox is tiny after all, one of the balancing factors of this character with so much midfield core control, and the barrier taken away from Core Overflow. DLS looking really good in this first interaction, but Vaughn going down means that they have to use their flips to stall for time.
Yeah, and it's Elo Heaven who's been putting a lot of work in getting the kills for Core Overflow here, and that's the second one. He's just made this into a 3v1, but they must score on Megaverse, and this guy is the Iron Wall. Look at that, while down 1v3, manages to reverse it and get the barrier here, and it is Core Overflow who get absolutely nothing out of it. They might have an opportunity to get the last barrier, but Megaverse is holding it down amazingly.
Yeah, and now Vaughn with the pressure, Gingerpop coming into assist with the pass, waits, but Streak also. And now Vaughn and Gingerpop a little desperate for the goal, but In and Elo have the connection, they have the barrier, and In pushes up, hazardous car shotgun, but it is just short, and Streak's turret is a little bit late to the push, but Elo getting the kill means that the goal is still a possibility, especially with Streak's flip. He's trying to walk up.
Yeah, one thing to note is that on Night Market now, because of the Amy nerf that just happened last week, it's 80 range off the primary, and great! Interrupting that is Elo Heaven. Core flip into the shot, giving no opportunity there for the save, finding the perfect angle there, and now giving them the advantage in this first round here, 2-1.
Yep, and I think the main thing we'll have to look for is if Elo Heaven can get those KOs, because we've seen Vaughn get caught out a little bit, and those 3v2 situations are where Core Overflow just presses the advantage, gets the barriers, and gets the goals.
Yeah, and take a look at Vaughn, already staggered here. He has no abilities, or I believe he has abilities. Elo Heaven, who wasn't able to secure it completely. But Vaughn having to just run around right now and live, which means he's not applying pressure. And it's Megaverse who's walking up to try to substitute for Vaughn while we go for this push here. And it is working so far. But Megaverse using that flip, not having it land on anything here, and into Overflow is able to trade one barrier back. Vaughn finally able to heal up and participate in the game once again, and into Overflow trying to find his own opportunity to flip. Gingerpop forced to use his, but now he has absolutely no way to defend. And with the new change to Juliet here with the buff, staggered enemies can no longer elusive. I don't think there was enough to elusive there, but it's something to keep in mind that we're going to see Juliet start getting way more kills, and Elo Heaven, great patience there. Finding the angle through Vaughn, through Megaverse, and once again, we're seeing those like bottom corner shots happen super frequently. It is round 1 going over to Core Overflow.
Yeah, and as we head into the Awakening draft, Streak has the pick of the litter. What are you looking at, Mystic, for these goalies who are the first and second picks?
Oh, this is interesting here. So I honestly don't even know what he wants. So it's specialized training. I think he's just doing that to take it away from Kai. There's nothing really particular here that that Aimi wants to take. We're just seeing the build different, go to Megaverse to deny it from Juliet. If Elo Heaven was able to pick that up, it'd be absolutely monstrous. I think a huge pickup here, and one of the deciding ones, is going to be Gingerpop getting the rapid fire, because now he'll have way more time for more opportunities or uptime on that Bewitching Beam and just focus on Elo Heaven, right? Elo Heaven is creating so much pressure on his Juliet. He is getting all the chaos, right? He is making the room. He is the one who's making space for Into Overflow to work his magic. So it is Ginger Pop's. It's kind of like on Ginger Pop right now to start bewitching beaming him, making him small, making Vaughn big, and giving them some breathing room. So we see here, it's like Ginger Pop isn't landing it on Elo Heaven. He hit Vaughn with that last one, and because of that, they're still able to take out Vaughn. So I'm hoping we can see a little bit more happen here, because Into Overflow also has the heavy impact, which is going to help out for just more stuffing. You hit 2 things, and all of a sudden you get, I think it's 25% cooldown back. But man, it is looking so strong here from Core Overflow.
Yeah, and Core Overflow's damage advantage in this round seems like this round is inevitable for them, because they're just getting KO after KO. They got a KO on Vaughn, they stagger Ginger Pop, they get a KO on Ginger Pop, they stagger Vaughn, and now they get the goal as well. They're just taking everything.
Yeah, they're doing really well at coordinating who they want the damage on. And for the most part, it is almost Vaughn getting taken out completely. And Ginger Pop, he can't really substitute for Vaughn as a forward, right? Like, it's not that type of character where if Vaughn isn't out there, all Ginger Pop can really do is stall out. Meanwhile, Drakkar, like if Elo Heaven gets taken out for whatever reason, Into Overflow on Drakkar can finish things up, right? The shotgun is just that powerful, and especially now with heavy impact, it's just easier to get these KOs, to stagger, or to stuff, because you just have more shotgun shots and more damage. But Vaughn, finally, while he's able to participate in this game, was able to get both barriers, and now they are in opportunity to score here. Elo Heaven using his core flip defensively, walking up, Into Overflow able to secure that barrier with the shotgun, uses the flip, and he finds the angle once again.
And what an unfortunate bounce for Megaverse on that clear. Definitely was going for something a little different, but it just ricochets right to In Overflow perfectly, leaves the bottom open, and DLS are going to have to make something huge happen if they're going to win this one, but Vaughn not getting the KO there, and it's looking like it's slipping out of reach.
And Streak finding the glitch pop on Vaughn while he was stuck between the turret, and then it is Into Overflow who got the second kill over there. And it's, once again, it's like Core Overflow has a man advantage the entire time this game is going on, and that secures round 2 for them.
What a dominant round for Core Overflow. And this draft better have something in the infinites for DLS, but no, it is just a poor bulk up.
So it's going to be Streak once again on that first pick here. It's kind of unfortunate that all the orbs are available, because it makes him lose value. I'm not sure if he takes okay, he takes Castellaz, which is interesting. He doesn't want it to make it down all the way to Era, because that plus the rapid fire could be a big deal. I'm curious as to what people's thoughts are on Fire Up. It seems to be a really strong goalie pickup at the moment. So Megaverse getting Fire Up is going to be a pretty big deal. And then on top of that, the Fire Up combo with Egoist while they have Catalyst, by the way, because the Ginger Pop didn't take Timeless Creator, but he has the Catalyst, he has Egoist, and then it is Megaverse who will be able to provide, I think it's 40% energy or 30% energy over to his teammates when he flips, and then that 40% team-wide speed boost. So Ginger Pop is going to have a lot of movement speed. And already we see a little bit of quick turnaround for DLS getting both barriers while they actually have both of their own barriers up here. Elo Heaven, though, not showing any signs of slowing down, getting consistent KOs anytime he finds that opportunity, kind of showing like, hey Vaughn, I know you're playing forward today, but I'm the Juliet player.
Yeah, and that feels extra rough because this entire game plan is now built around getting Ginger Pop, the core, trying to get that flip value. But if Ginger Pop is KO'd with 2 bars, one of those bars is just missing. It's gone in the void. Vaughn looking for an angle, but Streak with the defense reads the pass, stands in front of Ginger Pop, and now with the flip, gets the barrier as well. Streak, an amazing defense, and now looking to do even more. Getting it past Vaughn, no, but the rebound back, and now Elo Heaven will be able to get it past In Overflow as well, but unfortunately they're a little grouped. And now the flip, no, but In Overflow gets the flip again. Megaverse with the clear up, but the defense on both sides just a little too good at the moment.
Yeah, one thing I want to point out here is the attacks that are coming out from DLS are nowhere near to the level of the ones from Core Overflow, right? Like these shots on goal are way easier for Streak to defend than it is for Megaverse, because the way they're approaching, it's not like they're not using abilities to actually shoot it in, because they don't have them. They're just trying to walk up, and they're going to have to blow all these cooldowns just to live, to get out of sticky situation, or to bring the core up. But every time they go for an attack here, but there it is, right? Well, he has the dash punch, he's able to get it, and I don't even know, that's like the second point of the entire game for DLS. They got one in round 1, and you know, this is the first time they scored a point, but they are up in this round, so maybe they have a chance. But it's like, if you have the abilities on, oh my goodness, I was gonna say, if you have the abilities on Juliet to score, it becomes significantly easier. But those previous shots were almost nothing, and it's Vaughn getting taken out once again. I don't even know when the last time Elo Heaven was taken out. It feels like Vaughn is consistently out of the game. He's kind of gray screened the entire time. He might unironically be dead more than he is alive, and it is now Ginger Pop who gets taken out, and it's Elo Heaven putting on so much pressure here. I'm not sure what he's getting the speed boost from. I cannot remember what awakenings he has. But the team tag that is going on here on this bottom barrier, and now Megaverse having to hold down this game while it's just either 1v3 or 2v3. How do you do it?
Yeah, and importantly, as you said, DLS has to burn resources to get it out of their half. When the core is in DLS's half, Core Overflow has all the resources they need. They had 2 flips to burn on that offense. Even when they were defended, they had the normal pressure with abilities as well. The resource differential is just too much this game.
Yeah, a little bit of funny core flips from Elo Heaven. Into Overflow was going to be able to secure that shot, but Elo Heaven core flipped it before and gave Megaverse the opportunity to save it, which in hindsight, not that big of a deal. They were able to score, but it's one less flip that they have now going into this point. And it's Vaughn once again staggered. Where can he go? He has no elusive anymore, right? He is back from being cracked, but it's like you're just blowing everything to live. They don't have any offensive flips from DLS ever. But Vaughn actually doing a good job here, getting that first barrier, getting the second barrier as well through the Imi turret. But Elo Heaven and Streak have their flips defensively, and they be able to support Megaverse using his to protect that final barrier, giving his team that speed boost that they desperately need. And finally, it's Into Overflow getting that last barrier, putting himself in a position to score. Nice Giga Blast from Megaverse, able to secure that, but Ginger Pop could be taken out here any moment. And his Streak kind of stalling out for a little bit to make sure his forwards get in position for a pass. Vaughn not able to finish off Elo Heaven here. He uses his entire cooldown, dash punch, everything. The flurry is out, and he lives. Look at the level differential, and Ginger Pop taken out, and the core just slowly goes in there.
Yep, and 1 goal away for Core Overflow. If they win this, they're guaranteed first seed right here, right now. This is the goal, and the streak has flipped, so we'll have to see if DLS can hold on.
All they need is 1 more point here, and look at the level gap, right? It is so much more in the favor of Core Overflow. Vaughn, because he's so far behind, he doesn't have the stagger to keep up. But just as I say that, Ginger Pop doing Ginger Pop things, showing how good he is in the midfield, getting both barriers. They have the ability here to turn it around. They're only 2 points down, right? 1 more point and they tie up this round, and 1 more from there to go into at least turning this game around. But Vaughn trying to tank the turret, getting hit constantly, hit stun in the middle of that Polar Express there. Ginger Pop holding on to his flip, but could very well die here. No, he does use it to save it just for a second longer. Not Into Overflow. Elo Heaven is playing so aggressively here, does not care that he's staggered because he just wants to end this round, putting himself in a position where he could easily die, and there he goes. But well worth the attack, I feel like. And a pretty easy save there from Megaverse, holding it down just a little bit longer. And I think Streak is going to just try to stall as long as he can. Puts the turret down preemptively, just to buy himself a little bit more time. Elo Heaven makes it back, and Vaughn might be taken out here, but no, it's Ginger Pop going for the kill with the tornado. Great thing. I think first time Elo Heaven's been taken out. And can they score here? Looks like no.
And that was such a cursed bounce, and the pass, oh wow, I didn't even think that it would make it out of their half because Streak hit it basically towards the center. Elo Heaven managed to clear it, but unfortunately that panic clear went directly back to DLS, and they got the passing play. Now they have a chance. They need this goal desperately.
Yeah, it was actually, that kill on Into Overflow was absolutely massive, right? But just not seeing the tornado, and you get caught off guard, and if you're close to the edge, you just get dragged away. But Streak, the goalie, for the first time is taken down by Vaughn. The Juliet dash punch is able to secure it. Now Into Overflow has to walk back and try to play goalie for the next 5 seconds while Streak is gone. They were able to get one barrier off, and honestly, that's good enough. That was like a pretty good conversion from that first kill. But Ginger Pop looking really low here. Trade one barrier back, finally healed up a little bit, but Vaughn is going to get taken out, right? He has 1 more elusive bar left, and if that goes off, he is taken off the map in the next interaction. Streak using that aggressive ultimate while he has the barrier up, doing so much damage. He has a specialized training. It does so much. Megaverse most likely going to get taken out next too, but no, good Giga Blast from him to push Elo Heaven off, but because of that, he didn't have any abilities to protect that last barrier. Using the barrage, he is able to save it from the shotgun. Vaughn coming back from spawn, able to pick it up, and now they're looking to get their own barrier, but it's always in the goal of DLS here. How do they protect? Megaverse is gone. Ginger Pop is cracked. He's trying to save his core flip, but by doing so, it makes him so vulnerable. And there it is. The turret placed down perfectly. There's simply so much pressure. It was impossible. And that is core overflow. From what you just said, Saya, taking the first seed of the NASL playoff.
Yep, that first seed, you get to pick your opponent versus the third and fourth seeds, a huge privilege. And DLS, they're still second seed. You still have that advantage, but it must feel real bad right now because this is the game you needed to get that top spot. But
I was going to say is the change up in the team comp, right? Having to pull Megaverse in for goalie, who is a phenomenal goalie. But I think it's the lack of bells on the forward that is such a big deal here, because you saw how often Elo Heaven was able to take out Vaughn, and I wasn't able to take a look at the kills there, but it was consistently Elo Heaven getting multiple kills, and even Into Overflow securing some himself. It was a constant one man up, 3v2 on 4 core overflow, and they just made so much more pressure for Megaverse. If we had a stat such as ball possession or time spent on half, you would be able to see how much of the game was spent on DLS's half or in their goal box. So that is something that, let's see maybe if the map changes up, because I know that DLS is really strong on Oni Village. So if they get something like that or Atlas Lab, they'll go in with that advantage. But I'm not sure how they'll play on other maps. Like we just saw the Night Market come out. We don't know how the Amy's app performs, or I'm missing one of the maps here, but it's all good. Like I said, Oni Village or Atlas Lab, and we'll see things change up. I think that's what DLS needs right now. Overall, maybe we can play either a double midfield comp. I want to see on Drakkar or maybe Rasmus, because at least Rasmus has the ability to play a little bit of midfield and forward, and I think that will suit him better, because Elo Heaven was just so dominant on the Juliet there. But we'll see what changes going into the second match. What were your thoughts on it?
Yeah, it's definitely hard to play without bells, like you said. They'll have to change up their comp, I think, to play around it, because Vaughn on the Brawler, I feel, especially with Ginger Pop on Era, is just not going to cut it against these high damage compositions. But I could be wrong. We're getting another caster in because I am purely a sub this time. This is it for me. Back to behind the scenes. We'll cut to a break, and after break, it'll be Mystic and Magic 8 Ball.
Okay, see you soon for game 2.
Hello, all you wonderful people. Thank you, everyone, for tuning in to NASL Week 4, the last week before the playoffs start. I'm your Magic 8 Ball. I'm joined by Mystic, and I apologize for my absence. Was supposed to be here. My power went out 7 minutes before we went live. So, we're back. Everything's fine. Mystic, this game doesn't have much of an impact on the playoff picture, but it's going to be interesting to see nonetheless.
Yeah, it's still going to be 2 high-level teams playing at it. I want to see what the adjustments are. I'm actually more curious about the adaptation here. We saw the game 1 happen. It was so dominant for core overflow. I want to see how well DLS is at adapting, because they are a team that can easily win this, given the right game plan and strategy, and if they pull it off. Even without Bells, we have Ginger Pop, Vaughn, and Megaverse, who are all extremely high level players, and there's absolutely no reason that they can't take the win over here. So I'm interested in seeing how the game plan changes and what kind of core overflow does. Whether they stick to their guns, the I, Me, Juliet, and Drakkar. I wonder what the bans are going to be. Anything can happen. But it is, like you said, not as impactful to the playoffs. I think it's set in stone at this point with core overflow at 1 and DLS at 2. But either way, this is a match between Seed 1 and Seed 2. It's always going to be entertaining to see.
These are the best of the best playing against one another and pushing each other to their limits. It's also going to depend obviously on the map and mode. I don't think that we have that info quite yet, but it could be anything, right? And that's the fun of Omega Strikers, is that anything can happen. And I believe we're getting into game right now, actually.
Yeah, I got Atlas Lab behind me. I'm hoping to see an Atlas Lab when we go in. So let's see what the map and the starting awakenings are.
Oni Village going to be having those speedways on the sides. We're seeing some interesting hovers and very, very useful awakenings for multiple characters here. But the prime time going to be probably what we're going to be seeing a lot, especially with some Kais in the goalie or even on the forward.
Yeah, this is... So I was mentioning it before. This particular map, Oni Village, is one of like DLS's favorite maps. I don't know about favorite, but they are such a dominant team on this map, whether it's in solo queue or in competitive play here. And Vaughn is known for bringing out the Kai forward specifically on this map. But it's looking like something completely different. I did not expect to see Ginger Pop pick up the X and Vaughn on the Luna, so we have the prime time start. This is absolutely insane here. And Megaverse hovering over the Drakkar, but I've seen him play Rasmus on here primarily. So let's see if he locks in the Rasmus, and he does. I think he's very comfortable on the Rasmus here. He has the prime time start and Powerhouse Pauldrons to give him that size increase, but no one really opting in for a Timeless Creator champion, right? Someone like a Rune could have been really powerful here, or even Aimi.
I think both of those actually got banned.
Oh, I didn't even see the ban. Yes, I saw the Aimi ban.
I think it was actually, they banned Ginger Pop's Rune, and deciding to switch over to this X as we get onto this match in Oni Village. Kickoff going to be starting up quickly, and like you said, they had to change up something, and this is definitely a change.
This is a huge change up, and one thing we're seeing the shift here is Vaughn going really deep in already, but wasn't able to secure that first barrier. But oh my goodness, taken out immediately. I don't even know how. Where did It Overflow go?
I think it was a rocket to send him to the space, actually, because that's exactly where he would be going.
My God, say hello to the stars for me. And. Or, sorry, it is DLS starting off strong, getting a barrier. They had the kill up, but Ginger Pop getting taken out immediately. And yeah, like I like the change up here that they are doing. Vaughn is known for his Luna. He's one of the few Luna players in just Omega Strikers at a high level play, especially forward here. So it's always a sight to see when he brings it out, because almost everyone gets to learn a little bit about how to play this character. But Ginger Pop on X is something that I don't know too much about, right? So this is a little bit of an unknown factor here, and I'm curious how this plays out.
It seems like he's sending out the question marks, doesn't exactly know where he should be positioned, standing there waiting for the core to fly his way, and it does. Gonna try and send Elo Heaven out of bounds, but gonna be brought right back in, thanks to the Atlas expansion. But overall, like, Streak, even though not on that Aimi like we usually see, is looking pretty comfortable on this Atlas, as Elo Heaven sneaks that one right through Megaverse.
Yeah, Megaverse walked up a little too far. He was trying to clear it down, I think, the lane, but had an awkward bounce off of his Whiplash that sent it pretty much up to Elo Heaven. But no worries, they're looking a lot better at the start for DLS here, so I'm expecting this to work out a little bit more in their favor. And I know Megaverse is very confident on the Rasmus, and he'll be able to apply some good damage pressure if he can get something like Built Different or Big Fish. The character size model, it becomes absolutely massive when you start off with Pauldrons too.
Yeah, exactly. Like, the fact that you can just start really stacking those and give it that one more extra buff is going to be important. But what's also important is that Ginger Pop could not seem to land his damage during those trades, and fortunately Vaughn is able to pick it back up where he left off. They're going to be a 2v2 for now. Ginger Pop finally standing at the top of the...
I think he might have DC'd for a second there, the way he kind of clicked into the wall.
And he's still
I see
going.
him passing around. Okay, a little bit of unfortunate circumstance for Ginger Pop here, but hopefully that gets settled up. Vaughn is putting in work. We just saw the way he got that kill. I think onto into overflow, using that rocket jump, plus the primary, and now getting the first barrier here. Elo Heaven can get taken out at any moment, and we have such a long cooldown on the Atlas ultimate here to save that. Even though it is an option to protect his teammates here, you know, Streak might not be able to do it all the time with how much pressure we got between Ginger Pop and Vaughn. But the goalie is gone. Magic 8 Ball, where'd he go?
He went right into Elo Heaven, is exactly where he went, just getting absolutely dumpstered. After a few really good saves, Elo Heaven decided, all right, we need to kick this guy out of here. But Streak, unfortunately, not able to save that last barrier as well, so it was open goals on both sides. Not able to stay alive during this power play is going to be Ginger Pop, and Info Overflow has that core flip, and Elo Heaven has the speed. Not able to secure this one. Megaverse is able to play so much good defense with Vaughn, both on the bottom line, as they just keep going, but Elo Heaven knows exactly where to position after those ping pongs with his brother, and lands that one to secure the set. We're going to the draft, but this is looking like Core Overflow is still the dominant presence.
Yeah, let's see if this draft can change anything up here. So we have Extra Special, which is going to be a priority pick here for someone. It's just such a strong awakening. I wonder who takes it. So it is immediately taken by, who's that? Elo Heaven picking that up, right? Just denying it overall from Megaverse. We have Fire Up going to Streak, which is such a huge pickup, to be honest. Fire Up is such a good goalie awakening, because you typically end up using your core flips defensively, but now you have the opportunity to just like, hey, I'm playing like a support character. I'm going to provide you with a speed buff and give like 60% collective energy to my teammates.
Right, try and play more of that true support style that we see in other games like other MOBAs, and giving so many buffs, as these buffs are really helpful to get these first two goal barriers down. Elo Heaven looking a little bit staggered. They seem to not have the cooldowns at the ready. They used a lot of them to try and keep that goals from going up, and it's not looking too good right now. Megaverse trying to keep that one alive, gonna have to force out a rocket jump from Vaughn as one more player gets sent into Staggered Nation, and it's so rough because you seem like they've such good opportunities for conversions on the side of DLS, but just can't quite secure it.
Yeah, it's almost like, you know, it would be really good if Ginger Pop was able to pick up something like Tempo Swing, or just to stay alive a little bit longer, because they have the Atlas to back up Core Overflow. But they have no way of healing up, and as Megaverse trying to eliminate Elo Heaven here, and at least pulling him out of the picture enough to give Vaughn the opportunity to score there.
Vaughn getting an absolute fadeaway, getting sent into that side of the arena and getting sent out, but not before sneaking it right past Streak. And this is looking much better on the side of DLS. If the fact that they can keep up this kind of pressure, if the fact that Extra Special is going to be really, really firing away from Elo Heaven is not going to deter them at all.
And let's see, are they able to? No, but what an amazing play! It was Vaughn trying to go to take away Elo Heaven, but he uses the Death Touch there and yank Vaughn completely. So now Core Overflow is up. They get both barriers here, trading one back, but who cares, to be honest, because they still have that last one. Now they're in a position to score. Vaughn had a little bit of an emote bug here. He has to press an emote again to get rid of that, but it's kind of funny staring at the emote on top
No,
of
I think he's gonna keep it. Honestly, I can see it just
think
being
it's a moral
super
boost.
annoying. Yeah, exactly. Vaughn is a player who definitely understands the mind games and is going to abuse that as much as he can, I'm sure. In Overflow, not going to be getting sent away by Megaverse's primary, but is still staying staggered just like Ginger Pop. And Vaughn and Elo Heaven are just going back and forth trying to get the core past one another. Well, ult comes online and into Overflow is fine, but it doesn't mean it's going to be for long and forever. Forcing out some energies from the players of Core Overflow is Vaughn, as this open net and this power play is still going strong. Almost has the core flip ready. He could stall if he just gets a couple more hits, and Ginger Pop is finally back online. DLS really wants to get this one and show that they can still hang with this gang and maybe get a goal or two and hopefully secure this match in the long run and only end up with a tie, but they need to get this goal barrier.
Yeah, they are up the 1 point in this round, and Elo Heaven is ready to get taken out. Atlas should not have his ultimate here. and good defense from Megaverse and Vaughn. Let's see, are they able to eliminate Elo Heaven? And almost, they at least drag him out to the side of the map here. But Vaughn might get traded back. Honestly, they're both looking really low. And here's the Atlas ultimate. As long as they're not standing in it, it's kind of not serving too much pressure. And there it is, Megaverse using his own Death Touch to yank Elo Heaven all the way back. But now they have to convert this into something. Otherwise, we're just going to have Elo Heaven back in like 2 seconds.
And I think it's going to be so hard to get this past streak that they need to trying to bully him or something, but Ginger Pop gets bullied instead. No energy for Int Overflow is going to get kicked away, but not going to get sent completely KO'd. As Vaughn finally has enough time to spare and get Ginger Pop back online, who's multiple levels down at this point, and a couple of stutters, and Overflow is gone, and so is the goalie. Streak ends up going a little bit too far, and Vaughn is able to send that one in. This is looking like DLS finally waking up, finally getting alive, and Ginger Pop getting that KO means he's back up to snuff with levels. This is huge.
Yeah, there was a little bit of stuttering going on, and all of a sudden I see one frame where Int Overflow is on the screen, and then the next one he isn't. They were able to get 2 KOs, and maybe that's the plan, right? You just have to put so much pressure in that eventually, even through the Atlas healing and the revives, that you just have to keep KOing them through, and then that is how you eventually score. Because at least Ginger Pop and Vaughn have caught up in levels, because that was one thing where Ginger Pop was getting taken out so frequently just by being down, right? He didn't have the stagger to keep up, and now look at him bullying, and there we go. We're finally seeing some aggression coming out from DLS. I like to see it.
And this is exactly what you need to see. The Luna and the X should have more damage in the long run, especially after they get their awakenings, which they finally got a decent draft from that first one. And it looks like now the members of Core Floor are struggling to deal with it, but Elo Heaven decides, I'm just going to yank away my problems, and so he does. That's Ginger Pop gone, and even though he's feeling the pressure a little bit as well, is going to get saved by that ultimate. The open net though, and no strike up because he used it just a touch too early, and that streak, letting that one go by. Megaverse beautifully knocking that one in. And this is an even Stevens game.
Yeah, we're finally going back round 1. Or sorry, this is now round 3, but we are 1-1. It's infinite built different, which is absolutely insane here, right? It means that it's going to be both Rasmus's and most likely Ginger Pop picking that up. I'm not sure if they want anything else. I am a personal big fan of stacks on stacks, but with how much KOs is happening here, you know, it's hard to take. So let's see if everyone just kind of opts in for built different or not. I think the Jakar might go for hot shot. It just makes it a lot easier to score, but no, opting in for built different because he wants to at least be able to trade back. I think the reasoning behind here is if I opt in for built different alongside Elo Heaven, then we'll have way more KO potential, and that is how we are going to fight back.
I really like this pickup from Ginger Pop, actually, the reverberation. Your main way of getting damage is to make sure that you have your cooldowns up constantly, and that's going to help out with that, but also the stagger to help him fight a little bit more is actually going to be really important. And look at how large Megaverse is, walking all the way forward, even though this net is completely open. No worries at all. Going to yoink that one away from Elo Heaven's grasp, and is going to send that one into both goal barriers because Drake was standing a little bit too far forward. Into Overflow is staggered, and so is almost Elo Heaven, but he's got the secondary and is going to send that one in. Oh, it was such a good opportunity, but a really good recovery from Core Overflow.
Yeah, really good cast of the Whiplash there, right? The second cast of it having that instant spin there, which is a light hit, but there's no casting animation. Oh my goodness, Vaughn immediately taking out into Overflow here. It's like the Luna with the glass cannon and the prime time does so much damage here. Are you familiar with what he took in this particular draft? Because I don't remember if it helped out with his damage.
I'm trying to remember. I feel like it was something that helped out with damage, because if not, then I don't know what in the world is going on, because he's putting out so much more. It's honestly impressive, but we'll figure that one out. Elo Heaven is going to get bounced around at least a little bit more, as Megaverse is going to be large and in charge in this goal. Gonna try and get this KO. Vaughn really wants to make sure that Elo Heaven gets sent away because of that pressure. Megaverse is getting really beaten down here. Gonna have to stick towards his side, as Vaughn is gonna have to probably act as substitute goalie for the time being. It is gonna be able to do so successfully for a while, but no, Elo Heaven sending that hook down. It's so tough again.
It looks like the double built different. Oh, and he took missile pop, right? So that's an extra 15% damage on the primary. And oh my goodness, that was a kill on top of getting the Atlas ultimate out, which is absolutely big. But I was going to say, going into these first 2 points here for Overflow, using the build difference so aggressively here, putting on so much damage, and they're trading these kills back or getting their own. And now Streak might be taken out too. Look at how low he is. He has to walk up just to run away and stay alive as long as possible. I think they're putting a little bit too much resources or time in trying to get rid of Streak, right? Once he starts walking up like that, just ignore him and go for the goal. And it is Ginger Pop taken out here, and now they are down 1 man on DLS, trading the barrier back 1-1. But Ginger Pop does find his way back. He needs to get a KO here and start making things happen. Otherwise, in the 2v2 or the 3v3, it is Core Overflow who is able to progress the map more.
I'm sorry, what just happened? Like, the goalie got staggered, walked all the way to the other side of the map, and then one of the players on the opposite team from that gets KO'd, not that goalie that was staggered, and literally went for a jog. This is hilarious, but this is also the highest level of Omega Strikers because you can do things like that and get away with it, and you know when you can get away with it. I can't tell if it's impressive or crazy or nuts or whatever, but Ginger Pop gets a KO here on the streak, finally, after so long, and is going to be able to secure this goal barrier and probably this goal.
I'm loving the play style coming out of Ginger Pop right now. He's channeling a little bit of Oki inside of him. He's a believer of the church, and there it is. Gets the point. It's like we see the question mark things coming out. This is dark Ginger Pop right here. And this is what DLS needs.
Is this the villain arc for Dog-like Spike? I could be, and if it is, I am here for it. Vaughn is looking like he's going wild on these emotes, and so is Ginger Pop. They are having no mercy, but right back, Core Overflow is not having any mercy on them, sending them into the blast zone at any and every opportunity. And that's a double KO. 3v1 power play, and Megaverse is going to stay standing for at least a little bit longer.
Yeah, at least Ginger Pop's level 8 here, so he should be able to hold it down until Vaughn gets back, which he is. If they can make him pass this round with some priority in the carousel, Ginger Pop might be able to pick up something like Big Fish or Tempo Swing, which will be absolutely huge. Getting another kill, putting him at level 9, which is finally catching up, are higher than the forwards of Core Overflow here. It's still Megaverse and Vaughn at level 10 though, who have been getting the vast majority of the KOs of DLS, I should say.
And look at that, Vaughn knowing exactly where to place his damage so that if he doesn't hit the core, he's hitting into Streak, and Ginger Pop is trying to follow up on it. Not going to be able to get the KO onto Streak this time around. Instead, it's going to be Ginger Pop that's getting yoinked into the side of the arena, and Megaverse has core flip, so things should be fine during this power play. They can just hold on for a little bit longer. This is where you see Oni Village taking its full effect.
Although the barrier just went down right there, absolute props to Megaverse for holding it down for so long. Those are not easy saves. It's back-to-back clears that, and majority of the other goalies in this league would not be able to do. And it's Ginger Pop. Actually, we're gonna call him Popsicle here, because that is the dark version of Ginger Pop coming out. And my God, I am here for it. I want to see more of this. Win this and get possible.
The alter ego of Ginger Pop, Popsicle, is alive and well, but unfortunately, those pings are gonna let that core slip through. Core Overflow is up 2-1 in this set. They just need 3 more goals, and they've got this one secured as the top dog in this league.
So it is into Overflow, who will have priority here on the carousel. I don't know if he's going to deny Big Fish. He is, okay. Because he does not want it to go into anyone. Either Rasmus or X there, right? Because if they could get it would actually be a huge turnaround here. We have heavy impact taken for Megaverse and peak performance on Ginger Pop, which is going to be pretty nice because he already has reverberation. So he has that 2-item spike of the stagger plus the additional bonuses. So he'll have a little bit more CDR plus a decent amount of speed, which is really helpful on Oni Village when you're kind of just like ball chasing half the time. The speed gates make it go so fast. And let's see if that is enough to start putting on the pressure and getting more KOs. Is
it enough to start putting on the pressure?
It might be
going after Twin Drive Atlas, as that's one of them kicked away. Gonna be moving up here as Megaverse, really wanting to secure this goal on this power play, but looks like Elo Heaven's gonna be back up in just a second. Is Gingerpop still sending out these pings like it's nobody's business and gonna try and secure the KO onto Streak. Maybe he actually might be able to do so, even with all the buffs from being in the goalie ring. That's an ult from Vaughn, and this is looking like chaos in the core overflow goalie box.
So many KOs coming out, and now because of the extra stats that Gingerpop has, right? He's finally level 10. He has the most amount of stagger from his character from the levels, and he has an additional 500 coming out between reverberation and peak performance. So he's getting all this extra CDR. Plus movement speed. He has scaled, and he could even possibly get bulk up next round if they're able to take this. I'm not sure if it already appeared in the draft yet, but if it hasn't, that'll be a nice third pickup there of the stagger awakenings.
As far as I'm aware, I don't think that it has, and if he gets one more, like this is be huge for Gingerpop. If he could just stay alive, they can get these couple of goals and keep getting these KOs and keep the members of Core Overflow down and out. Vaughn is going to try and help him with that, but Gingerpop is going to get down with that burn of the stagger.
That is a sniper if I have seen one. Vaughn working his magic here on the Luna, sending in the rockets, and is able to just snipe Streak out of the goal. Absolutely huge. And one other thing is, if they're able to take this round, we have things like, I'm pretty sure like Deadeye is in the pool, which is massive, right? If Vaughn can get something like that, we're going to be seeing KOs on repeat. Like tempo swing, Deadeye, bulk up. There's so many good things for DLS to be able to pick up, but I'm pretty sure all the good stuff for Overflow is kind of already gone.
Right, exactly. You know, the way that the Awakenings fell is just sometimes how it is, because if they can scale late, they can scale late, and that's all that they need. Streak is doing a good job, especially during these power plays, of keeping this core out because of to win Drive Atlas, but eventually is going to get taken down.
Say hello to the stars. It is insane here. How can play against this? Absolute massacre. But one thing to point out here is they haven't converted this into a goal yet. They're getting so many KOs, but Core Overflow is holding it down just fine, even with all this man disadvantage that they have.
Right, and Overflow has been doing a good job, like in these power play situations where Streak goes down, is able to at least keep face and keep the pressure up, and that's all that they need. As this time Vaughn gets sent away, hasn't been KO'd much this set, but is gonna get finally knocked down here, and that's a lot of their damage getting shut down for now. Flip is up and is gonna get sent away. Vaughn is finally back online, and this time it's an Overflow who's at staggered, and I feel like we're just cycling through at this point. It's just like, oh, one person staggered, another person staggered, one person staggered, and it's just the damage keeps getting traded. And Gingerpop is the one with the lower cooldowns.
Yes, finally this HP is helping him out so much. And one correction that I want to make for myself, I'm reading in the chat that it is Deadeye that was taken from Vaughn, which is why he is doing so much damage here. So he already has that, and they might be able to convert that into a point right here, and it is. They get the KO, a little bit of BM here, and look at that. It's actually Elo Evan who put that point in.
And these players do know each other. It's nothing crazy like that, but it is. There's a little bit of fun that they're having. There's a little bit of sauce.
Oh, and I see Tempo Swing taken too, so it's into Overflow who has Tempo Swing. So that is not in the pool. That actually changes things quite up a bit, because I did not realize that both are gone. We are trading 1-for-1 in characters here. It is Vaughn and Elo Heaven who are no longer available. Let's see if they're able to turn this into anything else. But things like, you know, because of the Awakening rotation, we don't have things like Stinger or Stagger Swagger here, which are defining, like, you know, game warping Awakenings.
Right, exactly. Those are getting just completely out of the rotation in favor of a lot of interesting new Awakenings for sure, but it means that there's not going to be a lot of chance to make sure that they are able to stay online, especially with that healing one from Stagger Swagger completely out of the rotation. You see it here, right? Like, there's just nothing that these players could do once they get low stagger if they're just getting surrounded and getting all their damage dumped onto them. As Megaverse is going to finally flip this one up, and Streak is there for the save in time, and Megaverse is going to be trying to move forward here as Vaughn gets sent back into the midfield by that hook. Maybe it's to get a better positioning on being able to actually kill him, but gets one orb, and he should be fine. This is looking really good for DLS.
Yeah, but they still have Oh my goodness, I don't
Wait,
even know
what?
what that was. Okay,
What?
okay. So I saw it on the quick replay that we had for a second. They did win this round, but it was Streak who used his expanse and it touched the back of Vaughn's character model. So as Vaughn was kind of driving by, he just like the Luna toe just touched and that was enough to get to KO him. He was standing inside, I think, the death zone while touching the expanse there.
Right.
Luna is able to pick up rapid fire, absolutely big here. Castle S going to Megaverse, and one thing to keep in mind is in this new patch, Rasmus Ultimate is a creation once it stays out here. So the Castle S actually is better for Rasmus now than it was previously because you can, especially on goalie, right? It matters more for goalie than anything else because now you can use it to lock down an area almost like a rune pillar. But it is going to be a big deal because it's 70% buff duration, and then you have the extra duration on the creation.
Right, exactly. Both of which really help out Rasmus here, as he's going to be benefiting massively. As Elo Heaven is, holy cow! That, I mean, we talk about the buff special. That was crazy. Getting yoinked basically all the way from like 3/4 of the field, and he's gone. He's gonna be back now, sure, but that was so much conversion and so much mileage that they were able to get off of that KO. Look at how close this puck is to the goal. Streak is feeling the pressure. Ginger Pop is all up in his grill. That's just gonna sneak through right past his expanse. Got out a little bit too late.
And now, for the first time in the last 2 games, I feel like it is DLS who have the advantage here. They're up 1 point on this final round 5 here, and they could take this all the way to at least secure the tie in this match against Core Overflow.
Secure a tie is what they're hoping for, making sure both of these teams do not end the season undefeated. A great ultimate, saving this from being a devastating power play on the side of DLS. That goal barrier is going to fall, but Elo Heaven is still looking pretty dicey on this midfield. They can just get this core up towards Megaverse. They can try and make some crazy passing play. Into Overflow's in a good spot, but Elo Heaven's still getting bounced around. All of the abilities are just kind of getting dumped into him. He's going to try and go for Vaughn here since In Overflow seems to have cooldowns as well. But no dice. They're not going to be able to secure it. This is Streak who's going to be able to keep things up for now, and that's finally Elo Heaven getting sent away. But a beautiful flip from Streak as he walks up, and that's going to be a goal. No power play for DLS. That's a goal for Core Overflow.
And that is something. One thing I want to point out here is that although Elo Heaven was taken out, amazing positioning while he was staggered there. He took out so many resources and so much attention from DLS that they were able to hold it down long enough. And when DLS had no cooldowns, it was at that point where Streak and Into Overflow could get that point.
Flip
Oh my
out,
goodness.
tries to get Streak, but not going to be able to do so. Finally, Vaughn has a cooldown and is able to send him to that goalie box and through the floor. Goal's open. Seems like he might not have cooldowns, and so he's waiting. Finally fires the rocket, but it's not going to be able to do anything. Megaverse tries to help out with the hook, but it's not looking like too great. Finally, Elo Heaven is back online, and so is Streak. This could be pretty good, but once again, Streak is just completely staggered and has no cooldowns. They've been doing such a good job at putting this pressure on this goalie in these last 2 volleys.
And they are up once again here. They're finding the opportunities here to take out Streak, and it is making a difference, right? Because at least with Streak gone, the attacks on the goal, even if Elo Heaven and Into Overflow are there to back them up, are way more successful here. Ginger Pop doing a little bit of flip and dip, using that core flip, but not able to make it past that expanse, so he has to hold it down here. The Atlas ultimate is out as well. So now that they have at least like 30-40 seconds here where they can convert these into actual KOs, but Ginger Pop might be the first one taken out of this next exchange. I believe that's like the second expanse here. He might have one more if he regenerated back in time. But Ginger Pop, like I said, taken out here, and it's 1-1 on the barriers. Are they able to kind of finish this off?
Are they able? Looking like not going to be able to before Ginger Pop comes back online, and Elo Heaven has no more evades. It's going to be really dicey. He's going to be trying to stick around this center of the field, and instead goes forward and tries to hop on Megaverse, who's going to be focused on saving that core. The ult, as well as the damage from Megaverse, is able to send Into Overflow flying, and so is Megaverse, as Elo Heaven positions beautifully for that death touch. Ginger Pop has the energy burst, might be able to get a sneaky, cheeky little KO on Elo Heaven if he's not careful. Both flips are up for the members of DLS, and they want to secure this. This is going to be their chance to tie this series. They can do so if they are able to use their flips correctly right here.
Oh, great patience.
Perfectly uses one. The ult does not come through in time. Ginger Pop and Vaughn have no flips and probably not a lot of cooldowns. Vaughn is just trying to stick in the backfield. Elo Heaven goes down, and this is Vaughn flying forward, trying to get this one through. It overflows, not going to be able to actually get in. Finally gets an intercept and is able to stall for a little bit longer, but there's the core so close. Streak is going to be able to save it for the time being, and here comes the passing plays from core overflow. Can they manage it? No, the hook doesn't land. They've got to flip. But no! He was getting too greedy! He saved it and didn't end up dodging the ultimate. Vaughn's here! Ginger Pop is in the face of Streak, and they're trying to get this one through! Elo Heaven doesn't get past Megaverse's hook. It overflows back online once again, and this is Oni Village in a nutshell if they are going to be able to land this one. I can't keep talking.
It is absolutely insane here. The overtime speed plus the speed gauge, it's like you cannot keep up with what is happening here, and both goalies are doing an amazing job of holding it down. These are not by any means easy goals to save, and we're able to find the kill. It was actually Streak who took down Ginger Pop there, but Vaughn finding the angle, even with the man down in the top pocket, the Luna coming in clutch, and there it is, tying up 1-1. We have DLS taking the game over Core Overflow.
Wow. What a match. What a series. The fact that they made those, like we were talking about, we needed to see some adjustments, and although it was hard, those adjustments were finally what led to them finishing what they started. Superb play from DLS on every sense of the word, throwing a curveball into the face of Core Overflow, who adapted well for the time being, but a couple of good drafts and not a whole lot could be done.
I absolutely loved seeing the Vaughn Luna. It's always a sight to see. It is so good. No one else plays it, which means that the enemy team has almost no experience on it, on what to deny, right? He got pretty much best in slot across the board on the Awakenings, starting off with Prime Time, getting, I think he got Rapid Fire. He had Deadeye. He had Missile Prop. It's like how this man unchecked just ran through the lobby. It was so much damage. And then Ginger Pop, being a believer of the Church of Oki there, he was putting in the work. There were so many emotes. There was more collective emotes on that game from DLS than the entirety of NASL across every other team. It is so funny, and I'm here for it. The dark Ginger Pop arc, everything. But I'm happy to see the change-ups that came out, right? It was Vaughn swapping back to the midfield role, letting Ginger Pop play up, play X. And rather than Vaughn playing forward, I thought that was a good switch overall. Like I said, I would have liked to see if it was double midfield, something else. But I think the swap up was huge because at the end of the day, that Luna was MVP. Also, just great work, right? It was like Ginger Pop was kind of on the back foot for so long, but once he scaled, got to level 10, had those 2 or 3 stagger awakenings, he was able to put in the work. But big props, I want to say, to Megaverse on the Rasmus goalie. There are so many intricate saves there, especially on that last one where you were going crazy with the casting. It is the back-to-back saves on that goal were absolutely nuts. Using the death touch to pull, just using the primary to overlap it on top of Elo Heaven's primary, the angles. It is Oni Village overtime with speed gates is the most insane thing to protect.
Right, exactly. And he was placing those hooks in just the right spot, and he was doing it the entire match. I remember one spot that I didn't call out was when like the puck was going right towards the goal barrier on the other side, and he just tossed out a death touch and brought it right back to him and saved that goal barrier, and I ended up winning that round. It's just like those little details are really what makes the top stand out. They did a fantastic job. I believe we are going to be sending it over to Coach Yoki on the analyst desk soon. I think we have to stall for a little bit longer, making sure the technical difficulties are going to be okay. Overall, if these two teams face off in playoffs, who do you think wins?
Oh man, this is tough. But I will say, if Bells is here, I think the advantage is going to go to DLS, or at least I'm going to give it to DLS there. They always amaze me with how well they perform. And yeah, like we even saw with the massive changeup, right? Because it's not just the one person being taken out. It's not as simple as just like, okay, Bells isn't here. They didn't replace Bells with with a forward player, right? It was the whole
Right.
team composition that shifted. So it is Bell's being taken out, which means Vaughn played forward, which Ginger Pop was still there, but then they had a new goalie as well. So all this rotation, right? Because you have to remember, Vaughn is playing goalie in NASL. So he went from goalie to forward, which is a huge transition. So just not having Bells there was a massive shakeup. And I think if they have Bells, it's a much different game. This very well could have been a 2-0 from DLS, but we'll see in the roster. As long as both teams' rosters are there, it'll be a really good match to see.
Exactly. The fact of the matter is that a lot of teams have not been able to adjust to Core Overflow's play. Them just saving all their cooldowns and then dumping their damage onto one person has been just like they're able to explode people, which has been really impressive. And the fact that DLS was able to change up and handle that and basically out damage them back was a very good sight to see. I believe you're sending this over to Coach Yoki on the analyst desk. Take it away.
I believe in Yokester. I'm a student of the game.
Saya, you're muted. All good. Tactical reset.
Okay. Stream can hear me now. Hello,
Yes,
everyone.
thank you.
I'm here with Coach Yoki on the analyst desk. The one and only nail-biter of a tie. Core Overflow getting the result they wanted. Dogleg Spike falling a little bit short, but an insane second game. But in game 1, Yoki, how was Core Overflow so dominant with their KO pressure?
Well, Saya, first of all, Core Overflow is one of, if not the best team whenever it comes to KO synergy. For as long as I can remember, even back in like beta during the beginning of like Hafu tournament, they were the team that prioritized KOs more than any team. And like during this NASL, they have just seemed so comfortable and dominant being playing off of one another. And so this kickoff specifically, I thought was extremely notable from the first game that they pretty dominantly swept. If we look, they did this kickoff, this IME strat, we'll call it, pretty consistently for most all of the rounds. Anytime the core did spawn on the side of their dominant core control player, which would be the Drakkar over the Juliet, Streak is like immediately trying to disable whoever is matching up against Int. And one thing to note is that like Int is not really using too many abilities on this kickoff, but instead it's Megaverse who is procuring Int the Rock. And then Int's able to kind of like wait for the Semi Bubble to come and engage onto Vaughn. At the same time, we have Elo who's winning the speed gate. And then we have this like Int clears it down, which baits Vaughn to like kind of walk towards the core. And then the freaking bubble's done into Elo's immediate dash punch is just a 2-second world record pace KO. And so then because of like the efficiency that Corville has, they're able to take this like man advantage and then not play for gates, but instead begin working on disabling the dominant core control player on the side of DLS. Von Dead is still a man down, but Ginger Pop has so much core control potential that their ability to move the core and influence positions of the core will be stronger if Ginger Pop is dead. So we see Streak's IME turret go down, and we'll talk about the IME turret in specific in a second. And then we have Int with a shotgun, and then Elo comes up with a beautiful like Juliet ult hitting both the goalie and Ginger Pop. And one thing to note about Streak's IME turret is he had timeless start into specialized training into cast to last. At IME like turret Exodia like for just damage really. If Streak had a 4th round and got Monumentalist, it would just be insane. But what we have is like Elo creating this pressure, causing this disturbance while also working the KO and Ginger Pop. And then that forces the core flip. and Elo uses this Juliet punch to deny the down clear from Megaverse. But we see Imi turret is still ongoing this entire time. So it ends up just checkmating Megaverse, winning the first gate. A bubble there from Streak, and then Int is able to come and continue applying this like damage onto Ginger Pop. Shotgun him up once into a dash punch, securing the KO, and they're just cycling these KOs, Saya, so beautifully. And the last thing to talk about for this clip is Elo Heaven was not running a damage KO Juliet build. Elo Heaven had slit kicks, stacks on stacks, catalyst, I believe. I have it on my phone. Slit kicks, catalyst, agility, spark of agility, stacks on stacks, and was zooming. So whenever Elo Heaven has this like speed Juliet build, he's able to control the core and apply this pressure to Megaverse, where he pitches the core down, catches it, dodges the dash punch, gets it to Int overflow, and is able to position on top of Mega and just like, create this like one-sided core control all by himself, Saya.
All right, and game 1 went completely the way of core overflow, as you said, but game 2 they turned it around and with a very, very strange composition.
Mm-hmm. And honestly, it is a strange composition. I wish we had the ability to have like extremely detailed analytics for like international like competitive Omega Strikers, and it's very possible this is the first time we've ever had like a very like high level match featuring Rasmus goalie with Luna midfield and X forward on Oni Village. It's very possible it's the first time we've ever had this comp in high level like coordinated pro play, unless they practice this in scrims, which to be honest I would kind of doubt. After the first game where we had Vaughn playing the forward role, I think the conversation shifted a little bit more towards Ginger Pop has been historically known for his X. For those who did not follow us during beta, Ginger Pop wasn't a brawler player, but he could play brawlers. X was a player who he has played since like pre-alpha, and Vaughn is of course is like known from his Luna towards the end of beta. And so I think they just kind of pulled out like, hey, Bells isn't here. We need a brawler. Let Ginger Pop. I tried game 1. You tried game 2, and early on, it did not go super well. They got 3-0 in set 1. They were down 2-1 by set 3, and I think honestly, my MVP for the second game is Megaverse. Megaverse held it down on Rasmus, not only defensively, but procured the rock and like created a significant amount of offensive pressure. So even in set 1 where they did lose 3-0, Megaverse just played like unreal defense, defending this top barrier with a primary and then pitching it down, applying pressure into the bottom goal barrier. And then Vaughn's like nuke kind of denies the rotation to defend this bottom goal barrier while also like, staggering Elo. And then as they transition topside to get some offensive threat, it ends up going back to the possession of core overflow, and Megaverse baits the shotgun, responds, clears it back up to Int, and then gets a secondary pass down to Vaughn. And then as Megaverse is getting literally siphoned, all of his HP is getting yoinked. He is forced to like position away from the barrier, but then he has his hook to make this insanely tight save and transition once again to Vaughn, but Int covers his pass, but then Megaverse follows up with this primary and secures like the core back on the offense, where now Elo and Int are out of position because Megaverse, while getting turbo focus, like won this 1v2. And he did this throughout the entire game and allowed Vaughn and Ginger Pop to kind of do whatever they want. Here we see in the fourth set, Megaverse as well is like once again just under like a lot of pressure. Feeds this pass through Int and Elo to Ginger Pop, which brings Streak up to the very top of his goal. But then we have Megaverse crossing midfield aggressively, like not afraid to like seize opportunity and take risk, having an available goal barrier to play aggressive and push the core. Wins the 50 on Int and is able to like use the speed, come back and keep possession. 1 second. Sorry, I need water. This match was so good, honestly. And so, like, Megaverse was really just with the size that and how Rasmus is able to scale with size was just feeding constant good passes. We see like this offensive positioning. Once again, Ent and Elo had the core in the top side and we're just pressuring Mega. He's able to just get this clean pass, and Vaughn's able to go position on offense. And the funny thing about this clip is Vaughn scored this goal. Like low key, because right here, Streak uses his expanse and it hits Vaughn and kills Vaughn. That stops the expanse from gaining size to stop this angle. So then by the time Streak's able to reach it, he slightly like miss clears and then own goals, which is Megaverse's highlight, MVP Megaverse. But after that set, they were down 2-1 going into set 4. And I really want to just talk real quick about the Awakenings as we end the Analyst Test segment. The Awakenings for DOS were like turbo bis. Vaughn got Missile Prop, Deadeye, Prime Time, Rapid Fire. We'll see here in a second the full loadout. But not only did Vaughn high roll like primary Awakenings, but Ginger Pop high rolled sustain Awakenings with reverb, bulk up, and peak performance, plus siphoning one. Ginger Pop is able to maintain his presence and his positioning on Core Overflow's side of the map for an extended period of time, which enables him to out sustain even an Atlas. And that's where we get these like last two clips where that shows like how DOS ended up winning this match. Is Ginger Pop was able to just stay on streak because Megaverse was playing such phenomenal core control defense, transition to offense. It basically forced the side of Core Overflow to just respond and try to kill Ginger Pop. And because Ginger Pop had those staggered awakenings, it took time. And they ended up just out sustaining. We see Vaughn using his like Deadeye to secure a kill there and then secure the KO there with his core flip. And that is the first KO Fiesta. And then the last one that I have, Vaughn in the same vision to pick up that kill, but then starts immediately working on Int Overflow with a missile, then an X primary, and it is just clean. Megaverse bought the time, and Vaughn and Ginger Pop had the right awakenings to make use of that time to out sustain and then find like missile prop, Deadeye picks that Vaughn was able to pick up throughout the match.
All right, and thank you, Yoki, again for the Analyst Test segment. We have a crazy match coming up next. Prodigies versus Light for the last spot in playoffs. No one could have predicted this, except for me. In like week 1 or something, I said Prodigies is making it to playoffs. They could prove me right here. They could prove me wrong. I'll leave it to Mystic and Magic 8 Ball.
Oh, there we go.
I was like, oh, I'm gonna remember to unmute myself this time, right? Surely. Thank you, everyone, for tuning into that beautifully insightful analyst desk. Thank you, Yoki, for shedding some light on everything that we had that went on during that last amazing set. But we've got another great set that's going to be coming at you right now. This is Prodigies versus Light for the last playoff spot and potentially a spot in potential relegation, because if Comeback Kings stomps and ends up getting like a huge round differential and either Light or Prod ends up getting stomped as well, it could actually swing them down into that last spot of relegation. So this is big, Mystic. What are you looking for here?
Okay, so I'm a big fan. Like going into this season, I was a big Light believer, right? So seeing them fall down, fallen angels here is tough to see, but hey, I think they still have what it takes here to secure it. But at the same time, it's always nice to see some new people make their way in, right? Maybe it's time for Light to head out. They've had their moment of glory, and now it's time for Prodigies. Specifically, I'm very impressed by Pengui, who has been someone who, like, he has been a strong player before, but relatively unknown just due to lack of competing. So it's always cool to see new people in the competitive scene and see them succeed. So I'm actually going to give it to the underdogs here, more so for just some fresh blood. I want to see things get mixed up.
Honestly, I'm right there with you. The matches that I've seen Prodigies play, like they all haven't been like spectacular, but they've always been solid. Penguin has always been putting on good pressure. Liari, of course, has been a tournament mainstay, and Xeno Gemini has been surprisingly solid in the goalie. And if Light is not ready, if they continue on this cold streak that they've been on, the literal prodigies of competitive Omega Strikers are going to end up overtaking them as those mainstays, as those like veterans of the scene. It's exciting. It's a very exciting time, and it means a lot for so many of these players.
Yeah, and it looks like we just found the match, so we are going in here. We'll see what the starting draft looks like. The map, Awakenings, I don't think we get to see until we get in game. But I think a little bit of a loading bug there, so have to hold it down a little bit longer just for a second. And actually, just talking about prodigies here, I mentioned Pengui, but I didn't mention Xeno at all. So Xeno is someone who, like, I remember from beta, who was just a good player. But again, he was never at the top during beta. He didn't compete as much. And now seeing him everywhere, he's streaming as well. He is like I don't know if he has both of his characters in, or both of his accounts in top 10, but he's always hovering at least one character's in top 10 at all times. The other one is like top 15. He is just a strong player, right? He's like top 5 goalies in NA for sure.
Mm-hmm.
So seeing him plus Pengui, who is also another like top 10 player in NA, and then at the same time we have Liari, who's been a mainstay, right? This really strong midfielder who can flex to goalie, is trying out forward as well, but someone who has like a very deep pool of characters. Originally known for being a Juno one trick, but now we're seeing kind of their. I'm losing the word, but when you are really good at something across multiple things,
The flexibility, the adaptability,
exactly.
Mm-hmm. The being able to such a deep fundamental knowledge so that you're able to transfer it over a multitude of characters, which is something that a lot of players don't have. And it's a very unique skill. It's a very good skill to have, especially when you're trying to bring in these newer competitive players. If you're able to be the flexible one to really change your compositions and throw things off, then these players, the newer ones who have their strong picks can stay on those.
Yeah. So going in, hopefully we do make it in. We are in the loading screen right now.
I'm
hoping. Please.
Can I get your energy in chat, please? No!
Please.
I'm seeing chaos in the Discord chats. No! Okay. Unfortunate. We just might have to go to a player cam if this ends up keep happening, but in the meantime, we're gonna be chilling. Where do you think Light needs to shore up? Right, because we talked about how they've been on a cold streak, how they haven't been playing to their potential, but what does that potential look like?
So Light has possibly the number 1 goalie in all of Omega Strikers with You Already Lose, right? Caleb is an absolutely amazing goalie player, specifically when he is on the IME. But his IME is so far above everyone else. I think only Streak has a comparable IME goalie to him. And that is something like, if that character makes it through, because I don't know what the ban is going to be from Prodigy side towards Light, but if IME makes it through, they're already starting off one step ahead. We have seen the 80 range nerf on IME come out this last patch. It's really not that impactful. You see it a little bit more noticeable on maps like Night Market or Anton City, where the map is just bigger, so not having as much of a reach does impact you. But outside of that, the character is pretty much exactly the same. And more recently, we've been seeing the Dubu on ice make its appearance. This thing is such a menace, coming from the bottom of the barrel of the tier list, having like the community opinion of this character just being so beyond bad. But it was more of a playstyle thing where this character just needed to be unlocked with the right mindset, right? You put the glass cannon, the dancer procs, the missile prop, the specialized training, and all of a sudden you walk up and you are locking down half the map. You are putting on so much forward pressure. You can KO just fine too, right? You get missile prop, and just missile prop alone is enough, but that plus specialized training, and all of a sudden you are taking people off the map. And once people started getting a better understanding of how to play this character, all of a sudden this has become You Already Lose's like next mainstay. We saw him going from the Kai secondary to playing Dubu way more. So I think the goalie is locked down. It's going to be a matter of how well Leo Leon and Corey can synergize together and see if they can make a play. Because previously, this is like a dominant forward combo. And I think over time, we've been seeing other people catch up in skill level and level out the playing field. So what used to be like Corey as like the number one midfielder or number two midfielder back in beta is not at the same level anymore. And now he has to fight for that title. And we're going to see that happen here. Leo Leon, who was an ex-maniac and still is, over the last few patches, has been getting slowly nerfed over and over again. So now we've been seeing him pick up Juliet more, which he is good at, but his ex was a menace. But without the same strength or power level that this character has, we've been seeing less and less success. So I think he does just fine on Juliet. With the forward synergy is what we need to kind of see up their game if they want to win.
Right, securing those goal barriers, making sure they're synergizing on their KOs, on their passing plays, just the little synergistic things that really put teams like Core Overflow, like Dogleg Spike up above. So it's going to be interesting. We're going to have to see if Corey decides to stick with that era, because Liari is more than happy to play that as well. And so having those two go at each other could be a really interesting matchup if that era doesn't get banned, if they don't want to put the pressure on Corey to pick something else and see what happens.
Okay, and I see, once again, the match is found. We haven't got into loading yet, so we're hoping for the best. But now you guys got the breakdown, and yes, we are going in. We are on Amy's app here. Please do not ban Rasmus. I want to see the mirror match. It is so funny for me. Right now we have Leo Leon hovered on Rasmus, but it's going to be most likely Prodigies who will opt in for it, or I should say it is on Prodigies if they want to ban this out. Otherwise, we will see the mirror match.
Alex is going to be getting shut down from Xeno Gemini, understandably, right? You don't want that goalie getting through, and it is going to be the era getting banned from Corey. He's going to have to pick something else, and that is going to be the Rasmus, and we're probably going to be seeing it from the other side as well, as Leo Leon decides to pick Juliet.
Yeah, I really like this a lot, and honestly, I'm more of a fan of Rasmus being played as a midfielder on this map and still having someone like a Juliet or an X or whoever play your forward here, because although Rasmus can and is like a brawler who wants to be played in that forward position, on this map he wants to apply the pressure here with the death touch, even if you don't throw it out, right? Just knowing that he is sitting around the midfield and you have to keep track of that cooldown applies so much pressure and makes people play differently. So having him in the midfield where he gets to just circle around and be like, ooh, when am I going to throw it out? Just that's kind of the way I prefer to play it around here, and it seems like that's what they're going for too.
Was this a monumentalist start? Because these are really good picks, all of them, except for the Juliet on that monumentalist pick. No, specialized training and the Orb Ponderer from Xeno Gemini. I think that's a good pick, honestly.
I'm very surprised that You Already Lose didn't go for Orb Ponderer here and opted in for the specialized. So he's going here to just help out his team and apply more damage. I'm personally a big fan of Ponderer. I think if you get those 10 stacks, all of a sudden the cooldown on it is insane, and then you're also setting yourself up for Replicator. Because if Xeno Gemini gets his hand on Replicator, all of a sudden this game is like way different, and we have so many more cooldowns coming out from Prodigies. Looking at the game already though, Barrier getting taken down, we have one kill coming out for Light, and now they're in position to get their first point within like 30 seconds of this round starting.
Right, but this is a very good, aggressive composition coming out from the side of Prodigies, and if Leo Leon isn't careful here, could be getting sent to the KO zone. Not going to be able to do so. You already lose with the perfect core flip. Xeno Gemini has his. We're starting out pretty tame, pretty calm, pretty solid. Nothing too crazy. I really like that Penguin decided to pick this Asher here, because I think it could be really strong. So he gets able to get past 2, and he ends up getting that goal barrier. This is open goals on both sides, and Leo Leon in a bad position. Prodigy's looking like they have the advantage.
Yeah, right now, when you have this level 1 start, and Leo Leon, you saw, just got taken out, and he was level 1 for the longest time. He still is. Nice conversion here. Pengui with the patience. You already lose, almost able to save that, but Pengui uses the primary perfectly there and secures 0.1 for Prodigies.
He must have predicted that it would bounce like that or something, because that was such a good, perfectly placed primary, a barrier beam from Pengui. I don't know. Where do you think that Leo Leon needs to be standing if he wants to be taking good advantage of these players like that?
So Juliet here has so much KO potential because she can drag either to the top or the bottom, especially when you're around midfield. So I would say kind of like in that forward third, or that like that 3 out of 4 spot on the map where he's standing right now, hovering between almost the midfield and their goalie box, is a great spot to be in, because you can always come back and try to catch someone into the hole, but you need to be in position just like that to receive the pass from your midfielder and make a play from it.
And these are the passing plays that I was talking about. You know, the core flip up to Corey, down to Leo, and sending it in before people can actually put their cooldowns out is so important. Making sure they can trip these players of Prodigies up, because they are the more experienced team. But it doesn't matter if there's a Dasher getting shoved into your face. A great couple of passes and plays from Pengui, and that's all that they needed.
Yeah, and Pengui is someone who we see almost exclusively on Juliet here, bringing out the Asher, who has been nerfed, or from the rework. Collectively, the community has been saying how poor this character is now, but seeing people like Joker and Evil Heaven play it, we know that this character is strong. But Pengui getting taken out so quickly. Leo Leon and Corey get the barrier and the goal immediately, and one thing to keep in mind is they both have their flips right now, right? They have the energy burst. This can be a really quick point if they use it correctly.
If they use it correctly, it's going to be all about the execution here. And same on the Asher. You know, it's not that it's a bad pick now. It's just going to be a lot harder to execute, a lot harder to maintain that pressure. But Liari is able to pick up that orb here and is able to get Leo down. But that core flip coming out is going to be gold barriers up for the side of Light, but not on the side of Prodigies, with Zero Gemini is able to take down Leo, who's standing just a bit too far forward. The turret comes out from You Already Lose. It's going to be all right for the time being. They're able to stall for just a little bit longer. Pengui does not get yanked to the zone by Corey and is able to stay up. You Already Lose has this core flip, so it should be fine, but Liari and Zero Gemini are putting on a lot of good pressure. Look at how patient they're being on the side of Prodigies. This is exactly what you want to see from this power play defensive side. Both goalies have their core flips up. It could be anybody's goal. It's just going to be a matter of who is able to position themselves better, and Corey's looking like he's positioning super well here. Not able to find it though because of those turrets, because of the good pressure. Now you're seeing the members of Prodigies succumbing to the pressure.
Yeah, great combination between everyone there. It was Pengui, if you notice, was taken out a while ago, comes back, stands inside the turret, and then he's taken out again. For like collective 20 seconds, he was outside of the game, and it gave Light the just enough time to get that final point. And it was looking rough, right? Starting off 0-2 in that set. But this is absolutely huge. Happy Star extra special going over to You Already Lose. This is probably alongside Deadeye, like the best IME training that you can pick up. You get something like that plus Timeless and Deadeye, and all of a sudden You Already Lose can game by himself. Everything else looking pretty strong. Juliet gets denied. The big fish. Monumentalist going over to Liari, which is something that's quite interesting because I mentioned it in the previous game with Megaverse on Rasmus, but he is affected by creation training. Liari getting that first pull into the pit, taking out Leo Leon, and we see with the Monumentalist, right, the size of the creation is bigger, and then you have 15% more damage on tie that with specialized training, and you're getting yanked from so much more.
You're getting yanked for so much more, but Pengui is yanking this core and dribbling it perfectly. Cinder Gemini is going to try and get this one forward. Give Pengui the rock. It is not going to be able to do so. It gets by him just a little bit longer, and both of these goalies are so much weaker when these goal barriers are down. They can't have the safety and put on the forward pressure. Leo Leon, using that catalyst, has the extra energy for the burst, but gets taken down. Liari's been doing such a good job of shutting him down in this volley. Pengui's in a good position. They just need to get past Caleb, and they might be able to do so here. A great primary stuffs the core flip from You Already Lose, and that's the goal that they need. And Prodigies looks like they're adjusting.
That was absolutely insane. So the top section of the Asher primary cone was able to catch the core and freeze it in place. And then kind of like the second hit of it is what scored that. I did not expect. I thought that was going to be completely cleared, but that was insane.
Yeah, that was great. I mean, that's the kind of plays that we're expecting. The turret comes out just a little bit too late for You Already Lose, and that's going to be a goal barrier for Prodigies. Once again, it looks like they're doing such a good job at now maintaining the KOs, maintaining the offensive pressure on the members of Light, and this is what we've seen them time and time again get shut down and not do the things that they need to do to prevent that. Leo Leon is standing here in a really precarious spot, trying to get this core, and is not able to do so. The turret is coming out. Xeno Gemini can stand forward and core flip this if he really wants to. There's so much pressure on the side of Light's field, and they aren't able to get past it.
Yeah, look at where Xeno Gemini is playing because he knows he has that barrier behind him, and it is constantly. It looks like Liari is the one who's making the plays first, right? Getting the KOs, and they are always up a man. So right now they're still up the barrier here, trying to look for a kill. Liari wasn't able to get that, use the death touch, but Leo Leon able to get the barrier here, and Liari might get taken out next. Looking really, really low here, and when you're that low, the death touch can pull you from anywhere. So it does not matter, you don't need to be pulled into the pit, but no, great passing play between Penguin and Liari.
Garfield, you had burst. You already lose, deciding to not use that core flip. And that's going to be a goal. There just wasn't enough cooldowns. The core was flying too fast. Finally going to use it here, and the turret comes online, and this is a third goal barrier. This could be a very quick sweep of a set as Liari takes down Corey one more time for the fans. And even though it gets flurried, Rasmus is still standing. There's almost no cooldowns, and Peggy could just shove that one through. That's an adjustment for Prodigy.
Prodigy, it's great on Liari getting all these kills, creating these extra 3v2 situations, but it really is on Light to step it up, right? Like, these are high-level players, and I know just well from in-houses and stuff, I get pulled into that pit all the time. You have to be so cognizant of where the other Rasmus is standing and knowing the cooldown. You are a Rasmus player yourself, right? Like, in the sense of you're Leo Leon, you're standing on, like, playing Rasmus, you know the cooldown, you must play around it better. You cannot be getting pulled in all the time. That is just allowing way too many free opportunities here for Prodigies to score. One thing I also want to point out here is Timeless Creator going over to You Already Lose, but Replicator for Xeno Gemini, which means Replicator plus Ponderer is really, really huge, who already has 10 stacks, by the way.
Yeah, and Pengu's going to be getting the Dancer, which means he's going to be able to position around that Juliet even more often, even better. They are going to try and send that hook down, not going to be able to find it. Leo Leon is deciding to use the abilities for that core. He's going to have energy burst up a lot because of it. This could be the adjustment that they need, deciding to focus on core control instead of those KOs. But then obviously KOing. Wait, was that a death touch getting sent out at the last second by Liari? And then a death touch from Corey! The ultimates are flying and this turret is alive, and the Xeno Gemini is going to be able to stand up to it. Corey's just going to try and take all these turret shots, but it's not worth it because he just gets KO'd, and Penguin's alive! What a great stand-up to the pressure of Light from Xeno Gemini!
Look at how big the creation is from Liari when thrown out because of the money. But we have Corey able to come back up, and Penguin looking really low, might get taken from anywhere. No, misses the death touch there, so Penguin gets to live a little bit longer, and Liari is actually the one who gets to pull Leo Leon here from so far away. It is absolutely, or sorry, it was Corey getting taken out here. There's so many KOs happening from Prodigies. Okay, at least the turret is there to back up You Already Lose. It seems like his teammates aren't. Unfortunately, he has to rely on the AI, but it's not enough.
Relying on the AI indeed, and it almost worked out too. Like, the margin of error in these plays is very, very close because both of these teams are giving each other such good problems, right? Like they're doing a good job at causing enough chaos. But it's just Prodigies that seems to be making more sense of it all, being able to find that reasoning through it all.
Yeah, and you can see You Already Lose is trying his hardest to keep protecting these situations here, but he's constantly down a man, and that was almost like the first time Liari has missed a hook. And Corey finally, probably a sigh of relief that they have like another 15 seconds of reprieve before they have to deal with that death touch again. But Xeno Gemini able to secure the kill onto Leo Leon. An open goal here. Liari getting the freest goal of mankind, making it 2-0 in this round.
I think that really what it's the difference is that they're able to put on so much more core pressure while also putting on the KO pressure, and that's something that I'm just not seeing from Light is the ability to do both. It just seems like every time that they go for one, they're not able to confidently secure the other. They're either going for KOs or they're going for the goals, but both goal barriers are open as Pengui's trying to get these cross-ups with Liari. The barrier is able to stuff it through. That was just 6 goals in a row for Prodigies.
Such a fast set here, and we're going to what could be the last round of this match. Starting off, we have Liari with the first pick here, and not sure what she's going to opt in here, but most likely the Deadeye. It's absolutely massive on Rasmus here because the hook pretty much always gets the 600 range proc, and then on top of that, that denies you already lose. Would absolutely love to have the Deadeye himself.
Instead, I'm going to go for the Twin Drive, which makes sense, right? The missile prop coming out for Xeno Gemini as well, going to be putting on even more offensive pressure. You're going to have those longer range to keep that up. Overall, pretty solid draft on both sides, and you already lose. I think taking the Twin Drive is really important too.
Yeah, able to take the Twin Drive there, but it's not like the Twin Drive isn't going to be that helpful when the ball is always on the side of Light. Like, what are you going to do? Like, it's usually you use that Twin Drive in order to make plays more in the midfield or to help out or to, to keep the ball on their side. But now it's kind of just like, well, they are doing a little bit better here, but they are down a person once again. Leo Leon is not visible on the screen at the moment, and we have this 2v2 or 3v2 play happening. Pengui might get taken down here, finally cracked, and there we go. A little bit of resting coming out from Light, able to score 1 point and at least taking the advantage in this round.
Taking the advantage for now. You have to look at the levels, though. Liari's already level 9, and that, if you're on the side of Light, you're thinking that has to be a problem, right?
And Liari, with this Deadeye specialized Monumentalist, will be able to kill people from anywhere for the most part. It would have been nice if she was able to pick up something like aerials or missile prop, because you already have so much killing potential that you can yank even like you already lose from his goal and pull him into the pit.
I'm sorry. There was so much happening in the bottom right corner of that screen.
My goodness.
And Light all of a sudden just decides, all right, we're turning it back on. We're deciding to get 2 quick goals before even 30 seconds pass in both of these points. We're back, and we're back to stay. And are they making an adjustment? It seems like they didn't do anything too crazy, other than Corey is really just focusing on keeping the core.
The adjustment is they are living, and that's as simple as it needs to be, right? If they're able to avoid dying, they can actually play the 2v2 and try to win this midfield forward combo. But if they're constantly dead, which they've been for the last 2 rounds, it's impossible, to keep up any pressure when you're down a man.
Speaking of pressure, that's so rough if you're on the side of you already lose, just trying to get that one cleared to the diagonal part of the arena, but not able to manage it, and just having to stand there as that Asher walks into your face. Gonna be trying to make a play here this time once again, and again, it really just depends on which side of the field the core is on is gonna have the advantage and the pressure. It really does seem like once they're able to walk forward with the core, like right here, Leo Leon has been doing a great job.
Yeah, at least it's exactly like you said, right? If the core is on the side of who was that taken out? That was Corey once again taking out, this time by Pengui. And you already lose getting zoned out using that cyber swipe to just get out of that corner that he was stuck in, and then following it up with a core flip. But Liari and Pengui are in position here to score. Pengui using that core flip, waiting, perfect patience, right? Baits out the strike, waits out the glitch pop, and is able to tie up this round.
Pengui is definitely feeling it right now on this match point for Prodigies to secure at minimum a tie in the scoring rankings, and then it's going to come down to round differential, which is even crazier of a situation. This could be their opportunity to at least say, we're still in this, we're definitely going to be taking you to the bank. But Liari is getting taken to the bank as well and getting deposited into the death zone, as well as Corey. Leo Leon is able to at least cross up Xeno Gemini for the time being, and that's a goal barrier down. That's a good conversion if you're on the side of Light, but that is most certainly not what you want to see.
Yeah, for the first time, Liari getting taken out in this Rasmus Ditto, and comes back, immediately gets a trade back kill. They are up once again. Leo Leon finally making his way back, but Xeno Gemini puts down the Imi turret Not enough to get the barrier here. They are in position to finish this off. They can tie up the game here. They have the barrier, and they're finally on their side of the map. But Corey looking really low. Anything touches him, and he's probably taken off the map. But Liari, little bit of misplay there, kind of standing lost in the turret. Gets pushed into the well. And finally, this might be an opportunity to score, and they even it up here.
A little bit of miscommunication on the two-person hold. Penguin and Xeno Gemini both race towards that puck, but it gets yanked away, and Corey scores it. This is such a tight set already. The Young Bucks versus the Old Guard, and it's coming down to the final set. This absolute barn burner, and this draft is looking really good if you're on the side of Light.
Yeah, good pick up a build different there from You Already Lose. It's a huge denial from the Asher, right? Size is absolutely massive. It increases the primary hitbox by so much, and then your whole character model just gets huge. It does pick up the prime time. Heavy impact goes over to Corey, peak performance to Liari, and it looks like rapid fire to Xeno Gemini, and tempo swing to Leo Leon. Everything looking pretty standard, nothing too crazy here. I don't think the tempo swing is going to matter too much for Leo Leon. They're rarely dying from stagger. It's mostly just from misposition here. But the damage might be able to help out, and there it is, able to take out Xeno Gemini. Finally, something going on here, and that's actually a huge KO leading to the play there. But not only that, Xeno Gemini, who has and Ponderous stacks, is now set down to 0. So no longer getting the 40% benefit of the CDR. It's going down to 20%.
Yeah, that's huge. That's really huge pickup. And if they can maintain this and Leo Leon can keep just firing away, I don't even see what took out Liari in that situation, but I think that Light has finally found the answer, the secret sauce. And Xeno Gemini is getting pressured immensely. Penguin's down for the count, and Xeno Gemini.
Oh my goodness.
All of a sudden, the damage just got absolutely spiked, and Light is taking over this game.
That was... what a turnaround, right? The way they played these last 2 points, you wouldn't even realize how much they felt like they were struggling the entirety of this match up until this point.
Oh goodness, this is tight. This is exactly what you want to see from the highest level of Mega Strikers, because Prodigies is getting pushed to their limit. Can they overcome the Old Guard, the people that they probably watched to get better at the game, the people that they have been trying to overcome for the entire season and prove their stuff? Corey's getting a little bit low on energy here, though. This could be interesting.
We're trading the IME turrets back and forth here, but it is You Already Lose who has Monumentalist, so it gets to stay out a little bit longer here. I'm not sure what the Rasmus ultimate cooldowns are, but expect some death touches to come out. It is Prodigies who get the first barrier right now. As we move closer into the middle, is Liari who finds the angle onto Corey. Penguin not able to secure that. You Already Lose with a great glitch pop, but Liari gets the kill onto You Already Lose, and now they get save that by himself, and we get 1 return point for Prodigies.
They have been absolutely surgical with picking apart You Already Lose's defenses and just checkmating him and basically saying, all right, even if you save this, we're going to get your life for it. But Corey that time decides it's going to get their life.
Penguin had full energy there, and they were able to get it. Leo Leon uses the burst, gets the kill, and finishes off, winning game 1, going over to Light.
Game 1 goes to Light, but they kept it close. The set differential is now even for Prodigies and Light. So if Prodigies wins this, they're going to be ahead in set differential, and they take the playoff spot. Light needs to win this set to get this one through. This is so intense. This is so intense. I can't believe that this is what ended up happening, and that it got pushed all the way to set 5. And Light, out of nowhere, decides we're going to take this one back.
It was a Light for the entirety, 95% of this match, who looked like they were struggling to breathe, getting constantly taken out. If it wasn't shown, I believe it was Liari who had 12 KOs on the Rasmus, who was putting on such a good performance. You can even see in the replays here, there was a 3-level advantage from Liari onto Corey. But finally, on that last, they struggled to win each of those rounds that they did win, but that last round was so dominant. I'm not sure what happened to Prodigies. Maybe it was a mishap in the Awakenings, or when they lost that previous round on round 4, the morale shot down, or Light's morale went up, but something happened there.
Yeah, it might have just been the momentum, right? When they finally started figuring out, okay, a couple of goals, we're able to finally get this thing and finally start looking back up, and they kind of realized, like, wait a minute, we actually did get good awakenings. We can probably swing this, and they just started running them down. And
Yep.
it might have been also on the other side, a little bit of a shaky mental from prodigies. They might have been feeling it and getting 6 straight goals, and then all of a sudden getting this resistance that they weren't expecting and not being able to adjust quickly. It's a very mental game, is Omega Strikers, and you need to be super sharp all the time, very quickly.
Yeah, and what an absolute game. Like I said before, the turnaround there on round 5 was insane. It looked like a mental differential here. I'm also looking at the chat here, and it seems like in order for Prodigies to qualify, they must 3-0. They must 3-0 light. So not only do they need the win, but they need to have like a the set advantage the entire time. I'm not sure if that's entirely true, but I'm going to trust it's coming out from reputable people here. But
Yes, I believe that is being corroborated by Kachi.
so good to see. We are in search, by the way, for the next match here. I'm not sure what changes need to happen because it was such a map dependent game there where we had the Rasmus Dittos. So any other map could look entirely different here. But like I said, it was such a strong showing from Prodigies up until that final round. So the momentum is definitely in place for Light, right? They're going to go into this next round feeling good. They from what it sounds like, they can lose, but as long as they get the set advantage, or it's as long as they don't get 3-0'd in this set, they're safe.
And safe is exactly the word that we're using. It seems like, as well, you have to be thinking about the other end of the spectrum, right? This is going to determine exactly who's getting put into the relegation tournament.
Yep.
So this is very tense for that matter too. If Prodigies ends up getting stomped, they're at risk of getting put into that relegation tournament.
Yeah, and it looks like we are going into it, barring any loading bugs. So hopefully this does find its way in. We'll see what the matches is and the starting awakenings. But outside of that, it is on Prodigies to step up here, right? They had the strong showing earlier on. They have what it takes to win this, and they clearly can win. It looked like there was a mental battle. They were winning the midfield. They were winning the forward, kind of like 2v2. Pengui had a really good performance on Asher. It just fell apart towards the end. So if they can keep what they had in the beginning, we have an opportunity here to 3-0 light. It's going to be difficult, but it's not doable.
Right. It's as we said at the beginning of this cast, anything can happen. This is Omega Strikers. There's so much variance at play. It's going to come up down to who executes better, who's able to take advantage of that situation, and who is the better team at the end of the day.
Yeah, and it looks like we weren't able to get in, had a little bit of a spectator issue there. So queuing up once again, trying to resolve this issue. We should be into the match shortly.
Should be in shortly. Are you happy, Mystic? Are you happy with how NASL has turned out, just on the whole?
Overall, a great performance. I'd like to see more matches. We have matches that are off stream as well, that are streamed by the players. But it is sometimes, the excitement of watching it on the Saturday with everyone and seeing it live after, one hype match to another. I'd like to see that more, but outside of that, I'm very impressed, right? I was not expecting NASL East at least to turn out the way it was. We have these new teams coming up. We have Core Overflow putting on such a big performance. We have Finesse as well, who are looking really strong. Light, the way we've said that going into NASL, we expected them to be so much higher and going down lower. So I am impressed overall with kind of the storylines and how everything is developed. And I'm excited to see what playoffs look like, how relegations are going to turn out. Are we going to see new people? We're looking into the game's lifespan is progressing, which means we're going to see new people as they learn to come up. And it's going to be so interesting, in NASL Season 2 or as the game goes on to just see what new players can do. Can they shake up the meta as well? So I'm happy. I'm excited. And I hope this gets to continue.
Yeah, the future of the game in all honesty, in a competitive sense, looks very bright, and I think a lot of people recognize that. A lot of people are putting time and energy into that, and which is more than exciting. It's promising. It looks really cool. I'm very curious though. Like, have you been keeping tabs on the amateur series?
I've watched some games, and it is fun. I've been seeing a lot of new faces there, uh, but it is fun to see just new names come up and perform. There were some really good performances overall from these Diamond players who could be challenger at any point, and then eventually Omega.
Mm-hmm. We're finally getting into game. This set for the playoff spot in NASL East. We're seeing the hovers. We're on Oni Village. This is going to be interesting because we saw how Oni Village turned out for DLS versus Core Overflow. And if we're having another set like that, we're going to be here for a while.
So we have the Era currently banned once again. We don't want to see it from Corey. Pengui hovered on the Juliet, Liari on Estelle, and Xeno Gemini sitting on the Amy. It looks like a pretty solid composition here on Oni Village, but we saw how crazy the core can get in overtime. So let's see what the side of Light is going to choose. Leo Leon looking like he's going to be playing the Juliet. Of course, the signature Amy for you already lose, and it's going to be a mirror match, it seems.
It is going to be a mirror match. I love seeing Estelle on Oni Village and going back to beta. You know, with these Estelle picks is very fun because there's a lot of setups. There's a lot of depth that has been explored with Estelle that these players are bringing back, which makes this game so much more interesting to see from that perspective. You know, how can these players stuff the core? How can these players use that range to their advantage?
Yeah, and we see it's a hotshot agility spark start for this game here on Oni Village. We might see some a little mare of Sparkington come out, depending on how the drafts shake out. But also, just one thing that I want to point out here is there is an update. It is Prodigies need not a 3-0 in order to beat Light. They can qualify with a 3-1.
They can qualify with a 3-1 because of point differential?
I'm not sure the reasoning why. I just see what is being told here. But I guess it's either point differential, set differential, but they only need the 3-1.
All right, this could be everything then. It's going to take 2 sets from Light to secure this victory. And Leo Leon is looking to make that first step happen. Walking forward, sending out that Fiery Flurry. You already lose, sending out this core flip. Nobody was ready for it.
A little bit of demon angle there.
That was crazy.
You already lose with a great goal.
Yeah. Nothing else to be said, honestly. It was just unfortunate that there were no cooldowns up at the time, but Xeno Gemini is probably kicking himself for that one at least a little bit. And these goal barriers are going down so quickly for Prodigies. That's very scary if you're on the forward end of Prodigies. You need to be thinking, all right, am I playing too far forward? Is our gameplay not working? We need to start getting these barriers, and finally they do.
Yeah, Pengui able to get that second barrier here. It is really hard for an IME to defend, and we just see there Prodigy is able to score 2 barriers pretty quickly, and then Liari putting it in. But on the defensive side of things, there's really no anti-stuffing tools that IME has. And if one barrier gets through, it's very common for the other one to fall pretty quickly here. But the IME does offer, and we're seeing it right there once again. It's like if you just miss one, you try to go protect the one. A lot of times you see both barriers fall, and that's all 3 rounds or 3 points have started off exactly the same for Xeno Gemini, but at least they are getting the barriers back. And we might be able to secure this. He's trying to find the angle for the core flip, misses, but Liari is there to kind of rebound for him, backing him up.
And that's exactly right. Like, Xeno Gemini needs to just, like, either play for one or just, like, not be shaken up at all and get these passes through to create that offensive pressure for the members of Prodigies. And so far, it's been pretty successful in doing so. Look at Penguin's positioning. Able to move up here, try and get these pressure onto Leo Leon, forcing him to step away for the time being, but gonna have that speed boost from the side stream, from the slipstream. This is looking dicey. Corey is in a really good spot, and the members of Prodigies are not able to move forward onto the enemy side of the field.
Yeah, it's looking honestly like a little bit of nerves coming out from Xeno Gemini. here. We're missing both barriers a lot of the time. When one falls, the other one does as well. But for the first time, we have one barrier alive that he can protect here, and it is Light able to get the kill onto Penguin there, giving them the man advantage. Leon also has his own core flip, but Liari finding the nice angle there, able to get not only, oh my goodness, gets the barrier, gets the kill, gets the second kill, gets the point.
Hello, expertly dodging Leo Leon's pressure and just turning that entire situation around. And this is the first one of many that they need. They can hold this down. They just need to make sure that the members of Light do not scale past what is necessary. And Liari getting first pick here is also really, really helpful because that fire up could have been really strong on You Already Lose.
Yeah, it's such a tough pick because it's like, you want fire up on your goalie, but then that gives Deadeye over to You Already Lose, and we have Xeno Gemini picking up the Happy Star here, extra special. It's looking really like both Aimis get something really good here. Ponderer goes over to Corey. I don't know how much like I personally would go for that. But Penguin also here, it has 2 stacks, so keep that in mind. He has speed and spark, and speed. Having that one on this map is absolutely huge, right? There's so much ball chasing happening around with the speed gates or the side speed boost gate thing, stream, river. Yeah, but if we see this go on, Penguin can become a monster with these sparks here.
Deciding to dip into the river, maybe going into the jungle for just a little bit. Getting dash punching and getting sent to the KO by You Already Lose's glitch pop. That was such an unfortunate situation for Penguin, and this is a power play. They can hold on and keep this core on the other side, but Penguin comes up with cooldowns and is able to push it out. This is a really good offensive opportunity. Liari is able to dash in, blink in, not going to be able to find the barrier for the time being, but that's a lot of good pressure on Corey, who's going to be able to dodge and is going to be able to stay alive for the time being, unless Penguin has something to say about it. But no, wait! Did not get carried by Penguin's dash punch. This is going to be a back and forth situation, and this is where Oni Village is going to be everything.
Oh, Penguin getting the kill with the flurry there. With the new update that just came out on the latest patch, you can no longer elusive that if you are staggered here, and that was enough to secure the kill onto Corey. But they do lose the final barrier, and is Corey is back up.
Leon did such a good job at intercepting there, but this time not going to be able to find it. Penguin's able to send that one with a core flip and find the barrier. Already Lose sending out the glitch pop. A lot of pressure. Not going to be able to find it just yet. Elusive from Corey, and is going to be able to sneak in and find that goal with the help of Leo. That's exactly what you want to see from Light. That coordination, that pressure, that engaging on the helpless Xeno Gemini, and they were able to do so successfully. I don't know, Mystic. Who do you think has the advantage right here?
I think that winning that first round was absolutely massive for Prodigies there. They were looking so nervous. And right now, they are losing their barriers, but at least it looked like they're playing with a little bit more confidence here. Liari has been able to hold it down. And while they have no barriers, you can see the difference in the play already from the first round to now. So Light has the advantage here, but it's looking like, you know, I think this can go in the way of Prodigies completely.
Could go in the way of Prodigies. They just need to secure this gold barrier and make sure the Penguin doesn't end up getting KO'd from a stray Ivy turret that he couldn't dodge out of. Leon and Penguin both getting a little bit too low. Both Juliets looking like they could end up in the blast zone if they're not careful. Punches getting traded either way. And finally the flurry comes through and is not able to get elusive by Penguin. Gonna be down, but Liari's done this before, but not going to be able to do so. Corey decides this power play is mine and is going to send that one in. Light is looking for the first of 2 sets that they need to secure the qualifying spot.
Yeah, if they win this, they only need 1 more from there. So it is, Prodigies has to make something happen right now if they want to keep this up, right? Because if they win at least this next round, they're looking so good, they can give 1 round away. And Penguin starting this off strong, getting a kill onto Corey there, who was taken out. Now they have the man advantage. You Already Lose, forced to use the turret just to defend a little bit longer, so he no longer has that for the offense play. You know, Gemini walking up, using the man advantage to help and try score this or try to get that final barrier. Using that core flip, it's not enough. He is able to save it though. Penguin walking up almost has his own flip. They could get this final barrier really soon. And let's see if they're able to make it. Penguin not able to get that kill with his own dash punch, and now we're kind of ping-ponging back and forth for a little bit.
Prodigies really needs to secure those goal barriers on the power plays. Look at the pressure from Liari, able to keep this one on the side for the time being, but because playing so far back, she can't get that goal barrier through. And Leon is in such a good spot, just sitting in the goal box, and that's going to be the first barrier gone. Core Flip is able to save it from Corey's Rose Warp, and that's going to be the goal barrier. This is exactly what they need to start getting these online. The pass, knowing exactly where to position is Liari, and Penguin's on You Already Lose. Caleb is getting punched through the pressure here. A great strike to trip things up from Leo Leon, but no core flip is going to go through. A great piercing shot from Liari is going to send that one right past You Already Lose. And that's the first point that they need to make sure that everything is okay.
It looks like Liari keeps finding these almost miracle plays and holding things together until Prodigies can make something happen here. Xeno Gemini is getting a lot better with the saves here, which is good to see, but we are still seeing kind of like these misplays that are leading onto the barriers rather than like a good offensive play from Light. So if Xeno Gemini can hold it down just a little bit more, we're going to start seeing more points rack up, and Liari getting taken down from the combination of, I think that was the primary plus the glitch pop here, but Penguin trading it right back.
Exactly, and these trades are really important. Penguin's able to find these KOs in just the right situations and circumstances. Corey gonna stuff that flip and gonna get stuffed back into the side as this goal barrier goes down, and this is exactly what you want to see if you're on the side of Prodigies. Leo Leon gonna get taking Penguin away and preventing the power play from going too far. He's gonna be doing a good job at preventing these plays, and no, Xeno Gemini hitting that run right back into the piercing shot of Corey, and that's the first set.
Xeno Gemini there getting a little bit angsty. He tried to cyber swipe into the core flip, but the core was too far away, so he hit it from the larger part of the hitbox, pushing it outside of the range of the core flip, missing it completely, and then it gave You Already Lose a free shot onto their barrier, which ended up leading to that final point.
This draft is going to determine a lot because Ariel's going over to Corey instead of Liari. Heavy Impact is probably going to get taken by... No! The mayor of Sparkington City is picking up one more, and this could be big. No Heavy Impact going over to either of the Juliets, and that's 3 sparks, but no power spark, which means that there's not going to be a lot more damage, not going to be the improved knockback, but there's going to be a lot more output. But Xeno Gemini doesn't need that right now. He needs those players out of his face. Otherwise, it's just going to end up exactly like it has the past couple of sets and points, where he's just going to get collapsed on. You Already Lose is able to keep the pressure away.
Yeah, Penguin is going to already start putting on. You can see how much faster he is now that he has 3 sparks. And like you said, he doesn't have that strength spark, so you're not going to see as much power come out. But just the speed and the cooldowns, you're going to see way more dash punches come out, way more flurries come out, and eventually that could lead to kills. Or at least, look at the pressure, right? He's able to walk back and forth way more than Leo Leon. Right now, though, Leo Leon is grooving, and good play between him and Corey.
That was a very good play. A little bit too far forward were the members of Prodigies, and Xeno Gemini was just stuck on the back end, nothing to do but hope and flail and pray that the core didn't go in, but it did. Liari needs to be the one to really step up here and take the carrying that she's already been doing and put it on tenfold, and that's exactly what she did right there, able to get the goal barrier. Penguin's in a good spot to make sure that he can follow up on her plays. Gonna try and send this one away as Caleb, but not gonna be able to find it. The core flip gets stuffed, and no, Penguin wasn't there. Just the right spot to send this one back, and Xeno Gemini is gonna get punched here. Oh, Mystic, this could be it.
This could be it, but we have the barrier advantage here for Prodigies. They're trying to make something happen here. Penguin is fighting for his life. 3 levels down, though, onto You Already Lose. Trying to make something happen. If he at least had the... Someone got taken out somewhere. I think...
What?
Okay, so I don't want to interrupt the play here. Good point from Liari, but what happened there was Penguin punched...
Okay.
Penguin punched before the TP happened onto Corey, and then when Corey ended up teleporting, this is just like a known interaction. It's not a... at all, but like the knockback kind of happens after the teleport,
right?
And that's why you can see like Zentaros get taken out randomly when they dash, or in that previous set when like the Luna got like flicked by the by the Atlas expanse. So those things like that happen. But oh my god, 15-second point here coming over to Light.
15-second point, and this is exactly what they need. This is it. This is one goal that Prodigies, that Light needs to secure the playoff spot, and if they get it, it's good. They can rest on their laurels. This is it, though. Like, the goal barrier is exactly what the members of Prodigies need, and they have been struggling to get this entire time. The dash punch is going to secure it, though. They need to shut down Caleb, and I think that they're finally realizing that as Penguin walks forward right towards him, able to find the core flip, and the Thorns trying to send this one through. Piercing shot gets stuffed away by the Corey, I believe that got that strike off. The turret comes online, and this is so tight. Liari just really wants to find a couple more shots, but the members of Light have been doing such a good job at interrupting the passing play between Penguin and Liari.
Yeah, they have no barriers, but look at the defense, right? Something like that, if that same attack happened on Xeno Gemini and Liari, great point there. Penguin forcing Yori to lose to go to lose save, well, held him down towards that bottom section, and Liari finding the snipe onto the core.
They can save it. They can save it right here. The members of Prodigy just need to get one more goal and then one more set, and then they're good. They're in the playoffs, but they need to be perfect here as Leo Leon wants to try and absolutely ruin their dreams of getting into these playoffs and is doing such a good job at walking forward. But Xeno Gemini finally looking alive. No, the core flip into the punch is going to send that one, but the great piercing shot from Liari gets one more barrier. They just need one more. The Crystal Thorns. The KO on both the Stells at the same time. And this power play might end up in Light's favor, but no, Prodigies is able to save it and stall for the time being.
Okay, it looks like Xeno Gemini opting in to stall for Liari to come back up rather than forcing this in. Pengui, the only one with core flip available. Leo Leon coming up with it next, but they're trying to make something happen here. You can see he's trying to get into position here to flip. Great flip there, and no, Yori loses absolutely insane strike to save that, and then again, another strike. Protecting from the piercing shot here, Leo Leon is going fast, and there it is. I think he had the egoist moving him, Soggy himself, core flip, able to do it. This is not even the end of the game, but it is the end of the run for Prodigies.
Oh, I don't know if they know or not, but that is it. That is their playoff hope dashed because of two insanely well-timed strikes from You Already Lose on that IME goalie. The return of the GOAT of goalies is back and has made the world of difference for this match against Prodigies, and that gets them into playoffs.
And yeah, like we're going into this, what could be the final round or the second to last round. But at this point, I'm not sure how this is going to play out here. Yes, it's important to win the game for overall standings, but the current standings are set in stone. I guess it's, we're here to play it out, improve your record. Maybe Pengui was Pengui able to pick up the final spark there? I'm not sure if it appeared or not, but that will still be fun to see if that can make it through.
Still be fun to see, and they're gonna try. These players are not. They're competitors at the end of the day. They're not gonna let something like that prevent them from playing at their best. It's just a matter of how much it's gonna shake up their mental, or if it's gonna end up actually improving it. Leo Leon, though, stuffing that one in as usual.
And yeah, we're looking at a quick point here for Light. Looking at the trainings again, Penguin is able to pick up stacks on stacks. And I do not see any spark of strength there, so it looks like it's still on the table. If they're able to take this, we could see it in the final round and see a little bit of Force Spark action.
I would love to see the Force Spark, quite honestly. I think it's super fun to watch these players just like completely go nuts once they have all those insane stats, but we'll see if it happens. Light trying to make this quick work and sending Liari into the Nether Realm, the Shadow Realm. Gonna be an easy one to get through, probably, if Leo Leon can keep up this pressure onto Xeno Gemini.
Yeah, they're up a band. Penguin trying his best here. I think he finally got the full stacks of his pancakes there. But it is Prodigies who lose both of their barriers here. Xeno Gemini can get taken out at any moment. They have both barriers here. They have the man advantage here. No goalie sitting in the goal box for Prodigies. But any straight shot can go in, and they hold it down until he comes back. 4 more seconds here, trying their best. Great save from Liari.
That was such a good save from Liari, knowing exactly how late she had to time that. But Leo Leon is trying to shove this one through the turret. Corey's piercing shot bounces it off with the help of the slipstream, ends up sending that one into the other corner. And this is match point for Light, who has returned to form.
And yeah, looking so much more dominant here than that first game on IME Zap. Only one more point needed to finish this off. And essentially 2-0 Prodigies here for this final match leading into the playoffs.
Oh, and what a good passing play. The members of Prodigies kind of a little bit crumbling under the pressure, and Corey and Leo Leon have been doing wonderful work, and a great MVP from You Already Lose, and that was super well deserved. Now I understand. I see the vision of Imi Goalie and what its true potential could be, because that was exquisite play.
Yeah, really good performance from Light though, showing that they started out super rough there on the first few rounds of Imi Zap, and then slowly with that final round getting the motivation back, and we're seeing way more cleaner plays. There's so many insane saves from You Already Lose, and then on top of that, Leo Leon and Corey getting a little bit of their synergy back together. So they definitely deserve this win. But if you're Prodigies, there's always next time, I believe.
There is always next time. They are going to be staying in the North American Strikers League. They are not, unless some crazy stuff happens with the PPL comeback game. But I'm going to have to refer to the TOs on this one, onto whether or not they still have a chance. They're going to be sitting pretty in 5th place for now, chilling, staying in the league, and making sure that their next season is going to be the one that ends up turning the tables.
Okay.
Overall, though, good showing.
Yep. Definitely. So after this match, we will be going on to a new set of casters, but I think we'll be taking it over to break. We'll also have another analyst desk segment with Coach Yoki once again, so don't go too far away. Oh, no break yet. I'm holding.
Don't break yet. Don't break yet. We're holding.
No,
we're
no
holding.
breaking.
Mystic, while we're on the subject of outroing, though, do you have any places where people can find you? Any Twitters to plug? Any people you want to shout out?
Of course. So over on Twitter at Mystic _watch, or on Twitch, I have one Omega Strikers VOD up from the last 2 weeks, but I'll definitely be streaming a little bit more often going forward at Mystic Watch, no underscore. So I would appreciate if you guys could drop a follow there. And what about you, Magic 8 Ball? Where can we find you?
You can find me on Twitter at magic_octo. But that is going to be it from us. I believe Coach Yoki is ready now. We're going to be sending it over to him. Thank you so much for tuning in to these awesome matches of the North American Strikers League East. Stay tuned.
Hello everyone, I'm back with the one and only Coach Yoki, and these games were really close. Like, Light pulled away in the end, but Prodigies definitely had a huge shot. What do you think was the difference maker? You're muted.
Had to happen. It's gonna happen every single series today. These games were like as close as they can be. This is like what Omega Strikers can be, and it's supposed to be, is these super freaking high intensity clutch moments where like one mistake wins and loses each game. In the first game, which went the distance, it went the absolute maximum distance. We had our Rasmus mirror matchup, and in the first draft, it is more than worth highlighting the new Monumentalist pick, with Rasmus's hook now being considered a creation after it reaches the empowered state. It then becomes a creation, and we see this like hook gets actually insane value. I don't have the clip of the hook being as big as it is, but it's about yay big. It's about this big, but it's meaningful. It matters a lot. And whenever you have specialized training as the opening awakening, that hook causes so much like pressure. It's such a KO threat in the game. So much so that we see in the third set, where Larry's hook there gets like an early barrier. Leo Leon and Corey are like positioned and transitioning on offense. And even though they win possession and win the gate, what happens is Corey kind of overcommits, could be controlling and keeping possession of the core. But what I want to highlight really is focus on like Prodigy's position and how they are all defensive positionally on their half. Whenever Light is, you already lose anchoring, and then Corey and Leo are also like playing aggressive. But because Liara used her hook at the beginning of the round, it's possible that she has it here. And what we see is Leo Leon was initially positioned for a pass, but then whenever Xeno Gemini's Imi turret comes down, he then realizes, oh, I won't have a pass. So as Leo Leon begins to now rotate and try to go help on defense and match Pingui, look at the hesitancy and the amount of care that Leo puts into his rotate, kind of backstepping and trying to not get hooked for free versus Larry. And by the time he gets here, it's just a little bit too late, and Prodigy's had possession for too long. And this is where, I mean, we see a dominant 3-0 come out from Prodigy's to go up 2-1 in the match. But then whenever it came down to like the end of the game where like all the marbles on the line, we see a hook missed there from Larry, and then You Already Lose had, I believe, Specialized with Timeless. Maybe something else on his turret, which chunks. It deals so much damage. And Zuna Gemini had 10 Ponder stacks this whole game. So this is the first time in that like Ponder stacks were reset, which means so much less core control from the side of Prodigies. And Leo getting that reset really did just like kind of turn the tide a lot in this fifth set, picking up the first goal. And then after this, we see this transition into like a 2-1 lead. And at this point, Light was just feeling themselves. They were comfortable. They were confident. Whenever the core is won, we saw You Already Lose when kickoff, and then immediately throw down the IME turret with Corey in position. Even though Leo was matched against Pingui, Larry's not in position to play for the hook. And then as Pingui's trying to deny Leo's rotate, Pingui ends up like keeping the core on the side of Prodigies, and then Corey's able to backstep with possession to find this hook because You Already Loses turret is down. And then Leo Leon immediately back focusing on the Xeno Gemini kill after they have this man advantage, just playing for the damage, and that's what ended up securing the game 1. But then as we go into game 2, it was just as close of a match. Larry had this amazing like pop-off moment. The stage was set for her to take control of this game, if you would. Larry is pretty known for her stealth pop-offs, honestly. And we see Liari, however you want to say it. Chat's going to say something, I know. But anyways, we see Pingui go down early, and Liari is able to get this snipe and to secure this top goal barrier. And Xeno Gemini sets up Liari well with this IME turret. And then the core flip kill, and then into the IME turret, which chunks Caleb one time. And then actually it wasn't Liari's kill, but it was the turret that secured the first set. But this game, I refer to this game as a game of inches. Like this entire second match was as close as it could be. Every single point was decided by one mistake or one good play. So we see Pingui win this strike war. You Already Lose, gets a good clear, gets a good save. Then the combo KO from Corey. And then Pingui gets the trade, so it's 2 versus 2. And this whole set is just back and forth. Prodigies had their moment where they won by inches, and then this is just where Light ultimately were able to close it out. Is back. Pingui gets the KO and Light's down. You Already Lose, able to get the clear, but then Leo secures the kill, and it's just back and forth. But eventually, and like I said, it's just Light barely is able to win out, finding this core flip on the barrier to reset the game state to even. No barriers on either side. They get the pass to Leo. And then whenever Corey is able to get back up, he's up before Pingui, is able to apply this pressure and barely, in the matter of pixels, get the goal on Xeno Gemini. But then as we continue to watch, it's just that close each time. We saw Lyari have her pop off and score a few goals. But then Corey, I'm going to be honest, guys. I'm going to be real honest. After the Side Streets incident, where it was the Drakkar and Araban from CECC land from the beginning of launch, where Corey was forced on Estelle and lost in, I believe, game 4 or 5 of Grand Finals, I had my doubts. Going against Larry on Estelle, I was a little bit of a Corey doubter, but Corey actually kind of came through and popped off when it mattered the most and just was able to like find goals that shouldn't really be findable. Winning the Estelle blink past the 50-50 and then getting it past Lie before the Estelle primary comes down. And that leads into the last goal of the second set, which sent Light into playoffs. Not the last goal, but the last one they needed. And this one was actually Caleb, the GOAT, the man, the myth, the legend, saving the core flip, and then Leo Leon creating a little bit of pressure. But if I was to pause this frame, will it save? Bro, there's no way. There's no way freaking You Already Lose saves this. And somehow Odyssey gives him like the best connection ever seen, and he was lagging this whole game. So I don't know how Caleb popped off and made the save. But then eventually Leo Leon has the core flip to win by a factor of 1 in the strike core versus Xeno Gemini to close it out for Light. But amazing set from both teams. It was as close as it can be, but just Light was able to have that extra clutch factor and pop off when they needed it most to secure.
All right, and that is it for the first 2 sets. That is it for Mystic and Magic 8 Ball. We'll be back after a short break with new casters with new games, still NASL East. See you then.
Mm-hmm.
Don't go anywhere. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the North American Strikers League. There are 2 games, 2 matches, 2 best of 2s left for us in the East portion of the league. CBK versus PPL. I think CBK has to play with Mystic and... who was the other one? I'm blanking. Mystic and Double. Yeah, okay. It's Daft, Mystic, Double versus Maddie, Wook, and Fiery. And then we have Finesse versus Team Name Forsyth, which may have some more substitutes as well. I'll toss it to your casters. Combo and Fem Bison. Oh. Wait, technical. Oh. Oh, okay, we're back. We're back. Combo and Fem Bison.
What's up, everybody? I'm Fem Bison, and I'll be casting the second block of NASL today with Combo here.
Yo, what's up? What's up? Yeah, super excited to finally be back here after last week. Last week we had a funny interaction here with Mystic playing on stream first, which I believe you were casting his set, and then he hopped on the cast right after. Now here we are, where Mystic casted. I was the one casting Mystic last week. Now Mystic's going to be casting previously and hopping right back onto stream with you casting his set yet again.
It's like Mystic is personally blessing me by playing for me. You know, I'm
and Mystic blessed me by being able to cast alongside me last week, so I'm happy to be getting both sides of the coin this time around.
We're absolutely both of us are winning, and we're going to be getting into a pretty interesting match here today. I think 3 of the teams in this block are pretty much guaranteed to be playing in the relegation tournament. So. This very first matchup is one for pride. They don't really have much to lose in the way of standings. Comeback Kings and PP Legends, both of them are guaranteed to play in relegation. So we'll see if that actually affects their play at all. If the stakes are lower, maybe they'll play better or worse. Who knows?
I'm not entirely sure, but I believe there is supposed to be a matchup between like the top 3 and bottom 3 teams for relegation, right? So maybe there's some seeding changes that will happen depending on where you place within the bottom 3. But other than that, yeah, they're both, more like fan favorites, kind of fighting for a position to show off whatever they can at this point. Because but all the matches I've seen of both CBK and PPL, I've seen always everyone getting hyped for them, everyone popping off for them. So many like well-known players, and people always there to hype up their homies. And that's a great, huge part of these streams and everything to do with Omega Strikers. But unfortunately, after all these weeks here towards the end of the season, we do see them at the bottom 3 spots for both of them. I'm still excited. I'm kind of thinking that, when you've got both people kind of back to the corner in a sense where it feels like it's a little bit more up in the air of how much you really need to try, you might see some really funny interactions. And that's exactly what I'm here for. That's exactly what I signed up for. So I'm super excited myself.
Absolutely. That's the same thought process I'm sort of having. I mean, as you said, they're both backed into a corner. So we might see some more, interesting play, something you might not see at a very top level kind of thing usually, right? Because they have much less to play for, so they can get away with a lot more. And we're going to see the picks and bans coming out now. It's Imi's up, of course. Rasmus already hovered for a ban. Really not trying to get fished too many times, I imagine.
Not trying to handshake the Rasmus mirror. Oh, well, it is what it is. So, we're going to see Maddie hop right back over to the Estelle like we saw last week. There was the Kai hover, but the Kai did end up getting banned out. Fiery's still sticking to the Juliet we saw last week. They were putting in mad work. A huge part of the hope of PP Legends was riding on the Maddie and Fiery combo from last week, especially when Maddie started picking up Adrenaline Rush as goalie and having to have their third player pivot off into goalie while Maddie wanted to play forward when they had Adrenaline Rush puck and then go back into goalie box when it's over. Really funny combination. I hope we get to see something like that again. And all the character selections have been made here. We got Mystic on the Imi like we saw last week as well. Double on the Juliet and Daft Brass on the Estelle as well. This is gonna be quite the match.
Absolutely. A bit of the Estelle goalie mirror, pretty interesting. Both goalies having pretty decent map presence and damage, though obviously those long cooldowns could come and find them in some predictable, some punishing situations in the future. And a barrier is going to go down immediately for the PP Legends. Some good offense coming out from Comeback Kings. Mystic throws at the glitch pop, doesn't find the core control. Daftgrass looking to get a clear, but Wook is right there. The blink goes out, and it's going to be Fiery taking the barrier for PP Legends.
Yeah, that was a great wall placement there to keep the core aggressive on the right side. Eventually opening up that barrier. We're going to have the Crystal Thorns come out here from Daftgrass, trying to pass in between Mystic and Double to make a play here. Fiery, insanely up front. Daftgrass just barely able to save it. Fiery, oh my goodness, such a dangerous player. Dangerous character, but there's going to be KO out here onto Wook. And the rune is down. Mystic is looking for a score here. Turret is going to be up. Fiery trying to fight the turret. Straight same angle. Doesn't matter. Mystic is up even with core flip. So that core flip potential could have been there too. Mystic didn't need it. He's going to take that first point here on the side of the Comeback Kings.
Absolutely incredible play. And actually, I think if you just saw, meters went up for both teams there. I think this might be a fire-up start. So it's going to be pretty interesting to see who can capitalize off of that. Finding KOs is suddenly going to become a huge part of this game more than it usually is on this map, because getting that, punishing people for having meter is going to be very important. And just as I say it, Fiery gets a kill, and the pressure is on Wook and Fiery passing plays. Fiery can't find the strike to pocket the shot. Mystic with the glitch pop trying to find the clear, not quite. Daftgrass holding on well though. The pillar not right where it needs to be. The turret goes out to find the clear, they do.
That's right, Maddie's trying to zone out here with Crystal Thorns, trying to keep the core towards the center of the stage. Wook is trying to here to pick it up. Trying to pass up to Fire and Brave, secure that score, but thankfully Mystic and Double are kind of playing that midfield forward as well and stopping any sort of aggression that Fiery may have. Daftgrass is particularly not too worried about Fiery, it seems like. The flurry is going to come out. Great defense here from Daftgrass as well. Yeah, not a lot of damage pressure from Fiery onto Daftgrass, and without that KO pressure, the goalie lane to sit pretty. Oh my goodness, Maddie was on the right spot there. That's tough. Maddie pushed up really far there, trying to see if they can secure that kind of 2v3 against the opposing forwards, but that's the risk you have to take. You leave your own goal open. But yeah, I was talking about Fiery and kind of how these like really, really hard forwards sometimes have insane goalie presence, and that really scares off these goalies. That KO presence and the amount of damage they take makes them a lot worse at actually going to defend the goal. But oh my goodness, I was trying to analyze last round. They scored another point.
And, something to point out there, look at how many core flips went off. I mean, we all know about the fire upstart. As soon as that awakening got added, we could sort of see how that was going to go. I mean, the meter generation right now is insane, and it just proved a little punishing for PP Legends, positioning the core right where it needed to get pocketed. Mystic's going to manage to get prime time. Actually, neglecting the timeless creator in favor of prime time is interesting to me, but having that extra glitch pop definitely gives him more control and more pressure in the midfield. The timeless for Wook, though, going to be a pretty big deal. Those pillars going to be a lot more effective than usual.
We're also seeing a quick strike here on the side of Fiery, trying to take those strike duels up near the front, up against the opposing goalie. It could be absolutely massive. We're going to see us starting off here with the next round. Well, hopefully we can see adaptations here from Maddie, specifically try to play a little more defensively and keep their barrier and their goal protected. But Maddie, again, walking up forward, want to play this 2v2. They do have advantage. It's not a bad play necessarily. You always have to be careful. Piercing shot's going to whiff here. Able to catch Double's retaliation. Finally, Wook is back up. Let's see if they can make something happen.
Fiery and Wook pushing up, just find some opportunities here, looking for a pass, but covered by Mystic and Double pretty well here. Both teams sort of even on meter and KOs right now. They've been finding similar kill timing, similar punishes and whatnot. Oh, the banish goes out from Wook, and the pillar almost catches Mystic, burns his flip, but he's able to survive. The flip goes out from Maddie. I mean, flips are just going out everywhere right now. Fire meter generation is, in fact, just a little bit crazy. Fiery about to get a flip of his own. We're going to see if that can be used to capitalize for some offensive advantage, the speed boost for his team, plus, just the presence of a core flip. Wook also, with the flip up, Fiery's going to flip.
There it is, finally. PP Legends able to secure themselves a point with a double core flip from Wook over to Fiery, right up in their face. Great stuff here. How are we going to open up this next round? How are they going to carry momentum? Let's see if they can make it happen. Pillar's going to drop. They're bouncing off the IME app core. And, okay, it's just kind of chilling. The banish is going to keep Daftgrass locked down for a bit. Piercing shot here, try to keep it forward. Fiery trying to secure this barrier. The flurry is going to go out. A bit of damage here on a double, but relatively people are kind of unfazed. Fiery's presence hasn't been as strong and commanding as we would like to see. Maddie again playing up really far, does have a speed boost, and does also have core flip just in case the goal barrier is open. We have the Rose Warp in and the attempted core flip here from Maddie. It's not enough to secure. There's the piercing shot. Trying to pass over to Wook, but Mystic's playing up. There's the core flip, gets the barrier. Back to Daftgrass. Daftgrass also has core flip up and available. Mystic trying to glitch pop, maybe pass it in, get some funny angles. The banish is out here on the double. that defensive utility
gosh.
is really nice. And the double KO is massive. And we're going to pick up that score here from Fiery. Great stuff here from the PP Legends.
Absolutely insane play from Fiery right there, finding that opportunistic double KO core flip goal. Just Fiery really firing up, as the starting awakening might suggest. And he's also looking for some more kills on double. The special goes out. Both Juliet's down in the special right now. And Fiery punishes double for positioning just a little too close to the hole. Also going to find the barrier. Dafcrest on his back leg right now. That pillar from Wook doing work. The Timeless really putting that pressure on, but they're going to manage to find the clear with the use of the IMB turret. The glitch pop goes out. Maddie, as you said, he's like to push. He's enjoying the pushing up playstyle more. Something out of Yisha's book, and it's going to work out. The flip pass right into another core flip to score. I mean, not much you can do there if you're Daftgrass. Just really unfortunate.
The new with all the new awakenings from this recent patch, the centering play around energy generation and manipulation has been absolutely huge. We saw that exact combo of core flip pass into Fiery's core flip in the goalie's face to secure a point twice. And that single set right there. And it worked both times. It's such a confident, such a strong strategy. We have an Egoist pickup here coming off on the side of Fiery. That's going to be absolutely massive since we see how much they love using both the elusive and primarily the core flip. And having that to push aggressively afterwards is going to be huge.
Absolutely. And something else to note about Egoist is when you've got that flip up, you're a target for getting killed because it means you're going to burn more meter trying to evade. So having that speed to just dodge those abilities is going to be huge for Fiery, especially him playing in the brawler position. He's always sort of like tanking damage or dealing damage, right? That speed is going to be huge. And just as I talk about taking damage, Fiery gets staggered, but he's going to be able to pick up the orb and be mostly okay.
No worries, because Wook's got two pillars to play, basically fourth and fifth teammate, honestly, at the time. Fiery is going to go down, though, and pillars are also down. They're going to have to fight this 2v3. You can see Daftgrass finally pushing up because they do have the advantage here. Pillar to block off the barrier, so perfectly placed here from Wook. Enough stalling to get Fiery right back on the board. Piercing shot to keep it low. Wook taking a bunch of damage, but they're going to pick up a KO onto double in response. The Crystal Thorns are going to miss because of the core flip. Imi turret is also out and available. Mystic doing a great job of playing this 1v3 right now. Daftgrass trying to play up this midfield a little bit to support. We do have Fiery's core flip available, though. Core flip pass here from Wook. Oh, no, the Bay. He's going to keep it stalled as Fiery's going to go down. Crystal Thorn to push it forward. Maddie is still playing up despite the 2v3. Oh, no. Hitting it into their own pillar. And double walked up really far, knowing that once the core is over here, I need to secure this barrier. But it wasn't enough. Great defensive play here from both Maddie and Wook as Fiery's back on the field.
I mean, that was absolute work from Wook's Timeless pillar there. Blocked 3 shots on its own before it ever got to Maddie. They're going to manage to find the clear out of all of this pressure. It was a bit hairy for a second there. But now Double and Mystic both have core flip up. Fiery looking to punish, but Mystic living on a prayer right now. Able to keep his flip and looking to use it for some offensive pressure. Good reactions from Maddie, though, saves the barrier. Double having to burn his flip to avoid dying. Double and Fiery both kind of in the danger zone with the health bar, but what a snipe from Daftgrass doesn't matter. The pillar not quite where it needs to be. Put some extra pressure on Maddie and Wook, but Maddie absolutely defensive legend right now. And it looks like they're going to go back to a little bit of midfield boxing here. Both teams have their barriers down, and it's dangerous for both slots. But the flip goes out from Daftgrass looking for a shot, doesn't quite find it. Mystic looks for one of his own. Unfortunate angle there, not quite where he needed to place that. And Fiery's going to flip kill Daftgrass and score. What a dunk from Fiery.
He did not need to core flip there, honestly. Once you get the KO on the goalie, the core is right in front of you with both the forwards kind of closer to midfield. It's over. But, I guess it's just those instant reactions, that adrenaline, whatever it is. You got to press that core flip button, secure that goal. And finally, that first point here from this next set is going to be going over to the PP Legends. That last round was incredibly close. After both barriers went down especially, Maddie's defensive play was incredible. But of course, Maddie also loves playing as a third forward sometimes, walking up with that Crystal Thorns. Yet again, we're going to have Mystic pop in with the blink there, and Double is there to follow up as well. They're going to pick up this next point there. See, this is the risk-reward game that Maddie seems to love playing. Whether it's walking up or trying to secure a score early, or walking up and getting scored on early because you're not there to defend your own goal. But Fiery and Maddie both have core flip up yet again. I wouldn't be surprised if we're going for a similar combo this time around to try to pass it up. But okay, we got one KO picked up here. Maddie's going to defend, gets the barrier. Here's the Fiery core flip, trying to wait for the barrier to open up. It was just a little slow, but Wook was in the right place at the right time. Fantastic positioning, and had core flip to back up to get this next point here for PP Legends.
That was a great needle threading pass from Fiery to Wook right there. Just tapping it in for a second goal for PP Legends, up 2-1 in the 1-1 set. And it's, something you mentioned about Maddie. It might actually be because of his character choice. I don't know. I've seen him play, more in ranked when his Kai is not getting permabanned, right? And he's more of a defensive player there. So maybe he likes to turn it into a shootout when he's got a character like Estelle, those long cooldowns. She's not going to be as solid on defense when she needs those abilities up. So maybe using those abilities for pressure might be more valuable in his eyes. And just as I'm saying it, he's pushing up, he's burning the, the Crystal Thorns, the piercing shot. He's looking for those opportunities. Maddie gonna find the pass to Fiery, but Mystic is just covering so well in this bottom side of the midfield. Rook finally able to take it up top. The pillar goes out inches away from barrier there. Dapcrass, well-placed blink, making the save. The Luna evo goes out. He wasn't super confident, but now looks like he's back to being pretty solid on the defensive line. They're gonna be able to find the kill on Mystic, and we're going to see if it's going to net them a barrier. It does. Fiery has the flip. He's looking to catch. Doesn't quite find it, but he managed to keep the core upfield. Unfortunately, doubles right there to hit it right back up. Whoop with his own flip, and Fiery with a KO. Perfectly timed to take the second set 3-1.
That's absolutely huge here for PP Legends. I'm loving seeing PP Legends come alive here. They're really feeling their synergy a little bit more now. They kind of woke up, They don't have the adrenaline rush, waking anymore, but it felt like it finally activated. After a couple KOs, after a couple points, they finally lined up. They know exactly what they need to do. I think playing around energy has been absolutely massive for these guys. They love their core flips. And finally, Fire's also been getting a lot of those goalie KOs that was missing in that very first set where they weren't able to score a single point. So happy to see Fiery finally put themselves on the stage and making something happen.
This draft is actually going to be huge. Multiple characters having some big opportunities here. Fiery getting the Catalyst. He has Energy Exodia. I mean, he's going to be able to have that flip up so often. And, the speed boost, the extra meter generation for his team. Maddie having to take built different denying double. But size is always pretty solid on a goalie. Goalie is a role that needs you to be there for strikes. And of course, can't forget about the Wook getting cast to last. That Banish now doing so much more damage. We're going to see if we can find a kill on double. The Banish doesn't, but Fiery is going to find a kill on double, and Wook is going to finish Mystic off in the middle of the map. Fiery already has flip up. I mean, Energy Exodia. Davcrash just standing still. He knows exactly what's coming.
Oh my goodness. After Wook picks up the double KO, they immediately pop that barrier. Dapcrass cannot play this 1v3 because Maddie's also walking up to play the third forward right then and there. And of course, Fiery already has core flip to drop it. That's an incredible round. That's literally an ideal round here for PP Legends. Let's see if they can make something like that happen again, as both Wook and Maddie have core flip up. Wook is going to use it to catch here, pass over to Fiery. Almost picks up the goal barrier, but not quite enough. Maddie's going to walk up, throw out the Crystal Thorns. We have the Mystic Blink here, and the Ime turret going down. Not going to be enough to pop the goal barrier, though. Fiery by himself. Doesn't matter. Still able to get the goal barrier. 1v3. Banish is going to go out, and we have the perfectly placed oh my goodness, my brain just blew up right there. The tower's there from Rune, and then Maddie's going to walk up and score because, of course, the third forward always has to be there when the points are on the table. That's incredible.
Absolutely. I just want to point out, Fiery burn flip at the end of that last round. Like, he has near full meter again. And of course, he flipped on the first round too, and he had it again in that second point. The Energy Exodia is absolutely massive right now, both for Fiery himself and the rest of his team, but it's looking like it's not going to matter for this win, at least. I mean, they're going to find the kill on Maddie early, and that Ime turret, not much you can do as, two not super defensive characters, though obviously Rune has the pillars. They're going to, Comeback Kings able to get a little bit of momentum back, find the point. But Maddie holding well, some not super light pressure for Comeback Kings. The banishes go out, finds two. Can they find the kills on Mystic and double? Ooh. Dapcrass clears behind. Incredible defensive play. It's not going to matter, though, but Fiery is going to die and get punished for scoring that.
This is an interesting trade because both Wook and Fiery had their core flip up, so everyone kind of knew what the plan was going to be from both sides of the team, right? So they gave up their goal barrier to pick up the KO on Fiery, and while they're able to do it, they're now able to focus down Wook, and now Wook went down as well. So it's Maddie and Fiery / Maddie and Wook trying to fight this 2v3 constantly, and they're going to have to burn their resources to keep themselves alive. And by the time they're back here for this 3v3, both Wook and Fiery are missing their, well, actually, maybe not Fiery, because Fiery already has core flip all the way back up. The glitch pop to try and save, but it doesn't matter when Fire's just going to walk up and use core flip yet again. I was thinking, right here, Comeback Kings just playing an incredible long game to try and drain them of the resources, so when they're fighting the 3v3 again, they win. Right, they had it down. But it doesn't matter if you have Energy Exodia on Fire, we can just walk up and get core flip again anyway. It never mattered. And he was able to get exactly what he wanted and finish off this first game in the favor of the PP Legends.
Absolutely, and I mean, PP Legends put up a very great performance there, but also Energy Exodia definitely the final nail in the coffin. Fire Up start into Egoist for Fiery, into Infinite Catalyst. I mean, I'm Comeback Kings. I don't even know what to. If I'm on that team, I'm absolutely fuming because what do you do in that situation? Fiery getting the energy generation not only gives him more flips, but also because every time you flip with Fire Up, you give your team 30% meter back. It's just, your whole team is constantly having meter up. We're constantly getting core flips. Not much you can do when the core is just it's on fire. It's light speed. You have to react on defense so well, and it just so unfair, honestly.
It is super rough to play that. Already, Fiery is a very aggressive player naturally. With Juliet, you want to be sitting in the opposing goalie box and punching them or punching the other forwards or punching the core. And eventually someone or something will blow up or score one way or another. But without that effective damage output in that first set, where Comeback Kings is able to secure that set pretty confidently with a 3-0 when it came to points. It really felt like Fiery's impact in particular and Maddie's decision-making wanting to play offense versus wanting to play defense was a little bit scuffed, and that kind of made things a lot easier for Comeback Kings. But the moment that both those players kind of figured out what they wanted to be doing and how to do it, it was so hard for Comeback Kings to really make themselves play. I mean, we had fantastic offensive play, especially I want to shout out Mystic's midfielding play with the IME with so many well-placed blanks and so many well-placed turrets in particular. The turret pressure has been so hard. And Fiery sometimes didn't even care. We're just hitting the core right back into the turret like multiple times. Because Fiery just wants to hold forward and get that core in all the way as hard as you can, no matter what. So I love watching those interactions. But Mystic especially did a great job of playing that midfield. It wasn't quite enough this time around. Let's see if the Awakening draft, because I think the Awakening draft was a really, really big thing. It was one, of course, big thing was PP Legends finally waking up and solidifying their game plan. But of course, the Awakening draft was also huge. So let's see how we can turn things around for the second game. I'm super excited because, as someone in chat said, the Comeback Kings might come back.
Absolutely. I mean, it's Omega Strikers, as we know. Things just change up all the time, not only just, between games, but even in a game. Comeback Kings definitely looking to mount a comeback here, but also if PP Legends wins this match, this will be their first and I think only win possible for them in NASL, at least for the time being. And they're down 0-5 in the standings. I think for really they're playing for everything here. They're playing for pride. When you're down 0-5, I mean, you cannot finish the season 0-6. So absolutely, it's they're if anything, you were talking about backed into corner earlier. They're absolutely the most backed into corner team possible right now, and we're going to see if Comeback Kings can rise to the occasion. And something interesting I wanted to point out, because you were talking about Maddie and Fiery. It's pretty interesting how actually it's almost like Wook is kind of the backbone of PP Legends rather than Maddie, which is usually goalies are usually the backbone of a team. And of course, Maddie's playing excellent defensively, but Wook good core control is enabling the plays from both Fiery and Maddie, letting Maddie push up, letting Fiery get those goalie KOs, those, those insane shots, those scores. It's really Wook being the catalyst for everything else that goes on PP Legends. That's kind of an interesting team play style because it's really different from most other teams.
Yeah, Wook's kind of the unsung hero here, where it feels like they're playing this defensive midfielder that can try and pivot roles whenever needed, because Maddie just wants to run up and be the third forward again and again and again. And so having those pillars, having that banish to help kind of slow down momentum or reposition, at a moment's notice really helps a lot for kind of this team composition and positioning. We're seeing Maddie highlight the Kai again. And as you mentioned how Maddie plays a little bit differently when playing on ranked on Kai, I'd love to see how the team dynamic changes if you don't give Kai to Maddie. But unfortunately, it doesn't seem like Comeback Kings wants to see it happen. They're okay with the Estelle. They're okay with the aggressive sniper Maddie playing up front, trying to Crystal Thorns every other second. That's fine. The Kai is going to go down. And we're going to see the Rasmus is also banned out again. This time we're on Atten City. This is going to be a fun map to see how things go. But we're going to be seeing the rune selection coming from the side of Comeback Kings this time around. We're going to be seeing a different team composition. I'm excited to see how that changes everything.
Absolutely. And I mean, I think Maddie's Kai was kind of doomed on this map in particular. I mean, I talked about this last week, but Kai is pretty much the best goalie on this map, bar none. He's the only person who can really hold that barrier super well. Estelle actually not too bad at it when she has her cooldowns up, but as we know, Estelle has those year-long cooldowns. And we're going to see Daftcraft actually pull out the Rune goalie. Interesting choice. You know, a bit of a hard goalie to pull off well, but if anybody could do it, Daftgrass would definitely be one of the players. He's a bit of a defensive powerhouse. The kickoff's going to go off, double on the Zentaro and Mystic on the Aimi once again. They're looking to apply some pressure on this barrier. Super fragile. We're going to see if they can find it. Fiery with a dash punch. Not quite enough. Daftgrass with a good teleport to put that pillar up and block the shot.
Yeah, I'm excited to see the Zentaro forward. I'm a big fan of the character myself. I love the offensiveness and all the blinks and dashes this character gets. Absolutely wild, especially dueling the goalie. So many crazy things that Zentaro can do. But right now, we're trying to push it forward onto Fiery. Fiery had almost a great position, but just got hit out of it, unfortunately, very last second. Almost picking up this KO on Daftgrass to stand alive. Going to get banished for it to not let Fiery have any offensive presence. But in that time, he wasn't able to defend. Wook was able to sneak in a goal. That's this moment-to-moment, split-second decision-making goalie has to make right there, right? You have resources. Where do I dedicate to using them? Right? Fiery seems to be the very obvious, immediate threat up right in your face, in your goal all the time. But Wook was able to sneak in a score. So gotta be careful how you play this one out. That Aimi turret and the goal barrier gonna go down. This is looking pretty good for Comeback Kings right off the bat here. We have the Zentaro special into the passive proc. Wasn't enough to score, but it was very close. Mystic does have core flip available. Daftgrass also walking up since they do have goal barrier and core flip as well. Matt is good defensively throw at that. Core flip. We're going to have Daftgrass try to push up, but the flurry from Fiery is going to block it. Piercing shot, not quite enough. We have huge pillars. Fiery's going to pick up a KO here onto double. Can they make something happen?
Fiery on life support, but he's going to be able to pick up the orb. Aten City, as you know, spawns 6 orbs. No shortage of healing for him. And it looks like they're not going to be able to capitalize on this 2v3 just yet. Daftgrass is going to be able to hold that fragile barrier with the help of Mystic. Double comes back up. Double also managing to find the kill on Fiery, punishing Fiery for getting just a little bit too aggressive. Mystic dribbling the core, waiting. Stalling a little bit, probably for cooldowns, because, you know, stalling for Fiery, definitely not a move Comeback Kings wants to be doing right now. The pillar goes up from Daftgrass. Good defense there, good reactions. Fiery and Wook putting the pressure back on. I mean, there's such a strong forward duo. A little underrated, I think, and the shot almost goes up from Maddie. Not quite enough. What a banish from Daftgrass to stop the core. Almost finds the punish on Maddie for being a little too aggressive, but not quite. Maddie's got the flip up. Is he going to look to use it offensively? And it looks like he might look at how he's positioned. Actually, he walks back, forced to use the flip to save the core. Mystic with the glitch pop. Going to be able to find the goal, and double actually also just on the side, finding a kill on Fiery there.
Yeah, throwing out the special right there to stall the core just a little bit and pick up a KO to get that finisher off the glitch pop. But already had so much momentum built up. That was a crazy score. Maddie also really close to saving it too. But just a little too much of an angle. It was, oh my goodness, what an interaction. Now, Wook is going to walk up here, does have core flip. I love how the rune players, if either one vanishes, they can both throw their pillars up to immediately impact where the core is going to go. And, you know, Rune would do that on their own if they're just the only one on the map. But now they're both here for both teams. I really want to see a vanish into 2 pillars. But Ryan, don't need to see that right now, since Fire's just going to walk up and throw a punch, throw a dash with the Flying Phoenix, and pick up this next point here over Daftgrass.
Fiery has really just been, you know, on fire today, as I said before. But it's just like his scoring consistency, his kill consistency, it's absolutely phenomenal right now. He put up a dominant performance last match, and it looks like it's not changing for this one. Both pillars go up. But unfortunately, Daftgrass throws the pillar first, so he loses sort of the 50-50 there. Double's flip goes up, but great pillar from Wook. Right there, good defense, and you know, we were talking about this Wook, very defensive midfielding playstyle, absolutely able to sort of rotate positions whenever needed and allow for Maddie to get those offensive plays. And Wook, as I say, Wook is just right back looking to score those teleports. I mean, he's everywhere right now. He's looking to put some pressure up again. The pillar goes out. Daftgrass a little bit smarter though, and Double is going to look to use the abilities to score. Can't quite find the angle he needs. Wook on life support. If they can find a KO on him, it might be over for PP Legends for this point. Double definitely thinking the same thing as I am right now. Mystic playing some defense right now, but Double just playing real far up, looking for the kill on Wook. Not going to be able to find it though. Wook's still staggered, but he manages to heal just before getting hit again. Fiery with the core flip up. Can they use that to score? But PPL on the back leg right now, actually. Mystic and Double putting on the good pressure.
Yeah, Wook is staggered yet again. Fire's going to end up burning the core flip there. That was a big part of how they wanted to secure this next point. Still, this round has been going on forever. These two have been neck and neck. Look at these crazy placed pillars. And the elusive is going to be popped here to stop the Zentaro special from KOing Wook, but it's not going to be enough. And Maddie is going to go down. Double BO3 again has the Zentaro passive up as well, so that was there to help secure the point if it wasn't enough already, but Wook was staggered. So many resources were burned right there just to tie it up, and now it's on the last point of this first set, but everyone's getting their cooldowns back so quickly. This Imi turret isn't going to be gone, forever, and Maddie's going to have stuff right back up too. Core flip screen back everywhere. It seemed like a lot was going to go down in that last round, but I really think this 5th point is going to be everything for both these teams right now.
Absolutely, but speaking of everything, they trade a player and a barrier. Comeback Kings up a player, but Maddie able to hold onto that fragile Alton barrier. We're gonna see if that makes a difference later. The pressure is definitely on for Daftgrass right now, though he does have the flip to assist on defense. Fiery already staggered the Mystic Imi turret going out. Manu start paying off a little bit here for Daftgrass and Mystic, just getting those, large creations, those harder hitting creations. Wook, surprisingly, Wook hasn't found advantage kill yet, but then again, it is Auten. So much distance to cover every time you're trying to look for a kill. And just as I say, he looks for one, but it's just not going to be enough. The flip goes out from Daftgrass. Can he find the barrier? Maddie's right where he needs to be. So is Double winning that strike war. We're going to see if who's going to score first while both teams have their barriers open. Dangerous position, and it looks like the Imi turret is going to secure it. Good play from Mystic. Looked slightly out of position there.
Yeah, the Comeback Kings. That's right. They're sliding by here on that first set. The execution of that last play was amazing. Throwing out their specials, covering space, and having that last Imi turret really line up and take care of the goal when no one else could. But let's see what Zentaro is going to open up right here. We have infinite prime time. We already got 2 highlights on here. One from Estelle. There it is. You're going to see Maddie on the prime time. And of course, we'll also be getting through the pillars. Everyone's going to love to see that. Zentaro still hasn't made a selection yet from Double. We have Timeless Creator. That's going to be big here for I believe Glitch Pop and the turret right on Mystic.
Glitch Pop isn't a creation, actually. Glitch Pop, I think, is just a projectile. Yeah.
Okay, gotcha. Okay. Oh, there'll be still the turret's going to be massive. Okay, we did see Double end up picking something in the
tempo
end.
Swing.
Yeah, tempo swing. That's right.
That extra damage is going to be pretty big, though, stacking with the wand, of course. Zentaro gets a lot of hits, and every single one of those hits is going to be doing just a little bit more damage. Mystic with the Timeless, I'm surprised Wolf didn't look to deny there. Having that, massive turret, also just so many hits on it. Going to be dangerous on the offensive side, but right now Mystic is in a bit of danger of his own. So is Fiery, both on life support staggered. The pillar goes out from Wook, looking to find a, just defend the clear almost, but they're going to be able to find the kill on Fiery and get the clear. Double has the flip up. We're going to see if he looks to use it for the barrier or if he's going to hold it for the goal later. Mystic looking to get some midfield control right now, but Maddie is just, preempting every situation. We're going to see if that bites him a little bit later, though, as he's not going to have the cooldowns up to stop stuff. And I mean, what a parry from Wook on the core flip.
Oh, and Fiery's to go down yet again. They're going to be losing a lot of the offensive pressure. Maddie is going to have the core flip up, goes right back to Daftgrass, pass it to himself in his own goal. There's the piercing shot. They just have to wait for Fire to get back up. I do see why Wook would want to prioritize prime time just to have a lot of these turrets out and available for you on the map is such a big part of Rune's game plan. But despite that, how much Mystic benefits from having turret up is so massive. There's all these pillars up. Fiery finally in the right place at the right time, able to secure this next point. But that round went on forever. I'm already exhausted.
Absolutely. I mean, all of these points have been like years long. I think that's just a symptom of Auten City. There's just so much space to play for. We're not going to see the immediate benefit of Mystic's Timeless Monu turret just yet. And, just as I'm saying, Fire is actually going to find a barrier and a goal, and he's going to have meter up for the next round. PP Legends, back into, coming back in dominant fashion like they did in that first match. Fiery, once again, being the playmaker for his team. We're going to see if he can use that flip to capitalize and make yet another Wook, also a core flip up. But I mean, that tempo swing siphoning on Zentaro, the damage is huge. Fiery, both teams use a flip to get a barrier. Both teams still have one flip. It's going to be the midfielders who decide this one right now, and Mystic's flip gets burned trying to stop Wooks, but Daftgrass is right where he needs to be. Great coverage from him. Double's going to manage to find the kill there on Fiery, and also the goal. Maddie just a little bit too late to save that
Maddie
one.
trying to get the snipe with the piercing shot to hopefully send it right back up at those angles and those little grooves towards the edge of the stage, but it wasn't enough, just a little too late. The angle's a little off, and Double's going to secure that after picking up so much kills. The kill presence, the damage presence now, especially with tempo swing, is huge here from Double. Actually be able to play up in the opposing goal and be a really big nuisance, and it doesn't help that Mystic's able to kind of blink in and make something happen too. Look at all this damage going on to Wook right now. Wook's almost staggered so quickly. We do have the special coming out as well. Passive is out. Wook is almost down here for the crack on the stagger. Fire's going to pick this KO onto Mystic in correspondence here with the barrier going down. They're going to have to play this 2v3, but since Wook is down, Wook can't play as offensive as he would like. There's the core flip. It's so easy for Fiery right now. Sometimes all you have to do is walk up for the core, bait a crazy mix-up, and then just secure it with a core flip. And that's going to be one set here. The next one coming in for PP Legends, keeping it competitive. One set apiece right now.
So as you were talking about, yeah, I mean, the 50-50 mix-up is just kind of... When you have core flip up, what are you doing as like the goalie, right? It's like, oh, well, I'm just getting scored on here. It's the ball's in the middle of the goal. I'm not reading this angle for anything. I'm going to keep it a buck with you. Fire going to be able to get the build different, though. Pretty big, just as it's going to make Julie bigger. It's also going to give him more scoring opportunities, more damage. Big stuff for him. The stacks on stacks from Zentaro, pretty interesting choice, but he is getting a lot of hits. He's looking for that damage. Makes some sense. The spec training on Mystic, we're going to see if that turret will finally make a difference. Last set, he didn't get really much of an opportunity to use it.
Yeah, a big thing about the turret interaction, specifically against Rune, is that if the turret's kind of pushing the core in one direction, Rune can throw in a pillar right in the middle of the turret, and the cores can keep bouncing between the two permanently. And it kind of nullifies a lot of the offensive pressure that the turret would have normally. What a Crystal Thorn snipe! Maddie right up there as the third forward again. Yeah, you love to see it.
Yeah, that was just outside of Daft's strike range there. Just a little bit unfortunate. Obviously, the angle of the map also sometimes makes it harder to see if your strike is going to hit when it's above you, just as it happened right there. Mystic and Double looking to put that pressure on, and they are going to be able to do it. Can they capitalize on this and find the goal? Double in position, gets the kill on Maddie and the score. That blink just a little bit unfortunate for Maddie right there. It's going to be 1-1 on the 1-1 set.
That was an incredible secondary right there from the Zentaro blink that it escorted the goal and got the goalie down as well. Perfect positioning, perfect timing. Double right in the right place at the right time. The positioning matters so much in trying to land so many of these perfect setups, whether it be for the barrier for KOs or for scores. So having that lined up is really good. Double throwing out the pass for here. Also has core flip available. Wook and Maddie taking so much damage. Double's getting away scot-free from all of this. The goal barrier is going to go down here on the side of Comeback Kings. The core flip's going to go up from Double, trying to pass it on, maybe potentially get a sneaky snipe. It's not going to be enough, though. Again, we're going to see Wook have to pop the elusive. But doesn't matter. Fire's keeping it close. Punches it in after the core flip stall. Didn't even need to kick it in normally, and secures this next point. There's a lot of focus pressure onto Wook that last round. Wook had to fight for his life to stay alive, and in during that, let Fiery kind of run around a little bit more and finally secure that final point.
Absolutely. I just want to say there, Built Different made all of the difference in getting that goal. Also, that turret was pretty dangerous for Mystic, and Mystic also getting the flip. But as I was saying, Built Different, just giving him the extra range, just that little bit he needed to get the extra contact on stunning Daftgrass. And Double, I mean, as you said, last point he scored, he was in the right place at the right time. This point he's scoring in the right place at the right time once again. Just wonderful positioning for him.
Yeah, you got Maddie especially had to be watching the passive proc there right there. Since Double did have passive up, that's going to be kind of a really... That's a scary dash that'll beat most kind of strike duels. So you got to wait till it's used. You got to stall it out a little bit before wanting to use something like Crystal Thorns, because Crystal Thorns is actually really solid defensively right there. But you have to get the angles down there. Great play there from Double. Maddie kind of took the bait just a little bit. Turret is going to be out there where we don't have Rune Pillar to block it this time around. Instead, Wook is going to core flip up offensively and pick up the goal barrier this time. Great flurry to stop the core flip from making it all the way through. We're going to have Maddie here, the baddest to take out two players. Fire almost picking up a KO. Daftgrass having to play the 2v1 just for a bit longer. Fiery and Wook are right up there trying to fight this 2v3. Double had to walk all the way back. You hate to see it when your prime forward has to walk all the way back to help defend your goal. But sometimes it is necessary. Now Double's carrying forward. Tries to get the blink to snipe it, but Rune Pillar's going to be there to defend. And there's the passive puck again as Double picks up this second set for the Comeback Kings.
These like actually nail biters, right? That was like multiple sets going to 2-2. PPL took that one, the last one pretty handedly, but this one, once again, it just right back to almost, it's like a cat fight. They're just trading back and forth. They're slinging at each other, they're scratching at each other.
That's right.
Zentaro going to be able to pick up the big fish. Pretty big draft for him. Having that extra size is going to allow him to get a lot more hits in with those abilities. Also giving him some more scoring pressure, just as Built Different did for Fiery. Hot
it helps
shot going out.
to get staggered too. Oh, sorry, my bad. Yeah, we have the infinite hot shot coming out, and that's going to be huge for both these runes who are going to be dribbling between themselves and each other with all their pillars. The Zentaro combo very much like well-deserved MVP there from Double. Those passive procs especially were huge. But now that he has stacks on stacks and also has Big Fish here, that extra stagger, although he wasn't really in threat of being KO'd anyway, stacks on stacks is going to keep on stacking because you get all these KOs, get all that bonus speed, and never going to die. It's absolutely massive. And right now, KO down here on Fiery. It's just Wook and Maddie against the world right now as the gold barrier is opened up. Mystic trying to land the snipe here. Maddie fighting for his life. Wook trying to play this defensive line just a little bit. Not a whole lot of pillars at the risk of potentially scoring on yourself, but it doesn't matter if Double's got the core flip. Great save here from Maddie. And now it's a little bit of offensive pressure here from the sides of PP. Let's just see if they can secure something, but no, they can't keep the core on their side of the map. Double's gonna try to use the passive to score on, to dribble to himself and use the Iron to potentially secure it. Passive is back up, trying to push Fiery away. Glitch Pop almost secures that point. There's the blink. Wook does have core flip. Can he snipe it? Can he keep it away? Ooh, the piercing shot's gonna miss too. There's a core flip. Angle, double core flip, and there's a triple one. Great defense here from Daftgrass to keep it alive. What is going to happen? I have absolutely no idea. There it is, the pillar from Wook secures it at the end of the day. After all of that hassle, all that trouble, all the burning, Wook finally gets it.
Incredible play from both teams. I mean, Maddie holding on like a beast. Wook, of course, just an absolute powerhouse on the defensive assistance. Something interesting here to note is that Mystic, I think, adapting to the Stealth goalie just a bit. He was dribbling out of Estelle's piercing shot kind of perfectly there. Burned two of Maddie's cooldowns in that interaction. Unfortunately, they weren't able to capitalize. PL was able to score. But they're going to find the kill on Wook. That banish into Zentaro. I mean, not much you can do there. You're probably dead. Double gets the flip out, but he's not going to be able to find the barrier. Maddie still has one of his own just in case he needs to hold on just a little bit longer, but it looks like they're going to be able to stall out Wook's death timer. Fiery has been staggered for most of this point and the last, and they're finally going to kill him. Double on life support, but those pillars are going to prove dangerous for PPL. Can Daftgrass get the core up? Actually, Wook is going to get an incredible pillar up instead, find his own barrier. Both teams once again fighting on open goals. Double though, the special goes out. Not much you can do. Maddie has no evade. That's going to go right in.
The double, or rather the Zentaro special on the opposing goalie and core into passive activation combo is absolutely devastating. Almost a guaranteed goal every single time. In particular, it's you just got to be the right, you got to have it down, but the moment you do, it's almost over for the opposing player. There's really not a whole lot they can do. So dangerous. We're going to be hopping over to this next round. Daftgrass going to throw it to Banish early on. Bunch of damage are coming to both Fiery and Wook, about less than half health. There's the core flips. Fiery is proper staggered now. And we're going to have double pillar to do so much damage, potentially pick up a cheeky KO, but it's not going to be enough. Just a lot of damage going out. Barrier is going to go down here on the side of the PP Legends. Trying to get this piercing shot into Rune Pillar to maybe combo. Oh, but the special is going to pick up this KO here on Fire. We're going to have the core flip just to keep the core alive and on the right side of the field. A bit of a Hail Mary of defensive play just to stall for long enough to bring Fiery back. But we have Mystic trying to go for this blink. Almost securing a double, almost picking it up. Great Rune Pillar here for defense just to line it up. But it doesn't matter when Double is dashing all the way around and throwing out the primary as well. A bit of AoE swings and slices to score in that next point. And now it's 1 point away for the Comeback Kings to take this second game. They're really, truly securing this comeback right now.
Absolutely. I think PVL really wants this, though. I mean, if they can get them, either way, they're avoiding the 0-6 record, but I think they want at least one win on their season record. Look, getting the banish, finding the damage on double. Fiery down again. I mean, they've been finding the kills on Fiery so consistently between the banishes from Daftgrass, the damage from double, especially now that he has Big Fish, all that extra area coverage. Flip goes out from double. Good patience, but Maddie is right there to save it. Unfortunately, he's not going to be able to hold the barrier for that much longer. It goes down. He's staggered. Looks like double is playing to kill him. Doesn't seem like double has the cooldowns up to do so, though. Bit of a bluff, I think. Mystic with the flip out. Can he do it? He does. What a blink flip combo. I mean, unfortunate for PB Legends there, but a good match for both teams. They're going to draw this one out.
Yeah, as is the Comeback Kings namesake. They ran the comeback all the way back for a reverse 3-1 in sets from last set being 3-1 sets in PPL's favor. So congratulations to the Comeback Kings. They're great play from everyone. I do want to say double becoming this like almost pseudo tank, yet also zipping all the way across the screen and like dumping damage output and also securing goals became like single-handedly the massive game changer here for on the side of the Comeback Kings. It was like early on, it kind of felt like, again, not that much impact. But the big thing was that Fiery and Wook were still able to secure a lot more KOs more consistently because there wasn't a lot of awakenings on board on the side of Comeback Kings to stop that from happening. But the moment that you let Double especially start scaling, Fiery and Wook could not kill anyone. It was just 0 KOs going out from those guys. And from there, they're getting, bullied around, they're taking way too much damage, getting staggered way too often. They just could not respond to Comeback King and specifically Double's pressure to even make anything happen at all. And of course, that's why the core was always in the favor and possession of the Comeback Kings, and they ran it all the way to the end.
I mean, absolutely. As you mentioned, the Zentaro scaling really played a huge difference. Ironically, we were talking about the IME, but we did not see the IME turret really make much of that. Was a lot of that was just on Double getting those trainings and then being able to capitalize off of that huge advantage he had as a melee striker, the stack speed, being able to chase down on a map that's very open, usually hard for brawlers to play on. The range from the dash trainings, everything he wanted, he got, and he definitely made very, very good use of that. Incredible stuff from both teams there, though. It was definitely not like a dominant sweep or anything in any point.
Yeah, it's definitely a nail biter, as you said, keeping it back and forth. The cat fight even of just, scrambling to get 1 point, scrambling to get a set, and then, suddenly we're going to start, steamrolling and getting a bunch of awakenings to push forward. It's, oh my goodness, what an incredible set we had there from both these guys. And of course, both these guys are on the relegation side of things still here, these bottom 3 seeds. We could have seen potentially PPL tied up in record for a 1-1-5 on both sides here, but instead we're going to see CBK walk away with a 1-2-4 and a 0-2-5 for PPL instead. That being the 2 they're able to tie up. They unfortunately were not able to secure a single set for themselves, but they aren't the only team in this league that weren't able to secure for themselves, as TN4S also has not able to pick up a victory just yet, and they will be on our next match up against Finesse. So that's also going to be pretty crazy here. Finesse currently sitting very pretty in top 3 with a 3-3-0 record, 3 wins and 3 ties, while TN4S almost the complete mirror to them with an 0-3-3 with 0 wins, 3 ties, and 3 losses. Lots of notable players, lots of great people here on both sides, and I am super, super excited to see what's coming for us. But before we do that, we're gonna throw it over to the analyst desk, and you guys gotta see what's coming. It's gonna be fantastic. We'll see you soon.
All right, another quick little analyst desk with the one and only Coach Yoki, and this time PP Legends versus Comeback Kings. So first off, Fire Up Infinite. Well, Fire Up Starting. Yeah.
Yeah, Fire Up Start is new, obviously. It's one of the new awakenings that was added this week. And the thing about Fire Up is whenever you use your core flip, it refunds 30% of max energy to your teammates, which is like 22 and a half. So if both of your teammates use their core flip, that means you get 45 energy and 75 is core flip. So every time your teammates core flip, that's halfway to core flip for you. And so we see like from the very start of this game, whoops, there we go. Just look at the core flip usage. So we have, also what Fire Up does is it gives you 10 energy on start. So at this beginning of this round, Comeback Kings had no core flips yet, which means that they have all of the energy to still give to their teammates, and then they got the plus 10 energy from the start of this round. So they basically start this round having almost 4 core flips. So we see Double get his first, and then wisely instantly uses it because you want to use it early so that your teammates get their energy. Like they get the bonus that you give them of your energy. So then that gives that gives 40% speed for 5 seconds, I believe. And while Comeback Kings doesn't use that full 5 seconds, Mystic then early flips, and we see Double is already at above a bar. So that's the 22, or this is 25. So Double from his like core flip, he's already gained like a bit extra. And then we have Daftgrass's core flip. So Double almost already has his next. And they're just fast the whole round. If you watch in full speed, Comeback Kings just have infinite speed, and they almost cycled instantly in the first 10 seconds a 4th core flip. And so what I believe kind of made a pretty big difference in this match was because Walk was on Rune, it did force a lot of instances where Comeback Kings were not able to get their first core flip from a player. As we see here, Walk is able to banish double BO3, double, as he prefers to be called. And then whenever double is banished, it forces Mystic to rotate and leave this bottom position to the top side to apply any kind of scoring pressure. Whenever Mystic rotates, it now opens up the entire bottom lane for Maddie to get a clear and transition onto offense with Fiery. So then whenever Maddie gets this clear, because Mystic and Double were both banished and positioned topside, they have to make this rotation. Otherwise, they are late to access bottom lane by doing a safer rotation, and that's what set Fiery up for this double KO. And then, unfortunately, Daft was slightly out of position for the core flip there. So then we have the third draft where Fiery was first pick, able to pick up Egoist. And Egoist is going to give Fiery a 15 energy refund after his own core flip. So we have the 45 that his teammates given to him, plus the 15 of his own, which then puts Fiery at 60 out of 75 energy towards core flip every time Fiery uses core flip and then his teammates use core flip. And then after Fiery uses core flip, after his teammates, then he's redistributing the energy back into his teammates. So essentially, because of this Egoist pick, Fiery is acting like a freaking energy battery to provide his teammates core flips. And I, in my opinion, they could have done a much better job at this. And we'll see that here where, well, actually, it's a little bit longer round, but good save by Maddie there. But then watch whenever Maddie gets his core flip here. It was just 75 energy was just reached. So if Maddie core flipped on that frame, okay, instead of striking, if Maddie instead used core flip, it would have given Fiery core flip, would have put Walk above 1 bar, and then would have given Walk and Fiery the 40% energy for 5 seconds to transition onto offense. Then once the core and Fiery are positioned on offense, if Fiery used core flip from an offensive position, it would have redistributed energy back into Fiery's teammates, putting Walk only like 20 energy off of having flip himself. So I feel like that it could have been a little bit more efficient because whenever Maddie does eventually end up using core flip, Fiery has already gained energy and is not getting the full distribution from Maddie that Maddie could be providing to Fiery. So you see 22.5 is like this much roughly. So Fiery is like a little bit overcharged, I mean. And then the casters did say that like this core flip might not have been necessary, but if Fiery does not use core flip here, even if it wasn't needed, if Fiery does not use core flip, he does not gain access to the 15 energy refund from Egoist and the 10 energy refund from Fire Up. And then he's also not giving the 22 energy to his teammates. So it's really, really smart that Fiery did use core flip here because it was actually like an even distribution of energy. Like basically a almost 100% refund from using his core flip that round to secure. And then the last draft of the game was, as the casters refer to, the nail in the coffin, where it's a Catalyst Infinite. And I'm honestly, with what we've talked about so far, really curious, I guess you could say, seeing where the meta goes. I kind of figured that every single player in the entire game would draft Catalyst, because if it's a Catalyst draft, you're just feeding into your teammates. And it's the most like synergistic option possible, where you're permanently giving your teammates 40% speed. So I that's how I felt about game 1. And then game 2, we had really it was interesting. Daftgrass being on Rune, goalie allowed his forwards to secure a lot of like KOs off the back of his banishes. But specifically, what I want to look at with this clip was Double versus Estelle has a much more favorable 1v1 forward matchup than Juliet into Rune. And so we see like a checkmate position there from Double. versus how the Juliet matched up against the Rune in game 2, where as soon as Fiery is trying to position on offense, he gets banished near the edge, combo KO'd, and then we see later in the same clip, once Fiery has possession, is looking for offense, a Rune Pillar is easily able to be placed, and Fiery cannot dash punch to gain possession here, so it has to clear top side back into Daftgrass's possession. And whenever Fiery gets possession again down here, another Pillar just completely denies any offense that Fiery can have. So I like the Rune pick into the Juliet, and the Zentaro is favorable into the Estelle, and that's why I think Comeback Kings did come back in game 2.
All right, thank you, Yoki. As always, I'll throw it back to Combo and Fem Bison as we are very close to the next best of 2.
What's up, everybody? We're back again to cast the second game. We've got Finesse and Team Name for Saya up right now. While Combo was talking about Team Name for Saya, sort of bottom of the standings right now. Finesse top 3. Their records are almost mirrored, as Combo described. But I don't, it might not be right to discount Team Name for Saya just yet. Last week, they put up a pretty solid performance against Core Overflow. Unfortunately, unable to take a game, but both games were decently close. And Borg was playing incredibly well. And so we're going to see if we can put up a similar kind of performance today. But of course, Finesse, absolute juggernaut. They've also got like something to play for here because while I don't think their standings are threatened, it's sort of like pride once again, right? Do you want to lose to the person who, like the team who is 7th on the leaderboard when you're one of the strongest rosters to really touch this game?
Yeah, I mean, both these teams are composed of quite a few people who've been around the community at this point. They've played against, each other, whether it be ranked other tournaments like countless of times, right? We have players like Lumo, Slop, and Borg here on TN4S, and Finesse has Barcode, Puffy, the Joker, with Enoch and Soren in the back as well. It's just like all these names, that they've played each other before, they kind of getting, read on each other's habits. They have an idea of what it's like. So, at one hand, right, if both teams are looking at this kind of inconsequential, it could kind of just be like, it's just like we're playing customs, just a bunch of friends pulling up, doing our own thing type of thing. But I don't know. I'm excited to see how either team is going to kind of pull through here. As you said, right, potentially playing for pride, potentially trying to be this comeuppance and justification of, we are still able to secure ourselves, try to get their first win of this season here so far, even if they are in the bottom 3. It's a dangerous situation, potentially both ways, depending on how you're looking at it. So really, really happy to and hyped to get these guys thrown in, but we'll take a look real quick when we can.
Absolutely. And they just gave us the rosters for who's going to be playing today. If you can't see, we're going to see Twee coming in for Team Name for Saya instead of Slop, and also Soren getting subbed in on Finesse. Going to be a pretty interesting game. This is not their usual roster. These are also some pretty, unique players and play styles, especially Twee. We're going to see if he actually opts for the goalie or the forward today. Soren in the goalie currently. It's going
to be exciting. I'm always hyped to see Puffy pull out the Estelle, especially. That was a lot of fun to watch. But so far, we're going to see them highlight Juno and have all that slime presence. I haven't been seeing too much Juno lately, just on the past couple of streams when I've been on, but I'm always interested to see how players react to it because, oh my goodness, that character can be really oppressive sometimes. But so far, we're going to see the Joker highlight Asher, and Soren going to be currently in the goalie spot with the IME after banning out, I believe, Zentaro. Yes. Interesting pick. We got Demon Days here. I can now understand why there's a Zentaro pick. All of them might be important. We can see Rasmus and Aimee picked on the other side as well as Luna. Drakkar here for Puffy. That's going to be fun. Kind of this like midfielder forward, throwing out the Xeno Cloak, throwing out these shotgun blasts. Puffy, FPS, has fantastic aim as the moniker would suggest. And I'm excited to see where these angles, if anyone's got a geometry class, it's definitely been Puffy. So I'm very, very, very hyped.
Yeah, I'm personally hyped to see the Twee on the Luna goalie here on Demon Days. Both goalie picks kind of not the most optimal for this map in particular, though I think Aimee might be a little bit better. Lumos on the Aimee here looking to get some damage out, but he's not going to be able to. He instead gets killed by Puffy with the shotgun. Already looking to find the pass to Joker. Not quite going to be there, though. The glitch pop. I'm not sure if it was something stopping that, but it's not going to matter. The barrier beam and turret, just a little bit too much pressure for Luna to handle, and they're going to go up 1-0.
Yeah, that's an explosive start right here. Coming up on the side of Finesse. They're looking pretty solid right off the bat, but it's very early on. TN4S can definitely reposition themselves. I mean, they've got, a loud explosive retaliation right here with picking up a KO pretty early on here on the Puffy. So despite that, the 2v3 Sword and Joker are playing this pretty all right. The glitch pop is there. We're also throughout the barrier beam. Pass up to Joker, almost getting it. General Twy with the Luna, able to find defend, drops the missile special, but it's not going to hit anyone in particular. And now Soren and Puffy kind of both running around the goal barrier, trying to make something happen. We see Turret come out as well. Another KO! What's going to happen?
Absolutely, and Lumos and General Twee able to find the clear, and let's see if they can put the pressure on. They do. They're managing to open up the barriers for Finesse here, and they're looking to score Borg. Positioning pretty well, but not going to be close enough. Puffy holding him back with the shotgun. The flip goes out from Joker. Can he get a barrier? Twee right where he needs to be to save that. And again, the nuke goes out, puts the ball up front. Twee has the flip up. He's looking to capitalize, I think. Look at his positioning, but Joker is still holding him back. I mean, Puffy and Joker actually using those hitboxes pretty well to hold people back, but it's not going to be enough. Pocketing the shot, Borg, to take it 1-1.
Very impressive. Very impressive there. Borg had the core flip. I was thinking you don't want to secure it. You throw out the core flip, try to make something happen right there. But Borg didn't even need it. Just got to needle and thread, as you said before. That's going to be wow. Joker just walked up and struck the core right into that goal barrier one time around. That's already one down here. Not a lot of damage output coming out from left side here. It's taking quite a lot of damage, but they're still picking up a goal barrier. They're still walking up with the core.
Right. I mean, I don't think either teams are. I mean, I guess that's not true. Team Name for Saya has a comp that's pretty strong in the damage department with Rasmus and Aimi. Though I think obviously Joker Drakkar, Asher Drakkar, not so much able to. Borg finds the hook on Puffy though, and it looks like he's gonna find his goal too. And Lumos with a blink to get the KO. Just salt in the wound. Honestly, that core was going in either way, but that extra XP cannot hurt for sure. It's gonna be up 2-1 for Team Name for Saya, and they're definitely capitalizing on that damage difference now.
Yeah, trying to make something happen here. This is where, kind of Joker, Soren, and Puffy all have to be a lot more aware of their positioning, like their own individual positioning and how they're responding to opponent abilities. But of course, when your primary objective is the core, you can't always be paying attention to your own health, and you gotta go all the way in for the real objective sometimes. Joker gonna throw out the wall, try to create some space for himself, but it's not going to be enough. Puffy take a lot of damage. They're trying to back up just a little bit. They're not able to secure the second goal barrier just yet. Throwing out the Aimi turret too. Soren trying to walk up here. Borg doing so much damage. And Lumos also picking up a KO. Puffy almost going down. This is looking super rough here on left side.
I mean, this is a bit of an upset. And also that goal. Oh my gosh, Lumos just sniping in. I didn't even have time to think there. That just went right in. The pressure from Team Name for Saya is actually kind of monstrous right now. And just as I was saying, it's a bit of an upset. You expect Finesse to play, be the, they're the top dog. So seeing Team Name for Saya really show up here is going to be really interesting. And the Timeless creator is going to go to Lumos. Pretty big deal, especially because he's playing more offensively than Soren is right now, right? So he's going to make a lot more use of that turret. And now there's no rune pillars to disrupt that.
That's right. We're going to see the specialized training here on Rasmus. That death touch is going to be so much more interesting to throw out rapid fire here for Drakkar. Throw a lot more shotgun blasts. It's looking pretty solid all across the board here. And this is kind of where you get your momentum rolling, really, for these first set of awakenings to try and make something huge happen.
Also, the egoists start pretty interesting, though. It looks like not many, both teams haven't been able to capitalize super well. I guess Team Name for Sai actually able to capitalize a little bit better. They're finding more kills, so FNS is down a lot more in the meter department. Joker's still just level 2, and Puffy is dead. I mean, I'm talking about the XP, I'm talking about the meter gap, but also the XP gap. They're just getting those kills from nowhere. Even if the barrier is open, this offensive pressure, and what a glitch pop from Lumos, though Soren's able to defend. Joker able to stall out, though, along with Soren, and Puffy is going to come back, but the nuke is going to help manage to secure that second barrier. Both teams have their goals open. If Lumos and Borg can find this clear, it's going to look a little bit dangerous for Finesse. The turret goes out. It does find the clear. Puffy, though, right back there to return the favor. Lumos and Borg both on life support. The flip goes out, but they hold well, finessing.
Yeah, Twee having to play super hard, dribbling back to themselves almost repeatedly over and over again. Oh, but it's not enough. Puffy's going to land that snipe. There it is. That FPS still coming in and taking in this next point here. We need to see some more stabilization here coming out from the side of Finesse. The damage output has been absolutely incredible for Team Name for Sai right now, and it's really hard for Finesse to kind of respond, and they're taking a lot of damage, getting a lot of stagger down, and eventually their goal barriers and the points. So let's see if this first point can turn to something bigger here for Finesse.
Absolutely. Though it looks like they might be able to capitalize this a little bit more, though. Even though their barrier is down, Borg is dead. Twee, though! The dash flip. I mean, if anyone's gonna hit a Luna dash like that, it's gonna be General Twee, the Beta Luna monster. One of my personal favorite players, actually. Incredible stuff from him. Unfortunately, Finesse just not able to capitalize on that player advantage they had just now.
Yeah, I sometimes just have to full send it. Really see if Finesse was setting up to finally play the 3v2. But Twee was like, what if I just scored? And that's exactly what Twee did. And that ruins anything. No amount of setup can prepare you for that. That was incredible. And now moving into this next point here, they also opened up both goal barriers very quickly. Twee pushing up, trying to play the third forward right now. Picking up a KO here on the goalie as well. Asher Wall's going to go down stall just a little bit, but it's Lumos and Borg all in Borg's hands right now. Great angles. Puffy was not in enough time to help defend that, and they're going to pick up this next point here. This is looking huge. It almost felt like Finesse was finding their backing, or their grounding, their footing, just a little bit. The TN4S was like, hold up, we could just blow you up, and that's exactly what they did.
I mean, yeah, absolutely. Look at Joker's XP, right? There's not much you can do. Asher's biggest weakness is probably just getting out-brawled, out-damaged, and Joker's really feeling it right now. Those nukes are going down. They never have enough meter. The Egoists start getting punished by the Luna pick. Pretty smart decision-making from Twee there, actually. Though he is going to go down 2 barriers. Good pressure from Puffy and Joker. They are still strong forwards and incredible scorers. Joker with the flip. Puffy looking to get the core to him. Is he going to be able to find it? He does. The flip goes out. I mean, not much you can do there. No one's in position to defend that. It's 2-2 on set 2. But if Team Name for Sai can win this, they're in position to make a big upset.
Yeah, it's looking good for Team Name for Sai. Finesse really has to struggle to make these huge plays happen, but it's not doomed permanently for either team just yet. Still pretty early on. Still got more awakenings to throw out here. Twee trying to run it forward a little bit. Puffy taking a lot more damage here. Joker doing a pretty solid job of staying alive. It really is Soren and Puffy getting rained down on the hardest. And that makes it really hard for them to kind of stick around and make something happen. Borg gonna take a lot of damage, but open up the goal barrier and almost potentially score there too. Joker walking up with huge damage here on barrier beam and the Asher Wall, but it's not enough. Borg is cracked.
They're looking to score here. Lumos almost cracked himself. Borg is going to manage to heal up, I think. The pressure is definitely on for Finesse to hold this one down. If Twee can get the core to Borg or Lumos, then they might have some good scoring opportunities. And Twee has that flip up again, so does Lumos. The Ego is speed. Plus, I mean, we saw Twee. Oh! It was an unfortunate blink from Soren, but that's just going to drift in from the turret. But as I was mentioning, we know what Twee can do with flipping a dash, as we just saw a moment ago.
That's right. I love that the IB turret was just kind of there to goad the Kolon nicely and lightly. And you have the very aggressive and threatening and scary core flip, and it just kind of floats in. You know, nice and relaxed and calm, like beautiful, absolutely beautiful. It's an art piece of its own.
Absolutely. Gonna be curious to see what they draft here. Built surprisingly, Puffy opting for heavy impact over built different, though that does make sense. Having that cooldown reduction on shotgun gonna be pretty good. Though also curious that he didn't opt for hot shot, as that's a pretty solid awakening on Drek, to say the least. Missile prop goes out to Lumos, and Twee and Soren, I think, is going to take hot shot. He's looking to play for more of a cooldown-based game. Makes sense when you're the goalie. You need those abilities to help hold the line. The Lumos has the liberty of just wanting the range for offensive pressure. Borg is going to get cracked early, and he's going to find 2, though. And they're going to find the kill on Joker. Puffy is almost dead. This is dangerous for Finesse right now.
Lumos and Borg just setting themselves up to position to fight the 2v1. Puffy is way too far back, and Puffy's also cracked. It's just not a lot of defensive pressure coming out there. Soren really had to play that 1v2. And Borg and Lumos knew exactly where to go immediately and just lined up, 1-2 passes, the goal's in. That's really nice and quick.
Do you think Team Versailles might take this 3-0 against Finesse in sets? I mean, they're kind of dominant right now. And I'm just like, that would be a huge surprise, to say the least. And I mean, Puffy's going to go down immediately. Joker unable to get back into the play. The turret goes up from Lumos. The missile prop just making that turret hit a little bit harder. It's going to pay off. Lumos with the flip up. He's going to find 2. He does. Borg is positioned to score, but the good Asher Wall from the Joker. The from Borg. And he's going to tap it in over Soren. Up 2-0 in 2-0 in sets as well. This is looking dangerous for Finesse. I mean...
Yeah, I think low-key a bit of a comp difference on the way they're playstyling. The damage output just able to dump and not letting the opposing team do anything is a good, it's a good strategy, right? Sometimes the best defense, or really the best strategy at all, is just overwhelming offense and damage output. And I mean, at this point, the EXP difference, the damage output, the health that they have, it's all way too much. And even with the Awakening scaling as well, it seems really hard for Finesse to run this one back. You might have to start thinking about the next game, as you got one more KO here. on the side of TN4S, and they're looking to score. Okay, great save here from Soren. Lumo's gonna pop it in board, also being right there to throw it in for the final point here. And again, TN4S is able to take a game. They've done this 3 times before. They've been able to take 3 games before. That's why they have 3 ties. Let's see if they can pull it all the way and secure their first victory at the end of the season.
Absolutely. Luna fans rejoicing right now as one of the greatest Lunas of all time, absolutely holding it down there, playing well. I mean, his offensive pressure was great. I mean, that was just dominant for team name for Saya, and that's not what you expect going into a matchup like this. Once again, Finesse was 3rd place on the leaderboard coming into this, and team name for Saya was 7. As you said, their records mirrored each other. Finesse was up, no losses, 3 wins, 3 ties, but now it's looking like it's going to be 3 wins, 4 ties minimum. We're going to see if they can actually get their record tarnished by team name for Saya. It's going to be pretty interesting. The Dark Horse is putting on a bit of a show.
Again, yeah, this team has like a lot of well-known and legacy players here within this community. I say legacy as if it's going on for years. Sure, we're out for a couple months, right? But even then, people have been around since beta, right? People have been putting their hearts into this game, playing super well. So sometimes a record like that, you take a look, you're like, that's kind of surprising. Like, how did this come to pass, right? After all these tight sets, a lot of tying up is a big thing here, right? This best-of-2 format can really throw a wrench into how people perceive and understand how well or badly a team is doing. But it actually leaves things, relatively open-ended. That's how you're going to sometimes see someone like TN4S down here at 7th place. But it doesn't have to mean anything in particular. Each individual match is what counts. As right now, TN4S is up 1-0 over Finesse, who's a top 3 team. So anyone can do it. Always got to keep looking forward. Always got to be trying to do your absolute best. What change are we seeing here from Finesse? Are we going to see a difference in bans? Do you think they just weren't happy with the map and they played that composition badly? Obviously, the map's likely to change here, and I think that's going to change a lot of how both teams are going to approach this. But I wonder if Finesse wants to throw out like a certain character bans here left and right, whether it be something like the Luna, or if you just want to handshake, get rid of Rasmus. They might get Imi's app. Who knows, right? Things are on the table, but they have their previous bans before. I believe Zentaro and Kai went down last time. They might just stick to that because they think this outcome was bad, but it'll definitely be worse if we let one of those characters slip through. Who knows? I think the map is really going to decide a lot here for how both these teams are going to approach this.
Yeah. And I will say, Puffy's been talking about this to me a little bit, or just like I've caught a few glimpses of this kind of conversation. But I think Finesse might just kind of stick to like their general picks. We know the Joker's not getting off Asher. That's like kind of like the thing, right? So I don't think that adjustment's being made. It was a little unfortunate in that last match. Asher and Drek just unable to output enough damage to really fight back. But if they get a map that kind of favors that kind of more core focused, scoring focused playstyle, it might prove to be beneficial for Finesse. We're gonna see if Joker can capitalize on that Asher pick for sure. But I think he's gonna stay rock solid on that. So the adjustments will mostly have to be on the side of Puffy, Soren, and the bans.
Yeah, I want to see more presence from Puffy there. Early on, we got to see some of that, Dakar do some work just a little bit, but it really felt like once the scaling got like pretty heavily favored in TN4S, and Puffy was just getting blown up and either staggered or KO'd consistently, and Puffy's presence was just almost none. Like a little fly on the side of the wall, just kind of wave and swat away every now and then. As all you have to do is blow up the goalie and then blow up the goal itself over and over again. Oh my goodness, we got Atlas's Lab. Oh boy, this is quite the funky map that I'm sure a lot of people have varying degrees of strong opinions about. But I can guarantee you one thing, and that's going to change everything. And that is enough for me as we move into this next game. So I was wondering if Puffy potentially wanted to look at the Estelle as another alternative option if they thought that could help a little bit more with the piercing shot range and having the Crystal Thorns instead of kind of using the Shotgun Blast and Xenocloak. The Kai and Zentara are still going to go down, so that's right. Both these guys see these characters as world end scenarios and don't want to let them slip through at all. But we're going to see, Imi on Soren yet again on the goalie side. Looks like they're going to stick to it. Okay, we're seeing an era highlight here from Puffy. This could be huge.
This is like a CECC land comp back to that meta. The era Asher, back when Asher was not, back when Asher did not get. We were in the Octavia from Joker. You are not serious. I mean, there's not one to usually criticize, but we all know what that character is like. She keeps getting gutted. Curious choice, especially after how that last game went. But I think it might be just sort of maybe Finesse doesn't. I don't even know. I don't know. I don't.
Sometimes you just have to be a believer. You just have to be a believer. You have to run it. You have to get all the way in there, put your heart and soul into it. This is the last match. You never know, right? You never know. So just put it out there. We're not going to see any changes team composition-wise coming up from the side of TN4S. I mean, if it ain't broke, why gotta fix it, right? It worked out for them last time pretty well. High damage composition. Puffy again, kind of getting railed just a little bit, but Borg is gonna get the crack down first, and then Puffy is gonna have to respond. Both these characters so squishy and yet so aggressive. It's super scary. Let's see if Joker's presence can make something happen so far. Felt like a bit of an NPC here on the backside of the field. See if they can make something happen. Okay, both these locks are going down. Borg's going to try to get a score out here from Soren. Lumos picks up a KO. We're going to have to fight this 2v3 Puffy right in the backside. There's the core flip. Can they pick up this? Oh, no! Twee is going to dash on over and save the barrier lock right there.
And Lumos is just going to get that point, and Soren almost gets the right glitch pot placement to save, but it's not quite going to be enough. Great pass from Borg there to really help seal the deal. I'm going to be real with you. I don't know if Finesse is taking this one super seriously, given their leaderboard position is pretty much fixed. They will be third no matter how this game goes, but it is just very funny to see the Octavia pick go out.
Oh my goodness.
Just not talking about it. I mean, Octavia's squishiest character in the game, absolute actual NPC character, gets jumped off the side of the map. Lumos and Borg looking to score here. I guess Finesse fine with getting upset a little bit. It's
oh my goodness. Are we sure this Octavian character got picked? I'm not seeing them on the map at all. Like, they're just not here. What happened? They're missing a player 24/7.
Honestly, not sure what to tell you with the decision making there, but I think this game might just be a bit of a for-funner. Borg gonna take a bit more damage than expected though. The Twee nuke goes out, burns the evade. Borg almost finds the kill on Puffy with the hook. Joker trying to use Octavia's multiple core controlling abilities to really seal the deal there. Gonna find the kill though, and Borg gonna have to score solo here. Not gonna be able to find it. Puffy and Soren able to find the clear. The black hole stuffing out Twee's opportunities for offensive play, and the whipped flip. Is Joker gonna be able to score with Octavia? He does.
Nice. Yeah, Twee burnt a lot of important resources right there. I was thinking, right, you're at full health, and you have both your dash and you have core flip. Dash whiffs, right, barrel lock goes down. Core flip whiffs, it gets scored on as you're taking a bunch of damage. Very unfortunate sequence once right from Twee as Joker woke up and decided to pick up the controller.
Pick up the controller. I don't know if it's going to matter too much. That character is literally a strike bot with also no health. But we're going to see if he can make it worth it. Anybody could and be the Joker. I'm pretty sure the Joker is the only person I'd ever trust to pick, you know, Octavia in my ranked games. Though the Joker probably doesn't trust me. And they're going to score there. I mean, both teammates going down. Surprisingly, Octavia managing to be the last one standing for Finesse there.
Yeah, that 1v3 was effectively a 0v3, so I don't think it was too much of an issue for them. As the point's going to go in here for the side of TN4S. We're going to Awakening Draft. We're going to see the Joker on Octavia as the MVP pick here. I mean, I'm curious to see what Awakening Octavia in particular can take to try and get the ball rolling just a little bit. Because the big thing about Octavia is it's supposed to be all about momentum and movement. And so it's not necessarily big about like, okay, crazy damage output. It's just about like, I'm going to go really fast and disrupt you and make sure I can keep doing what I want to do. So if Joker can actually get that ball rolling, we're going to see the big fish pick here. The size and stagger could be really helpful. The size is going to help a lot with strike duels and presence, while the stagger hopefully can keep Joker alive a little bit longer. But I don't know. We'll see what happens.
The size makes him gets hit more, so I don't know how much that's going to help him. Also, interesting draft here from Lumos and Soren. I don't know why Lumos did not take extra spec and let Soren have it, but I don't think it's going to matter too much. I'm going to keep it a buck. Twee gets hit by the Maelstrom, unable to hold that first barrier, but he is going to hold the second. Good glitch pop going out from Soren. The pressure is there. They're going to find it. Joker almost finds the goal, but the goal gate is still in the middle of opening. Puffy, actually only level 2 right now, has been taken out of the game a bit by Borg and Lumos. If they can find this clear, then they're probably going to be able to capitalize just a little bit more. Though, Finesse definitely looking a little bit better than they did last round, playing with a little bit more finesse, if you will.
That's right. Somehow, despite Puffy being, you know, only level 2 at the time and very squishy, Puffy was able to run around to 3 opposing players and take no damage. Literally just like score in the middle of it and score at the end. They just let Puffy exist. It's like they called it too early that this character is definitely useless and almost ignored Puffy as Puffy got super solid positioning and took 0 damage for almost that entire round. It was oddly incredible.
Yeah, I mean, Puffy saw the future, I guess, man. I don't know. His movement was pretty clean there. Atlas, at the moment, unable to get the barrier, but they're going to be able to find the second one. Borg, of course, is going to snipe Octavia off the map. What can you do when your character has the health bar of a peanut? The turret goes out from Lumos, unable to find the barrier, but Borg, oh my gosh, I mean, Atlas land moment again, but they are going to find the double KO, and Soren's looking like he's going to go down soon. If Lumos might just core flip him into the goal, he's looking for it, but good evade from Soren right there. Twee with the flip up in a dash. If they open this barrier, we might see the Twee special once again, but it looks like
there's the magic maelstrom. Oh yeah, that Maelstrom almost took it in all the way from full map, but it wasn't enough. Atlas, the gravity at the center is going to blow up. Soren barely saves it. Passes down to Joker. Joker not able to get their hands on it because Flow State was not active. And without Flow State, Octavia is surprisingly, unfortunately, kind of slow. And it was a little rough for Joker to get in the right place there. And even with the size increase, was enough to actually strike the core. And they weren't able to do anything, and they lose the point.
Absolutely. Twee and Borg looking to put some pressure on here with the rockets, so it's not going to be enough. Borg almost staggered that black hole, chunking him a bit. Joker actually managing to play some Oki style stuff here with the Octavia. Interesting stuff. He's also holding the flow state. It's going pretty well for him right now. Twee manages to find the clear. They're going to find one. Can they find two? The black hole assists them a bit, but it's not going to be enough. The Lumos glitch pop unable to... A bit unfortunate, actually, setting up Puffy and Joker to open up the barriers for teammate Forsaya.
I like the pass there from Puffy into Joker, but unfortunately it's a little too far up for Joker to actually get their hands on. Flow State is active here, and we also have the special going out, but it's not going to be enough. Oh, just kidding. Yes, it is Puffy. It does line it up, roll it across the corner of the map, and picks up this next point. Finally seeing Finesse wake up a little bit and potentially secure this next set after so long. Hopefully Joker can really get these catches, land these passes, and actually secure a lot more points, because Puffy is doing a lot of heavy lifting right now.
Absolutely. You know, I'll keep it a buck with you. If Finesse takes the set, I'm a believer in the Joker Octavia right now. I'm saying this. He's been playing pretty well. He's been scoring. So we're going to see. And it looks like they they do.
Puffy solos the world right there. With core flip, it be your bewitching beam, just do everything perfectly correctly. Just you walk in the middle of the opposing goalie and just win. That's all it had to be. Let's go, Puffy.
I mean, this might just prove to be big for Finesse here. The joke pick might prove to pay off, though. Joker at the bottom of the carousel in terms of XP. The rapid fire from Era going to be a pretty solid choice. You know, the permanent Era debuff, as we all know, is one of the most easy and meta ways to play that character. Spec training from Rasmus, absolutely dangerous. I mean, if you get even close to being staggered, you're probably dead. The Monumentalist pick from Lumos, of course, going to buff that turret up. I mean, just all around solid draft for everybody. I don't think anything is like super crazy, though. Soren getting the build different. Definitely one of the best in slot picks for IB goalie.
That's right. That's right. Having that big presence, having those blinks around, get back to your goalie, cover things up. Good stuff with the build different. Pretty standard goalie pick here. Okay, we see Joker popping a special and Flow State. Octavia trying to see to secure that first goal bear, but it's not going to go down. Instead, we're going to have Puffy get KO'd again. First time in a while. Puffy was staying alive for too long, and I think TN4S realized that Puffy, you keep Puffy alive, and the game is actually way harder. So finally pick up this KO, and it's just back to Joker and Soren. Puffy is back. Bewitching Beam. Twee is going to push up here with the dash. One goalie bear is going to be down. Puffy trying to push it up. But TN4S in response, the Maelstrom is going to be dodged. And we have Imi turret up here, who secures it, and Missile go down too. Great elusive here from Soren. Trying to pass it up. Borg doesn't get it.
And they're going to be able to find the barrier, teammate Forsaya. Goals open for Finesse once again. The great special from Joker putting the pressure on. Not going to be quite enough. Borg's health looking a little dangerous, but I mean, I don't think Ira or Octavia is going to be able to find a kill here anytime soon. The flip goes out from Lumos. They finally find the clear. Surprisingly, that pressure was on pretty long, and Puffy's going to be able to find the barrier. Lumos having to play a bit of goalie here as Twee dashes a little too far forward. No eject button. But I mean, I think that's still the smarter choice, taking strike shot or momentum boots over eject button here. Twee has the flip up. He's finally back in the goal box. He's actually playing aggressively here. I think he's looking to use that flip to score. They're swapping with Lumos a bit. Joker just staggering the back line. The Twee special comes out. It's the dash flip. He's right there.
Tactical nuke right there. Dash, core flip. Just send it right in when everyone is waiting for the core to get back to the right side. That's the second time Twee has pulled it. That is absolute like maniac behavior, but it's incredible. I love it. I love to see it. And that's early KO here. Joker that actually would have picked something up. And now it's just Twee and Borg left to try and defend these last two goal bears. Joker's going to pick one up right here. He's going to get passed up away from Puffy. Strike shot here from Soren and bounce it back. Soren also does a core play available, as does Puffy. Two goal bears are down. There's Twee's going to drop this special here. Glitch pop. Pass it back. There's a core flip. Look at these ankles. Great save here from Twee. And we have turret is going to be up again. Puffy still having core flip up. Joker staggered. Almost passes it in, but it's not going to be enough. Great defense here from Lumos. We have the magic maelstrom. Puffy get the bewitching beam too, but Joker actually able to walk up and land that last strike to secure it. Great stuff there. Puffy, again, incredible plays all around.
So, I mean, Puffy is absolutely the MVP playmaker for Finesse right now. But the coordination is something definitely to note between Joker and Puffy. The double midfielder comp, pretty interesting how well it's working out. And Joker playing a bit of an Oki and also soloing Lumos and Twee right now, getting both barriers and almost scoring. Great defense from Twee, though. But Puffy and Joker right there to tap it in. I mean, oh my god, Joker really just like, worst character in the game, by the way, like by far. Just soloed the entirety of Team Name for Saya. I mean, what more can you say? The Joker is an absolute monster.
Right, when you're lining up those ideal situations, Octavia can seem really scary. The problem is you're just not getting that situation like 85% of the time. But that 15%, even Octavia can be absolutely scary. And there's good stuff there from Joker to really pick up on when that was available and push the pieces in order as able to secure both these gold barriers by themselves again. Even in a 2v3 situation, but unfortunately they took way too much damage. Now they are cracked. Soren is going to pop the elusive, not taking any damage. And there's the flip it to score.
Garfield, you had burst. Twee could have flipped there to save. A bit unfortunate there. But it's up 2-1 for Finesse right now, despite the Octavia pick on Atlas Lab. And he's going to get the Chrono Boost. Oh my god.
Oh no, that MVP, the Chrono Boost can be huge. Extended buff and enhanced dash. Oh no.
Surely Team Name for Saya does not lose to the Joker Octavia pick on Atlas Lab, right? Like, we're not gonna see this happen, right?
Oh, I'm kind of seeing it. See, here's the thing, right? I was being a little hard on Octavia earlier in the set because I really wanted this character to be good. I really love the concept of this character, and I'm like so happy that it actually got picked. But of course, inevitably, what we expected to happen kind of did happen, where they just had almost zero impact for the first set. But after that, Joker's really trying to make this work, and I think they've been doing a pretty solid job.
Oh my god!
But oh my goodness, the special's gonna come out, but they're gonna trade both their gold barriers for it. But it doesn't matter if Joker's up front in flow state. Look at this speed and look at how long it lasts. Then Joker's trying to line up for this last point.
I mean, he's got Cast Last Chrono. He's a little hard to shut down right now. Plus the Big Fish keeping him alive. I was a bit wrong on him being easier to hit mattering. That extra stagger, the extra buff duration, the speed. It looks like Joker is actually like in prime position to win this one for Team Name for Saya. And it doesn't even matter because the glitch pop is just going to find the most demonic angle I've ever seen. Oh my god. Up 1
and
point.
roll its way in. True. Yeah, I think the Big Fish was huge for Joker because instead of just never seeing Joker on the screen, we get to see Joker staggered on the screen all the time. That's a big difference. At least he's still on the map.
And he's gonna, he's gonna take 2 barriers off the map. And with the spell, oh my god, is Joker he's gonna 1v3 Team Name for Saya and just take a second point. Finesse, I mean, really, Finesse is right, because that was pristine. That was so precise.
This is looking so huge, and Puffy's trying to walk up here with the core flip as well. Let's see if we can put it back in Joker's hands yet again. There's the core flip. Get one down. Ooh, I love the angle right there. Trying to see if he can make a ping pong between both barrier locks. Wasn't quite enough. We got both Joker and Puffy up. So, and we got flow state activated. We're going to throw out the primary. Joker is zooming and rolling around at the speed of sound right now, trying to escape from this city, but not going to be enough. We're going to have the turn. It's going to go down. 1 KO here. Now we're trying to play this 2v3. And, a big thing, right? Octavia's got a lot of momentum, great on positioning, but not a lot of damage output. So this is going to be a little rough as both barrier locks are going to go down. Soren just barely defends it. Borg almost takes it. Great defense here from Soren.
And, Twee just a little bit too far off. Punished. He still had flip. Just a bit unfortunate there. 3-0 for Finesse in the final set is crazy. Not usually is it the case that the team, to higher in the standings is going to be the one making an upset. But after an Octavia pick on Atlas Lab, I think it's fair to call this one a huge upset. Incredible stuff. Team Name for Saya, though, managing to tie a top 3 team, they're absolutely not, they're no slouch, even despite their rankings placement. I think just got a little unfortunate with the, with the games and the ladder placement, but they're playing incredibly well. Both teams putting on definitely an amazing and entertaining show. And Joker MVP, I think, Puffy MVP, but also Joker MVP for sticking with the pick and making it work in the end there.
True enough. And now we got a bit of poetic justice as we're seeing 3 wins on the side of of Finesse, and then 4 ties. We're seeing 4 ties inside of Team Name for Saya, and then 3 losses. So we're keeping the mirrored imagery right here. It's like poetry. the script's been written. It's everything is beautiful and perfect as it all meant to be, and the world can remain at peace. But man, what a set between these two teams. Yeah, like we said, right? We talked about like, okay, maybe these sets kind of feel a little bit more on the inconsequential side. Both these positions have been locked or not. Lots could be changing for this last game. A lot of this just could be for seeding, for moving in for future games. And so, okay, right, first game TN4S has been playing super well. The damage comp here on Demon Days just dumping so much damage output, not letting Finesse play the game at all. Second time around, we're seeing the Octavia pick up Joker instead of the very well cemented Asher, right? And we're also seeing changes here from Puffy's side as well, coming off the Drakkar instead onto Era, and we're thinking, okay, you know what? It's a bit avant-garde. It's a bit artistic. Let's see what they can make happen, right? Of course, we're poking fun at Octavia, as we do, but I think at the end, they really, really pulled together and made it work. And I think that, as you said, right, one of the biggest upsets of them all.
Absolutely. And also just in the chat there, Vaughn making a point. Octavia has 100% win rate now in North American Strikers League. Can you believe it? Odyssey, please nerf this character one more time. I don't think the last two were just enough.
Oh, no.
And we're just holding on a little bit, waiting for the Coach Yoki analyst desk. I think there's a bit of technical difficulty going on. But, I mean, do you have any, other thoughts about that last game? I think that was just super entertaining. But what about you?
Dude, yeah. As I said, right, Octavia is a big part of the discussion here, but I do want to talk about Puffy FPS. So this has definitely been one of my favorite players to watch ever since the CCC LAN. And I don't know, something about the FPS moniker really draws my attention. I'm like, how? Because one thing I love about Omega Strikers is how it kind of integrates and brings people in from so many different communities to play this game all at once, right? People come from Rocket League, they come from League of Legends. I see people with Teamfight Tactics in their team, right? Like the people I've casted with like Apex Legends players like Zephyr, right? We have StarCraft 2 from Beowulf, right? Like for me personally, I'm a fighting game caster. I do a lot of Super Smash Bros. And like Guilty Gear Strive and upcoming now Street Fighter 6. So it's like, all these people come from different communities. So I'm just seeing the FPS moniker. I'm just like, okay, you know what? This is someone, right? I don't even know this. By all means, this could potentially mean nothing. I don't even know if Puffy actually plays FPS or not, right? But like, I'm gonna project my own desires and dreams here and say this FPS means, right, that they've come from an FPS community and trying to make a name for themselves here in Omega Strikers, and I think they're doing a fantastic job. So I love calling out like amazing angles, like great aim shots. I'm like, that's your FPS, intuition coming into play right here. Trying to make something happen. So I was seeing them a lot on the Estelle, right, which is a character known for literally having weaponry that you shoot people with at range, and I'm like, oh, okay, it's super cool. Same with Drakkar. So when the Drakkar wasn't doing a whole lot, I was a little disappointed. I'm not gonna lie. I'm just like, man, I want to see more come out here from Puffy, right? And Joker's also struggling to make anything happen, despite living a lot longer. Just to natural, Asher's bulk and survivability. Still not a whole lot of presence here on Demon Days against that full damage comp. But the second time around, we see the era switch. I think, yes, of course, Joker, once they finally picked up their momentum and really started pushing towards the end of that game, made so many fantastic, amazing plays. Really played the ideal Octavia. But that mid game, turning around that early game slog into that mid-game kind of neutralizer was all Puffy, I feel. And Puffy did a great job at making that happen. And so, I just got to say huge shout outs for Puffy right there. That's my MVP right there. But of course, the Octavia, too explosive. Great stuff all around.
Absolutely. I mean, Puffy, absolute monster there, as you said, soloing the whole team for like an entire set, and then Joker trading off, soloing the entire team the next set. We're actually going to throw it to Coach Yoki Analyst Desk. I believe they've been set up. And we're going to let Yoki's have his thoughts on the game.
Hello, everyone. I'm back with the one and only Coach.
Sorry, you're currently muted.
I wasn't muted on stream, don't worry.
Okay,
One and only Coach Yoki. And this time, without any muting incidents, we are here to discuss what happened between game 1 and 2, because they look so different.
Yeah, game 1 and 2 are definitely different. I do have a little bit of inside information that, yes, with their playoff spot secured, and to my knowledge, team named Persaya had zero chance of qualifying for playoffs after at least what happened in the earlier matches today. But Finesse did do a little bit of experimenting today. I think it is a healthy opportunity for them to adjust, use this matchup as an opportunity to practice potentially new meta picks, as well as Barcode, who is a predominantly melee goalie player, to utilize the use of their sub, Soren, who plays more range goalies, and see how they can include Soren into their lineup, potentially moving forward into playoffs. So in game 1, we did have a very contradicting matchup. Most notably, Joker on Asher. compared to the high damage team comp, the double siphoning one, and the double freaking spark of power from the side of Team Impresaria. And the attempt was there to hard win kickoff. We see the strike shot come out, and then Puffy gets an early gate. They're still working on gates there. They end up losing one. But the approach to the Demon Dies here for Finesse was to pretty much just dominate midfield core control. And then once they have this possession, to be able to just secure gates. And you see Soren step up with a really well-placed Ami turret to deny any bottom clear from General Twee. And then what happens is as this core is fed to Twee, Twee cannot pass down and must pass up into Joker, who's charging up a primary right here, and also Puffy shotguns. So the attempt here was good. It happened once again, but it was very quick that team name Versailles, after that first goal, said, you know what? Let's just insta-kill Puffy off spawn and then spend the entirety of our round just damaging and killing Soren. And unfortunately for Soren, he was a very squishy and very easily targetable character this game. On Demon Dies, it is a pretty difficult map to gain access to your back orb because you have to leave both the top and bottom sides as well as the front side of your goal arc and remove yourself from all potential offensive pressure. So to just access the back orb to get healing and energy for like future elusives. So Soren became a pretty easy target for Team Versailles. They were able to target Soren in round the first, second, and third sets with no real degree of difficulty. Here they're actually targeting Puffy. But taking out Soren or Puffy just immediately remove the majority of the threat of midfield control, who on the side of Finesse will be able to procure Joker the Rock. And then once that core control is limited, it was just a snowball effect. You see Soren going down there, and possession is just being hit away from Joker. They're legit playing keep away, and really just an impossible scenario for Puffy to be in there. And then in the third set, the game ender, the same approach worked throughout the entirety of this match. I've always personally been a fan of the Luna pick on this map. I think that the nuke is really freaking strong. And General Twee, honestly, plays insane. I think also Soren being on Aimi against another Aimi is very disadvantageous because, as you saw there, the advantageous ability of Aimi goalie being that turret to apply the extra offensive pressure was just matched by Lumos, and then that damage from Lumos snowballed into killing Puffy and scoring another goal. But then as we went into the second game, this is where it started to change because we're off of Demon Dies, which is the most notable KO map in existence, to my knowledge, of this game. And then on to Atlas Lab, where we witnessed the Octopocalypse, the 4 horsemen of the Octopocalypse. First, in the first set, we have Kectavia. And Kectavia is the early game Octavia. Even with Castella start, we see Kectavia doing their best, but then 1 ability, HP gone. 2 ability, HP gone. 3 ability, Octavia gone. And that's Kectavia. But then sometimes we have Pogtavia. And Pogtavia is the Octavia that gets kind of unhappy that Kectavia was, in the driver's seat for a little bit too long. And Pogtavia takes control of the game regardless of awakenings. So we see Pogtavia slow Lumos, and as Pogtavia then uses special, secures the kill on Lumos. And then with this man advantage, Pogtavia wins the 50 to secure the bottom gate, pops secondary, gets top corner around the core flip, self-pass with the speed to secure the second goal gate, and then receives a pass from Puffy to slot in as the goal gates open. So that's Pogtavia, and Pogtavia is pretty cool. But Pogtavia doesn't show her face much in the early rounds, so we have Spectavia. And Spectavia does, what your solo queue Octavias that are not Joker do. And they watch and elusive and grab goalie orb and dodge the Luna ult, while Puffy FPS Giga Chad 1v9s and secures gates on his own while Joker spectates. But then, guys, the 4th horsemen of the Octopocalypse. We have Draft Tavia, the Chrono Boost Warlord. Whenever Octavia high rolls and secures Chrono Boost, you get Draft Tavia. Wins kickoff, wins both goal beaters, elusives goal gate, self passes into ult, into double, triple, quadruple redirect, into scoring and securing the win. Inevitably, we have Draft Tavia, the game ender, and then also just a honorable mention is Joker's ankle breaker in the third set. Really good core control, really well played by Joker. A little bit hairy. Like I didn't highlight it much, but Puffy did play amazing. See the double slow by Joker, and I want to highlight this for the chat. After the self pass, this slow not only knocks Lumos away from being able to strike the core, but also slows Lumos and Twee. And then Joker is able to come back and catch the core and snipe this like bottom barrier, which also self passes. And then self passes off the gate, wins the strike core down, and then loses the nuke, and then Puffy's able to get the core top side. And then Joker has so much speed, he's able to match both sides of Twee's clears, and then secure the gate. So really good match. 1-1 tie, which if you're finesse, trying to figure out what works, how to play with Soren, I would take 1-1 any day. And also, Octavia 100% win rate in NASL. Is that correct, Saya?
Yup, and it looks like Odyssey is going to drop yet another Octavia nerf because she is clearly too strong statistically. And I'll just send it back for a moment to Fem Bison and Combo so they could say their goodbyes. We kind of went into this a little quickly. Thank you, Yoki, as always, and we'll see you with the casters.
What's up, everybody? We're back. As you guys know, I am Fem Bison, and I've been casting today with Combo. Great time.
Yeah, it's been an absolute fantastic journey, whether it be the ascension of Octavia or the Comeback Kings running their comeback. It's been so many fantastic sets all within. Fem Bison, thank you so much for joining us. And a huge shout outs to, of course, NASL as well, and everyone to coming together to help put this together. Saya and, of course, Yoki with the fantastic analysis. It's been a fantastic time, but we're going to be hopping ourselves off for now. If you guys want to talk to me, I'm up on Twitter at ComboFGC. So hit me up. Always love talking about casting or video games, Nintendo, fighting games, whatever. Always huge fan. Fem Bison, if you got anything to plug as well, go for it.
It's like I need to make my socials now that I'm actually casting things. So it's like
Yes,
I kind of speed ran 2 events and got into NASL casting, so I should start making socials. But we're going to be passing this one off to, I think it's Borg and Gordo, and saying goodbye. Good luck, everybody. Have a fun one.
It's been a pleasure.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. This is the North American Strikers League, and here we are with the West portion, the West half. And our first match is Aesop versus Best. Neither team is actually locked into playoffs right now, so that's a very, very meaningful game. All of the West games are meaningful. They all have playoff implications. And our second match for the caster block, the great Borg and Gordo, is the J-Tangels versus Sundubu Strikers. A bit of a birthday battle between J-Tang and 3Z Breezy. But I'll leave that to the casters as we have Borg and Gordo, Borg Gordo, some might say, coming up next.
Oh, we're live. We're transitioned in already.
Yeah,
well,
we're here. Yeah.
all right. Well, welcome back, everybody. Got a little confused as to where we were going from there, but I'm Gordo. This is Borg. We're back for our second set of matches together, and our first set of matches in the West Conference of the day. Moving out west, how are you feeling about today's matches, Borg?
I'm excited actually because the West, we're kind of talking about it a bit before, Gordo. Very, very close, right?
Oh, yeah.
There's literally, I mean, it's probably going to come down to tiebreakers. We'll have to see how these games play out here, but there's going to be a lot of possible tiebreaker options going on depending on how these games go.
Yeah, definitely. And we're going to start things off with our first match here between Aesop's Little Pog Champs and Best Western. Both of these teams sitting in this crazy, actually, Aesop's Little Pog Champs a little bit above it. They're sitting alone at second at a 3-2-1 scoreline. But Best Western, part of this bananas four-way tie for third at 2-2-2. Going to be really looking to make any little edge that they can find, and a win here for either team should secure them a spot in the playoffs, most likely. Aesops can secure, Best Western can get themselves far better odds.
Yeah, I'm really excited for especially that Aesops versus Best Western game because I feel like Best Western kind of early on had a pretty hard schedule and really weren't able to showcase kind of what they're actually capable of. But now that Wallaby's been in for a little while and he's kind of meshed with the team, you know, even on a little bit of ping, but I think he's from Texas, so he doesn't really have to deal with the ping too much anyway. I think they've been looking incredible, especially with Wallaby and a lot of the, I mean, his KOs and his, I believe his goal score, I can't remember the stats off the top of my head. I probably should have pulled that up before we get started here, but regardless, he's been incredibly high up on the standings in terms of his stats with KOs and goals, and I think that he could probably carry them through this Aesop's Pop Champs game.
Definitely could here, and it looks like we're ready to get right into it here, so we can start things off. Looks like it's going to be Atlas's Lab for the first match as we are getting loaded in here. Going to see what the bands are going to be. It looks like it's Deadeye and Peak Performance as the first Awakenings.
Yeah, interesting. I'm excited to see if any of them will pick up Amy here. I'm not too sure. I could see Obscure Breads playing the Amy. I have seen him playing it recently. I'm not sure if Geek has an Amy. And, oh wow, we're actually going to see a double Juliet ban. Definitely surprised about that, especially on Atlas Lab and given the starting Awakenings, you know. But I guess they don't want Wallaby to have that. But then on the side of Best Western, they also banned it, so they didn't want JSS to have it. They're both scared of each other, I think, you know. I don't really know what that's all about.
You know, it really ends up being net even at the end of the day there. You're bringing up if Geek was going to be able to bring out an Amy or anything like that. Hasn't done it so far. Is going to go for the Kai. That's what they've been leaning towards on Atlas's Lab in more recent matches that they've played on it. They've been going for this, usually Juliet, but probably not going to get it here. Looks like they're going to sub that out for the Rune. But the Kai and Rasmus have been the big selections on this map for Aesop so far.
Yeah, Kai's a pretty good user of Deadeye as well, especially if you can get that specialized training. Those Giga Blasts are going to start hurting. So we'll have to see based on the drafts, you know, what actually happens here. And we actually see slick kicks on both the forwards from Aesop's Pog Champs and Draining Wand, the Siphoning Wand, on the side of Best Western. So expect Wallaby and Zenith to be doing a lot more damage.
Yeah, definitely. Here is Geek going to be on the goalie Kai, going to push things up. It's going to be the Kai versus Kai matchup in the goal box, but let's see what the big difference is going to be between this Estelle and this Rune, as already one of the goal barriers gets taken down there by Best Western. They are going to successfully open things up, but now turning the aggression back on the other side, Gunner going to be able to pass it down over to JSS and going to look to try to open it up for the side of Aesop.
Yeah, I mean, we already see just the kill coming out from Wallaby. Great hook, great Rasmus special right there. And see if they can, on this power play, secure it here. I mean, we can see kind of coming in here that Zenith and Wallaby just having so much more pressure with the double Draining Wand and just not losing any health because of it.
Yeah, huge play by Gunner there. Going to be able to knock it away, going to be able to shift back, pass it to himself, and keep the goal safe using that unstable anomaly. Now passing it back over to JSS, but he's going to get taken off the map. Wallaby lands another huge death touch to be able to net the numbers advantage once again to the side of Best Western, and they want to close it out here, but going to get cleared out once again, and JSS going to be on the keeping interference duties. That's going to be Geek flipping it back over to the side, but now going to get a double banish here. Gunner back on the map, and they're going to be able to get the numbers advantage for themselves. JSS goes for the whiplash, but going to get knocked out by Wallaby Gangster, and there's knockouts on both sides, but nobody's able to close it out here.
Yeah, I mean, both goalies kind of holding it down here. Geek especially with no goal barriers left, so he's really putting in a lot of work. Uses that core flip. He's now a little bit vulnerable here to Wallaby and Zenith, as he does not have that guaranteed core flip save. And just as I say it, the perfect Giga Blast on the Gunner and the core hits it right into the bottom corner there.
Yeah, it ends up being the Kai that makes the difference with a well-placed special, going to be able to net that first goal to Best Western. Going to draw first blood in this matchup as we're going to take it in once again. Black Hole going to go down right away, but now just trying to push it up towards the top side is Wallaby Gangster, trying to get it down to Zenith. They're waiting for cooldowns. It's actually going to end up taking down a goal barrier down at the bottom, as Wallaby going to pass it up to himself, but going to end up losing an Estelle for his troubles, and now going to have to play defense here. Now going to miss the core flip while he's at it, so going to be really tough for them to sustain through this. It does end up opening up the goal. Geek going to pass it up to Gunner, down to JSS. Pendulum swing, but can't quite find it, and now going to be brought back over by Wallaby Gangster. Going to try to keep this drive back alive. Moving it back over to JSS, down once again, passed back up by Wallaby Gangster, and Zenith trying to use that range advantage, trying to use those piercing shots to get their way in towards that last goal barricade, going to knock off the middle, take out JSS. Probably not what Geek intended, and now going to be at that numbers disadvantage once again.
Yeah, and then great banish, as we saw early on, from the rune to get that early kill. But on that second banish, we saw Zenith adapt to it, block the second pillar so that Wallaby does not die from it. Just whips that core flip there as JSS finds a kill on Wallaby. So they have the power play here, and they have converted the power play earlier to get both the goal barriers. So we'll see if they have to actually get the goal here as they take away the gravity well in the middle. And Geek walking up, seeing they can put it away.
Yeah, just wanting to remove any variables that could introduce towards their pass play. They know that they can try to push it through with the numbers advantage, but doesn't end up working out. Now it's back to even Stevens. JSS going to be in charge of the top side here. Nearly gets taken out by the Giga Blast, but does keep himself just barely safe, and that's tons of damage on a Wallaby Gangster. Nearly taking him out, but will be able to sustain through it, and actually trades it back onto the side of Aesop, and now it's a numbers advantage for the side of Best Western. They have got themselves an opportunity to score. They've opened up the goal. Going to go down to Obscure Breads once again, just trying to knock JSS out of the way. Sustains through it, though, is going to be able to clear it out once again as the center point respawns, gets taken down by Zenith. Is going to be a nice block there from Obscure Breads, just trying to find one pass, one play, but JSS is there with a whiplash.
Yeah, and the kind of one thing we've been seeing almost all split is Wallaby and Zenith, managing to find those kills and get those kill confirms, but struggling to convert on a lot of these power plays. And we just saw right there, just a struggle to find it, holding it down from Geek, and then Breads as well, holding it down as long as he could, but JSS a great pendulum swing and a great secondary to find that kill, as we see another Rune Banish KO there.
Yeah, there's the Rune one-shot combo. Does end up finding it with the two setups there from the Unstable Anomaly, and now going to try to utilize this to open up the goal. Gunner going to get it sniped away from him by a nice piercing shot from Zenith, and that's actually going to take down a goal barrier with a numbers disadvantage. Now coming back down to Wallaby Gangster. Zenith still going to take plenty of damage here in this one-on-one up against JSS, and they're trying to find a way to make this goal open up, but returning plenty there as Obscure Breads just lands everything in the arsenal onto JSS. He gets shattered, is going to have to head back out and try to pick up some of these orbs, and that's going to give a little bit of an opening here for Zenith to pass it up to Wallaby Gangster. Gets banished away, though, might get taken out, just barely sustains through it and won't end up going down. But just as I say that, JSS looking to finish him off, and the core still getting passed back and forth over on the other side. Gunner trying to just fend it off, trying to receive these passes from Geek. It is going to be a fast-moving core, but gets flipped back over by Obscure Breads, and there's a double KO from the center. It's madness on the court here for game number one, as Geek going to pass things back over to Gunner. Going to go for the core flip, looking to get some interesting angles onto Obscure Breads, but so far can't find it.
Yeah, I mean, very crucial there. Off of that double KO, we see that Gunner and Geek able to find that last goal barrier off of Breads, so they're really at a disadvantage here, as we see another banished. Oh, just messes it up. Zenith just able to survive there. And really, it's just going to make a difference if Gunnar can survive here or not to get that goal. And as I say it, gets the bottom corner. Breads did not have any abilities left in his kit. Could not find that save. Very well played from Gunnar to survive and find that angle there.
Yeah, it's a super straightforward goal. Ends up coming through. Gunnar sees that he has the opportunity, and Obscure Breads just doesn't have the tools to deal with it. Now going to be a 2-1 lead. Aesop's Little Pog Champs on set point, going to look to take this one for themselves. So far, Geek has done a great job of using these barrages defensively, make sure that they are going to be able to get it back over to Gunnar and JSS to be able to take over the offense. And so far, doing just that once again. Zenith, though, gets the double open. Nice job with the core flip there to get the goal exposed. And now Wallaby Gangster has a chance to throw it through. The Banish, though, will buy them some of those crucial moments and will get it back over to Obscure Breads. But he's ready to fend it off. He's ready to pass it over to Wallaby, who doesn't quite land the death touch, but does still have the opportunity to pull it back into his favor. JSS now in the middle of 3, still looking to play aggressively, but he's going to pay for it. Gets knocked out by Wallaby Gangster, and Gunnar now going to be 1 versus 2, trying to defend here up with Geek. And so far is just a back and forth. Wallaby looking to score. We'll get it.
Yeah, Wallaby finding that angle with the primary to cover it just in case Geek was reaching it. But that round was pretty much the Zenith show. Got the KO onto JSS, onto that Rasmus. Got double barriers. Really just opened up the map very early and kept all the pressure on their side of the map.
For sure here is now double banish coming through for Gunnar once again, going to get the KO to start things off in what is going to be match point for one side or the other. Playing up aggressively alongside JSS, so far not finding any goal barriers off the center. Geek actually going to end up almost giving one up there, but does manage to block it away with the barrage, and now Gunnar passes it back up to himself. Going to be another clear from Geek, and going to be JSS not quite being able to knock it in his favor, is going to take down one of those goal barricades.
Yeah, so 1 goal barrier down. Nothing too crazy going on. Zenith a little bit low on HP, but as the gravity well gets exploded there, Zenith definitely low. Gonna have to find that orb there. Looking to regen a little bit HP, waiting for his cooldowns. Wallaby kind of taking control of it here. And Breads with the core flip as well. I think their last goal barrier here is pretty secure, and Geek with no core flip. I mean, Zenith and Wallaby have got to find something here soon before they can get up that energy. As I say that, the death touch to him could not get it as he gets taken away a perfect room banish into the double pillar. And that was just another great play and another kill from Gunnar.
And here's their chance to work through some of those defensive tools that Obscure Breads has. A nice placement of the Unstable Anomaly, going to very nearly take it down, and is at least going to force out the core flip as they're now generating energy back up. JSS going to be stepping forward, going to be trying to push them off the barrier, and going to try to open it up and threaten Obscure Breads while they have the opportunity. A nice shot towards it from Geek, going to get deflected away once again, and now a core flip coming through from Zenith, trying to open things up. A nice Unstable Anomaly to deflect it away, and now still going to be so much aggression coming through from the red side, and Aesop, they just so far have not been able to get it back over to this side. Obscure Breads has been playing some really solid defense.
Yeah, and one big thing that's kind of changed between that first couple rounds is actually, as we just saw there, the rune banishes and finding those KOs. Best Western just really struggling to actually get a lot of those KOs now, finding a lot of that damage. They really need to start looking towards the pressure as they have a quick little power play here, but not able to make use of it, and it goes back to even. However, there is still a goal barrier on the side of Best Western. This is their chance to win this first set.
Yeah, you got to watch out for those whiplashes coming through in the one-on-one up against Rasmus, but Wallaby Gangster just sneaks it right past Geek, and that's going to be the first set going over to Best Western.
Yeah, really contested set there. That was incredibly entertaining. Just an absolute roller coaster. Very long set as well. And as we kind of get into draft here, we'll see if anything can make a difference. I'm expecting the Kai to either take Glass Cannon or Stacks here, possibly deny the Cast to Last as well. Yep, denies the Cast to Last from the Ruin. Do not want those long banishes. The banish is already the issue. So does not want that. Takes the build different away from the Rasmus on the side of Wallaby Gangster there, and the Big Fish as well. So no size for the Rasmus there. Really, really smart on the Iceops there to not let the Rasmus get any size. And then we trade Tempo Swing, Twin Drive, and Stacks. So nothing too crazy. Definitely very, very important draft. So no more size trainings on the board for any of these Rasmuses. So they're going to be about an even power level the rest of the game.
Yes, regular-sized Rasmus gaming to go forward as JSS going to get KO'd right away. Found a nice little angle onto the goal barrier, but is going to end up giving up his life for it. And now the knockback, that's going to be an opened-up goal super early for Aesop, and Best Western with a chance to capitalize on the numbers advantage. JSS does respawn in time, but Wallaby Gangster up here does have access to that whiplash, and Zenith looking for the shot, can't quite find it off the bottom wall, and Gunnar just going to blink back away and turn this into a numbers advantage for Aesop. They want to try to get on the aggressive side of this matchup coming into this second set. And Zenith stepping forward, going to actually be able to knock it in. Best Western with another goal.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure what happened there. I think the Estelle primary off of the last second redirect on the fading rune pillar there just absolutely catapulted it in there. And then Geek with no abilities, and no one was ready for that one. I wasn't ready for that one. That was a little bit of a crazy goal there, as we see another KO, and Zenith and Wallaby actually finding what they need to find, getting those kills, getting that damage, and getting these power plays that they so crucially need to score these goals.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Best Western just continues to play with a numbers advantage for the majority of the time here, and Wallaby Gangsta almost gets it in there off the back of the big pendulum swing. Instead, going to get banished away, going to nearly get taken out, but will manage to survive without even getting staggered. Now passing back up to Zenith is Obscure Breads, and Gunner in this 1 versus 2 just taking a whole bunch of damage. Wallaby going to get staggered in the meanwhile, getting bullied around by Geek a little bit, but still managing to keep himself on the field, going to pass it down to himself. Now the knock up off the center. Zenith wants to knock it in, but can't quite find it off that Rose Warp. Again, Geek able to keep up the defense, and JSS going to get sniped down by the piercing shot, and that's going to be another one off the Unstable Anomaly for Best Western.
Yeah, that was actually really smart. Wallaby actually timing his abilities there so that if they hit, down, then he'd get that redirect back up, but they hit it straight into the rune pillar, and then unfortunate positioning there on Geek does not have the strike to finish it. Unfortunate pillar there as well. Definitely not exactly intended, I'd say. But as we get into the next set, we'll see if Aesop's Little Pog Champs can claw their way back, as we see a perfect KO off that rune banish.
Yep, that's again the double pillar coming through, going to pillar giveth, pillar taketh away, and Gunner gonna try to make something happen here and get himself a little bit more than he bargained for. Now passing down over to JSS. That's gonna be Zenith managing to deflect it back away, but Geek up on the midfield going to try to play this aggressively and going to try to get the momentum back in the favor of Aesop's Little Pog Champs. They are on the little set point here, and they do not want to end up giving it up 3-0. Are gonna manage to open up the goal, and now both members staggered. Will it be enough though? It's going to be a pass on over. JSS did have the death touch out there, doesn't end up getting to utilize it, and Geek still on the defense, but they've lost JSS. They are once again finding themselves 2 versus 3, and that's going to open up at least one of those goal barriers. The banish wave comes through, and Gunner gets himself another KO.
And these banishes are just so crucial to Aesop's success here, as a perfect Giga Blast into the Gravity Wall actually gets that KO onto the rune, and Zenith probably gonna have to stall here, wait for Wallaby to come up. There he is, gets the second barrier as well. Great play, and now they have a quick little power play to keep pressure onto the enemy's court, onto Aesop's Little Pog Champs. Zenith looking really low here, needs to be careful not to die. Wallaby has a lot of abilities up and needs to take advantage of them. Great hook by JSS, great pendulum swing of Obscure Breads, great save.
Yeah, and now Zenith going to be able to flip it back over. It goes over to Wallaby Gangsta, can't quite find it. And now JSS, he just knocks it in, just straight forward. Obscure Breads can't get to it in time.
Yeah, just went right under Zenith there on the south side of the court. And, I mean, Obscure Breads, no abilities. He just used all of them off on that last saving interaction on this side of the court. And, I mean, just great awareness to be there, right?
Yeah, for sure. Now, going to be a death touch from Wallaby to get the numbers in their favor, and they've already taken down one of the goal barriers while they're at it. Wallaby knocking it back over, and that's going to be elusive, used by Geek. They can't quite capitalize on it, but now going to be Gunner respawning back onto the map, trying to take it back over alongside JSS. The pendulum swing off the back and a knock Zenith to about half HP, and Geek once again up at midfield. They found a lot more success trying to take their goalie out of the box and trying to get him to make something a little more aggressive happen. That's how they've been able to score once, and they're going to look to try to make it happen again, opening up the goal here. But Wallaby back with control, tries to score, can't quite open it up. This is a big opportunity for Aesop to try to tie this set up and try to get themselves back in this match. Obscure going to knock it away. Geek going to knock it down. Back over to JSS. Can't quite find the whiplash angle. Gunner playing a little bit of pseudo goalie here just to try to keep the defense up. And JSS trying to knock it in. Core flip going to come through. Obscure Bread still getting pressured. Geek going to get knocked aside, but is still ready to knock it back up to his teammates. JSS can't quite knock it in, though. And it's going to get cleared back away by Best Western.
Yeah, I mean, one thing that we just haven't seen in the overtime here is Rune getting a critical banish and a KO, because as we've seen this whole round, they really have only gotten barriers and goals through this banish as he gets one here. Let's see if he can find the KO. Does not have that second pillar to get that KO, and now has no ability. So, I mean, Zenith and Wallaby really need to take advantage of this and start getting this more pressure onto the enemy side here as the perfect hit, the great redirect from Geek off the wall into that gravity well, and then Gunnar right there just to keep that momentum going. The core speed a little bit too fast there in overtime.
And now we're back at 2-2 set point for both teams. Best Western could take a 2-0 set lead here, or it could tie it all up for the side of Aesop's Little Pog Champs. Game coming just as close as was promised. There's so much on the line for both of these teams. This is going to be a very important set to dictate how close this set is going to be, how close this match is going to be, and who is going to end up with the momentum in their favor. Now going to be Gunnar stepping forward alongside JSS. They can't even get onto one of the barriers, though. Obscure Breads playing great defense, knocks it back away. Geek now has to play defense on just the one remaining barrier. Gunnar does get a good banish, but he's going to cost him his life. Gets KO'd on the top side. Elusive now for JSS, trying to receive, but gets hit with a giant Giga Blast. And now Zenith just looking to receive from Obscure Breads, pass down to Wallaby Gangs to the middle, going to end up taking it out, though, and now it's a numbers advantage for Aesop's Little Pog Champs while they've got the goal open.
Yeah, it is a numbers advantage. However, if they cannot convert this power play into a goal barrier and Obscure Breads holding it down, they do have both core flips. Now Zenith's back up. It's an open goal. So
yeah, the core flip
is a chance there, as we see perfect snipe there on the bottom corner from Wallaby. And yeah, I mean, as we've just been talking about and seeing, that pressure from Zenith and Wallaby is really just going to be the game decider here, and whether the Rune can actually find those kitless banishes or not, because that set, we didn't really see any Rune banishes there. Anything too crazy, so I don't know what you're thinking here, but this is looking a little dicey for Aesop's Little Pog Champs.
Absolutely is. I mean, a 2-0 set lead here is huge for this red side team. I mean, Best Western, they want to be able to kind of make a big difference in these tiebreakers, and a big win over Aesop's Little Pog Champs is just going to give them so much more in their favor. Winning in the first place is going to be huge. Going to knock Aesop's Little Pog Champs back down into contention for, you know, possibly having some difficulties even making the playoffs here. This game is super important for them as well, and they're just kind of getting crushed in the first couple of rounds.
Yeah, and I mean, we'll have to see based on how the second game goes as well, or if they can swing it back and get a reverse sweep. But quick little touch on, as we see a quick KO into Wallaby, and while this kind of rally goes, actually everybody except for the Rasmuses took hot shot there. So we're going to see the core going very fast.
It is. It's going to be a speedy core, and the speedy cores have been some of the ways that these scores have ended up coming through. I mean, we've seen multiple goals where it just gets knocked right past the goalie. The reaction time's not quite there. This could end up making a huge difference with the hot shot enabled, as well as just not being able to get to it in time, as JSS moving forward, looking to score, throws out the death touch, doesn't land it, and now Wallaby Gangsta gonna have it knocked right past him. Gunnar gonna be ready, but it's too fast once again. Geek gonna end up letting the goal get open there. Now has to pass it back up. Open goals for both sides. The core flip comes through. JSS looking to score, does knock it right into Obscure Bread's hands, though, and he is gonna be able to clear it out. Goes in for another core flip, and it gets deflected by Gunnar, and that's gonna be a goal for the side of Aesop.
Yeah, really great kind of awareness from JSS to not get KO'd there, really playing his life incredibly well. And then Gunnar just keeping the core forward. Gunnar and Geek, however, actually keeping the core forward and just keeping the pressure onto Obscure Breads there, rather.
For sure, now taking an early lead in this third set. They definitely need to start getting some stuff back.
Oh my.
That is not what they want. That is not how they want this to turn around.
So remember when I told you they all took Hot Shot? A Stealth Primary with Hot Shot just absolutely skyrocketed that core behind the first barrier, hitting both of them into an amazing, I believe that was a pendulum swing that actually got that goal. I need a replay on that one. That was incredibly fast.
Yeah, we'll have to wait for the game to end there, and hopefully it doesn't end too soon. I mean, Aesop's Little Pog Champs trying to step it up here, trying to keep things competitive, and they have been competitive on a set-by-set level, but they're down 2-0 in the total match score, and losing up 2 more goals, losing this set, that's going to be it for game number 1, and they're going to already be on the back foot. Gunnar now going to knock it up. That's going to be opened up, and this is the kind of play that Aesop's needs. They want to be able to convert this. Geek stepping up, but now they're down a man. Gunnar's going to have to score it right here, and he can't get it. It gets cleared away by Wallaby Gangsta. And now Geek just trying to buy time, goes for the core flip, lets it time out, knocks it back away. Wallaby Gangsta gets it over to Zenith. They open up one more of those goal barriers, and now back over to Obscure Breads, trying to play up, trying to use the fact that they are even on men once again to try to be able to get it in here. And Gunnar and JSS, they just can't find it. It's off the center. Geek, again, just deflecting, trying to buy time, trying to utilize that banish for the potential KO, but they can't get it onto Zenith, now knocking away JSS. They're still going to go on.
Yeah, this is a bit of a wild set. So many KOs, so many power plays that we've seen, but just nothing on the side of Best Western able to convert. As we see JSS get low again, core flip from Gunnar, perfect into the top corner. I mean, well played to just keep going on that aggression, right? Rely on your goalie, rely on Geek to just pop off and cook that whole set. That was really well done.
Yeah, and that's really what you need to see out of Aesop's Little Pog Champs here. They're not letting the momentum get to them. They're not really starting to get tilted off the back of some of these crazy plays and off of how close they've been to winning these last couple of sets. That's what makes all the difference here, and they are still knowing that they are still in this. If they can take a goal here, they'll go up to winning a set, and then they'll just have to go for the full reverse sweep here. Starting off 2-0 in the set score, it's going to be a long, hard road, but it's got to start with a goal here. Geek going to pass it on up. Gunnar now getting it knocked down on his side. He's already staggered, and he's going to get taken out as the center explodes. And that's going to be a numbers advantage for Best Western to try to even things up. There's going to be another one taken out. Geek does return one, but he's now in a 2-versus-1 situation. Wallaby and Obscure Breads stepping up, but Gunnar has respawned. It's a 2-on-2 now on the field.
And this is truly the Atlas Lab special, right? I need to see, like, the death count via Gravity Well this game, because there's been so many, right? And there's been so many Giga Blasts as well, great death touches. I mean, this is just a wild game, lots of KOs, and Geek has just been holding it down the entire time amongst all the chaos.
Yeah, and he needs to, as he's down a member once again. JSS going to have to assist out in the defense here while they wait for their rune to respawn, but that's going to be the goal opened up now. Zenith looking to finish the job. The respawn comes through. The banish doesn't land, and now Wallaby Gangsta ready with the whiplash, gets knocked aside by the Giga Blast. Zenith is there. Zenith is ready with the Rose Warp, the knock in. Wallaby Gangsta doesn't find it, but they do find themselves another KO. If they can get it up to Zenith, they could try to finish this one off. The goalie is down. The defense is down, and Wallaby wants to close it out, but the defense is there from JSS. Finally, they'll sneak it through. It's 2-2.
And it's match point, Gordo. Match point there. That was a beautiful core flip into the primary from Zenith with the hot shot and overtime. I mean, it just went so fast. You can barely even see it at that point. The goalie's not quite up yet. Geek having to die to save the core crucially earlier in that set. And then JSS actually great core flip to start off that round, getting a quick little barrier.
For sure, and with that barrier down, it's a chance. I mean, this could either be the start of the reverse sweep, or it could just end it right here for Best Western to take game number 1. So much on the line with just this volley back and forth, and it's starting off with JSS just taking a boatload of damage, going into the center, not quite getting taken out, though, and now just going to have to play defense for a little bit, rushing over to that orb to make sure that they are at least going to be able to stay on the map for the foreseeable future, at risk of getting taken out by that pendulum swing. Does manage to dodge away. That's a big banish landed with a double anomaly and nearly taking out Wallaby, but he does manage to go elusive and get himself out of dodge, and now it's one barrier down for both sides, Borg.
Yeah, I mean, that strike shot almost killed Wallaby, and taking him off the field here while Gunnar is cracked as well, that would have been huge. But now Wallaby almost back to full HP here, back to half, excuse me. They're on the power play now, and Breads does have that core flip. There's almost no chance, Geek, and now perfect pass there from Zenith onto the back of the court there to really get that last barrier, and all the pressure's on Geek here, and we'll see if Breads can just hold it down and Wallaby and Zenith can finish it. But JSS and Gunnar, I mean, they're gonna have to pull out a miracle here to score.
They are. Gunnar is back on the map and is going to need to find some huge plays here to be able to close this out. That's going to be a rapidly traveling core, not quite finding its mark in the goal. There's going to be the flip coming through from JSS. He manages to open up the goal, but there's the counter flip coming through from Zenith. Can't quite hit it in time, and Geek is going to be there, ready for the defense, ready with the barrage, but JSS taken off the map, and now it's a chance for Best Western to close out the game right here and right now. Pass up to Wallaby. Core flip from Geek across the map, but Obscure is ready to retain it, and now going to be down over towards Gunnar. JSS is back on the map, is ready to play, and is ready to try to keep this series alive. Knocked up to Wallaby Gangsta. He wants to score it in. He's going to come off the center, ready back for Gunnar. Now Geek trying to defend, trying to get it away, just barely saves it, but he's not done yet. He's got to keep intercepting these shots. The banish comes through. The KO for Gunnar, passed back over to JSS. He wants to knock it in. It's passed up to Gunnar. Can he find the angle here with this numbers advantage? And he can! JSS keeps the game going for Aesop's Little Pog Champs.
Oh my goodness. That was probably the closest. I mean, all of these rounds have been so incredibly close. And Geek, I mean, we can see it in the chat, the reactions going on. Geek is just absolutely holding everything down, just not playing nervous at all. This is just a walk in the park for him. And as we get into the draft, oh man, I mean, take a little breather here. Get the rapid fire from Geek here. I'm expecting Breads to take the fire up. I would assume he should fire up one of those new awakenings that we have seen. The Rune actually takes the fire up, and Kai gets Egoist. So as we see Rune core flip, we're gonna see a lot better energy economy on the side of Aesop's little PogChamps. And really, I mean, missile prop on the Zenith as well. I don't know. I really feel like Reds should have taken that fire up and just propel them into the future and just get a lot more of those energy bursts that they need.
Would have been the option, but isn't what they end up going for here. Is Wallaby Gangster getting knocked aside there by another banish from Gunnar. And at least they've got room to play with. We'll see if those awakenings end up paying off the way that they hope for. Geek playing up once again, and that's going to open up the goal here. That's going to be a KO as well. Best Western take control. Zenith gets the first goal of the set.
I mean, that was a quick round. Yeah, Best Western definitely taking that last round and saying, you know, we messed up, we couldn't convert, now it's time to just finish up this game, because tiebreakers matter, right? We're talking about it earlier. They need to secure a quick 2-0 in this game if they are going to take it, and if they do tie, they need to have really good scores for their tiebreaker stats on the other teams.
For sure, even managing to extend this out longer gives the opportunity for some spoiler plays and for some chances to have better tiebreaker results for yourself. So every goal, every set makes such a huge difference, and now going to be that 1-2 for the side of Aesop's little PogChamps. If they could tie it up, this would be a huge comeback for them to be able to take the win that they feel they deserve. Knocked back over, Geek trying to defend, trying to get it back over to the team. Obscure Breads just buying time here for the regen, buying time for the orbs, and now Obscure knocking it back over, defending on this top side goal barrier, and so far is not really giving up much of anything.
Yeah, I mean, he's been playing pretty locked down as well, and as I say that, a great Giga actually from Geek and a great play from Gunner's Pillar there as well to keep it in that top corner. No more barriers on the side of Best Western. Great pendulum swing, but Bread's last second save, perfect there. JSS and Gunner, keep in mind, both have core flip coming up as we see JSS pop his perfect into the top corner. Breads cannot get there on time, and it's 1-1. I mean, they're doing it. They're coming back.
They absolutely are. I mean, and again, it's been time and time again. They do not give up anything in regards to momentum, right? They're on the back foot. They have a really bad round, but they come back immediately and are not giving up a single thing. They are still playing at their peaks, and they are still keeping the game alive. Knocked back away. Geek now going to try to clear it back out. JSS and Gunner, it's on them to be able to open this goal up, and Zenith, knocked to about half HP, has to play a little careful themselves. Gunner on the outside, looking for a banish angle, looking to potentially take somebody off the map, but taking some piercing shots himself, is going to have to blink back away, and the Unstable Anomaly will get themselves an open goal, but it will be at the cost of Gunner. And now going to have to play defense here once again. Geek going to get a KO for himself off the barrage, and JSS now with an opportunity to close it out is going to try to knock it in. It gets fired away from by Obscure Breads. Gunner is back on the map, and they have a little bit of time to play with. The banish nearly gets him the angle, but Geek is just going to have to receive, and we're going to go back up to 3-on-3.
Yeah, I mean, great saves there. Great strike shot from Obscure Breads. Has the core flip, pops it here. I mean, there's still, the pressure's still on him as we see. Put it into the bottom corner. Gunner, great pass to JSS. Hits it into that bottom corner. Pendulum swing kills Breads. No more core flip on his side. And 2-1. I mean, the reverse sweep is starting. It's menacing here. They're not really playing scared at all here at all.
No, they're not. It's really starting to seriously come alive as it's going to be passed back over, and so far not going to be able to turn it into anything, but Gunner now going to knock it back up towards the top side, looking to get something with JSS. They are going to be able to open up one of those barriers, and now still just keeping them on the back foot, knocking it back and forth. That's going to be the volley back over towards Gunner, down to JSS, looking for the bottom barrier, can't find it. Obscure and Zenith playing double defense have done so much here. Off the center, Gunner ready to receive, can't quite find it. Wallaby takes a boatload of damage, but stays standing and is going to be able to take one of the barriers for himself. Now back up over to JSS, and now going to be the core flip coming on through from Gunner, knocking it down towards the side. Obscure Breads is able to intercept, and it is going to be knocked back over to the side of JSS and Gunner. They just cannot find their way in towards the bottom. Are going to get it off the wall, and Wallaby brawling up with Geek here is going to find himself staggered. Geek wants to close this, as does JSS. Gunner passes it to himself with the numbers advantage. Geek coming out of the goalie box, looking at midfield. It is going to get banished away, and this is a chance for JSS. He tries to get it off the unstable anomaly, but can't quite find it. Color flip coming through from Obscure Breads. Can't find the goal either. Off the center, Gunner and JSS on the back foot. Zenith looks for the score, can't find it. Geek, impenetrable as always, will not give up a single centimeter and is going to be able to keep this volley going. This is a chance for Aesops to tie it up at 2-2, but so far they haven't been able to find it. Elusive comes through, JSS tries to score, he gets it onto Obscure Breads.
Yeah, Bread's just trying to clear up there, trying to keep it away from JSS, but just slightly off angle, and it gets right back into his own net there. One thing that I really would like to see from Best Western to deny this reverse sweep is Wallaby playing with a bit more confidence, playing up, letting Obscure Breads and Zenith get it to him. He's been playing a lot more back, a lot more almost nervous and scared, it looks like, and JSS and Gunner have been taking full advantage of it. As we get into the draft here, great pickup on the side of JSS to get that prime time. Specialized on the Kai, that is going to be very scary. Gets the Gigas. Estelle with that aerials, gonna have pretty much an infinite range with missile prop. And nothing too crazy else. Actually, we get the Timeless on the rune. Probably one of his best trainings. That's going to be a game changer.
Definitely could be. See what's going to be able to be accomplished with the Timeless. JSS down to the bottom side, trying to find an angle, knocks over through the center. There's a big Giga Blast from Geek. Almost gets themselves a little goal barrier to start things off, trying to just cheat one out where they can, and they do manage to get it off the barrage. Now JSS going to be getting the banish. There is Gunner. It's Zenith taken back off, but able to rejoin now after the fact. They managed to open one up on the other side, but Wallaby Gangsters taken off the map by Geek. Geek now secured the numbers advantage for the team. JSS too tanky for Zenith to do anything. They open up the goal. JSS going to force out the Elusive just with the threat. Nearly gets it in, but Obscure Bread saves it at the very last second, but it's not out of the woods just yet. The knockback over from Gunner. Geek stepping up to midfield, looking for these shots, looking to knock it in. There's the core flip from Gunner, but can't find it. Still staying alive, still keeping the defense, and now a KO earned for the side of Best Western. It's their turn to try to play up and aggressive.
I mean, the power play, we see the flip from Geek there to deny it, but a great Estelle Blink to redirect that core off of the flip, and now it's end of the power play here. However, open goals for each. Giga Blast just missing. Wallaby here with the core, trying to feed it down to Zenith. Actually, Obscure Bread's going to be doing it. It has the flip. Great kill from JSS with the flip, right past the flip of Obscure Breads onto that bottom corner. And oh my gosh, I mean, the pressure from JSS and Gunner here is just mounting.
And Aesop's Little Pog Champs feeling themselves here on the verge of that big comeback that we were talking about just moments ago. Now up 1-0 in set number 5 with these full awakenings decked out for both teams. They are taking back control, and they are so far looking like they just might be able to take it. JSS gets knocked aside by a little bit of a death touch coming through from Wallaby, but that's not going to dissuade him for very long at all. They do manage to take down one of the goal barriers, and now passed back up to Geek. 1-1 in that goal barrier count. Wallaby Gangsta does get the death touch, but it gets knocked away by Gunner. There's another KO earned by Zenith and Obscure Breads onto JSS. The numbers advantage back over to Best Western. So far, haven't been able to convert, just getting it cleared away once again. Pass back up towards Wallaby. He will open up the goal, and JSS is back onto the map. Going in with the Whiplash. Going to look to try to get a quick response, but Zenith sneaks it in there with the special, and it's 1-1.
And we actually see the specialized training from that Kai come into effect there. That kill definitely would not have happened off the Giga Blast onto, I believe it was the Rune. And just a great play from Zenith to finish it off and get that last goal, and a great play from Wallaby to finish with that core. They need to have more of these clutch plays, more of these KOs, more of this pressure, just like they were doing in these first 2 sets. And they really just need to find themselves. They need to stop playing nervous. And as I say that, nervous, not a great core flip. I believe he thought he had core flip because he did press evade and just does not quite have it yet.
Yeah, the nerves getting to him, as you say. Zenith going to go in for that core flip. If he can get the setup with the Crystal Thorns again, that's been the secret sauce for them to be able to get some scores back in this game. But now knocked back over, JSS ready to receive, goes for the core flip, knocks it up, and that's a 2-1 score line. Match point for Aesop's Little Pog Champs.
And we can actually see the fire up coming into play in some of these games here, just giving so much more energy on the side of ASOP's little PogChamps. And JSS, I mean, great conversion rate this entire game with his core flips, finding the opposite corner, waiting for Breads' abilities to come out, and just very patient with it. Great play from him.
For sure, and now on the verge of being able to close things out thanks to that play. Knocked back over towards Geek, going to clear it back out. Already going to be one down. There's the banish. Zenith nearly dead. That's going to be a Giga Blast to knock him into the stagger. Now just getting bullied, knocked around by JSS, who wants to get the job finished and is going to do so. It's a numbers advantage for ASOP's little PogChamps, but the goal is now open for them as well. Obscure Breads still playing defense on this barrier, going to buy them a little bit of time. Core flip doesn't work out. JSS cannot sneak it in there, and they are going to now have to play even with their goal opened up. It's a chance for Best Western to come back and take this to 2-2, finding out who's gonna able to win the game. It's coming down to the very last inches.
Yeah, I mean, great play so far this set from Obscure Breads. We see a banish here. I don't believe that will kill. One pillar is not enough, but we're really just looking towards these, great pillar there from Gunner to find that. Not quite able to convert off a Wallaby there. And just looking at Obscure Breads here, see if he can find the Giga Blast. Seeing if, wow, perfect! A still right click into that forward position could get into that pendulum swing. I'm struggling to see what even happened there. I do know what happened. The Estelle hits it perfectly forward, past the two forwards. The pendulum swing redirects it into that bottom corner. It's 2-2, last point. This is crazy.
It absolutely is here, Borg. It's all coming down to this one volley. Knocking back and forth at midfield. These teams do not want to give up a single inch. They want to take game number one. They want to move themselves higher up in the standings. They want to guarantee themselves that playoffs berth. And it's the goal already opened up for ASOP's little PogChamps. The banish comes through. Gunner knocked away by the damage of Gangsta. He wants to get him off this map, and Zenith is going to finish off the job. The core flip comes through from Geek, but it's returned by Zenith just to keep the aggression going. JSS going to try to clear it back away. He does get it over to Obscure Breads, but he has to go elusive to keep himself standing, and Wallaby Gangsta is willing to take the reins and try to open this goal up. JSS nearly gets knocked away by one more piercing shot, and he will get finished off by Wallaby. Down to Zenith now. It's a numbers advantage for Best Western once again as it's passed back up. Wallaby Gangsta wants to close it out before this Rasmus gets back out of the map. It's Zenith going in for the Rose Thorn. Can't quite find it. Knocked back up. Zenith can't get it in there. The Crystal Thorns have not found their targets. Neither does the Death Touch, but it's another KO. Western never letting all three members face up to the PogChamps onto the map, but so far they still just cannot open up this goal. They can't find their target, and they are not going to be able to secure it. Gunner has respawned once again.
I mean, they're getting the pressure, they're finding these KOs, but man, Geek is just the iron wall this game. They cannot find the barrier. Geek said, get out of my house. This barrier is my home, and you are not allowed, because Wallaby and Zenith are just looking like, I mean, they just cannot find this barrier. I really don't know what to say. And as I say that, it perfectly timed a stealth special. Hits that barrier. Great flip from Breads there to save it. I mean, I'll just hit it back to you because this is intense here. As Gunner is now staggered.
He finally finds it. Gunner gonna secure victory and gonna secure the reverse sweep for ASOP's little PogChamps.
Gunner with the perfectly timed pillar to get that amazing redirect into the bottom corner. There was nothing Breads could have done. He already sent that barrage. He already sent his Giga Blast. I mean, really just a heartbreaker for Best Western that they could not close that out after getting so many KOs at the end. I mean, just look at the stats here. Look at Zenith's damage. 71 almost 1,000 damage. 13 KOs, 10 KOs on the side of Wallaby, and 8 KOs on the side of Breads. And I mean, Gunner with 11 KOs himself and JSS with 9. They definitely found their own KOs, but man, the biggest thing in that game was that Best Western just could not find the conversions onto their power plays, and the entire game Geek has just been running circles around him.
Yeah, I mean, both goalies, by the way, coming up huge so many times in these games as well. Crazy amounts of saves for both teams. I mean, that's to be expected when we get basically the maximum amount of rounds that you could get in a game of Omega Strikers, but wow, so much done by every single player in this game, and it's not over yet. I mean, we're going to get a second matchup between these two, Borg.
Yeah, that felt like 3 games, so getting a quick breather here. But man, that was probably the closest game. I've said that on a couple of these casts, but I think by far that was the closest game we've ever seen, especially on this West League. There've been a couple good ones going through. You'd definitely be worth to check a lot of these VODs coming up here. after the season going into playoffs, but I don't know. How long was that? Does anyone know? Does anyone know the timer on that? Can we get a time check? Because
I
that
think
was wild.
it
Was
was
that 40 minutes?
That was a 40-minute game. That was a 40-minute game, Borg, if you count pick ban. And I do count pick ban. If I gotta be on camera, that counts for the game length, baby.
That does count.
That's a long one. That's a tremendous one, and that's only 1 out of 4 we got going here, Borg. I hope you got your water. I hope you've
do.
re-steeled yourself. You
Right
just come
here.
off a match, so you got a full day ahead of you, my guy.
Yeah, not, I mean, from my match, nothing too crazy. We all kind of went in it for fun. We all know that it was not really for any standing, so I'm not too tired. But man, I mean, that took more out of me than I think any game could have.
Yeah. It looks like it's gonna be Aden City for this this game number 2. Aesop's Little Pog Champs with the momentum in their favor. They've successfully taken game number 1. I don't think they've played on Aten City, at least not in anything that I have the stats for. So really curious to see what they're gonna go for. Best Western played on this previously. They've gone for the Aimi Rasmus Zentaro comp, and that's gonna be the Estelle ban.
Yeah, and then with Built Different up and Juliet up, I expect Wallaby and JSS to be playing that Juliet here. Geek and Bread's probably going to be sticking to the Kais as well. Both of them played phenomenal, as well as Glass Cannon being an amazing training on Aten City for them. We see the Rasmus, actually. So the Rasmus Julia on the side of Aesop's Little Pog Champs. And again, I believe it's going to be a mirror matchup here, actually, as we have to wait for this last lock-in. Oh, Drakkar goalie, actually, I believe. That should be the Drakkar goalie. It could be the Rasmus goalie. I would definitely be surprised if it was, given it is Aten City. But, I mean, I guess Breads, yeah, it is Breads on the Drakkar goalie. I guess he likes it a bit more on this map, a little bit more pressure, a little bit more, I guess, KO threat with the Molten Bolts. But man, I mean, this is probably going to be just as crazy of a game, too.
It definitely could be. I mean, these guys showed that these can go pound for pound, blow for blow in that first match, and now they've got a whole second one to play out here, and it matters just as much as the first one. Every single game is just a game as far as the scores are considered. Doesn't matter how close it is, doesn't matter how many goals you scored, other than when we're getting towards those crucial tiebreakers. And, this game, that previous game is already going to make him crazy. This one can make him even crazier.
Yeah, and if no one caught it, by the way, it was the Estelle ban and the Rune ban, paying respect to last game on Zenith and Gunner. Respectfully, I mean, rightfully so, right? Both of them playing phenomenal in both those games. As we see JSS, Julie Diff getting that first KO onto Wallaby.
Yeah, and that Julie versus Julie matchup going to be so big in this entire game here. That's what a lot of these end up coming down to, and both of them have had such dangerous Julies. That's why we saw the double ban in game number 1. JSS going to win it out again, though. Takes down a second KO, and now playing up and aggressive. Geek is out of the box, is looking to pass it back up. Gunner over to JSS. Nice block there, earned for Obscure Breads, but so far, just buying time for Zenith to rejoin. There's the core flip off the top, not going to find a target. Down to JSS, can't quite core flip it himself yet, and Geek still managing to keep that barrier standing.
Yeah, I mean, JSS just finding these crucial KOs, but Geek at the same time keeping his barrier safe, which is, I mean, notoriously incredibly hard to hold on to on Aten City. Very fragile barrier, very large. Most times people don't really care to protect it all that much, and as we say that, perfectly timed redirect on Zenith. And wow, great core flip on the side of Breads there, baiting out JSS core flip as well. Mistimes it there a little bit, and finding the bottom corner. Geek caught slipping a little bit rare.
Yeah, I mean, just very bare, like, they cast it at pretty much the exact same moment, but JSS just loses out on that coin flip, is going to end up giving up the goal there. I mean, it ends up so much more impactful than you even would have expected, and now it's going to be a 1-0 lead for Best Western. Still going to be on the aggressive side, though, is Aesop's Little Pog Champs. They managed to clear out the goal barrier, but it's going to be at the cost of JSS, and now with the numbers disadvantage, Gunner's not quite going to be able to close this out. It's going to get cleared back away, but there's the core flip, just buying time, knocks it off the bottom, looking for the goal. Obscure Breads, though, ready to intercept and ready to defend. Here's JSS back onto the map. Wallaby Gangsta already staggered. Going to have to watch out for this Flame Flurry coming through from JSS, who's looking for the KO. Wallaby gets knocked out by the pendulum swing, and now it's back down towards the bottom. Gunner going to be able to pass it up here to JSS. Obscure Bread's trying to defend, but Gunner just sneaks it in.
That was actually the secondary recast on Zenith. A little bit premature there. Hits it into his own net. Not what he was looking for there. You know, Gunnar does get the kill credit as he was the last to find that redirect, but really unfortunate there. And, I mean, 1-1, not the end of the world, but Barrier goes down on the side of Best Western as Zenith finds that KO, says, hey, I might have made a mistake once, but you're dead, buddy.
Yeah, now taking it back for Best Western. I mean, we've focused the narrative on Aesop so much because of their reverse sweep, but now Best Western are the ones on the back foot, and they're the ones who have something to prove coming into this game number 2, and Wallaby Gangsta's gonna prove it as he takes one off the map. Obscure Bread stepping forward now, looking to close out a goal off this numbers advantage to take the lead for themselves. Zenith going to go for the pendulum swing, gets deflected away by Geek, and now it's back over to Wallaby, going in for the punch, can't quite find it, and JSS now with some alone time with Obscure Breads, but it gets snuck right past him. Wallaby gets taken out, JSS ready for him, and Geek passes it back up to Gunnar. JSS coming down to intercept on the bottom side. The pendulum swing from Gunnar secures another goal.
Yeah, not quite what Breads was looking for there. The clear just a little bit too shy, and Gunnar takes advantage of that, predicts the clear down, and finds that pendulum swing completely out of range of Breads' core flip or shotgun. So definitely a great find there from Gunnar, and just keeping the pressure onto Best Western.
And I think that's how he's scored both goals now for Aesop's little PogChamps. It's been off these little pendulum swing plays. It's normally JSS playing the Rasmus for the side of Aesop's little PogChamps, but Gunnar showing he's got a solid one in the back pocket as well. But as I say that, that's going to be Best Western opening things up. Zenith going to receive the core, passes it down to Wallaby, looking for the goal. Knocked aside is Wallaby, but Obscure Breads is up here. He's got the lock and load, but can't quite knock it in. Zenith ready now with the whiplash, goes in for the pendulum swing, can't knock it in. JSS ready to receive on the top side, but has to go elusive as he gets knocked down by the Molten Bolt, and now looking for a KO onto Gunnar. It's JSS whiffing a little bit of that Flying Phoenix there, and now Obscure Bread's going to knock things back over, but is just ready to receive it once again. Gunnar doesn't quite land the core flip there, and is now getting knocked aside by Wallaby Gangsta. That's going to be a 3 versus 2 on the map for Best Western. Down over to Zenith, looking for the pendulum swing, gets stuck in between the two of them, right past the uprights. Zenith can't get it in, passed back over, pendulum swing for the double KO right as Gunnar respawns, and now with no goalie left, can they get the score completed? JSS just trying to buy time, knocking it back and forth between the bottom barrier, and is going to manage to knock it back over, and the respawn comes through in time. Aesop's little PogChamps, they hold on.
Yeah, I'm really surprised they could not find that after getting 2 quick KOs. And as I say that, Wallaby finding another KO. Can he convert it this time? Wins the strike war, finally converts it 2-2. I mean, I'm starting to get scared for him here because they're finally finding their stride, getting in that brawling matchup, right? Getting these KOs, getting these really crucial KOs. But, I mean, struggling to finally convert. But as we see Wallaby, you know, get the strike war win there after the quick kill on the Geek. Right as we start here, he's actually already 1 HP and putting JSS onto 1 HP. So great kill from Zenith and another power play. I mean, we'll see if they can convert finally.
Yeah, core flip to open things up, and Best Western starting to find their groove a little bit here in this game number 2. They want to take themselves the first set to prove that this was just a fluke in game number 1 and that they can close out one of these. Just choking it away a little bit there in the first game, now wanting to come back in the second. Knocked back away by Obscure Breads. JSS going in for the Flame Flurry, pushing back Wallaby Gangsta, getting as much damage as they can. A nice block there from Geek, going to do plenty to buy them time, but that's KO earned by Gunnar. Now passed back over from Geek. They want to utilize this. Zenith going to return a KO for himself, though, and it's going to be 2-on-2 on the field for now. 3 seconds to go until we've got a Julie back for the side of Best Western. Zenith getting knocked low by Geek's damage as well. Passed back up. Wallaby Gangsta ready for it. Goes in. Can't quite land it onto the core, and Obscure Breads just has to keep playing defense. JSS knocks aside Zenith, and there's going to be the clear into the opened up goal. Gunnar is ready for it. Can't quite land it, but does land the death touch to get a numbers advantage here. Passed back up to JSS, looking for the Flying Phoenix, knocked back away by Gunnar, and now down to JSS with one more punch. It goes to Aesop.
And I mean, we just see the same thing happen, you know, getting that power play onto Aesop's PogChamps, but they actually can convert, you know, and man, I mean, it's kind of heartbreaking to see because they're getting they're getting a lot of this pressure on the side of Best Western. They're getting so many opportunities, but just cannot convert over and over again. And, you know, I'm not sure if it's because, you know, maybe not accustomed to playing with each other quite as much, playing with, you know, around half the season, so I don't think that's it. Maybe it's a little bit of nerves. It could just be a bunch of things, and kind of touching on draft a little bit. Nothing too crazy here. We are going to get Orb Replicator on the side of Geek, and so does not have any Orb trainings yet, but will still be getting health and a little bit of EXP onto his teammates, so definitely will come into play a little bit, but nothing else too crazy overall.
Yeah, I mean, the nerves can make a big difference on this stage here, Borg, as I'm sure you know. These guys, probably in the most important match they've played in Omega Strikers so far, other than perhaps when they originally qualified. We're not in the playoffs quite yet, but these are the matches that can determine whether you even get to make it to that stage or not. And so far, it has been Aesop's Little Pog Champs clutching it out at every opportunity, and they take themselves the set lead for it.
Yeah, and one thing to note here as Wallaby finds a great dash punch onto Geek, actually, is that whenever they can remove Geek off of the field, they actually have a much higher success rate. So as we see there, takes Geek off, finds the power play goal. So it makes you think, you know, maybe a lot of the issue going on with Best Western is that Geek is just thwarting a lot of their plans, right? Geek popping off completely this game. So maybe they found that out now, you know, and are going to be looking to kill a Geek.
Perhaps easier said than done, but if they can manage to do it, it would definitely be their pathway back into this. And JSS taking a boatload of damage there from JSS, and now going to be able to clear it back out, or from Wallaby rather, who's now going to be looking to receive it from the pass of Obscure Breads, knocked back away by Geek, trying to keep this cleared, but Gunner just taking a whole set of damage and gets knocked off by the big pendulum swing here. That's a numbers advantage once again for Best Western. Can they close it out this time? JSS throwing down the emotes, but is it going to be enough for him to actually be able to take this? The Flame Flurry doesn't land it, but they do get the KO on a Geek once again. It's the recipe. Can they complete it? And they do go for the core flip, but it gets knocked back away. JSS able to play defense. 3 seconds to go on to Geek, and it looks like JSS will keep it cleared away for long enough. Back at full strength. Aesop's Little Pog Champs hold on.
Yeah, I mean, crucially hold on, allow Geek to respawn here. Wallaby also looking incredibly low on HP with no energy. JSS, great Julie ultimate, the Fiery Flurry, to find that kill as he gets Molten Bolted. Has the energy now to core flip, and Obscure Breads actually, rather, has no core flip as well here, so they have that chance to get it. Perfect kill, perfect core flip on the side of JSS with the dash punch to get the goalie kill, and now they're at the man advantage here.
Yeah, it's kind of a Julie goalie angle here. JSS passes it back over. Gunner sneaks it through. 1-1 on the scoreboard for set number 2.
Yeah, that was, I mean, we'll have to see a replay of that one, because beautiful KO there on JSS. Dash punch into the energy burst, also getting the barrier, and then a great passing play for Gunner to get it into that bottom corner. I mean, just great play overall and great conversion.
Yeah, absolutely excellent there. JSS to find that KO, Gunner to sneak in the goal, and Geek just to keep it cleared out whenever needed. Gunner now trying to return some of that damage and going to be forcing the elusive there out of Zenith, who is going to just try to knock it back on up. Does have the Whiplash available. Wallaby Gang still lands a nice Flame Flurry onto 2. Is going to try to knock out Gunner, who goes elusive just in time. But the goal was successfully opened there by Best Western. That's going to be the easy part, though. Will they be able to close out the pendulum swing? Nets it for Best Western.
Yeah, and he actually did have that core flip as well, so crucially saving it for this next round. And both forwards actually on the side of Best Western with the energy burst. We expect them to use it here, I mean, hopefully to close out this set as one to get the barrier, maybe one to get the goal. I'll have to see how this goes. It's Wallaby core flip to survive. Perfect dash punch actually, getting KO'd for it, but gets the barrier in return and staggering Geek. Great core flip on the side of Zenith, using the secondary as well to knock everyone else away, putting it into the bottom corner. Finally tying it back up 1-1.
All right, Best Western coming alive here with an extended stay in the enemy side's goal box, and they do manage to secure themselves set number 2.
Yeah, and then looking into draft here, I do expect Zenith here to take that big fish size, incredibly crucial stat here on the Rasmus, as well as the Juliet, so also denying it. The JSS taking peak performance, missile prop crucially being an infinite training here, so not able to deny it from the side of Best Western on the Jakar. Very strong training. And Geek also taking that training as well. Catalyst on the side of Wallaby and Chrono Boost on Gunner. So one thing I will look out for is actually Catalyst on Wallaby Gangster, one of the newer awakenings. He's been getting a lot of energy, as we just saw there. That one combo took him above half energy there. So
Yeah.
he's going to be core flipping a lot more.
Yeah, Gunner just getting crushed in the damage department there, but is able to sneak away without getting KO'd for it. And Geek now with the extended range, want to see what he's going to be able to get done. He's been so on point with his ranged shots throughout this series, and now that he's going to have access to longer range for the rest of this game. Oh, JSS with a double KO and a goal.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, that was... I'm actually surprised that killed Obscure Breads as well. Zenith was staggered, so that does make sense, but Man, I mean, I guess Build Different is that strong because that was insane. And a great core flip there to get that early barrier. He is low on health and gets secured the kill by Zenith here as well. So man advantage, they can have time to get this barrier down. Great core flip from Wallaby, not able to find anything with it though. Gets Geek's core flip from it. And end of the power play here, back to normal, and they're still at the disadvantage as they get the barrier, as I say that.
Yeah, evening things out there for now. Obscure Bread's going to clear it back up towards the top side, but Gunner is ready to receive with the pendulum swing, knocking it down over towards JSS. Flame Flurry doesn't land, and Geek actually has to get back to go and pick up the core that he missed earlier. Will be able to clear it back out here, and now going to defend very nicely. Giga Blast back over towards midfield, knocked back up to Gunner, down towards JSS. The KO is found, but he can't win the one-on-one up against Obscure Breads. That volley does manage to clear it back out, but now with the numbers advantage, Gunner and JSS stepping up, and it just slips through Obscure Bread's fingers. It's a 2-0 lead for Aesop.
Oh, you hate to see it. I think he thought that his strike would be back up in time, so he did not want to core flip. However, that was not the case. Still had no strike left. I believe he whiffed his strike shot actually there, so definitely should have flipped there. A little mistake. 2-0 now on the side. Quick little 2-0, and early KO as well within 10 seconds onto Wallaby. Another core flip, trading core flips here onto that power play. Great play from Zenith there actually to get that barrier a man down, and Wallaby should be respawning here soon with a man up and a barrier up.
JSS was looking for it there, couldn't quite find it, but now at that Omega level 10, Wallaby still stuck at level 9, just a little bit of a difference there, but we'll see if it ends up feeding into anything. Now pass back up over to Gunner, clears it back out with the pendulum swing. It's on Geek now to try to clear it back. This could be a 3-0 set for Aesop's Little Pog Champs if they are able to net it for themselves. Best Western certainly do not want to have to face that down coming into set number 4. Clearing it back out, Wallaby Gangster looks for the KO. Gunner is able to go elusive in time, gets knocked back on over towards the other side. Pendulum swing to get it to the bottom right corner. JSS looking for the Flying Phoenix, does manage to open up the goal. Cleared back out by Wallaby Gangsta, intercepted by Geek, who is now going to core flip it himself. Passes it down, does get deflected away by Zenith. This is an opportunity here as JSS is stuck on the other side, but gets knocked back over towards the right. Now going to be the core flip coming through. Interesting angle there by Zenith. Can't quite get it past Geek, who is playing far enough back to still manage to defend. Knocks it back away with the strike shot back over towards JSS and Gunner, and going to be JSS in charge of trying to finish this. He does manage to get the KO. It's a 2-on-2. Passed up to JSS, knocks it back down. Wallaby Gangster clears it back over, goes in for the Flying Phoenix, can't quite find it. JSS takes a flurry to the face, but still has plenty of stagger to work with, goes for the core flip, but Obscure Breads is going to clear it back out. Now another KO earned for Gunner. The numbers advantage here for Aesop's Little Pog Champs as they want to close this one out. Obscure Breads is going to be able to save it, and it's going to get knocked back away by Zenith once again. It's all on Gunner to be able to close this one and move it down towards JSS, but Wallaby Gangsta is back onto the map and is managing to keep their hopes and dreams alive of being able to take this set. Gets knocked back over. Gunner looking to intercept. JSS goes for the Flying Phoenix, can't find it. There's the flurry, there's the kill, and there's the 3-0 set for Aesop's Little Pog Champs.
Oh my goodness, he finds it there. Onto JSS, gets the R. Nothing that Breads can do there. There was a possible chance of him evading and then getting the strike down below, but that is so incredibly hard to do. And a really amazing, I mean, just amazing set there from the side of Aesop's Pog Champs, just showing why they deserve to be number 2 seed right now, and actually have secured number 2 seed right there with that first set win, by the way. So as we get into draft here, Geek getting that extra special, amazing training onto, I'm surprised he didn't take a specialized, but I guess he prefers having more abilities rather than better abilities. Heavy impact on the Drakar, very strong ability as well. Egoist actually going to be going onto Zenith, and specialized training onto JSS. I believe it was tempo swing onto Wallaby, helping him live a little bit longer, and rapid fire onto Gunner. So actually could change the kind of how this game is played here, as we see Wallaby full heal from his R and killing JSS as well there. So going to be a lot harder to kill Wallaby now. So I expect Best Western to actually have a little bit of an advantage now coming in. As I say that, Gunner with the amazing secondary into the strike. Perfect play, getting that quick goal. Only 17 seconds into that first set.
Yeah, and you know, as you said, Aesop having secured second seed, really proving how and why here. as they are performing so impressively in this matchup up against a very close rival in the standings, now just taking control coming into this game number 2 with a 2-1 set lead, having to come back in a reverse sweep in game number 1. They're looking much stronger in game number 2 as they've started to download their opponents. Just as I say that, Wallaby Gangsta finds himself a nice KO, but Gunner not willing to let it up. That's going to be Giga Blast off the bottom. Wallaby Gangsta stepping up now. Gunner going to be able to clear it back away. And Obscure Breads has managed to deflect it so far. Geek goes for the core flip, now has to get back in towards his own goal. Gunner knocking it back over, and JSS just kind of stuck running around with Wallaby here, and it sneaks past Geek. A real weird set there.
Yeah, I think he thought that his barrage would actually catch that core, but not quite. He did have to strike first. He also could have thought, you know, sometimes I'll make a mistake too where I press my left click, you know, I click my mouse to strike, and then I click something else to barrage. However, one goes off before the other, and, you know, mistakes happen. But good goal there, 1-1 now, giving Best Western a little bit better of a shot here, finding a lot of these KOs and this damage, as Zenith does have flip, and with the Egoist, he has that speed boost as well. Finds the KO actually on the Gunner, and this is their chance to make all the difference and get a lead in this fourth set here.
Yeah, a big chance here for the side of Best Western. They've got themselves the numbers. They've got themselves the double KO. Obscure Breads passing it back over to Wallaby. Zenith ready to receive. There's the Flying Phoenix, and there's the goal for Wallaby.
Yeah, right after the KO, crucial play. Great play from Breads there, actually using his shotgun, stepping up unafraid, and actually hitting it away from Gunner there. Getting it to Wallaby, perfect strike into the Flying Phoenix to actually secure the goal. They're up 2-1. I mean, this is their chance to really tie up the sets and show that they deserve to tie the number 2 seed here.
Definitely could, as they knock it back aside. Wallaby Gangsta going to want that momentum coming into playoffs, assuming that they are going to be able to make it. And, you know, taking this game here, going to be a big step towards being able to do that. You don't know how the rest of the Western Series are going to play out today. Now, quite a bit of damage coming in towards Wallaby, gets knocked aside, but the Zenith goal comes through, and we're going to set number 5.
You know, and you'd like to think after all these long games, Geek might be getting tired, you know? I mean, Geek is just playing so well all these games, but that set, you know, felt like he got a little bit outpaced by the forwards on Best Western. And as we get into draft here, lots of juicy things. Infinite Fire Up. I wouldn't be surprised if everyone in the game took Fire Up here. Obviously, Primetime also very strong as well. Going to be taken away on Zenith. Very strong onto the Rasmus too. Orb Ponder, actually, because I believe he does have the Replicator. Yep, Geek with the Replicator has the Orb Ponder. Going to start stacking that up for his team. And everyone else should be taking Fire Up here. Fire Up, one of the best trainings in the game. These core flips, these energy bursts, whatever you want to call them. I mean, it's going to be giving everyone speed, everyone else energy on their team. We're going to be seeing an even crazier set 5.
Yeah, I mean, so much energy going to be flying around. So many core flips going to be available here. And Gunner clearing it back over now. Just going to get bullied around by Wallaby Gangsta, though. And there's the KO earned for Best Western. Zenith going to be passing it down to Wallaby. They could open things up here, and they do manage to do so. Geek has his work cut out for him. Core flip comes through, and there's a goal for Best Western.
I mean, I don't know what's happened. I don't know if maybe they're marathon runners. You know, maybe Geek's a sprint here. Like, just they're playing so much better. They may be listening to the stream here as they play, you know. But I think they found the key, found the formula. They're playing phenomenal now. Bread's already having that core flip within that first goal. And Wallaby and Zenith looking to actually get a core flip of their own. As I say that, though, Wallaby gets KO'd here crucially. And now a man advantage for the side of Aesop's Little Pog Champs.
Yeah, I mean, this is what we were talking about coming into game number 2, right? I mean, Aesop's Little Pog Champs, they're the clutch team here. At least that's what they've shown us today. Let's see if they can keep that reputation standing for game number 2 with their backs up against the wall in this set number 5. They're already down 1-0, but JSS is going to be able to earn himself a KO, and Gunner gonna knock it back over to the other side. JSS goes in for the core flip, can't quite find the goal, and is now going to be a missed Giga Blast there from Geek. Rare that we see those, as JSS going to be knocked pretty low on health. Zenith back onto the map, now just brawling with JSS here on the bottom. He does manage to sneak himself that orb, and now another Giga Blast comes through, knocks aside Obscure Breads, but it's still going to be the core pressed up against the side of Aesop's Little Pog Champs. There's the KO for Wallaby. Goal is open, goalie is down, and Zenith looking to knock it in with the pendulum swing, but it is going to get cleared back away, and it's actually an open goal earned. Gunner with the last second save clears it out once again, and Geek Geek is back onto the map. Core flip coming through for Zenith. Another KO. Geek goes down as soon as he comes up. And Wallaby wants to close it, but can't find his angle onto the core. Zenith just passes it to him over and over and over. And finally, Wallaby gets it in there.
I mean, just gets 2 KOs in a row onto Geek there. Wallaby showing why he is one of the most aggressive Juliet players, I mean, in the world, not only in North America, and just showing why he can find these KOs, find these advantages, and letting Zenith get him the core over and over again until he finally gets that goal as well. And I mean, props to Breads as well for just keeping the core forward and keeping clutch saves over and over again this entire set. 2-0 as they have another power play. I mean, I'm smelling the end here.
It's very possible they could take this one with a 3-0 set number 5, going to stamp their mark on the Western League. They may be goes 1-1, but they are looking good coming into the playoffs. Best Western tie everything up.
Yeah, and I mean, after that tie, Best Western showing that they definitely belong here. However, it's going to depend mainly on this next match and the matches further on in the day here, whether Best Western even makes it into the game. You know what I mean? Even makes it into playoffs, rather. So great performance there. I think they definitely found their stride into that second game a little bit better. Insane 2 games as we look at the stats here. I mean, pretty similar stats all around. I believe a couple more KOs on the side of Best Western as per usual, as we tend to see with, Wallaby and Zenith being very, very aggressive players. But man, I mean, whew, those were 2 insane games.
Definitely were there, and I'm seeing here in the chat that Best needed to win that series, or that game rather, to be able to stay in playoff contention.
Yeah.
So huge for them to be able to take that 1-1, tie things up. It is a secured playoffs now for the side of Aesop's Little Pog Champs. We will be seeing them in the postseason kicking off next week, but now Best. It's going to depend on the rest of the matches today, so plenty of reason to stay tuned for the rest of the Western matches, even if Best is the only team you're concerned about, but we are going to have some more still coming up.
Yeah, and I believe we're going to be jumping to an analyst desk here soon, in a couple minutes, actually, to break down that insane Game 1 and Game 2, both being a little crazy. Usually, we see one pretty close game, and then the other one kind of gets a little bit different, not too crazy, but both those going to all the way to set 5, the first game going to that final point, the second game a 3-0 in set 5 for Best Western. But I mean, man, I want to see Yoki break this down, because it's going to take some top player analysis to really understand what happened here and to really get the chat to know everything that went down.
And let me paint a picture here for you, Borg. Imagine this, but it's playoffs and we're going to a game number 3. I mean, this gets me hyped for what's going to be happening next week and what's going to be happening as we get into the postseason. I mean, so much parity being shown in the Western Conference here between our teams that could be our number 2 and our number 3, could be our number 2 and our number 4. I mean, it's still on the table that Best Western could even miss playoffs. These teams are so tightly packed together, and these games are so competitive.
Yeah, it gets my mind excited. It doesn't get my voice excited, as I'm sure it does you too, especially if we see 3 games going that close into playoffs. But hopefully, some teams start getting some secret picks, some cool new strategies we'll see maybe. We'll have to see. Playoffs is going to be a crazy time for both regions. And I believe we are kicking it over here soon, actually, to Coach Yoki and Saya for that game breakdown.
Cool. We'll be back soon.
Hello, I am here once again. It's like the 5th time by now. Back with Coach Yoki. You know the drill. Yoki, what do you have to say about these games?
Well, game 1 was very interesting. The reverse sweep game. It was Deadeye Start, which for Rune actually has an interaction. Not every ability with Deadeye functions on cast. Basically, so if Rune is the X and places a pillar on the circle, this is not 600 meters, right? But what happens is it's whenever the square player runs into the pillar that Rune's positioning then has to be plus 600 meters for it to trigger Deadeye. So because of this, what happens is whenever Gunner has Banish and Pillars, specifically Gunner's secondary, Gunner is able to, you see Zenith gets hit by the black hole there, whenever Gunnar places his primary, then TPs away, he now exceeds 600 meters, and that it exceeds like the Deadeye threshold, so that now the pillars get the 35% damage bonus, which procs Deadeye, and we see Gunnar getting like an instant like early KO here. Now this didn't play too much of a factor until later in the reverse sweep. There was a lot of banishes that Gunnar was not able to convert to a kill, and it ended up being more of a waste of an ability. But in game 1, Geek played unreal. Geek honestly had some of the best like ability usage I'd ever seen from a Kai goalie ever. Just his awareness, how he was dissecting the defense from Best Western, and then how he was like being very careful to time his abilities. So here, this Giga Blast, like perfectly timed, and to use this from such range and have it that well timed is like so difficult. So that keeps the core in play. And then after Schneider loses this strike war, it's the Schneider's lasso, and then Gunnar replaces the lasso with the pillar that just keeps the core in possession. And they're not able to convert, but this is just like a really good example of how like Geek's abilities really just played a factor in like enabling offense. And then as we continue, what happened a lot early, and remember this ended up being a reverse sweep. You see, Geek was able to just hold it down, and Gunnar played a pretty solid like mid range, basically staying within this area. And Gunnar and Geek would work together to just find a clear and then pitch that clear out to Schneider and have Schneider take like a 1v1 opportunity against the goalie. So Gunnar's getting the banish there that we have seen time and time again. And then if that pass did go up to Schneider, that would have been a potential goal scoring opportunity. So Geek walks back, gets a really nice strike shot, and then to pass the core back to Schneider. And then this Giga Blast, potentially a little bit of luck, either way, well-timed ability, hit the most demonist angle, hitting the curve, and then a simple like Gunnar redirect shot placement at bottom corner. But like Geek, just this entire game 1 was holding down on defense and then having insanely well accurate abilities and clears. Like, look at this. Can't clear here to Gunnar, cannot clear to the bottom corner because of a stall blink. The only clear is up, and Geek just found it every single time. We watch this in slow-mo. Just the amount of like awareness that Geek had to see these clears, see the lasso, and then see Zenith and predict the like. I don't even know how to describe it. At the pace that this was happening at overtime, the entire game, Geek just handled all of the pressure, found every clear with like perfect tempo, and was able to continuously give his forwards possession. And that's what ended up like enabling the reverse sweep. Is Geek gave his forwards enough time really to figure out what needed to happen, what adjustments needed to be made to win the game. And then as we go into the second match, both teams showed really good signs of life. There was super competitive both sides. Ultimately, though, I felt like the second match ended up coming down to whichever team won the neutral HP advantage. With the change made to Juliet's ultimate, once you're staggered, it's almost a guaranteed kill confirm if a Juliet has their ultimate. And so, like, this combo, I felt like was worth pointing out. The ultimate didn't really play any relevance there. We're just talking about the matchup as a whole. Look at the Geek Giga Blast here. This Giga Blast is what was enabled, like the double kill right here, because Schneider gets his first one, but the Giga Blast is what actually like put the nail in the coffin for the Drakkar and secured that goal. But as like the match went on, the real hero for Best Western, in my opinion, was Wallaby. Watch how Wallaby manipulates the possession in these like next two clips to give himself advantageous 1v1s versus Geek. So right here, we have the clear going towards like Zenith, and Zenith denying the possession from Schneider, and then forcing the strike war. And whenever you have this position where Zenith is on ball, pushing it through the midfielder, this midfielder is being boxed in because of Wallaby's position. So you have Wallaby denying the down clear, while Zenith is also boxed in here. And this enables a dash punch from Wallaby. And so that's where we see Gunner elusive. But then as Gunner like goes for the strike, and it's ultimately a mistake, but it's just a hard mistake to avoid making because you're required to try to strike war versus Zenith there. But Wallaby has good foresight, makes the read, gets the clear there, and then here is position on Geek because all the Zenith and Breads have to do is win the core through the Juliet, and Wallaby's job is to put it through. So a decent shot attempt there, but as Breads commits over the midfield line, passing to Zenith, Zenith passes down to Wallaby, and they work together to secure that kill and maintain their main advantage. And then Wallaby reacts to the Giga Blast, keeps it above, and denies the Giga Blast clear. Back steps here to win the strike war versus Gunner. So we see Wallaby back steps for like one frame just to manipulate his strike hitbox to win the 50, and is able to dash into position and win that goal on Geek. And then the last clip we have is just more Wallaby, like insane awareness, really, where Schneider has no elusive, so an early ultimate into dash punch gets him staggered and near the edge, now without an elusive. And then we see at the same time they stagger Gunner and are able to secure that first KO. And then watch Wallaby here. He has an option to pitch the core down, but if Geek has Strike Shot or Barrage or even Giga Blast, Geek will be able to secure this clear. Instead, what Wallaby does is pass back the core to Zenith, so Zenith can then funnel Wallaby into this corner, and they maintain possession and then give Breads the freedom to pursue a KO on LS Schneider, not LLJSS. And then because of that funnel, they will secure that first gate. We see the same thing happen again here, where Wallaby has the core rotated to Zenith, and then Wallaby walks up, and then it's just an easy feed to Wallaby Gangsta to put the nail in the coffin and secure the second game.
All right, thank you again, Yoki, as usual, for the insights. And we are heading to a bit of a birthday brawl. The casters will tell you all about it coming up in just a second.
And I believe we're back. Gordo, you are muted. Just like
Indeed,
Yeah.
I am. Thank you very much, Saya, for throwing it on over to us. And yeah, a little bit of a birthday matchup coming on up here. I think you could tell them all about that one, Borg.
Yeah, so two, amazing people in the community, 3Z Breezy and J Tang. Both, standout players on both of their rosters. Happy birthday to you both. Not sure how old either you are, but I did not get that much information. But however old you may be, happy birthday. And we hope to get, a good game out of you here. Maybe J Tang can get their first win here on the board. This is their chance, actually, to finally secure and state themselves as they do belong to be here, and they will come back through relegation. However, it's going to be a big, hard fight, as Sundubu Strikers have been looking incredibly strong as of recent.
Yeah, and this game matters more for the standings than you may initially realize, right? Because, yes, J-Tang, they're already locked in at eliminated. They're going to be not at playoffs, and they're going to be in relegation. There's not too much to play for there, other than trying to build up some more synergy with Snowball, who they've been playing with more and more since they made that swap during the season. But there's a chance to play spoiler here, as you said, Sundubu Strikers in that four-way third-place tie with only 2 more playoff spots up for grabs, and they don't even have to fully win games to play spoiler here, right? The tiebreakers are going to come down to round diff and goal diff. Sundubu Strikers right now are at the bottom of both of those tiebreakers in regards to the multi-way tie going on right now, right? So if how hard, even if we assume they're going to be able to win, how hard they're going to be able to win and how much they're going to end up giving up to J-Tangles is going to make a big difference for the tiebreakers. And J-Tangles, they can play spoiler here without even taking a map.
Yeah, and keeping in mind the games left we have today are actually Goats versus Bounty Hunters. The first place team here, that will be definitely a very tough match for them. And they are within playoff contention as well in that 4-way tie. And then we see O2O versus Otaku. So with Best Western going 1-1 with Aesop, it gives a chance actually for Sundubu Strikers. Really for the rest of them, because if they don't need a 2-0 to make it. However, if they do get that 2-0, it puts them at a much higher advantage of actually getting into that playoff seed, right? And with the Goats Esports kind of getting, drawing the short straw, they're drawing the short stick, whatever that is called. Even I can't even remember that thing, but
Depends on what you're drawing.
yeah, whatever they're drawing, either way they got to go against bounty hunters, and that is not an easy task. And so we'll have to see if they can actually get a tie, hoping to get a tie, maybe even a 2-0, putting bounty hunters in their place. But I mean, this game all about Sundubu Strikers and also about J-Tang to see if they can get their first win or tie on the board, actually.
For sure here, and I mean, they definitely want to be able to get some of that. They want to get some of that confidence and that momentum in their favor, especially when they're going to have to be playing relegations. Those are indefinitely rescheduled right now, I believe, so it won't be coming up for a little while, but it's still going to be something that you want to have that momentum in your favor for. You want to feel good coming into your scrims. You want to feel like, not only can I compete with these provisional teams who are going to come up and try to promote into the league, but I can compete with the teams that are in the league as well, and even teams that are competing to make playoffs like the Sundubu Strikers.
Yeah, totally. And then obviously with relegations coming up as well. I mean, if I were on J-Tangles, I would just want to show, go out with a bang, right? They already know that they're getting relegated. They don't have a chance to make it into playoffs. I would go out with a bang, pick some crazy things, show some flashy stuff, actually trying to prove to everyone, as you're saying, that they belong to be in this league and have another shot at relegation, to actually make it back in and possibly have a better summer split.
For sure here. It looks like we're going to be on Atlas's lab, so we are getting into the game here. J-Tangles with the shotgun going to be on the blue side. Sundubu Strikers on the red. Yeah. No, I thought I had that backwards for a minute. And we're getting in here. Let's see what they're going to end up going for. I'm seeing a potential Juno goalie angle from J-Tang.
Yeah, and we actually cannot see the starting awakenings just yet. We see the Juno ban as per usual against J-Tang, and an Era ban actually for, I'm assuming it is for Grimella, who is an incredibly good Era player. Some say a one-trick, however, I believe Grimella does have a couple of characters in their playbook here, as we see the Drakkar get locked in, and the Amy goalie actually get locked in for the side of J-Tangles. We're getting a Vice Hover and an Amy as well. I'm expecting both Amy goalies on either side, the Drakkar midfield for the Grimella, and then I'm expecting 2 Juliets as well. We'll have to see if 3Z picks up the Juliet, possibly the Rasmus. He does like Rasmus as well, as we do see the Rasmus coming in. What do you expect from both these comps?
Yeah, I mean, it definitely looks like I'm excited to see the Vice. First of all, I just like seeing Vice in general on some of these in some of these matchups, and especially when it's not double Vice. Double Vice gets a little bit weird, but when it's going to be up against the Drakkar and Rasmus, the differentiation in team comps, that's always a fun thing to check out here. And it looks like it is the tempo and the boost.
Twin drive.
Twin drive. That's what it's called. Thank you.
Yep, and as we get into this, I'm definitely expecting the tempo to play a huge role. Definitely not the strongest training in the world, especially compared to how it was in beta. However, it definitely does matter in a lot of these kill comp matches, as we see, that is exactly what we see here with two very, very aggressive comps, as both barriers are already down for the side of J-Tangles, and Grimella and 3Z in a great position to score here.
Yeah, looking to be able to do that as they get it knocked down over to Reznok, and that's going to be a nice little pass on up. Grimella looking for the angle and does find it. J-Tang cannot manage to secure it against the 2.
Yeah, so actually great play. It is the Amy Ford, rather, actually, and Reznok on his patented Drakkar goalie. Reznok definitely very strong on that character, loves playing him all the time. And Grimella, we see a lot of Amy goalie, on even the other team here, already an Amy goalie, but we haven't been seeing a lot of Amy Ford. What are your thoughts on it? I mean, personally, I do believe it is still very, very strong, but, from a caster, from someone maybe not quite, pro player's point of view, I'm curious what you think of this Amy Ford.
Yeah, and by the way, I appreciate the shout out with not quite there, as though it's a little closer than that. As the score comes through for Grimella, and I do love to see it as a forward, though. I mean, it's been doing every time I've gotten to see it as a forward, it's been able to find some really cute angles there, like that with the cyber swipe, and I love to see those kinds of aggressive plays coming through from the IME and not just relying on the sentry turret all day.
Yeah, completely, and I may have just reversed the roles a bit in color and play-by-play as we see Threezy get both barriers here actually, and Reznok and Grimella trying to get it back up to him so he can secure that goal. Great pendulum swing, great save from J-Tang actually there. Grimella and Threezy putting it back in, and actually the core flip to put it back in that corner, and kind of just to reset the vibe a little bit. Threezy definitely in great position there. Great about Grimella to actually force the core forward with his ult and keep it up and actually just give Threezy the opportunity there to actually score.
Yeah, huge there as we are going to get into the draft once again. It is going to be infinite peak performance. It is going to be the catalyst as one of those little new awakenings coming on through here. And the glass cannon for the IME in the goal, but it is going to be the extra special for the forward.
Yeah, so one thing to definitely keep in mind, catalyst. I said it the other match as well. Hugely powerful, really, especially for brawler characters and for multi-hit characters, which Rasmus is both. Correct. So he's going to be taking a lot of punishment, but getting rewarded for it with that tempo swing and with that catalyst, giving him plenty of energy, and obviously, you know, giving him a lot more energy burst and giving him more chances to find those core flips, as we saw in the last set with that winning goal.
Yeah, great knock in there from Storm as they do manage to get themselves a KO. And J-Tang going to pass it on down towards Snowball, who is going to end up going down. It's a 2-on-2. Storm TFT looking to see if they can knock Reznok aside, chunking down the HP pretty low and threatening to get in there with those power chords. Now J-Tang still playing defense, passes it back on up. Reznok just trying to buy time and is going to be able to do it. Snowball finds himself another KO though, and it gets passed up. Grimella keeping it aggressive though, dodging out on the glitch pop, and Snowball ready to try to knock it in, but Reznok does find the angle to pass it back up and around. J-Tang sending it down to Storm, but there's going to be that sentry turret trying to keep the aggression. J-Tang pretty far up, does blink back with the eject button. Snowball now getting bullied around, getting knocked aside, and J-Tang finds the goal.
I mean, they're hanging with him, right? We just saw that whole game starting with a quick Threezy, like really like sneaky kill there, and he wasn't even staggered. He had no damage done to him. A sneaky little glitch pop actually found that KO, and then just staggering those kills and those power plays over and over again until they finally found that goal. Great play there from the side of J-Tangles.
Yeah, and now continuing to throw on down these stuns. I mean, one of those things you got to watch out for from Vice is the ability to not only blink across the map, but keep everybody stunned, and the ability of Snowball to just knock it in with a Flying Phoenix there. 2-0 now for J-Tangles in set number 2.
Yeah, I mean, great goal there. I mean, this is, I don't think anyone is expecting this, especially after that first dominant set, really, from the side of Sundubu Strikers. But you love to see them actually fight back and keep this competitive. Great showing here from Snowball, one of the newer members in the league.
And again, if goal diff matters, round diff matters. Being able to win one of these would be huge here for J-Tangles' goals to play spoiler here, and the Sundubu Strikers do not want to let that one through. They get themselves the score, and they are still at set point. They're going to have to reverse sweep this set.
Yeah, I mean, great swiper swipe there into the core flip, top shelf. Not really too much J-Tang could have done there. Would have had to predict pretty much everything there, and just a great find from Grimella.
For sure, knocking it back up. Threezy going to look to receive, and now going to go in for that core flip is Reznok, but it's just going to get thwarted right where it stands. J-Tang playing up at midfield. There is going to be that supernova, but Storm just getting knocked aside, getting death touched back into the blast zone on the bottom side. Reznok going to pass it back over to Threezy. Grimella receives the knock away from Snowball, ends up in Threezy's hands, but he lets it slip on by. Reznok now passing it back up, down to Grimella. It sneaks away because of the black hole. It's just so difficult for them to find their way onto it because of that gravity field. Gets knocked aside. Grimella knocked towards the top, and there's going to be the goal open here, and Storm has a chance to take it in here. Snowball knocks it in.
Yeah, beautiful dash, actually, to keep the core forward and then pick up the Strike War win against Reznok there. I mean, beautiful play that set from Snowball. Definitely very impressed with how he managed to find his way into a lot of these plays and secure a lot of these goals. And as we get into the draft here, we have Primetime, Super Surge, and Deadeye, actually, as well. I mean, really, there's a lot of insanely good trainings here. Excuse me, Awakenings. I'm still in that beta mindset a little bit. We see the Deadeye and the Primetime going to either Amy, both incredibly good. Hotshot actually going to the Juliet. That was to take it away from the Drakkar because it is such a strong training on the Drakkar. Reverberation, one of the new ones as well, giving a little bit more stagger and cooldown rate depending on stagger to the Vice. And then Threezy Breezy trying to become the mayor here with that Spark of Strength.
Yeah, the Reverberation probably going to be a pretty important awakening for Vice going forward, especially with the loss of that Stinger. Definitely wants to have that cooldown reduction. And whoa, that's just a quick little goal there for the Sundubu Strikers. They find both barriers, they find the death touch, and it just slides on in.
Yeah, and actually what happened there is J-Tank took a lot of damage from Grimella actually getting both those barriers and from 3Z with the pendulum swing, and then 3Z with the death touch actually pulls J-Tank out of the way, canceling his strike, and the core just, goes right past him in.
3Z just getting knocked aside there. Snowball finds the KO, scores on himself using a body. And now J-Tang going to be able to pass it back up. Storm can't quite get the receipts, though. Grimella is trying to close this out. Doesn't get the core flip on anybody, but knocks a couple of members, and J-Tangles aside. And now knocked back and forth, going to be the pendulum swing to get the KO, and there's another goal for the Sundubu Strikers.
Hey, maybe this set 2 was a fluke after all. This is just kind of looking like set 1 again. They're absolutely steamrolling them, just so much pressure. And even though 3Z dies, Grimella and Reznok just keeping the core forward and getting both those barriers, just not letting anything happen for the side of J-Tangles.
Definitely is Grimella firing out that little sentry turret, trying to find their way to open up the goal, and they do get it. J-Tang just kind of lets it slip by him there. Really tough on this Ivy goalie if you don't have the cooldowns to actually be able to defend. And now Reznok, though, going to find himself on the receiving end of nice little setup. Storm throws down the Supernova, can't quite open up the goal, but Glitch Pop to knock it back over from the side of J-Tank. Storm staggered, but not finished, knocks it down, moving down towards Reznok. There's going to be the KO, earned by 3Z. The death touch to pull J-Tank out of the way, and there's Grimella with the goal.
Yeah, and great awareness there from 3Z. Don't have to rush it, just keep battling, get a little bit of that damage out, keep dribbling a bit, let Grimella get his cooldowns back up, and find that cyber swipe. Perfectly timed, hitting both the goalie and the core into the goal here. And here we go, another crazy draft here, actually. Timeless Creator, great on Amy here. Built Different, great on Julie. We see Timeless getting picked up by by Grimella, actually. Built Different allowed for Snowball. Juliet's best training. Fire Up, as we've seen from this last series. Such a strong training. Onto 3Z Breezy. I don't expect it to make too much of a difference, as 3Z is not getting a lot of energy, as he's getting KO'd quite a bit, so he's definitely going to have to change his playstyle a bit. And Egoist actually going towards the side of Vice. So the Egoists we're definitely going to see make a difference. I'm surprised 3Z did not take that Spark of Agility.
Yeah, I guess giving up on their mayoral pursuits is going to be Storm throwing down the Supernova, and one goal barrier is opened up. Snowball, with a little chance to knock things out here, does manage to open up one of them. And J-Tang back on the defense. 3Z coming up with the Whiplash, does get deflected away. Now going to be the knock-in from Storm, but Storm looking just to find a way to get onto it, getting bullied by the side of this sentry turret. And now going to be pretty low on stagger, knocked down towards Snowball. The center blows it up and takes Vice off the map. And this is a chance for Sundubu again to utilize this numbers advantage. Grimella going to look to pass it up. Flame Flurry from Snowball. Tries to knock it in. J-Tang misses the cyber swipe. And now Reznok can't grab it. It's a goal for J-Tang.
Yeah, it seemed like a little bit of a misclick there. I'm not sure if he didn't have strike up or if he just missed position there and just kind of whiffed the strike, but definitely should not have gone in. A rare mistake there from Reznok. Usually you see him a little bit more, I guess, not to poop on him a little bit, we don't, no shame to Reznok. Definitely been playing well this whole game, but just a little bit of a mistake here.
Yeah, no, sometimes you let him through. He can't do it every single time. Everybody makes a little mistake here and there, but now with the numbers advantage, it's a chance for Sundubu Strikers to tie this set up. Going to be Storm knocking it back up towards Reznok, who's ready to receive. 3Z goes in with the Whiplash. Grimella looking to close it out with the Glitch Pop. Doesn't find it. Reflect off the center. Reznok ready to receive once again. Snowball going to take down one of those defenses. And now J-Tang ready to receive on the other side off the back of the core flip. Snowball already staggered. Could be potentially taken out here. Another blink over from Storm could potentially net them a chance to be aggressive here. They throw down the Supernova. They get some damage onto 3Z. And now this Stealth Drakkar going to knock it back over, pass over to the team. Snowball knocks it back in towards the barrier, and Reznok has to defend once again. If they can get it up towards these three, they score! Storm gets the goal.
That whole round was just the absolute positioning nightmare. The round ended with all three members on the side of J-Tangles on top of Reznok in the bottom corner there, so definitely a lot of shenanigans going on there. No one could quite find the KOs to get the power plays, but J-Tangles just taking control of the chaos and actually getting that, incredibly important goal to go up 2-0.
Yeah, it looks like it's chaos for the longest time, and then suddenly all 3 members of J-Tangles are there together as one, and they manage to get the score, finally managing to make sense of it. J-Tang now ready to defend on the last one. That's a nice shatter coming through off the back of that glitch pop, and there's the dub coming through from Storm, opening up that goal. J-Tang ready to knock it up towards the rest of the team. Snowball knocks it in on the top corner, and that's a 3-0 set for the side of J-Tangles.
This is just a wild game. I mean, it's 3-0, 3-0, 3-0, 3-0. Like, it's just stomp after stomp, and there's really no rhyme or reason to it. I mean, I don't think the Awakenings really made that much of a difference there. It seemed pretty even, on at least to me. But we're going into another one, and actually, I'm assuming Reznok's going to have to take Big Fish here. Does not. The Julie is going to have Built Different and Big Fish. This could spell trouble for the Sundubu Strikers, as Amy does get aerials, allowing the further blink with that eject button. Definitely going to be scary to look at. The stacks for 3Z Breezy. Don't expect him to get too much value out of that, though, as he has been dying quite a lot, but maybe this will make the difference with that extra speed. And then finally, missile propulsion for Grimella. A little bit longer glitch pops, especially after the recent nerf of glitch pop in that range nerf.
Yeah. Oh, we've got to rotate. We got a little bit of a orbit coming through there, but they do manage to break it away eventually, and 3Z going to end up getting a bunch of damage pumped into him off the back of it. A nice little opening there found by Grimella, now brawling Aimee versus Aimee, and going to be able to open up the goal on the bottom side is Storm and Snowball. They knock it right past Reznok, and that's another goal for J-Tangles.
I mean, Reznok got to wake up here a little bit. It seems like he's, after that third set and that stomp, he just kind of caught sleeping a little bit. I mean, really just not quite sure if it's a miscommunication or what's going on, but I mean, J-Tangles is taking complete advantage of it and getting these quick goals.
In the final week, against all odds, 2 goals away, J-Tangles could take themselves their first game win of the NASL. They're super close to being able to do it here, but they've got to take it just that last bit over the finish line. Another KO earned by Sundubu. That's going to be Storm now in the 1 versus 2, just trying to keep it cleared out while they wait for the respawn. Supernova doesn't find its way onto anybody. Snowball very nearly lets it pass, but is trying to fight up against 3Z Breezy, who can't quite get it in. There's going to be that Molten Bolt from Reznok to try to finish it off, but can't find it. And now the pass back up. Storm knocking it over to Snowball, slips on past. Grimella has a chance, but can't get onto it with the cyber swipe. Snowball ready to receive, looking to knock it in. The core flip comes back over, but here is that sentry, went over to Storm, but he can't quite find it. Cleared back away once again. It is going to be the full 3-on-3. No numbers advantage for either side, but Snowball trying to knock it in, gets the KO, takes out the goalie. J-Tang clears it again. 3Z gets the response KO, and there's the goal for Sundubu with the empty goal box.
Just absolute chaos. You know, KOs on both sides, with 3Z able to find the core flip advantage and get that top angle really to kind of get it in. And then sadly, J-Tang not really predicting where that core was going correctly, not quite getting that dash. However, you know, it is only 1-1, and they just got both barriers on Sundubu's side, so definitely a chance to really show them who's up here. As I said, J-Tang goes with the main advantage to both.
And now J-Tang ready to receive. They've got the numbers advantage if he can move on over. There's going to be the knock away from Reznok. Has to play defense here. Pass on down. Snowball looking to KO him. J-Tang passes it back over. There's the core flip. Gets denied by Grimella, who's thrown down the sentry. Nearly takes out Storm. Snowball knocks Grimella on up. And that's going to be a clear coming through. Once again, Snowball finds Reznok. Comes out of that Xeno cloak and trying to pass it on down. Storm gets himself another KO. A great block from J-Tang to keep the round alive, but it slips past him again. That's going to be a 2-1 lead for Sundubu Strikers.
I mean, say whatever you want about the West League chat, but this is entertainment, right? This is what we all have been looking for. This is very entertaining to watch. Absolute chaos going on, and J-Tangel is just really trying to prove that they want to be here. And as I say that, J-Tang throwing away both barriers. Great secondary from 3Z there to find. As another KO on the... Was that both? No, Reznok's just invisible. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, I thought it too, but the Xeno Cloak even fooling me here as it goes back on up. There's going to be Reznok taking a fair bit of damage from the power core. J-Tang has to defend this open goal, has to try to keep the dream alive of being able to take a win here for J-Tangles. Sundubu Strikers, though, a loss here would be disastrous for them. They cannot drop a match here, and they're not going to do it. Sundubu Strikers, 3-1, they take the game.
Man, it really wonder because most people come into this thinking, Sundubu should 3-0 them, right? That's what a lot of people expected, but that is not what happened. Very, very close game. 3-0 on both sides until that last set where it was a 3-1 from Sundubu's side, but KOs and goals and barriers just happening all around. That was just, I'm excited to see the stats here. 7 KOs from Snowball. Snowball definitely playing incredibly well, getting kind of the god build on Juliet, but look at the damage on the side of Sundubu Strikers, able to get a little bit more consistent damage, especially in that last set, and I think it really made the difference.
Yeah, I mean, wow, it was so close. The dream was alive, and the dream is going to stay alive now, coming in to game number 2. I mean, they showed so much there, J-Tangles, and Sundubu Strikers on the back foot. Again, we talked about this. Sundubu Strikers, not only were they expected to win it cleanly and easily, they needed to win it cleanly and easily if they want to have those tiebreakers in their favor. They're not just messing around here. This matters for their season, and they are still getting taken the distance.
Yeah, I mean, 2-2. That wasn't a 3-0. That was a 3-2. So even if they do 2-0 here, if we see Goats or Otaku get a 2-0 a little bit more cleanly, I'm pretty sure, I don't have all the things tied up and I don't have all the math in my head, but they could take it over them here. So we're going to have to see Sundubu probably get a 3-0 here if they really want to get a good, secure spot into that playoffs.
I mean, I'm blown away here. I can't believe the Sundubu Strikers getting taken the distance like this and starting to fall behind. They are really going to need to re-steal themselves, take this one cleanly, and just say, what's done is done. No value in dwelling on it. And if they want to have any hope in these tiebreakers, I mean, they have to win this next one cleanly. Otherwise, you are just gambling on the other teams losing their games. Because you're not going to win the tiebreakers if you don't actually take this one cleanly.
Yeah, definitely important to be looking for into this next game. But kind of to think back on the last game, we saw, as you said, went the distance, but it didn't really feel like the distance. I don't know about you, especially compared to our last series that was so incredibly close. Every single point fought for, it was an entire war. It was World War I through the trenches out there. Just no easy points. That felt like every point was easy, but there was just so many of them, and it happened so fast. I think that was a sub 15-minute game. Like, that was incredibly quick.
There are very different ways that games could be close, is what we've learned today here, Borg, is complete polar opposite, but still going in towards that set number 5 and still coming down to the very last goal. I mean, I love to see it one way or the other, but oh boy, has this been very, very different coming out of Sundubu Strikers versus J-Tangles than what we expected to see. I want to see more of it. Let's see how we get onto this map number 2.
Hey, I'm liking the chaos. Who needs this set 5, 2-2, 40-minute game crap? Right? Let's another Atlas Lab 2. I think we're setting up for another one. We'll have to see if the comps will be similar here. I expect similar things going on, maybe a couple changes overall. But as we get into Atlas Lab here, we'll have to see. The hovers are definitely very different.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm ready to see J-Tangles unleashed here now, man. Confidence at previously never before seen levels. They have come so close to taking that game. They have got to feel like they could take one here in game number 2.
Yeah, as we saw Chance last game going for the J-Tangles with a shotgun. The full name, and same bans here, by the way, the Juno ban and the Era ban, and so far the same picks. And if we see the Rasmus and the Julie, it was going to be a complete run back.
It definitely could be here for J-Tangles.
I believe it will be. It is.
It is. All right. Exact same comps coming into Atlas's lab. Game number 2. Both teams feel like didn't have to be that close. We can win this one. And let's see if they're going to be able to do that. Coming on in, going to be the side swap, and that is the only difference for game number 2.
And the starting awakenings here, if we can see tempo swing again, but this time Monumentalist. So both Amy's taking Monumentalist. Definitely not the best training. We've seen some Amy mains start to say it seems like it'd be a really good training on Amy, but definitely a bit of a bait as it does a little bit more damage, but actually hits them out of your hit stun. So definitely an interesting point to think about here.
For sure, we'll get more coverage, but yeah, less potential KO room there. Great defense from J-Tang as 3Z nearly snuck that one in, and he's going to sneak it in afterwards either way. That's a 1-0 lead to the side of the Sundubu Strikers.
Yeah, nothing crazy there, just kind of winning strike wars, gets both the barriers, great pass from Grimella, and then great strike war went into that bottom corner for 3Z.
For sure. That's going to be a knockaway. J-Tang ready to receive. Back up towards Storm. And J-Tangels, this is their chance to actually be able to take a game here. I mean, it's back to even. Back to everything on the table. They were so close in game number 1. Let's see what they're going to be able to get done. Getting pushed aside by 3Z Breezy, throwing down that sentry turret, and J-Tang deflects it away once again. Reznok ready to receive, coming off the center. Snowball gets knocked up towards the top side. And now goal opened on up for the Sundubu Strikers, passed up towards Grimella. J-Tang has to play defense, gets hooked back away, but is managing to clear the core either way. And here's the aggression from Grimella. Can't quite find it in, though, and Glitch Pop gonna knock it away. Storm goes in for the Supernova, forces out the evasive, does deflect back away from Grimella's core flip. And now here comes the sentry turret once again, but Snowball ready to fend it off. It goes on down towards 3Z, who is looking for another goal. Stunned back on up. Thunderstruck from Storm going to save that one, and he just knocks it back in onto his own goal.
Yeah, actually, very, very good shot there from Grimella. Great shot placement after just that really long possession. And one thing I'm noticing that is definitely a difference between this first series, or between the first game that we saw, rather, is that 3Z and Grimella, they're playing a lot more calm, right? They're playing a lot slower. They're allowing 3Z to do his job, and Grimella, as we just see right there, 3Z gets both barriers, winning strike wars, Grimella spacing out, letting him do his work, and finding that cyber swipe to get the quick goal. And quick 3-0, as we saw from last game, but I mean, as well as last game, who knows what's going to happen next round.
Yeah, we're 2 goals past it now. I could have sworn I saw Storm being the one hitting that there, but it must have been Grimella, right? We're just going to assume that it was. It's going to be that big size difference coming on through for the Rasmus here. You love to see that for 3Z Breezy. Going to be that 1-0 lead for Sundubu.
One thing to touch on here with Deadeye, actually, as the Infinite, we have J-Tang actually hits Missile Prop. You'd think that Deadeye would be a little bit better, but maybe he values the range a little bit more. And then Julie with the Catalyst, but also hot shots on the side of Reznok. So definitely everyone kind of getting a little bit of what they want there. With the 3Z getting the size, Snowball getting that energy meter. So, I mean, if things keep going the same way, and as I say that, both barriers already down for the side of Sundubu Strikers.
Oh my goodness, it looks like it's an opportunity here to come on back as Snowball's already knocked one down. Grimella trying to clear things out, but very low on stagger, does manage to land on towards one of those goal barriers. Now Storm throws down the power cord, doesn't land it. 3Z wisely buying time, does manage to get Reznok back here on towards the field. A knockaway onto Storm from that center, going to be huge. Going to clear it back down towards J-Tang, who is now passing up towards Grimella. Grimella trying to use that sentry turret to get it opened up. There goes the goal, there goes the cyber swipe. Doesn't land it, but does stagger J-Tang, who is now at risk of getting pushed on out. Reznok does manage to receive on the other side, and Snowball looking to push things through, goes through for the Fire Flurry, doesn't land it. Now J-Tang left to receive 1 versus 2, passes it back up towards Storm. Grimella gets it back down to 3Z. There's going to be the core flip to save off of the pendulum swing, but Grimella knocks it in the bottom corner, and there's going to be another goal earned for the Sundubu Strikers.
Yeah, I mean, great recovery there. Reznok kind of falling asleep at the wheel there, losing both barriers, but great recovery to kind of steal down and just hold it down for the rest of the time, and great passing plays from 3Z and Grimella to get that last barrier and to get the final goal.
Huge plays there. It's J-Tang trying to defend. There's going to be Storm throwing on down the Supernova. A nice clear from Snowball up towards the top, going to open up one of those barriers. They're going to have to get a lot more done. Trying to beat onto Grimella, trying to take him off the map. Goes in for the Flying Phoenix, but gets knocked aside himself. And J-Tang can't save it. Another goal earned for Sundubu.
Yeah, and I mean, great core flip from 3Z there. Great bounce onto that bottom corner. J-Tang just a little bit too slow with that glitch pop. The right idea, just not quite the execution there. And, I mean, this game going a little bit different now as we see 2-0 on the side of Sundubu Strikers. This might be a little bit cleaner of a game.
Yeah, definitely what Sundubu Strikers want. They want a cleaner game here. Is if they're hoping to make playoffs, first of all, it's going to help them towards getting there. And then also, you know, you do not want to come into playoffs off of having a very close match with the bottom place team in the division. Definitely want to have a little bit more of a powerful showing here, and they're going for that in game number 2. Pass back up, Grimella going to get taken off the map by Snowball. J-Tang now ready to receive, passes it back up towards Storm. Snowball with a chance to score off of the center. There's the core flip from Storm, but gets denied by 3Z, and J-Tang has to save it with the glitch pop. Now ready to defend, knocks it back away. There's the Thunderstruck from Storm, can get back on the defense if needed. Core flip up towards Storm, misses the strike, comes back to 3Z. Grimella going with the cyber swipe. That's another 3-0 set for the Sundubu Strikers.
And great play there from 3Z and Grimella, actually. 3Z could have hit it up, could have tried to dribble to himself, but notice he did not have the abilities, did not have any tools to actually get the goal by himself. So hits it down, lets Grimella get into the play with that cyber swipe. I mean, great play there. Great heads-up awareness to hit it right into his AME cyber swipe there as we get into draft. 3Z Breezy actually now has Big Fish and Built Different. He is the big boy in this match. Both sides train. He's going over to his side. But on the other side, you know, J-Tang with that very crucial Happy Star, the extra special, going to have that ult at the beginning of every round and severely decrease cooldown. And then Grimella with the, with the Prime Time, going to have a lot more damage output. Snowball with that Egoist. We're actually going to see a lot of energy now in Snowball with Egoist and the Catalyst. And then as we see stacks on stacks with the Vice to finish it off here in aerials for Reznok. A little bit longer, I guess, shotgun projectile length, that's the word.
It's a Rasmus of considerable size coming out here for 3Z Breezy, dwarfing the size of the other members of the map. Let's see if they're going to be able to utilize that to get this series closed on out and get this game win for themselves. A 2-0, definitely what they expected coming in for the day, and they definitely want a clean game number 2 after what happened in game number 1. 3Z knocking it down towards the bottom side, now back up. Grimella gets it off the glitch pop.
I mean, J-Tang waiting for his, you know, kind of waiting for a pass, waiting for an open clear, but Grimella finds that opportunity, finds that, and kind of puts that patience against J-Tang, gets a quick glitch pop to hit it straight in there. And nothing he could have done there. He waited a little bit too long.
Yeah, now getting a lot of work done off of these sentry turrets for both of the IMEs. Now cleared back on up. 3Z ready to receive. Snowball gets knocked aside, but does manage to deflect away from the core flip. Storm going in with that supernova, trying to keep on the aggression, and Snowball finds himself a little KO. That's going to be goalie down. Now trying to move on up, or sorry, not a goalie, but a forward, and now pass back up. Storm finds themselves a goal. Going to be 1-1 in this set.
Yeah, beautiful placement on that Vice secondary to teleport on top of Reznok there and win that strike where I don't think Reznok was expecting that. You know, it's only very hard to see, especially on Atlas Lab, where it almost blends in with the background.
For sure. Ooh, Snowball getting knocked aside. Another glitch pop. Snowball taken off the map. There's the whiplash to finish it off from 3Z. And now a numbers advantage for the Sundubu Strikers. 3Z knocks it off of both barriers, opens it up. Really well played on the pendulum swing. Now looking to finish the job. There's going to be the core flip from Storm. Gets stuffed by Grimella and back down towards 3Z. Pendulum strike doesn't land. Grimella now trying to finish it on off. One more shot comes in from Reznok to get the assist, but Snowball has cleared it back out. And Storm going to be ready to receive, knocking it back in towards this side, but the defense is impenetrable, and Reznok has secured it the whole way through. Snowball going back towards Elusive. 3Z going to have to receive once again, trying to knock it in with the pendulum swing. Grimella just hasn't been able to get involved here. Now passed on down towards the IME, looking to get it past Storm. 3Z coming on down with the whiplash, trying to finish the job on the Storm, but can't land it onto him. And there's going to be an open goal earned for J-Tangles. Are they going to be able to get the lead in this set? They are not. 3Z knocks it in.
Yeah, and great plays there from 3Z to get both the barriers early on and then also find that core flip into the bottom corner. J-Tang not able to get there in time, had the energy to do so, but just could not predict where he was going with that. And one thing that J-Tangles need to do here if they really want to get there is rely on Snowball. Snowball needs to get that aggression as they did in the first game. I mean, a lot of that first game aggression and those goals came from Snowball's aggression, so definitely look towards him to really get this game back into J-Tangles' favor.
Yeah, and now it's the chance for Sundubu Strikers. They are on match point here. They can win the game, they can win the match, they can win the set, they can take everything they came here for with a goal here, and it's going to be a KO to start things off, but it's returned by Snowball. J-Tangles with a shotgun trying to be getting themselves back involved in this set, in this game. They are going to open up the goal. Storm looking to score. Here comes the sentry turret. J-Tang knocking it back up, and they get the goal. 2-2 in set number 3. J-Tangles are not going quietly.
Hey, and as I just said there, the aggression that we needed from Storm and Snowball just really got in there, found the KO, and then a great Amiel to section off the top side of that goal and just forced it straight in. So 2-2, this is anyone's set.
For sure. Storm moving it on up. Going to be a potential extension of the game coming through for J-Tangles. They certainly do not want their season to end like this. They want to get themselves that win that they were nearly promised in game number 1. 3Z going to open up the goal. Now in a 1 versus 2, it gets knocked in right past J-Tang, and Grimella closes it out 3-2 in the third set. Sundubu Strikers take the game 2-0.
Yeah, even though it was a 3-2 there, definitely what Sundubu needed to stay in playoff contention. A 2-0, one of them being a 3-2, however, a 3-0 on the second game definitely is going to put them higher up on the totem pole there on the tiebreaker stats to win. And shout out to 3Z, happy birthday, getting that birthday win. I believe I saw you 21 years old. Go have a drink after this, man, especially after that first game and how crazy that was. But played extremely well. Grimella and Reznok too both followed suit, and I mean a heartbreak for the side of J-Tangles, but we hope to see them in relegation and come back stronger.
Absolutely do there. I can't keep hearing that these players are 21. It makes me feel old, but going to be a huge run there for the side of Sundubu Strikers. They needed the 2-0. They got the 2-0. They're now feeling very good about their chances at being able to make those playoffs. Would not have liked the round diff and the goal diff to end up quite the way that it did, especially in game number 1, but they still have very good odds of making that postseason with this 2-0 result.
Yeah, definitely a very, very good chance now, especially with that crucial 3-0 as we were talking about earlier. And I mean, we're really going to have to see with these next 2 games coming in on for Goats versus and Otaku, the 2 other tiebreaker stats that have not played yet. If they can also get there, you know, I'm expecting Goats to have a bit of a harder run as bounty hunters, you know, undefeated so far, really haven't looked challenged at all in any of these games. Probably going to be a little harder for them. Definitely am looking forward to see what they can do against them here. But Otaku, really, actually off stream, by the way, Sundubu Strikers and Otaku both tied. They tied, had extremely close games. I did not see them themselves. I just saw the round scores afterwards, but extremely close. And I'm afraid, I feel like, depending on how Otaku Esports go, that's going to be the tiebreaker stat here with them and Best Western as well.
Yeah, very well could be. I mean, it's been very close matchups in the Western Conference, as we said, coming down to the wire in so many of these matchups, just the ones that we saw today. And, you know, only 4 can make playoffs. There's going to be some teams with some real respectable records and some real respectable results who are just going to have to sit pretty and wait for the next season to start off.
Alrighty, well, I think that does it for us. I guess quick shout-outs before we pass it on to the analyst desk. I am Borg. You can see me on my stream. I haven't streamed in a little while, but I probably will stream tonight and possibly tomorrow as well at Jord_OS. That's JORD_OS. And I will be playing in the upcoming Pro League Invitational by Odyssey as well, so you can expect me there.
All right, looking forward to it, Borg. I am not streaming, but you can find me on Twitter at GordoCasts. Keep tuned for when I'll be back on here and when I'll be on other streams. And hoping to be back for playoffs, hoping to be back sometime real soon. But this has been a great run with you, Borg, a great couple of games that we've been able to cast. And now going to throw it on towards our next pair of casters. It is going to be, who is it going to be? It's going to be K-Bot and... I'm going to find it in a second here. It's going to be K-Bot and Magic 8 Ball returning for their second set of the day. So, going to be a bunch of fun. We'll throw it to Analyst Desk first, and we will see you guys next time.
All right, we are back yet again. You can see Yoki's background slowly getting darker as the sunlight fades. But, Yoki.
Yeah.
The J-Tangles almost did it in that first game. What do you have to say about it?
Yeah, J-Tangles almost secured the win. I think a lot of that, honestly, was J-Tang himself kind of had his own personal preference of Exodia. He had the twin drive eject with like aerials, as we see in this clip. He's able to just kind of do so much from his goal arc, really. From like just outside of his goal arc all the way to the top barrier of the core. We see Storm and Snowball were stacked on the bot side with the Imi turret that forces the clear up from Reznok. And then J-Tang is able to go and get the secure and then throw out a little bubble before ejecting back. And then if somehow this core either ricocheted off of this barrier or if Reznok hit this down, then what would have happened is J-Tang was already jumping back in because both of his forwards had rotated to the top side. And this was to maintain possession and offensive pressure. wasn't able to secure, but as you could just like see in general, like because of J-Tank kind of having this kind of exodia, Snowball just barely missing the dash punch. He was able to do like kind of whatever he would have liked. And you see he pitches a pass to Gramella, and fortunately for Gramella, they placed the Imi turret, but Imi blinking in into a core flip, not able to secure. But I mean, just J-Tank getting to do whatever he would wanted. But the reason why Dubu was more dominant in the series really just came down to their core control. Both Juliet, Vice, and Imi are all pretty weak whenever it comes to mobility and just like moving the core in general. And you see Gramella dominates this kickoff versus a Juliet, especially with Reznok backing them up. And then Reznok with the ult getting this clear. And because Snowball was kind of outclassed in the kickoff, Snowball ended up playing back, and then J-Tank walked forward. And because J-Tank walked forward, he ends up getting hit by all of these abilities, debuffed by Drakkar, and pushed out of position. And that's where we get the slowest McDouble in OS history. So very unlucky. And then one last thing to point out is the side of Sundubu played a pretty good like team DPS game where most of J-Tank's like KOs came from Snowball, like finding these like one-shot KOs. So you see Snowball getting the 1-2 on 3Z. But then watch how Reznok keeps damage on Storm. So we have Storm getting hit by a bubble there, then a shotgun, so that resets the healing. And even if the Imi blink misses, there's another shotgun which prevents Storm from regening any HP. And none of this is something that Storm could elusive. And then right as like Storm would start regening, Storm walks into the freaking Drakkar ultimate and starts burning, which prevents the regen that would be like healing. So only now does it actually start being positive healing. And then by that time, 3Z is back up. 3Z uses the secondary to stop the healing once again, and then Storm barely on the like inside of the Atlas well. So we see Storm has 2 or 3 elusives, but there's nothing really too elusive, and now all of a sudden Storm is staggered. Only like the small mistake on the Atlas well, and that results in like Storm ended up getting KO'd. And then from here, with Storm out of position and the side of Sundubu Strikers already have dominant core control, they will just collapse on J-Tank, and J-Tank cannot be offensive like he would like to. And then this kind of just led into the last match where 3Z got double size. 3Z had better core control awakenings than he did in the first game. And you see 3Z was honestly just able to really just take control of this game. 3Z, nice little mix up, getting the primary confirm onto J-Tang. And even though J-Tang puts this ultimate down, 3Z was able to strike Orvis the turret and secure the win. So really, I would say a lot of this just came down to Sundubu having more core control on a core control focused map, and then Snowball, Storm, and J-Tang not being able to match the KO pressure that Sundubu had. Like Gramella is still alive here while 3Z scoring is kind of a perfect example of what went wrong.
All right, thank you once again, Yoki. We have 2 more matchups left in today. Don't go anywhere yet. I know some of you left. I'm looking at the viewer counter, but that's fine because we have the Splatoon duo of K-Bot and Magic 8-Ball up. And hopefully we'll find time for Will It Kaz. But so far, our schedule's been packed. Yeah. I want to find time, but the schedule is so tight.
Peak. That is peak production.
But you got to stay on the stream. We'll find time for it. Hello everyone, and we're back for the final 2 best of 2s in the North American Strikers League. First up is Bounty Hunters versus Goats Esports, and Bounty Hunters look a little too dominant at the moment. Will Goats Esports make anything happen? Will they pull a miracle out of the hat? And then we have Oxygen Overdrive versus Otaku Hideout, and all of these matter so much for playoffs. A tie here, a win there, a loss there could decide the playoff picture for the West League. But to cast these games, we'll have the legendary duo of Magic 8-Ball and K-Bot with you in like 2 seconds as I transition to them smoothly.
So smoothly there, Saya, on that transition. Also, I don't know about legendary quite yet. Maybe legendary in another universe entirely. What's going on, everybody? Hope you've been enjoying the show so far. And Magic should be a great culmination of the season here for our last few matches of the night.
This is it, right? These are the last few teams that need to decide exactly where they're standing in the playoff picture. And we've got a good couple of sets for you coming right up. We've got Bounty Hunters versus Goats Esports, and this is going to determine exactly where Goats stands.
And let's say this, right? Out of all of the teams that entered today in the tie for third spot, of 4 of them, the last team I want to be is Goats Esports, who to try to separate themselves from the pack has to pick up 1, if not 2 maps over Bounty Hunters, this team that's been completely dominant so far over the course of the regular season, prioritizing an incredibly heavy core control style, it would be an upset for Goats to win this. It's not like a given. We've seen crazier things happen here, especially given the fact that it's a West League. I mean, hey, look, the Jade Angels just about picked up a match over the Sundubu Strikers, but even still, Magic, this is a tough hill to climb.
It is, and you made a wonderful foldy sheet, as what you call it. Which,
that's what they call it.
That's what they call it.
That's what they call it in League of Legends. It's like a thing.
It's a thing?
It's a thing.
Okay.
I genuinely guarantee you it's a thing.
Point being, there's a few nooks and crannies that could happen still between Otaku and Goats and Sundubu Strikers. Like, there's so much variation that could still happen, and both of these outcomes are important for who makes it where. Because there's one little slight orange spot that I see right at the end of the sheet that says, if this happens, we're going to tie breaks.
Let's just say that absolutely nothing is set in stone. We cannot speak in any certain terms to say that a team is for sure going to make it, because all sorts of crazy scenarios can still happen, even despite the fact that there are only 9 left. But here we go. We're getting right on into things here. It will be the Bounty Hunters on the blue side and Goats Esports on the red side. Unsurprisingly, the Juno gets taken away from Gravity here, and we'll see what else comes through, especially with that Atlas gone as well.
Right, and the Atlas means that there's not going to be a very good opportunity to put up those iron walls unless you decide to put on some ice skates, which I don't think that we've seen come out in the West League, or at least definitely not as often. And right, we're going to be going right back to the Kai. Mirror matches for both sides, and Bounty Hunters is looking to go 7-0 in the NASL West League. Let's see if they can make that happen.
Starting it off here, and we'll see what actually comes up, especially what comes up with the starter awakenings. But one of the things I like to say are, okay, twin drive glass cannon. That explains why the Atlas was taken away there, especially given the fact that we are on Odie Village as well. But one of the things that I like to say here is what these first few sets are really going to matter a lot, especially when we're talking about this mirror matchup.
Right, because it's all about the scaling when you have a composition like this with the Kai and the Julie that benefits so much from Awakenings, with the Era that can really turn that tornado into a proper Maelstrom, as Apalmi is able to land that second barrier here. Gonna be a really good opportunity, actually, now that Fudgy Waffles has access to that tornado. Gonna be a good way to clear the angles. Not gonna be able to find it as Apalmi. Gravity is really doing really well there, but not so much anymore. They're 1 down.
KO comes through. The core gets over to the corner, and Apalmi takes the first goal here for GOATS Esports. Worth noting, folks, in the West League so far, we did a little bit of number crunching in the over the week. And we've got both the number 1 and number 2 goal scorers per minute in this match. It's Kainoob that is number 1 for the side of Bounty Hunters, and Apalmi number 2 in goals per minute. Apalmi gets one on the board first, getting that first strike away.
That's an insane statistic, and shoutouts to Etier for doing a lot of these stats inputs. Has been very helpful, but speaking of being helpful, what's not helpful is when Gumi is spamming emotes and lets the core just slide idly by, and that goal gates open up. But right back to the other side, Kainoob looking like is it Kainoob looking like it's gonna be a cinch, but Apalmi is able to stem that one away for the time being.
So many energy bursts used, but it doesn't matter. It's the number 1 goal scorer per minute that's able to put it back nonetheless. Still keeping up that pressure, maintaining presence with that core, Magic.
Maintaining a lot of presence, and that's exactly what it's all about, is can you jockey for position? Can you box out who you need to box out for the time being, right? Especially when you have these matchups of the double Juliet. You need to be able to get in first. You need to be able to get control of that first, or else you're not going to be looking too pretty when you're just bumbling on the other side of the field with no core to your name. I knew it's going to be able to send that one into the goal barriers, K-Bot.
But now, potential offensive here for GOATS. It looks like it will be interrupted. Gravity trying to go forward here, but there's the fiery flurry that comes out, traps Blue Flu there on the goal line and sends him packing right towards the net. It's another one up here for the Bounty Hunters as they're looking to take this first set and head to the first carousel with an advantage.
And it's first carousel trying to, but there's still a lot of good to be had from the players of GOATS Esports. It's not like they've just been sitting watching these cores go into those goals. They've been able to make Bounty Hunters play for them hard, right? Like they're using up a lot of resources, and Gumi, even through all the emotes, is still getting a lot of pressure done, and that's a really important KO as Fudgy Waffles takes it off the bounce and sends that one into the corner. This is anything from over, and if this is what it's going to be like for the rest of the match and for the rest of the series, I'm very excited.
Huge KO there. It looks like it's kind of just going back and forth, swinging back in terms of who's actually able to put the goal away, largely dependent on which Juliet actually comes up with that KO. But of course, also dependent on these goal barriers as well, as one is down on both sides. Gumi super far forward here, probably looking for the core flip in just a moment. We'll have that up, you have to imagine, and Kainoob actually going to be retreating backwards with low stagger. Forced to do that for now. Gumi still on the top side, looking for this core to hit the fast lane, get that one moving. Kainoob dash punch, that one will not connect with the blast zone and send Fudgy Waffles away. And still seeing this ping pong game, but actually the fiery flurry gets one past as Gumi fires the XDD off anyway. We'll see what else happens. Giga Blast looking to try to keep up the pressure here, and Apalmi and Fudgy Waffles starting to move forward. No, won't amount to much of anything for now, but Blue Flu still has that vital energy burst at his disposal. I say that as Apalmi gets taken off of the pitch. It's a power play opportunity here as Gravity and Kainoob are looking for the offensive. Fudgy Waffles again stalling for a little while, trying to dribble off of that side. And now the Maelstrom comes out as well. Energy burst used. Blue Flu trying to get this back the other direction by just an ounce more time as Apalmi comes back online. And Gravity's going to get the orb stolen away from him as well. Another shot goes towards the blue net. Gumi's still back, trying to defend it. Now Fudgy Waffles looking for the offensive, but Gumi's just way too fast. Not that time, though. Finds the direction to the bottom corner, and GOATS Esports are going to take the first set.
By literally a razor's edge, that one could have gone every other way. The only real difference that we had for the, that really came down to it was whether it was the twin drive versus the glass cannon, and so it was all down to execution and just a little bit better of a core placement from Fudgy Waffles as he picks up the fire up, which according to our main man Borg is super important.
Yeah, Fire Up has had a heavy priority in the past few days since it was introduced on Tuesday, getting that many more energy bursts and also contributing to the overall team's speed, especially on a map like Oni Village, where that core can get out ahead of you rather quickly. It is a huge pickup here for the side of Goats Esports. Egoists will get picked up as well, coming in for both Kai goalies, which will also be beneficial in terms of getting them that energy burst that much more often. But Bounty Hunters looking on the offensive here. Gumi pushed up forward, trying to join the party as well. Looks like with low damage, Kainoob will be forced to back on away, and pressure will start to shift the other direction.
I think this is another time, I vaguely remember from Primetime Tuesdays, a player with the Juliet picking up that Super Surge as Gumi decides to Giga Blast that one into the back of the net. Okay, Gumi, you keep doing you. That was a crazy shot. But that Super Surge might actually come in handy and throw off somebody like Kainoob's timing or their playing around opportunity, since they might just get hit from very far away.
Oh, double goal barriers down already. Blue Flu not able to send it away from the side of Bounty Hunters, but Apalmi able to respond right back with one. Fudgy Waffles looking to try to keep this one up. Giga Blast again, buying some time, trying to send this one back, but Apalmi gets knocked off of the pitch. Kainoob dashing forward off of the dribble and puts it right back away. 2 quick goals on the board for the Bounty Hunters in the second set for response.
And you know, it's really interesting, the glass cannon for Kai. You don't think, oh, well, the power is not going to come too much in handy, but no, it really does, especially when you have a giant blast of blue flame that's going to potentially KO your opponent. That little bit of extra help can really make the difference as Palmy tries to bounce that one off the walls, get that into the goal. Fudgy Waffles has core flip, and K-Bot, this is looking like it's still not a great opportunity for the members of Goats, but they have some options.
Apalmi's pressure baited the energy burst out of Gumi. Still looking to try to keep the pressure here. Dashing in once more. And Gumi a little low on that stagger. Energy burst used. Nice barrage. Blocking that last goal barrier for now. Blue Flu again trying to use that core flip. Setting that one forward. But Kainoob goes on the 4 KO streak because Apalmi's taken off once more. It's both barriers up still, but one's quick to follow, especially with Gumi joining the fray. You see Kainoob once again backed away. Continue to keep up this presence at the midfield line. Gumi will be satisfied taking both goal barriers. Now looking to try to defend this last one with Apalmi back online. We'll see what else can be done here as the Maelstrom comes back out. Fudgy Waffles sends one back, but Gumi, nice deflect. Still staggered. Now Crack going to be forced to try to just run for the hills. That's going to be a quick goal barrier from Apalmi, and now Kainoob forced to use some of the abilities at the midfield line. Find some level of core control and threads the needle right through the 2 members of Goats. Now a shot towards the net, but no, that one's sent back away by Blue Flu. What else is going to happen here? Kainoob off the dribble and is able to find it right back. It's a 3-0 set in response for the Bounty Hunters.
We saw Streak do it earlier in the East League where he got staggered and said, all right, I'm just going to take a nice quick lap around the field that is Oni Village, and ends up getting so much mileage out of it. And I can't believe that this is meta, and because of that, they're getting the prime time for Kai. Built different denial from these Juliets. Stacks on stacks, though, still falls through, and so many good trainings in this draft. But you have to be so unfortunate by that prime time falling into the hands of Gumi.
Oh yeah, I mean, Gumi got exactly what he wanted there. That means that he can indeed maybe let one go by thanks to an emote, and then still has another primary up as well to try to send it away for better timing. But really, I'm looking towards Apalmi. Just picked up stacks on stacks, but it's been getting KO'd, been getting a lot of the brunt pressure out of the Bounty Hunter so far. We'll see if he can try to stay alive and keep hopes alive for Goats, who again, might I remind you, really want to pick up at least 1, if not 2 match wins here in order to solidify themselves for this playoff standings.
Right, I believe if they don't even get 1, they don't have a chance. They really need at least 1 of these sets to go through their way, and they have all of the opportunities. They have plenty of potential, but the potential could just get swung into kinetic energy right back at them. That was an insane shot from Gumi.
Never underestimate the power of how fast the core moves on Oni Village. Yes, I understand it didn't hit the speed lane, but even still, when you've got this Kai able to pump out the Giga Blast and send this one flying, it can come at you from all angles, and BlueFlu just could not react in time that time around. Apalmi racked on health, now trying to recover, but still can't really do much of anything for now, and it's going to be 2 quick goal barriers again for the Bounty Hunters. Passing play comes through, Gravity and Kainoob continue to find the connections to one another, and now the Bewitching Beam sends it away from Gravity. It's 5 straight goals for the Bounty Hunters.
Oh, classic play. I mean, really, walking up together, like, hand in hand, basically holding hands and clotheslining the enemy goalie. That was super, super clean, and this is the kind of play that we expect from the Bounty Hunters, who have been at the top of this league for a long, long time, at the top of North America for a long time.
Now we'll see what else can happen here. Apalmi's found a KO, though. Potential power play opportunity, dashing in for the second barrier. That one doesn't get a sent away. Gumi has Energy Burst, though, as that get out of jail free card, but it doesn't matter when you get KO'd. As now it's a double KO. Kainoob forced to play the goalie, sends one away. Now dash coming up, but still interrupted nonetheless. BlueFlu gets involved as well with the core flip, and it finally gets to Fudgy Waffles, who's able to put it back. Goat's trying to stay alive.
Juliets need to be doing this more often, and I'm finally seeing it more, especially in these high level games. Just walking at the goalie, knowing exactly when you need to hit that ultimate button and to get that guaranteed KO, because most of the times they won't dodge. They're gonna try and keep this one alive because the core is walking at them right after you, and Apalmi just did that super cleanly to make sure that Gumi had no room to breathe.
Little bit of the Energy Burst gambit, right? You want to try to keep it, but you also are going to need to dodge away from the Juliet ultimate. And if the Juliet can walk forward and capitalize on that, just as Apalmi did there, it almost means a for sure goal, or at least heavy advantage for your team in order to try to capitalize on that. But now we'll see what happens here as Gumi's still up in the midfield lines, keeping up so much speed here with this now. But Apalmi able to find the second goal barrier nonetheless. Fudgy Waffles trying to keep the pressure here. Apalmi didn't have dash up in the moment in time, but it doesn't matter. It hits the top corner nonetheless, so we're heading to another goal 5.
I think Apalmi's been insane with just these bounce off ricochets from the walls. Like, that has to be calculated because it's the second time he's done it. This dude's a legend of the game, and I will not take any questions.
I mean, Apalmi also looks like he's using that dash on cooldown. Right? Basically, anywhere he can try to use it. Getting that super surge, getting a little bit of extra oomph out of it as well. To try to keep possession of the core here, and especially away from this brutal duo for the Bounty Hunters. Haven't talked about it as much so far, but other thing to note, Gravity is #1 in assists per minute. So you've got the #1 assister with the #1 goal scorer. That means the two of these on the forwards for the Bounty Hunters are finding the connections to one another in order to cross up the goalie and put those shots back. So we'll see if they can do that, but all the meanwhile, as long as Fudgy Waffles and Apalmi can try to keep it away from these two forwards, they'll be playing a lot better here, and they've done it for the last 2 points, but now pressure's starting to mount here. As Gravity and Kainoob are looking for this one. Kainoob able to find a KO onto Apalmi as the goal gates open. As now power play opportunity comes out. Gravity in the speed lane, looking for the pass here. Gumi's forward, has the energy burst as well. It's a KO1 and send the core right back. It'll be Kainoob credited with the goal, but Gumi was there for the setup, and it makes 2-1 for the Bounty Hunters.
It was really interesting during that volley is that the first time that they were trying to go for that goal barrier, Apalmi was sitting on top of Gravity and just would not let him get anywhere near the core, and they were able to clear it really easily, and there wasn't that much pressure. But as soon as the rotations happened and then they came back, Apalmi had to try and sit on Kainoob, and after that, Gravity just went ham and was able to move so much better with the core, and they just couldn't do anything. Reverberation getting picked up by Apalmi, deciding to go for that stagger and the cooldown reduction. Chrono Boost, cast to last for Gravity is super important as well. Aerials, Chrono Boost, like, this is a really good draft for the members of Bounty Hunters, and solid for Goats, but not the best, and this is where we're going to start seeing that scaling.
And that's exactly what I want to comment on too. Apalmi only got the spark of focus as Gumi lets both goal barriers down here. Again, Gumi playing the gambit here, playing incredibly offensively. Power play opportunity, Giga Blast just wide for a moment, and now the Maelstrom to send the core away, at least by a little bit of breathing room. Kainoob is still there, though, wins the strike war with Blue Flu to send it back. And again, Goats really need a response here. Again, they lose both of these matches, they are out, and you can't let both of them slip through your fingers.
Can't let both. They have to find some way to make this an adjustment, right? Omega Strikers is all about the tactical play on top of the execution, and if they need to figure out some way to think through this, because there's no major advantage that they have otherwise. It's a mirror match. It's an execution game. They need to figure out some way to just press their buttons better.
Blue Flu starting to go forward, and now Gumi as well forward. Here are the energy bursts exchanged by both Kainoob and Fudgy Waffles, while Gumi keeps his up for now. Giga Blast out of Blue Flu. Now will use the energy burst as well, but again denied as Kainoob had possession there for a brief moment. Now Gumi stalling out for a moment, waiting for someone to open up. Now core slips through. Gonna get shrunk in the process as well from the Bewitching Beam, but Gravity finds the shot to the goal barrier. Gumi on the pass, on the dribble, looking for this one now, but right on over to Fudgy Waffles. We'll see if Goats can try to keep this one up. Palmy looking for the KO, can't find it there. Now it's back over to Kainoob. Blue Flu trying to use the barrage to send it away, and now it gets stalled out for just a moment. Palmy with cooldowns back online, likely looking for Gumi again. Here comes the Giga Blast and is able to find the connection there. There's the goal barrier down as well, and now all that's left is a pass forward, but Gravity's in the way, and now with the speed boost as well, Castellas coming through is Kainoob once again playing this Juliet goalie, sends it off the top corner. Gumi is back online, and the capitalization was not quite there off of the KO. Will they be able to find it again, though, as the Maelstrom buys enough space? Beautiful Giga Blast from Gumi to send it away as well. And again, everything that's getting thrown towards the net right now from Goats is just not connecting. The Maelstrom comes out for the pass over to Kainoob, and Bounty Hunters are able to flip this thing on its head in an instant.
I think that they got a little bit tense and weren't coordinating their cooldowns, because it seemed like every time Fudgy Waffles was trying to send that thing in, Apalmi was nowhere near him. He was on the other side or trying to go for Gumi or some KO. They need to start coordinating these, and Apalmi needs to get back into being that number 2 scorer per minute, or else he's going to get sent into the void once again. And Fudgy Waffles has the core flip, and Blue Flu does as well, so they're going to be able to stall this, but they need to come up with something soon.
Once again, the Gumi Giga Blast has connected. Palmy will come back online now, but we'll see what pressure they can try to mount as we imagine those cooldowns back up, but Fudgy Waffles critically just burned that energy burst as well, and Gumi has one up, as does Kainoob. Now dribbling off the top side, looking for this one. There's the dash forward, and now the Fire Flurry comes out as well. There's the core flip just to prevent anything from the defensive side, and the Bounty Hunters, even though they might have dropped the first set, they responded in spades.
They did respond. They responded incredibly well. And if you're on the side of Goats, you've got to be feeling that pressure now. You've got to be feeling that pressure mounting. And already, as if the unclimbable hill of best of the Bounty Hunters wasn't already enough of a weight on your shoulders, now you're in a do-or-die situation, basically, for your playoff picture. It's so unfortunate, but it is the reality, and you have to find a way to hunker down and play through that and not let it affect your mental. I can't even think about how intense they have to be feeling.
I mean, and you saw it there on the stat screen for a moment. 8 goals for Kainoob, 5 and 4 assists out of Gravity and Gumi, respectively. This team knows how to play together. This team knows how to find the connections to one another to try to set up those opportunities, and everyone's getting involved on the front lines. You saw even in that last goal as well, where the energy burst was committed just to prevent the strike, even though the Fire Flurry was already hitting him there, hitting Blue Flu on the goal line. So much has to go right. But look, if you're Goats, what do? You're certainly not going to want to play Bounty Hunters when Gravity's back on a Juno or a Vice or something else. You probably want to try to play this because you figure that this might give you the best shot of trying to beat this unbeatable team.
But mirror matching them? You're trying to mirror match the best team in the league? Hold on.
No. Magic, you know me. I don't like mirror matching. I've said that for the longest time, and you know that out of anyone else listening right now. But what is there to do? Again, you don't want to give Juno away to Gravity. You don't want him back on Vice, probably, either, right? What can you do? Like, what's the response? Give me a better response.
Okay, well, why don't you try going something that's going to throw chaos into the mix? Why don't you try going an X or something? Just something to create some sort of imbalance so that you can play around it. So that maybe you can start baiting those Julie dash punches in a certain way. So that you can start, maybe forcing Gravity to start bewitching BU. And as we're back on Oni Village, I don't think that that's going to happen because this is one of the most hard maps to change things up on.
Once again, and you figure as well with the extra core speed, trying to find the ability to make an adjustment here. Hey, folks, we got Oni Village twice, but if there's one person that's happy, it's Yoki, who doesn't have to watch another game of Atlas's Lab on the analyst desk here, at least for now. The era is banned away by bounty hunters this time around. So they must have found something that they weren't really liking in that first set. And we'll see some slight change-ups. And now Gravity going to go over to the Vice here, which, again, character that we know he's been playing quite a bit.
No, he's been playing quite a bit. Kind of not going to be switching off of anything like that. But Vice just has so much damage. And if last match was any indication, if they're going to start keeping up this damage even more than they already were, that's going to be something. But we do see the adjustment coming through, and that is a Luna forward who we saw Vaughn play earlier today after those Luna buffs. It's going to be really, really nice to put on some really aggressive pressure, match the damage of the Vice, and potentially could swing things back in their favor if they just play around it well.
Luna forward was not something I had prepared on my note sheet, so we'll see what ends up happening here. Happy Stars and Reverberation are your starter awakenings, and 5 Happy Stars, Magic. Sounds like the gospel of the Happy Star has been shown to NASL players, and they're enjoying it.
They are. They're going to be dropping so many nukes, so many supernovas, so many fiery flurries, so many gigablasts, and it's going to be great. We're all going to have a great time just getting sent into like literal oblivion on the side of the map. Gumi going to be moving forward here, and probably is going to send him fiery flurry. Fudgy Waffles already got KO'd. Luna's not known for being not known for being something that can stay on the field for long periods of time, especially if she gets focused down. This is going to be a match where we're going to see a lot of KOs, Kayvon.
A lot of KOs, but unfortunately here, Apalmi not able to find the capitalizations on some of those things. You saw a lot of those abilities expended towards Gumi earlier. Now just has to deal with getting cracked, knocked away by the Giga Blast once again. Kainu finds the second one as well. And it's a double KO with a power play coming through. The second goal barrier will fall, but Blue Flu able to keep it up for a moment here. And now Apalmi back online, but the connection comes through. And Blue Flu, I'm sorry, you had burst.
It's a tactical choice. You know, he didn't want to use it. He wanted to use it for a better opportunity.
The goal was going to go in anyway. It was going to go in anyway.
It was going to go in. He didn't want to waste it. It's fine. It's fine. Hopefully this Luna scales. I think that right now it's not going to be like the most effective thing ever, especially without any of the awakenings that boost her damage, right? You know, Vice already has some pretty natural damage, but if he wants those awakenings on the side of Fudgy Waffles, he's going to need to start making sure that he is catching up in levels, catching up in goals, and things of that nature so that he can get that MVP.
Bomb comes out, sends the core forward a little bit here for the Bounty Hunters, actually, who are now poised and ready to take this final goal berry, especially with Gumi getting into the fray as well. Energy Burst used, not going to connect with the core, but it doesn't matter. And now Energy Burst used out of Gravity, looking for the pass over to Kainu, but Apalmi is there to interrupt things for a moment. The pass doesn't come through, but now Apalmi forced to walk forward, trying to challenge that, and the punish comes through as well. Brilliantly played once again by the Bounty Hunters, showing and exploiting what happens when that goalie's down.
And that goalie went down quick. Kai is something that you can bully as well, and I know that we saw Apalmi starting to go for the bully on Gumi last set, but not opting to do so currently. They don't exactly have a ton of damage, but finally they're able to take out Gravity and open themselves up a goal barrier or two. This could be interesting. This could be it. You just need to land a couple more abilities.
Couple more abilities. Here we go, looking for the pass forward, but Apalme doesn't have that as well. And there's the power chord again, finds the speed lane, sending this one away for a while. But now Blue Flu once again trying to keep the connection forward up to Fudgy Waffles. Now it starts to fall apart. Pass around, but no, interrupted by the barrage. Dash forward from Fudgy Waffles. And there's the Luna coming in for the first goal for Goats.
And this is what I mean, the chaos, and they for what?
What?
For what? You said Gouts?
I said Goats.
You said Gouts.
I definitely said Goats.
I
might have said like a Goats or something, but I said
yeah.
Goat.
All right.
I said Goat.
I'm sorry, that threw me off. You can't be.
You were already talking.
No, you threw me off. It takes my brain a second to process when somebody says something so weird. All right, and that was weird. But what else is weird is Luna Forward, who is able to create chaos and keep these members of Bounty Hunters on their toes. They're up in this set, and they're up right now with this power play, but it doesn't mean that they can't get thrown off their rhythm.
Had Fudgy Waffles' number there for a moment. Now, could be looking again. Gravity Supernova here for the Vice. Bomb comes out immediately, dodged away by Gravity. Fiery Flurry out of Kainu, again trying to interrupt things here, but enough members are back right now for Goats to protect this final goal barrier. Once again, looking for the pass forward. Apalme does have Flip at his disposal. Fudge Waffles elects to send it to the top corner, but that gives possession right on over to the Bounty Hunters. Now the pass comes through, looking for Apalme there, but Gumi's still able to send it away as well. Bomb out once again, try to buy a little bit more space, but there's the Thunderstruck as well. The pass backwards there, looking for this one is Apalme, and now teamed up, double team by both Gravity and Kainu, but it doesn't even matter because he's still in position. Fiery Flurry out, looking for this one again. Fudgy Waffles trying to take it himself, but no, can't find it for now. Power Chord comes out as well, again, buying more time, buying possession here for the Bounty Hunters as well. Blue Flu forced to send it away just barely, and now Kainu with the dashboard. No, doesn't connect this time. Fudgy Waffles comes in, but again, both Kai goalies matching one another for now. Core Flip comes out, and Gravity's able to find the angle right around Apalme. It's the first set on the board for the Bounty Hunters.
And that was a beautiful display from both of these Kais, saving those goals at the last possible minutes and putting up with all the pressure. Gumi got dash punched like twice and was able to send it away both times. The fact that you can actually save that is impressive. That's like what 99.9% of players sitting in the goal cannot do, and they just did it. And for that, he's going to get another prime time on the Kai.
Do we have to do this again? Does Gumi have to get rewarded for his
100%.
behavior? Does Gumi have to? Like, he's just emoting the whole time. Does the game count emotes permitted as part of its calculations for who gets MVP? Like,
I mean, it should.
I'm trolling, of course. Gumi's been hyper active, hyper involved for the side of the Bounty Hunters here all around, but gets prime time again, and now we'll be looking for this one. Fiery Flurry out, gonna rack up at least a little bit of damage here, but Apalme takes it right back, low on stagger. Gonna be forced to try to walk on away, and once they're low on stagger, he can't quite start to go in and take this as well. Now, there it is again, Apalme. The damage is coming through and has to play even more carefully, looking for the knockout there, but is going to get responded by the barrage from Gumi to send him off of the screen. Gravity low on stagger, but it doesn't matter for now. As I say that, though, both goal barriers dropped for now. The Bounty Hunters have to try to find a response, and the goal barrier will fall here as well. The dash comes through for Fudgy Waffles as Gumi was a little too far forward once again. Goats have capitalized, but how many more of these opportunities can they find?
Well, that's the thing. It's all about punishing mistakes at the end of the day. They need to identify the weaknesses of these players, such as Gumi, who tends to get a little bit aggressive, tends to go on a little bit of these forward streaks where he's trying to play as this third forward. And if Luna can get in right around him, curve around, and find that goal, that's exactly the kind of punishing of that mistake that we need to see. They just need to figure out more of them, more of these opportunities. Where can they find the minor edges of where they can actually get these opportunities going?
Energy Burst, by the way, sends it around the Fiery Flurry of Apalme. Now Core Flip used out of Blue Flu as well, sending it to the top corner. Fudgy Waffles with possession. Bomb coming out here. That one will get sent back all the way to the red side of the pitch. It's a Palmy is low on Stagger at the midfield line, trying not to get KO'd for now. Fudgy Waffles dashes in once again, now looking for the core flip as well, but that one's blocked this time. Dash punch comes through. Kainoob connects, another 4 KO streak for him. Bomb comes out again. Kainoob rather low, but not scared, at least for now. But never mind, maybe you should have been scared. Giga Blast and the connection from the Luna as well. Beautiful team play to find the KO, and with a Palmy back online, potential opportunity here. Supernova, though, comes out, buys space once again, controlling their side of the pitch as the final goal barrier falls on the red side. We'll see this dash come through again, but Gumi's still able to send it away. Pass trying here, but no one's close to even trying to cause a little bit more of a disruption for Gumi. Barrage comes out again. Kainoob and Gravity looking for the pass, and there it is, the connection to the final goal barrier, but will they be able to find the net here as well? Dash around from Fudgy Waffles. The bomb comes out, but it's not fast enough. Kainoob looking for the dash, but no, that core's gonna go right by, but still wins the strike war versus Blue Flu.
Oh, just one tiny mistake is all it took. Blue Flu sending that back into the Juliet instead of clearing down, and that was... he was right there for the ping pong. Fudgy Waffles has been doing a good job at equalizing and putting up damage and making sure to match Gravity's damage threats as this midfielder, but it's so close either way. Apalmi's doing such a good job at putting on the forward pressure. It's so tough because so many of these goals and opportunities could be avoided if just barely, if they just have just a little bit more reaction or awareness. And Apalmi ends up getting sent to the zone one more time, just sticking around just a little too long.
KO comes through now as once again Goats looking to try to take actually their first lead in a set in this game. Reminder, folks, the last Oni Village was an entirely different match, and we're only one set up for the Bounty Hunters here. These goals have been lasting quite a while longer than they did in the last game, I think on average across the whole, but now passing plays starting to come out. Gumi gets involved as well. Fiery Flurry is not going to connect with the core for now, and the bomb is actually going to send it back on towards the blue side of the pitch. Nice snipe with a rocket as well, finds the angle towards the goal barrier, and all of a sudden Goats also on the offensive. Power Chord comes out, interrupting Apalmi for now, but looking for the passing once again. Still, these members of the Bounty Hunters are always in position to interrupt some of these passes as they continue to try to come through, doing a great job at the positioning game, and they're rewarded with a goal as Kainoob finds the bottom corner.
And that's exactly right. They've always been in positioning in between the members of Goats every single time they want to try and move forward. You know, they are able to move forward together like really well, but also at the same time they can turn around and be interruptive and defensive as soon as they need to be. Kainoob just sends that one right in, getting a good bounce and a core flip off of the goal barrier. Yeah. I don't know, Kayla. I don't know. I don't know if the Goats are gonna come out buying.
Doesn't look like it for now. And now there's a carousel with 3 sparks online. That is not what you want to see if you're a Goats fan. As one of your members will likely, or isn't forced to take it, but man, you don't have a lot of better options. Looks like it will be Fudgy Waffles, though, picking up the missile propulsion. That'll be something that's enjoyable there. But once again, it's primetime rapid fire for Gumi. Somehow, this guy does it again.
This guy does it again, dude. How do you get past a rapid fire primetime Kai? The answer is you don't. Not without KOing him, not without putting a lot of resources into every single goal barrier, because these goal barriers are so hard to get out anyways. Fudgy Waffles is literally already almost dead. Gravity has been doing so well playing in this backfield, and Gumi could literally just walk forward and stuff this thing into the goal barriers and into the goal if he really wants to.
Oh, but is going to get punished for it now. Apalmi on the offensive here, and is going to be able to send it right past Kainoob and Gravity, both who had already burned their strike cooldowns. Once again, Apalmi able to capitalize on Gumi's slight overstep there, especially in that speed lane on the side.
And again, razor-thin margins is what this game hinges on, and these players know where to press on those hinges to make them fall apart, and open up that door. Speaking of opening up that door, that's exactly what the members of Bounty Hunters just did.
So that one comes through from Gravity using both a power chord and a strike as well, but still on the offensive is Goats looking for this one as well. The Bomba does not connect this time around as the passes start to come through. Kainu does have Energy Burst at his disposal. Now will utilize all of those abilities and punch Blue Flu right back. 1-1 in this set as the Bounty Hunters are coming roaring back.
I'm not going to sugarcoat it. Walk up core flip primary, Juliet. That's literally worked so many times, and they can't prevent it because he's just a Juliet that is able to take down a Palmy in the blink of an eye. Fudgy Waffles is able to open up these goal barriers, but K-Bot, I don't know, man. It's so hard to fight against Kinoob.
He found it! Fudgy Waffles found the angle that time around, even after utilizing that core flip. Magic, you know, if you want to extend the game, just keep saying remarks like that, because that caster curse worked.
Oh, that's what I'm here for, right? I'm here to be just a bad influence on these players, and to make sure that these games go as long as possible on the map that will make these games go as long as possible. There's the 2 barrages from Kai. Another one's going to be back up shortly, but they have maybe a few seconds to try and get one of those goal barriers down. Not going to be able to do so. Fudgy Waffles back online. Hey, bot, this is a power play opportunity. There's still hope for Goats.
There's still hope, but again, they need to try to find a way to capitalize on this, especially with all these barrages coming out of Gumi. There's the Supernova as well, but Fudgy Waffles is able to find the goal barrier, looking to try to dribble it off the top. There's the Bomba that comes out as well, but again, it's not out in time. Drifts all the way back to Blue Flu, now tries to pick this one back up, but it's Kainoob looking to send it towards the top corner as the respawn comes back in as well. Once again, dash forward from Kainoob. The core's found the speed lane. Gumi able to send it away to the top side now, but Blue Flu over to a Palmy. Can't collect the core this time around. Blue Flu does have that energy burst at his disposal as well, but appears to be utilizing it in a solely defensive strategy for now. As Fudgy Waffles is probably going to get sent off the map with one more tap. Looking for this one here, but it's Kainoob once again in the top corner. The punch comes through, connects with the goal barrier as well. Dash in, energy burst used by Gumi. But what will come of this now? There's the core flip that comes out of Blue Flu, sends it over to Fudgy Waffles, who puts it back, and the Goats have found another set.
I can't believe how well Fudgy Waffles is playing this Luna, dodging every time that Kainu tries to get a KO, is being so much more aware and knows exactly where to place these rockets. And like, it's just dumping a nuke every 20 seconds. Like, he jumped 3 nukes in that volley. This is the power of the Luna forward, and it's understandable why we're seeing it so often. Built different on Infinite is going to be really nice. Specialized training for Gumi. And there's the fire up is still standing. What is this Luna going to take?
This Luna ends up just settling for the built different, I guess. Fire up goes all the way through to Gravity for the side of the Bounty Hunters as well, mostly because that built different was online for both Apalmi and Kainoob. The heavy impact comes in for Blue Flu as well. Will be looking to be perhaps more deadly on that Giga Blast, but can't quite seem to find it for now, as now another dash in for Fudgy Waffles, looking for this other goal barrier. Once again, the Goats trying to stay alive here. They need a map win against the best team in the league if they want the push for playoffs.
Want the push for playoffs, and if you're the members of Goats, you're probably thinking, all right, well, let's do our best here, but now that they got this goal, now that they got this set, they got to be thinking, is this doable? And are they going to start feeling the nerves from that? Are they going to start feeling shaky, playing shaky, trying to mess up their game plans because they're feeling that pressure? As Kainoob sends that one, tries to get into the barrier of that core flip, but not able to.
Oh, dash though out of Fudgy Waffles. Fiery Flurry will get interrupted by the Giga Blast coming out from Gumi. Pass forward though. Apalmi looks for the top corner. That one will get sent away because Gumi has enough speed. Overtime now. A minute's elapsed. We'll see what happens here as the dash comes forward. Fudgy Waffles' core flip decides to use it there, but it gets met immediately with the barrage. Fiery Flurry comes out of Kainoob here as well, as the core is now flying on Oni Village. That's the Super Surge coming out here for Apalmi. Not able to find it there. What will come of the rest of this now as Kainu has possession of the core, looking for the dribble off the top side, looking for the goal barrier as well, but Blue Flu still sends it away and again has that energy burst at his disposal as well. Specials exchanged all across the middle of the map. It'll still mean possession for the Bounty Hunters. Nice core flip, stalls out for a while as the Supernova sends it up the top corner. Kainu looking for the KO, but no, can't respond for now. But again, does have that energy burst as well. Track that as well, but Fudgy Waffles dashes in, looking for this one. Pass over to Apalmi, but both Gravity and Gumi are there. Pass forward again, but Apalmi was going back for a moment. Can't capitalize on it for now. Barrage comes out. Now the pass comes through, but no, still denied for the last goal barriers. Fudgy Waffles is able to set it down to the bottom corner. Here come the goats roaring.
Did you see how Fudgy Waffles scored that thing? Because he bounced it off of the wall. It wasn't an immediate strike, and it's that little change in timing that ended up throwing off Gumi's barrage, and that was it ended up scoring it. And like, how do you know that's what's going to the difference between scoring that goal and not? How does Fudgy Waffles know that?
Well, he knew it in that case. Sometimes, folks, Omega Strikers at this level is all about the mind games, but for now, it's both goal barriers down, and it's not about the mind games when it's as easy as energy burst dash forward for the Juliet. Once again, the combination has scored for Kainu. The #1 goal scorer in the West League continues to put these points on the board for the Bounty Hunters.
Continues, but that doesn't mean that it's going to be all sunshine and roses. Best Bounty Hunters has a very, very hard game ahead of them if these members can start just landing all of their abilities. Palmy can keep landing in all those punches and get that damage down. But if Kainu is going to be getting these goal barriers all in the meantime, then it's not going to be worth it. They need to try and put up some kind of pressure because right now it looks like Bounty Hunters isn't facing any at all.
Fudgy Waffles, though, able to find the dash, sending it right around Gumi, but Kainu has possession. The Supernova comes out as well. The stun is there. Kainu dashes in, and it's match point for the Bounty Hunters, looking to eliminate Goats from playoff contention.
Why are we ping-ponging? Come on, fellas! You can do this! We can do this! It's okay! There's still much more Omega Strikers left to be played. It's on the Fudgy Waffles is about to get sent into the goal blast zone, but is gonna land with 2 goal barriers. Gonna try and push Gumi out of the way for this goal to happen in K-Bot. This could be really dicey because Kainu is walking up one more time.
Bomb there to save things as well. Kainu is there and back, but now the KO comes through onto Gravity. Gumi looking for the dribble. Now Giggle Blast trying to buy some space. Fudgy Waffles is there to send it to the bottom corner. We're going to a 5th point.
No way. That nuke was so important for that play to prevent Kainu from actually just stuffing that thing. And you can see now that Fudgy Waffles has one target in mind, as well as a Palmy. And this is the kind of damage dumping that they need to be doing. They need to be making sure that they are focusing down that threat that is Kainu.
Oh, second goal barrier falls here. There's the dash forward from Apalmi as well. Goats have equalized things and sending us to a set 5. Again, they are looking to find a tie for the chance to make it in the playoffs.
And they know exactly what their condition is. They know that they haven't given up just yet. I didn't hear no bell. Words from a wise man. The draft, though. Deadeye? No, Big Fish for Luna. Gonna be taking it away from Kainu, which I think is the right play, because then your Kai is gonna get Deadeye as well. That hot shot, though, is actually gonna be really interesting.
You give away the bulk up, but wasn't it Kainu that picked up the reverberation earlier?
It was.
So now he has both bulk up and reverberation here. The cooldowns, in addition to the extra power coming in for Kainu, might make him that much more deadly, and you see the KO off your screen almost instantly. The Bounty Hunters are looking to try to capitalize on this power play, especially with Gumi so far forward. There it is again coming through as the extra cooldown reduction allows these connections to happen that much faster.
Blue Flu has been doing well, and that's a 1v3 hold from Blue Flu. No goal barrier to be seen for the members of Bounty Hunters. And if they want to be hunting, they need to make sure that they find their prey. This time they did not, as Apalmi is looking like he's going to try and score this thing. There goes the bomb.
Fudgy Waffles trying to set up for the offensive dash, will be forced to use it defensively, but it doesn't matter because the other goal barrier is going to fall again. Apalmi tries to send this one drifting towards the top corner, but the dash isn't online to send it away, and now the core flip is burned here in order to try to find that top goal barrier, but immediately Kainu gets punished for it away from Apalmi. There's the dash in from Fudgy Waffles, and again, the goats are still alive.
The goats are alive. The goats are coming down from the mountain to say, hey, we're still here to stay. They want that chance, at least, at a playoff spot, and to be the first team to take a map off of Bounty Hunters all season long after 7 long series, and they've got every good opportunity to do so. Apalmi's got Gumi low. Fudgy Waffles has probably got cooldowns online, but if Kainu is gonna shut down Apalmi like that, then it's not gonna matter.
Hold your horses for a moment, folks, because there's a reason why the Bounty Hunters have constantly pulled away with the match victories. They're able to keep their composure and find these passes when it matters most, and it's going to result in them finding a goal barrier there. Core's going to start drifting that way, and Kainu's going to be able to find the dash punch there on the Blue Flu. It's both Fudgy Waffles and Palmy back, but the Supernova doesn't come out fast enough. It doesn't matter. The Core still finds Kainu in the top corner, and once again, the Bounty Hunters have equalized.
I don't know why Palmy decided to Fiery Flurry there instead of just trying to dribble or let that thing stay going in that direction. But again, it's so hard when you're faced down with a Supernova and no goalie to try and make a good decision. They must have been flustered, rattled, anything you can think of. Fudgy Waffles is going to be the difference maker in this game, though. I cannot understate the impact that he's had. These players are all playing out of their minds.
Goats have been a team that has surprised folks so far in the Western Conference. Nobody was expecting this team to make it this far, and now they've got one more shot at playoffs, but they have to do something unthinkable, and they might be able to do it off of this power play here. Fudgy Waffles looking for the pass down to Apalmi, but no, the cooldowns are already exhausted there, and the Giga Blast comes to send the Core away as well. Blue Flu gonna let one goal barrier go down, but it doesn't matter because both teams still have one at their disposal. Supernova down over to Gumi. Now Blue Flu collecting the Core off the top side. Fudgy Waffles still looking for an opportunity, trying to find the angle on the dash, but the strike war is won by Gumi there. There's the dash forward, but no, still denied for now by Gumi. Fudgy Waffles does have this energy burst at the ready. Core will be collected by Blue Flu, trying to send this one calmly on over to Apalmi. Now there's the goal barrier, but Blue Flu actually able to send it away there, dodging gravity for now. Energy burst already burned here from Fudgy Waffles. There is both specials used out of both Apalmi and gravity. Now Gumi collects the Core once more. Beautiful save there, and able to send it around Fudgy Waffles as well. Pressure trying to keep up from Apalmi, and there's a Giga Blast as well, but Gumi's still back despite all of the emotes in order to collect the Core once more. Now pass comes through, gravity denies it for now, but Apalmi's still sending it forward. Fiery Flurry out again, and now the dash, but it doesn't connect with the Core. Apalmi has flipped. There it is, looking for the pass up to Fudgy Waffles, but no, Gumi's still able to send it away with the Core flip, and now misses the Giga Blast. Goats are on match point against Bounty Hunters.
Da-da-da-da, La Bamba sending Gumi just far enough away where he isn't properly positioned to defend that goal, and this is the opportunity that Goats has been looking for. Gumi has been doing so well, but everyone has been placing their shots perfectly, passing it in between so that these players can't end up actually paying. Look at these passes! Look at the angles on these passes. These players are playing absolutely perfect Omega Strikers.
Giga Blast once again can't find the connection to the Core, but now drifts up to Fudgy Waffles, but on over to Kainu. There's the energy burst, finds the other barrier opposite to where Blue Flu was standing. That'll be big for them for now, as that's the first one to fall. Possession still in the hands here, but now the barrage comes out. Fudgy Waffles on up there to try to keep the pressure alive. Apalmi once again dashing forward. That one gets sent away though, as the Goats are still around, protecting this final barrier as if it's their lives, because indeed it is. Giga Blast now out. There's a Supernova as well. Just gets a little bit of damage on Apalmi. But look at this. Apalmi is going forward. Almost has Core Flip at his disposal as well. It'll be looking to use that potentially to secure the goal or secure this final barrier. Here are some of the cooldowns as they continue to get exchanged, but now Gravity's picked up that other goal barrier. We see the barrages come out simultaneously out of both Kais in the speed lane, and Blue Flu's got to play this one so well. Sends it away from Kainu for now, but Gravity's still there to keep up the pressure. There's a Fire Flurry that comes out, and Kainu still finds a way to strike the Core. It's match point for both teams. Goats, it all comes down to this.
Fudgy Waffles used his core flip right at that moment to try and save it, but couldn't manage to do it. And you have to be thinking, oh my goodness, that was the opportunity, that was it. But they can't get rattled now. Fudgy Waffles has no resources, and Kainoob is looking to Shark. And he ends up just turning on a Palmy. And Goats Esports, their chances are shrinking, shaking, floundering. Can they pull this off, K-Bot?
Oh! Flip was out, but it didn't connect with the goal barrier. It doesn't matter because now it comes in. Gravity looking for the pass forward to Kainoob here as well as the Fire Flurry was already used. Blue Flu patiently sends it around to the top corner. Gravity doesn't have power cord as it looks like for now, but you can see the members of Goats panicking. They're double committing back for this core. They don't have anyone forward to try to get this final goal. Bomba comes out, connects with Gravity. Power play opportunity. Here it is. A Palmy looking for this one. Dash in from Fudgy Waffles, and now it's once again a Palmy taken off of the pitch. Fudgy Waffles looking for the goal here. 1v1 versus Gobi. Sends it to the top corner and does it. The Goats are still alive for playoffs contention, knocking off the #1 team in the West for a single map.
I'm sorry, I need to calm down. Oh my goodness gracious. What more could you want from this stream? What more could you want from this league, from this tournament? That, down to the last possible pixel. Gumi was so close to saving that, but Fudgy just snuck it right by him at the last possible chance. And Blue Flu, knowing to push forward in that instance, knowing exactly where to place his Giga Blast to make sure that Fudgy Waffles still had access to that core, and the patience afterwards.
Wow. Tell you what, the other thing here, though, too, hats off for the Luna forward pick, because that was not something I had in my notes and not something that apparently the Bounty Hunters had in their notes either. Gumi was not completely ready for that on the back lines and was able to capitalize on a few more of those plays overall. But Magic, I think we've done probably all of the analysis we can, because I think our minds are just shattered right now. But someone who hopefully will be able to shine a little more light on that game is Coach Yoki, who is still standing by. Salutes over to him with Saya for a little bit of an analyst desk about over what we just watched.
Oh, I might have caught Yoki in the middle of creating the content right now, but hello, Mr.
Sad.
Yoki. We are back with the seventh analyst desk of the day, the 7th hour. Your room has gotten even darker. What do you have to say about this match? Oh wait, he's deafened. Oh no. Oh no. We forgot to ask if he was ready. He just realized.
I was still getting ready. We're ready though.
All right, Yoki. What is up with this completely unexpected tie?
Honestly, very unexpected. Is that like can it be said that that's the biggest upset in ASL? Is that the biggest upset we've had?
Probably.
Yeah, that was freaking fire, honestly. Game one was, I honestly can't even remember game one. It feels like it's so long ago. But I do know this from game one. Bounty Hunters got one of the best drafts ever. They had first pick prime time, and then Blue Flu had to deny BestieInSlot Juliet built different, which then allowed Kainoob to get stacks on stacks. But then after like stacks on stacks, the Juliet cannot ideally, Juliet would probably want bulk up, maybe quick strikes or extra special here, but the Juliet doesn't really get either of these two options. It has to take extra special to deny the era. But either way, stacks is still an S tier Juliet training, even though it's not as good as built different. But this draft, oh my gosh, bro. It is so hard to match a Julie who has stacks and a strike war, especially whenever you don't have size, you don't have speed, and you also don't have quick strikes. And that's where I was saying having to deny the extra special of this era. Maybe you need to deny the quick strikes. I really don't know. But this draft definitely freaking hurt the side of Goat. And then as we go into like this next clip, we see where like the stacks on stacks from Kainu. Look at the freaking speed on this man. He's zooming. Core flips bottom barrier. Recognizes Blue Flu's positioning, and then self dribbles while we wait for the swarm, and then sets himself up for a self pass. And this is where Fudgy really just needs to kind of rotate over and help get like an earlier strike, challenge that like dribble, and then look at this like passing, this position that like Kainoob and Gravity have. Kainoob patches it back down to Gravity. You're gonna want to try to score on the player who does not have core flip. So this was like good to try to rotate Blue Flu and Gravity slot in this bottom angle, but Blue Flu does get the clear, follows up the barrage, and then right here, Blue Flu could clear up, but once again, like what I wanted to highlight with this clip, I missed it because I forgot what this clip was, is watch how Apalmi rotates out of net here. Apalmi can either A, rotate to deny the pass from Gravity to Kainoob, or B, rotate to put a man on Gravity so that Gravity has a body to go through before Gravity's applying pressure into net. This is a difficult decision to make. Apalmi commits to option A, which potentially is the lesser option because Fudgy Waffles is closer to Kainoob, and Fudgy Waffles also has core flip. So because Apalmi like rotates to deny A, which is really natural, it's probably like what most players would do. It sets Gravity up for this 1v1, and then Blue Flu does just get beat by the knockoff special. I believe I titled this clip "Forcing Mistakes," just because whenever you have Kainoob who has stacks and they have this much offensive pressure and they're just constantly going, it's kind of hard to make these split-second decisions to figure out how to play and what to do. And then the last clip from the first game, and this is just a continuation of the last clip. Watch the core control and the precision on both teams. So we have Kainoob receiving the core in the top corner to start this clip. And then just really want to highlight, this was insanely impressive. From right here, instead of trying to inch out like a pass, which would really just hit it to Gigaboss here, kind of self passes off the wall, then self passes up, which also dodges the error beam, then walks the core down and finds his pass to Gravity between Fudgy and Apalmi. And then Gravity takes this core, hits it top side, which basically whenever you have the bottom barrier and you bring the core top side, it really enables your goalie to feel this sense of security and commit forward because the core is on the opposite corner of the map. So whenever Gravity rotates this up, we have Kainoob and Gravity both playing top side, and Gumi's anchoring on the bottom lane. So with Kainoob and Gravity both applying pressure from this top lane, if there was an out pass, we're looking at Gumi scoring on this bottom strong side angle of the barrier. And so here we have Gumi reaching for that with the barrage, doesn't secure. And this is just where Goat played actually insane defense. Look at this clear from Blue Flu. How is this possible? I do not understand. But this just goes to show the tiny margins that Goat had to fight against to be able to win the first gate, have the ability to transition onto offense in this first set. And that's where they scored a point. But that degree of difficulty is not something that's sustainable, and that's where we go into set two. This is where the reverse sweep began, and we see them already having the first barrier advantage. Gumi forced a core flip from Fudgy, and then what happened really the biggest difference to me in this set was one, kind of didn't have the speed that kind of had in the first set, but also Blue Flu stepped up and played extremely well. Fudgy and Apalmi were both very forward, as we saw in the previous clip. Fudgy and Apalmi were playing a lot more defensive, trying to help defend because they couldn't oppose the amount of speed and core control. But whenever kind of did not have that, it kind of allowed them to play more aggressive and have more freedom to position. So look at this core flip. Blue Flu core flip first, and then kind of core flip second. Blue Flu was able to core flip after the second before kind of strike came online because kind of core flip strike then punched, which gave it to Fudgy, and then Fudgy was barely able to get it down past Gumi. That started the reverse sweep. As we continue, the side of Goats, they had to overcome Gumi getting primetime for the second game in a row. And this is just an example of Gumi using Giga Blast to stop the Luna Dash early, giving himself the space to strike, follow up the primetime to force the core flip. And then usually, this is checkmate. Fudgy core flips to a Palmy or core flips to a top angle, one of the two. And then a Palmy just dash punches stuns Gumi to secure this goal. Looks like Gumi is very proactive and barraging to deny the pass, and Gumi just shouldn't have that. Like, he has a third ability, and that's where just Primetime Kai is so freaking strong. So I wanted to highlight that as something that Goats were able to win hard enough to win possession enough times to beat out Gumi playing with Primetime. And this is just really where their offense came from. As you see, the dash punch doesn't secure, but Apalmi is able to win a strike. And be very aware of just the amount of offense from the Goats half of the field that Gumi is having to respond to. So we have a core flip from Fudgy that Gumi has to respond to, passes to Kainu to Gumi. Then Blue Flu covers with the barrage. And Palmy denies offensive pressure by ulting Gravity there. Then Blue Flu, core flip, bottom corner. Again, a shot on net that Gumi has to respond to. Gets the clear. Fudgy from their half of the map again. The pass through Gravity to Fudgy, and the Gumi responds, save that one again. And then Apalmi, the freaking dash strike from the top corner. Gumi responds again. This is so much stress. Giga Blast from their net. Gumi responds again. This is so stressful to have to deal with as a goalie, is these constant shots coming from the opposing team's half of the field. We see Gumi throwing abilities out, trying to give his team possession and gain control. And then last we have a pass to Apalmi, and Apalmi goes for the dash strike, but Gumi saves it. And then eventually we have core flip down. Gumi catches it again. Like, what is this, bro? How is this sustainable? And eventually Gumi's Giga's a little bit too early, and he falls to the pressure of Goat. And then the last goal of the set. We see actually Bounty Hunters with the advantage here, having the goal gate advantage, but Gravity falls. Mighty Warrior falls to Luna Nuke, the Bomba, as the casters were referring to it. And then here, Fudgy is able to get the freaking dunk on Gumi. Gumi is able to core flip the Giga Blast. And here, this was interesting, okay? Because right here, kind of could core flip and potentially score bottom angle. But the question is, if this next barrage pellet, and this is like so difficult to distinguish, was down here, then it makes this core flip almost like questionable. Is it worth core flipping? And kind of doesn't end up getting the core flip, and then it goes narrowly above Gumi. So, in my opinion, I think just the Giga Blast, the Luna rockets, the Luna nukes, the Luna dash, plus the like dash punches coming out was just so much of this that it became overwhelming for Gumi, and that's where these began to crumble, and that's how the reverse sweep started, and that's where Goat was able to secure the upset. And also, it's the second Luna forward win of Oni Village today, Saya. Here are the stats.
Yeah, and Luna, I guess Luna goalie is the one that's usually called bad on Oni Village for good reason, right? But Luna forward, definitely a different animal. Fudgy piloting it quite well, and I'm going to have to send it back to Magic 8-Ball and K-Bot for our final best of two final. After that, we have World Cast, but finally.
Final.
And, yeah, okay. And the final one of the regular season, too. This is it for the regular season. There's playoffs after this. But, yeah. 8-Ball, K-Bot, take it away.
It's the final countdown.
I knew you were gonna do that as soon as you said it. I was like, no.
Welcome back, everybody, to the caster's desk, and we have just crunched the numbers. And I have some disappointing news for all of you that are getting hyped on the Goats trade, because they are now out of playoff contention. Sorry, folks. I spread misinformation on the internet sometimes, and this was one of the times that I did it. Apparently, what Goats needed to do in that last one, Magic, is after match one, or after the first game, they needed to 3-0 Bounty Hunters in set. In order to actually make it, because it comes down to the set differential, and Best Western has them beat by 2. So if they didn't lose those 2 sets, didn't give those up early, would have been a different ball game. But alas, we are still here, and we're still in that universe. That also means that the Sundubu Strikers have clinched playoffs, and now it all comes down to this final match for who is going to make it between Best Western and Otaku Hideout. Otaku Hideout needs to win both games in their series tonight versus Oxygen Overdrive in order to make it into playoffs. Otherwise, they will lose tiebreakers to Best Western. So it's all in control here of Otaku Hideout. But Oxygen Overdrive has not been a team necessarily that's been a complete pushover so far in this league, Magic. So this one should be incredibly interesting to watch.
This is going to be very interesting, right? You have to wonder, is Oxygen Overdrive going to play the spoiler? You know, I was expecting a fully competitive match by all means, but do they have it in them? Is it going to be such a contented match where they're not able to push through and win those 2 outright? Oh, it's going to be interesting. I don't know. Because really, how must Best Western be feeling, right? Yeah, they're probably just sitting here knowing that this match is happening live and just thinking, this is the last one. This is our last run, and there's nothing we can do.
Best Western is entirely hands off now. You're right. There is nothing they can do. They have already played everything, and they've gotten to the point where they are now, which is 9 total points after their record. And with that set differential of +3, sitting pretty for now, and that gives them the advantage again. Because again, there is absolutely no way where that set differential can be made up by these members of Otaku Hideout. And folks, remember, Oxygen Overdrive has already been locked in for relegation. They will end the league in 7th overall. There's nothing they can do here to shake things up themselves. It's all going to be around Otaku Hideout. So apologies from our perspective. We sound biased when we watch these games, but again, that's where the narrative is here, folks. It's going to be basically whether or not Otaku Hideout can end up taking these games. They need both games, again, as a reminder, in order to make it into playoffs. Otherwise, it'll be Best Western that takes their slot. We'll be getting in a game in as soon as we can, as we believe our players are ready. But Magic, you obviously have been like tuning in and out for the majority of the day today so far. We got a patch on Tuesday. Where are we standing in terms of like takeaways here for our final day of league play in the North American Strikers League?
In terms of meta, in terms of like, well,
anything.
Was it?
Give me meta. Give me meta. Give me meta. Give me anything that the folks can take to their games at home.
I mean, there's so many actually good options right now. I mean, like especially in midfield, you could play Estelle, you could play Amy, you could play Luna, you could play Vice. Like that's 4 pretty good options that are actually at the forefront of the meta. You know, Joker and Penguin have been pushing Asher, actually, which people thought have been falling out of meta. Like we're actually in a pretty good spot. Zentaro's really popular on certain maps and modes, and depending on opening awakenings. And then goalie is a little bit more constrained, but people usually just stick to their one trick. Atlas and Kai are all both very strong. Imi is going to be good for the players who know it. And it's not like there aren't other options.
Not like there aren't other options. I mean, look, there's something like 20 strikers in the game, and at this point, it feels like we've seen basically everybody played in the league, maybe except for like Octavia. But other than that, basically everyone's made an appearance. Everyone is here to join in on the party. And there's a lot of different playstyles that have adapted as well, especially when we start talking about what some of these teams start to lean towards. For the Western teams, a lot of it's been pretty similar, though. Expect to see the Brawler player looking for the KOs. Expect to see one person looking for the core control. It's really Bounty Hunters that have piloted a lot of the more core control heavy compositions, especially when Gravity's Juno is left online. But other than that, right, we're talking overall about some of these other teams that are looking for the more traditional, tried and true, buff up your Brawler and let them run at the opponent. And I imagine we'll be seeing a little bit of that here, especially between Otaku Hideout and Oxygen Overdrive. Both have brawler players that are looking up there. For the record, Mark XO, currently number 4 in KOs per minute and number 2 in damage per minute in the West. And on the other side, it's Snake, number 3 in goals per minute, but number 1 in damage per minute. So both these brawlers pretty heavy hitting as they start getting into things, and especially as they start scaling with some of those awakenings.
Right, exactly. And that's really the key factor here too, right? Is, Oxygen Overdrive is at 7th, but they can still put out a lot of damage. They're going to be putting on pressure. They know how to make sure that the players that they're going up against are going to be feeling it and not being able to move as much. And especially with the awakenings that got taken out, which were primarily for defense, it's going to be a little bit rough, right? They can't actually survive any longer. They can't use Unstoppable to start tanking hits. They can't use Stagger Swagger to run away. It's going to be a lot more evasions, and the meta is probably going to develop more around those energy awakenings and getting those and making sure that, if I want to survive, I need to be preemptive about it.
And we've seen heavy priority in a lot of those so far, and a lot of the drafts. We talked about that a lot, especially leaning towards Fire Up and that additional speed boost that you can get for your team. But it pairs so well with all of these other awakenings as well, because the more energy bursts you get online, the more times you're going to have your team at that little bit of extra speed, and speed is critical in a game of Omega Strikers. But one of the other things, especially as we're talking about brawlers looking towards things here, that Catalyst is suddenly going to rise in priority with a little bit of extra energy getting added for every individual hit. Folks, we are about to head into match, and our map for the first game today will be on Otten City. It will be Otaku Hideout, I believe, on the blue side, and Oxygen Overdrive on the red side.
They're going to be banning Era first, and some pretty interesting opening awakenings, I have to admit. Orb Dancer on Otten City is actually pretty dang important, pretty cool. We're going to see the Julie get banned away from Alpha Kiwi, who was hovering it, and we're going to see the Era get taken away from the members of Oxygen Overdrive, which, understandably so. You don't want them using those traditional buff your brawlers and go at them.
Based on the way these teams were banning, I
Wait, that's an Octavia!
Skim through everything. Okay, just as I said that, Caster's Curse comes through again. Never mind all this brawler nonsense. The Octavia comes out. I don't know what's gonna happen, Magic. We'll see what ends up coming through with this.
Okay, so I've been playing Octavia since she came out, really, but I'm no expert for sure. I'm not as good as these players, but I can tell you that it's gonna be a show, because this character can run around this map and slow players down like it's nobody's business. It's kind of instead of having a brawler, you're just gonna have someone who's dedicated to scoring.
And that dedicated scoring, especially in Otten City, where you imagine that goal barrier is going to be down even more frequently. Potential opportunity here. But again, reminder, folks, it is Otaku Hideout that needs both game wins in order to come away and clinch themselves towards playoffs. We're getting information now that this is the second Octavia in the league. And the only other pick was from the Joker, who ended up winning that match earlier in league play. So it has won. It's got a 100% win rate so far. We'll see if it can be 2 for 2 here. As it now, it's going to be Marco that gets KO'd off of the pitch. But as I say that, goal barrier still falls, and now forced to go right between the IME turrets there. Open net both sides here, as we are already lasting a minute into this first one. Marco immediately uses that speed boost the second that he comes back online, looking for this one on forward. But now the barrage comes in to KO the IME away. It'll be Achilles and Naka looking for this one. And by the way, beautiful combination here for the Zentaro and the Rasmus. Naka has been putting on a spree so far on Rasmus in this league as well. Worth mentioning there as the goal goes.
This is eject button Zentaro forward, by the way. I just want to throw that one out there. That is what we're seeing right here. Which, I mean, it is very cool. It's an insane tech that I've seen a couple of times before. And especially against somebody like an Octavia, it's super nice to have those shortened cooldowns to constantly keep her down. Because that is one of the ways to deal with her, is that you need to be KOing her constantly. or else she's going to slow you down. But also that Egoist is going to be really good to prevent her from really KOing you with that ultimate, with those pulses. Here comes the core flip, and Gengar wasn't expecting that one.
I mean, you just have to imagine that was going to the top corner anyway. That could have been a potential block there, but nonetheless, beautiful angle there from Marco, able to find that. And hey, look, that's the power of this energy burst. That's the power of that empowered strike after the core flip. That's the way we see the game played for now, and especially with the Egoist as well. That was taken by a majority of the members here, despite Orb Dancer being up on Otten City. It's going to play that much larger of a role now as the pass is starting to come through here for Oxygen Overdrive, looking for this one on forward, but no, won't for now. Naka up to Kilius, trying to dash in, no, but still has that energy burst at their disposal as well. There it is, trying to get it passed up, but Marco's still back, sped up with the Octavia, but it'll get sent off of the pitch for it. Power play opportunity, Naka interrupted by the Giga Blast. Kilius dashing forward, looking for this here, but Best Jelly still able to send it away for now. Once again, Pendulum Swing coming through. No, won't connect. As we see more interruptions here, and the passes have been there, but the connections on back have not been coming through.
Best Jelly has been doing a wonderful job at keeping the core out of that goal. When you're facing against two brawlers that are known to have amazing stuffing potential and being able to just completely convert around that and keep these opportunities open for his forwards, super, super good play from Best Jelly.
And for the record, on that note, Best Jelly #1 in saves per minute in the Western League. So certainly living up to that name is now Gengar able to find a save there as well, but Alpha Kibi is on the job to send that core right on back. It's 2-1 to the favor of Otaku Hideout.
This is looking good. This is exactly the start that they need, right? They're going to try and chip this away. They need to be confident. They're going to try and scale with those awakenings, which are going to be really important for all of these characters, really, as Markixo is able to pick up that kill with the burst, with the pulses of the ultimate Octavian, has the energy burst at the ready. This is a really good opportunity for a power play if they can manage it, but no, Kilius is able to get it through.
Oh, and Gengar on the speed boost as well, able to come back using some of what is that speed boost coming through as well. Now, looking for this one here, still looking for the offensive here. Marco trying to dig this one out of the corner, and now Alpha Kibi as well getting involved, but not able to find it towards the goal barrier. Gengar been playing so well so far. And now the barrage interrupts things out of Naka here, preventing things. Core flip comes through as well, and the goal still doesn't go back. Now the KO comes through, and it's a power play opportunity once again for Oxygen Overdrive. Looking for the pass. Gengar up to Naka, now dribbled off the wall, dodging around the barrage for now. Pendulum swing through, but Best Jelly once again sending it away. Kilius on the midfield line, looking for the leap forward, but can't find the angle for now. And that's going to be a lot of what this is looking like here. Trying to find this dash just out. Second goal barrier will fall. Marco looking for this one here, but that speed boost will expire temporarily. Looking to send this one on forward. Alpha Kibi, though, in position off of the top corner and is able to send that one down on away. Otaku Hideout, one set on the way to playoffs.
Orb Dancers are so important for the Kais on this map. Being able to run around constantly and having that amazing burst and being able to build that up, and especially because Orb Ponderer on this draft is going to be immediately stacked for Best Jelly, and that's going to be taken away from the Kai on the side of Oxygen Overdrive. I don't know, that's a really big deal.
Big deal for now as you see the rest of these awakenings come on through. Other thing that's notable about Orb Ponder, we haven't seen orb sharing come up yet as well. Suddenly that just skyrocketed through the roof, especially given by the fact that Best Jelly now has 10 stacks on both of the Orb Ponderer and Orb Dancer, and could potentially share all of those benefits with the rest of the team. And that'll be notably scary for the Octavia, especially, who really relies on having all of those abilities on.
Right, having the cooldowns and having the speed as well, just generally. You see the slick kicks taking effect, as well as the speed boost in general, making her an absolute menace and a threat. But who else is a threat except that Zentaro with the Super Surge, which is really important for Zentaro's kit to really put it online, get those longer dashes, get those harder hitting dashes, which improve basically all of his abilities.
able to send that one on back there as well. And now looking to try to keep the pressure once more. Achilles again looking for this forward, but starts to get bullied away by a lot of these projectile abilities. You see the Giga Blast, the Glitch Pop, all coming back as well. But still, possession maintained right now for Oxygen Overdrive. They're able to break through the goal barrier here, but they're going to lose control of the core. It goes right on over to Marco, who's looking for this one, using the primary, but won't find it. Now pass back with the Glitch Pop. Alpha Kibi to themselves. Now looking for the dash forward on the Cyber Swipe. No, not this time around. As the turret comes out again, looking to buy a little bit more pressure. And Marco is once again in position with the speed of this Octavia.
Right, and that's really the threat of Octavia is being able to get into that goalie's face with that speed and being able and basically forcing a strike war, because at that point all of the abilities are going to be down if you're that close up to him, right? And that's the threat as already getting another goal barrier down because of that ultimate. This Octavia is online and raring to go.
One energy burst, Burn to save that other goal barrier as well, but now without cooldowns. Marco is going to be forced to play a little bit more passively as the goal barrier is going to fall on the other side of the pitch as well. Looking for this one. Primary comes out, looking for the strike. No. Gengar will still be able to send it around and up to Naka. Uses the speed boost themselves, and now we'll be looking for this one as Marco tries to pressure Gengar back. Will dodge away for now as the KO comes through. The Zentaro falls off of the pitch. Power play opportunity past themselves. Marco still looking for this one as energy burst is already in there. It is in the corner, stuffing Gengar as well there. Once again, Otaku Hideout back up the set point. Still need to keep the streak rolling.
This is going to be it, all right? This is the momentum that they have, and especially if they're able to get Orb Replicator off of this next draft, I mean, there's almost no stopping this team. There's so much core control and actually a decent amount of KO pressure because of the power native to Ivy's kit and native to Octavia, who can just all of a sudden, if you're not being careful, hit you with a Q and start bouncing you out of the arena. This is a very good opportunity.
I will say, though, we don't see a lot now. Core Flip used, doesn't quite find the goal gates in time, and the pressure still continues, though. Pendulum Swing trying to come out. Marco uses that speed boost, trying to get this core away, and will be successful in doing just that. But the other thing I've noticed here, Best Jelly hasn't been as active or involved as Alpha Kibi, able to send that turret back. So as we head to this carousel, I doubt it's going to be Best Jelly actually with the first pick in the draft. Indeed, it's Marco that'll get this first pick out of the Awakenings. Orb sharing is not online, but what is Fire Up.
It is Fire Up as well as Twin Drive, and you have to be thinking about what's best in slot for this Octavia, or what do you want to deny? And she's going to go with the Fire Up. The team decided. That's really important. Kai's going to have to settle for Missile Prop, and Timeless Creator is going to go over to the Ivy. This is really, really good draft if you're on the side of the Otaku Hideout. Oxygen Overdrive getting, you know, a couple of good ones as well. Twin Drive on that Zentaro going to make those dashes, those eject button dashes, even more prominent and even more often on top of that Super Surge.
Oh, and look at this! Dashing across the map is Kilius, able to find one KO there. Now dashing forward, looking for the goal. Naka in position to try to scoop this one up from Gengar, and now looking to force it through with the Pendulum Swing as well. But there's Kilius again. Won't be able to send it back. Best Jelly holds for now. Giga Blast comes out as well, and now offensive on the other side of the pitch, but no. Naka with the core, looking for this one as Kilius dashes in once more. With those two forwards on top of one another, they lose possession of the core. Best Jelly and Alpha Kibi looking to dig this one out of the bottom side as well. Turrets online here, trying to cause something, and there, the core will connect. Marco's in position again to send it back. You blink for a second, and suddenly this Octavia is right there in front of the goal line.
And especially with that extra stagger means that she can be in that face and not face too many of the same repercussions. Going to be at least able to stick around a little bit longer. And especially with that added buff from Big Fish, the extra size means she's going to be winning those strike wars if you're not careful because of that extra range. Energy Burst is online, and all in all, I don't see a really good way for Oxygen Overdrive to actually overtake this, especially when they don't have the anti-stuff.
Where are you going to be able to find it here as the rock continues to get procured for Mark XO? Be looking to try to send this one on through. Again, Otaku Hideout has all of the momentum here. Have to be feeling pretty confident themselves as well, as they need to win both this one and the next one. for their slots in playoffs. And with the KO taking Kilius off of the map as well, we'll be looking to try to continue this one. And there it is. Mark able to come up with one, and Gengar can't quite seem to send it back as the barrage comes through from Best Jelly as well. Everyone gets involved on Otaku Hideout to send them 3 sets forward and on through in this first game.
Clean play. Honestly, they knew exactly what their win condition was, which was enabling that Octavia and putting on so much core control that they couldn't actually dance around it. You know, they decided to go with the double, kind of more of a double brawler composition and a very interesting style on the side of Oxygen Overdrive, and it didn't really pay off for them. They just kind of danced around them, weren't getting hit by abilities. That none of these KOs were getting secured. Like, it was just a super low damage game. And that's not what you need if you're running that Zentaro and the Rasmus.
It's a super low damaged game, which is surprising, despite the fact that I was hyping up all of these brawler players earlier. But look, Mark XO able to put on a showing on this Octavia here as well. I recognize those stats were pretty fast, but we got a screenshot of it. Had 97 redirects as the forward Octavia. Best Jelly with 125 as well. And the highest damage was Alpha Kibi, only with 20,733. That was the highest out of everything there, and albeit it was an incredibly fast game altogether, but even still putting on quite a showing here. So now if you're Oxygen Overdrive, who right now is trying to hold the line for Best Western, who is really rooting things on here, do you try to ban away the Octavia?
Surely not. Surely you keep them off of that
not.
Juliet that can terrorize them and that can really mess up their plans. But again, it depends on their plans. And if Octavia is going to throw a major wrench into them, they need to shut it down or figure out a way to consistently KO it, which is having that Julie online, in which case, what do you ban in its stead? Is it that Aimi? Was it just good on Otten City? What map are we going to be seeing anyways? There's a lot to take into consideration as we get into the second game, and Otaku Hideout needs this to win their spot in playoffs. Oxygen Overdrive is Best Western, has their chance in their hands.
Aimi's app is the stage, which has to be great news for Naka on Oxygen Overdrive. Again, has been piloting this Rasmus. You saw it in the last game as well. And indeed, it'll be the Rasmus ban committed here for the side of Otaku Hideout to try to take that one away. We see the starter awakenings on our screen, Magic. Okay, it is the Juliet, not the Octavia pivot that comes through, but it's Orb Replicator and Reverberation online here. Not too overly, obnoxious starting awakenings.
Not too overly obnoxious, but honestly, it's another good pick for Octavia. Having the extra stagger is really beneficial, and having the CDR means that you can have that flow state up much more often. We're going to be seeing not a mirror match. We're going to be seeing Luna once again, as well as the Drakkar in the midfield. Lots of Luna today, and honestly, I'm kind of here for it. This is going to be a high damage game, which can really mess up that Octavia's plans. If they end up just getting bounced around, it's going to be a problem, especially with that hole in the middle.
Reverberation taken by 5 with only Best Jelly picking up the Orb Replicator. But look at this already. The goal barrier is going to go down. Looks like pressure was able to get dispersed there for a moment. And Naka, by the way, forced on over to the Drakkar here instead of that Rasmus, obviously, which was banned on away, which makes sense. Again, just don't want to even have to think about it, especially with a relatively low stagger Octavia. But all the same, projectile starting to come forward here. Gengar able to send it away with the rocket, and now it's Alpha Kibi able to respond right back with a few abilities of their own.
It's not what you want to see if you're on the side of Gengar. You're thinking, that's so rough. You send out those nukes to try and clear out space, to try and prevent people from getting near you, and it just ends up setting the core right back into your face. Luckily, it seems like they aren't too deterred. Oxygen Overdrive still has lots of chances and lots of nukes to drop. This is going to be a game where, again, if they get rolling, if they get that damage online, this is going to be a really good opportunity for them.
Special comes out here, blocks off one half of the map, and now looking to dash forward here. Kilius trying to find the ultimate, but no, it'll be the core flip used by Best Jelly to send things away. And both goalies keeping their barriers up for now as we see some abilities exchanged there. Alpha Kibi is going to go down, though, to the lock and load of the Drakkar. Power play opportunity, but the connection can't be made. Gigablast comes out here as well, but now it's the double KO. Gengar able to connect with a rocket here and looking for this goal barrier. Finally able to find it, trying to find this strike into the net, and there it is. Finally comes through as Naka's in position.
And look at the 2 gear from Luna and the Drakkar. They're pummelers. They're going for these pushback KOs, which is not the game plan on the side of Otaku Hideout. They're going to be trying to control this core and make sure that they're annoying as possible. And these 2 kind of clashing styles are going to be meeting in the middle and saying, all right, well, which one is actually going to work better? And if they're not careful, they could easily end up getting over KO'd. But that's such a nice setup from Mark XO. With lots of love sending that goal into the core.
Beautiful dribble play there. Able to find the rebounds when they matter most and keeping control of things just completely solo. And able to send that one on away. And now here we go, trying to use that speed boost, but no, won't be able to connect with it this time around. Gengar, though, not able to find the strike in time, and now starting to approach is Mark, looking for this one here. Special sending things backward, and there's the rocket, sending this core back the other direction. There's the core flip used. Now it's going to be sent back the other way as Naka tries to keep it up, but with Kilius low on stagger, possession goes right back over to Mark, who's looking for this one, but there's the Giga Blast coming through from Best Jelly, sending one off of the map for now. Naka can only do so much, able to find the lock and load once, but not twice. It's Otaku Hideout able to take the first set.
So we have some updates now that this is the last map of the day. We know for sure that if Otaku gets 2 sets, they are out of relegation. That is what they need there to secure 5th place. If they win 3 sets, then they're good. But the Oxygen Overdrive could still has plenty of chance to play spoiler and send Otaku Hideout into relegation.
And the fact that it is a single set deciding whether or not Otaku Hideout makes it to playoffs or makes it to relegation is mind-blowing and goes to show just how close the West League has been so far. Folks, you saw a lot of those things go through, most notably the chrono boost for Mark here as well on this Octavia. That extra movement ability will come in so clutch, but won't come in as clutch when you're low on stacker. There it is coming through here. And now that Molten Bolt as well gets him low and knocked off of the screen there. Naka able to pick up the goal barrier, but the turret able to separate things out for now. Kilius doesn't expect the pass to come through the turret. Is Gengar scooping up the core once again. Now Naka looking for this one in the cloak. Dashing forward is Kilius. No, can't find the angle this time around as we see the members come back online. But now, no, another power play opportunity comes in here. Is the core control still seems to be suffering a little. Can't quite seem to put this one back as Mark is still dribbling this one around. Has that chrono boost. Look at how fast this Octavia is moving to the beat. Now the goal barrier is down. Alpha Kibi looking for this one forward. No, that one's going to get sent away in an energy burst. Finally, another KO comes through, and it's a power play once again. Connection Overdrive capitalized this time around. Core flip used out of Best Jelly to send it back the other way. Buying some space for a moment. Now Giga Blast, hold on a second. Almost sends the core in a wicked angle. It doesn't come up with it for now. Naka, once again, control of the core. I've seen this one before, but Mark able to find the knockout there. Now we see Kilius dashing forward again, looking to try to keep something going, but they just can't fully get things into high gear. Auction Overdrive can't. And instead, it's the connection coming through from Alpha Kibi to Mark to send the core to the bottom corner.
There's so much long-range control, and there's only so much a Zentaro can do with that catalyst, with that eject button, because they just keep getting it away from their potential strikers, from their potential like scoring options. And if they can just keep playing that keep away, then there's nothing that they can do, especially with the speed that Mark has been throwing at them. That chrono boost lasted so long, that flow state lasted so long, helped out by that chrono boost, means that there's not a whole lot that they can do because it could just cover so many options. Kilius needs to try and find a way with Naka to start getting these pass plays online alongside the long-range pressure from the Luna, and they can actually take this one and start pushing that pace. But if Naka's just getting sectioned away here and is not able to get up there, in there consistently, then it's going to be an issue.
Uh-oh, here comes Mark, though. Gengar able to send it away off of the corner, but still, actually, no, loses the speed boost for now. Naka not able to send this one forward. It's Kilius looking to try to win this 1v1 in the midfield versus Alpha Kibi. It looks like it'll be Gengar forced to use the energy burst there, trying to send it away. Again, you don't want this core to get in front of the Octavia, just like you don't want the core to get in front of the Juliet. Kilius dashes forward. The core flip on the goal line for Best Jelly, saving that one on away. As now we see Explosion come out again, out of Gengar. Core flip used. Kilius can't find the angle. That one gets sent away. As now the pass comes through again, but can't find it. Up to Naka, who's still sitting on the midfield lines. Now looking to start moving forward here. Molten Bolt out, able to find 2 members, and Mark is going to be sent away for the time being. There's the ultimate out again. Kilius still can't find the angle. Now doesn't have the dash to go forward. And still all members are alive. Mark is back nearly to full stagger. It'll be looking to try to send one back the other way. Beautiful glitch pop trying to keep the pressure here as well from Alpha Kibi, but still can't find the goal for now. Looking for the capitalization here, digging it out of the corner, but Kilius is there as well. The projectiles continue to come in for both sides as the pass starts to come through off of the hold. No, not able to find it this time. We'll see what else happens. Is now Mark forced to back on away, but Naka and Kilius both have been playing around the midfield line. They're not playing very far aggressive, and now they get punished for it. Alpha Kibi still able to find the shot to the bottom corner.
Can we just talk about that play from Best Jelly where he Giga Blast down and had the strike shot up and there was nothing that the players could do because it was timed so freaking perfectly? This goalie is playing out of his mind as Alpha Kibi gets that Cyrus Wave onto Kilius, sending him down and out. Oh, there's only so much Gengar can do. That Luna goalie could get stuffed at any moment. If it's just an Octavia primary, if it's an Imi turret, if it's a Giga Blast, there's so much that can shut her down once that goal barrier falls.
Best Jelly credited with MVP. Again, folks, #1 in saves per minute in the Western League. And now we'll get rewarded stealing away the missile propulsion from Gengar. Will be forced to settle for Deadeye. Not terrible on the whole, but Magic, most notably, Otaku Hideout is 1 set away from stealing their spot away from Best Western.
Stealing their spot, and they're secured 5th place. No relegation for Otaku Hideout. They're going to be chilling until the next season. They want their playoff spot for sure, but they can rest easy knowing that they are going to be back.
We'll see if Oxygen Overdrive has a response now, as again, haven't been able to control the core nearly as much. Mark has been obliterated in terms of stagger. Kilius actually saving him for a moment, but will get taken out nonetheless by the lock and load. We'll see if the pass can come through. Naka still waiting on the top midfield, looking for this one to go on back. You see everything coming in as well as now that Imi turret as well, trying to keep up a little bit of pressure, but no. Going to be possession on back on over. Perhaps a little bit of miscommunication as that rocket erupts things away from Naka, and the power play opportunity comes through for Otaku Hideout. They're looking for this one on forward, able to find the goal barrier. Mark able to stagger Naka on away. There's a glitch pop as well, and Gengar can't make it back in time for the save. 2 goals away for Otaku Hideout to clinch their playoffs.
And it has been clean from Otaku Hideout. From the get-go of this series, they just need 2 more and they can seal this one away and get their chance at winning the NASL prizes. They just need to make sure that they don't end up fumbling this one. See if the nerves get to them, right? Anything can happen. It is Omega Strikers.
Anything can happen indeed. Crazier things have happened today, including the Octavia pick, but it's working out right now for Mark, who's able to find the goal barrier here as well. Can't keep up the speed boost, but Best Jelly is there on the energy burst, and it's just 1 goal for Otaku Hideout that's remaining.
Nah, this guy's next level. I think Best Jelly is the MVP of this entire series, 100%. Has just been an iron wall and has known exactly how to thread the needle between offensive and defensive commitments, because especially since he's able to keep this goal barrier up for so much longer than the counterparts on Oxygen Overdrive, and because of that is able to put on so much more offensive pressure. That's just so important. It's really a snowball, right? This game snowballs super hard.
You're talking Magic, because now first goal barrier down onto the side of Oxygen Overdrive, who will be looking to try to take a goal right on back. But with Kilius low, the Cyber Swipe comes through, and Alpha Kibi able to connect with the goal barrier. Mark still trying to bully away Ganger here, but the core is going to falter right on through things. Naka able to pick up that goal, keeping Oxygen Overdrive alive for a moment.
Alive for now, but I mean, they look like they're on their deathbed. You know, wrinkles in the skin, kind of pale. Like it's not looking great, but they're fighting back. That heartbeat has not flatlined yet.
It hasn't yet. As you see things come through once again for them. Naka looking for this as well, and will find it. Naka been able to put these goals back for now. Still fighting against match point here. Best Western, your hopes are still alive for a moment. They hinge on this next goal.
Right. If you're Otaku Hideout, now you're getting scared. Right now you're just like, okay, come on guys, come on fellas, let's get this one through.
One more.
We just need one more. That's all I need. And if you're on the side of Oxygen Overdrive, you're like, all right, this is all they get. Two is all they get.
Goal barrier down. Naka low on stagger as well. Or will be soon going to be completely staggered. Now we see the special come out, sends it back the other way. Mark in position, looking for this one. Synergy burst out of Kilius, trying to save things for now. Mark still in position. The turret still in, trying to keep up the pressure, but no, it still gets sent away. There's the energy burst on the line, and Mark will put the final goal back for Otaku Hideout, clinching their spot in the Western Division playoffs.
Clinching indeed, pulling out the Octavia now that it's unbanned, using so much offensive pressure from everyone to keep that core in their control and dance around the members of Oxygen Overdrive like it was nobody's business, quite honestly. Super good play. And it's not like the Oxygen Overdrive did not play well, but they just could not keep up with that pace. And that's Otaku Hideout securing their spot in playoffs.
Again, another low damage game, and overall, some of the knockouts were starting to come through there for a while for the side of Oxygen Overdrive, but it just wasn't enough, especially in the times where it matters most. So often that core was just picked away for them, or they couldn't find all those passing plays, and then of course they had to get it around Best Jelly somehow, who was still the MVP of that series, is designated in game, and was able to come up with so many different saves. Magic.
So many different and so many unique saves, so many last minute saves, being super patient with that strike. Just impressive overall. I can break this down, but I'm not going to do as well of a job as someone who knows the game a lot more than I do. We are going to be sending this over to Coach Yoki one more time. I've been Magic 8 Ball with K-Bot, signing off for the last time in the NASL regular season.
We'll see you in playoffs.
Thank you, K-Bot, and especially Magic 8 Ball for the extra long, the double casting block. But here I am, the final regular season Yoki analyst desk.
Sheesh. Yeah, and today, not today, but tonight, we had an interesting matchup. I think this might be the first time that I've seen anybody try to switch who's actually playing what role after initial draft, where Kilius actually cues goalie so that he gains access to goalie awakenings and takes the eject button, where we had Gengar using the slit kicks on Kai for the first game, and then Pummelers on Luna for the second game. And in practice, from a theoretical approach, it's not a bad idea. As you can see here, Kilius is able to, from a more defensive position, where if there was a defensive clear from Best Shelly, Kilius would probably have the priority on the rotation. Is able to, from his half of the field, engage onto the core using a secondary. And then after applying all the pressure that he's able to, eject back, and then receive the clear from Gengar to rotate the core to Naka to then apply pressure onto the top barrier on the opposite side of the map. And the idea is good. This was one of the only scenarios that I saw from the entire match where it was winning. And that's just because, unfortunately, it's hard to execute. It's unreliable. and there just wasn't enough value. So we see Naka here forcing to clear down, and Kilius from his side of the map engages and follows up, but the dash is short. Kilius is not able to land the shot, and that's just because it is difficult to execute. There's a degree of prediction involved, there's a degree of luck, there's also just a degree of skill that was not demonstrated today. So we have Gengar running up, using the 10 Orb Dancers to control. But what ended up happening more times than not is because Kilius is playing this defensive anchor play style on both maps. Mark XO and Alpha Kibi were anchoring positions where Naka was anchoring, and that just gave us Shelly security that anytime Kilius was out of the play, they could secure core control and funnel onto this bot barrier. So where we see Gengar bottom, we see Kilius Tanaka top side, where versus 3 players. So for Gengar to clear the core up would now mean clearing it where Mark XO has a primary to deny the clear, has potentially speed and priority on the rotation to intercept a clear up from Gengar, and then also Alpha Kibi's Imi turret always denying the upper clear. So Gengar's kind of just left to fend for themselves versus Imi turret, now Octavia primary, now Giga Blast, now Imi strike, and it's overwhelming. And then here Gengar loses to 50 to get scored on. And it's a very difficult situation to be in. And if you're going to play this style, you have to be winning on offense just as hard as you're losing on defense to be competitive. And as we see here, this is an opportunity for Kilius to transition, win this 50 with the secondary, and transition onto offense without losing the defensive positioning to Strike War versus Alpha Kibi. And the secondary doesn't hit, which is unfortunate. But that's once that doesn't happen. And we saw the example in the previous set where the bottom goal did not happen whenever Kilius was blinking from their side of the field. So then here we have Kilius using their ultimate to try to win possession, and Naka's not able to 1v2 score. And then as Kilius gains possession again here, once again is trying to transition with the secondary to go on the offense. And this is where I was saying that it's not a consistent strategy. It's not reliable to win games. If this needs to hit in order for you to have a chance at scoring a barrier, it's just not reliable because it ends up not hitting. Kilius immediately has to eject back. And not only are like 2 or 3 awakenings used as well as gear for no value in this clip, but it's also like putting Gengar at a slight disadvantage with their awakenings as well. So then as they transition onto offense, the side of Otaku, we have Mark XO, core flip, primary, setting themselves up, and then are able to strike and then ult. And because, once again, the Imi turret is denying the bottom clear, we see Otaku is just funneling Octavia the core, and then Octavia with secondary ideally or ultimate is going to be able to just hardcore control and win the matchup versus the Kai. And we saw this more in game 2, this combo being used to secure goals and win games. Mark XO picks up a good primary kill there, and we rotate the core to Mark XO, who pops secondary. And in this situation, Mark XO misses a strike to keep the secondary active. But once this Imi turret goes down, we see Alpha Kibi and BestieInSlot are fully committed to funnel Mark XO the core. So Mark XO can position theoretically with secondary to win strike wars on the goal line, receive passes, score goals, and after securing the first kill, BestieInSlot is able to play aggressive and like rotate and secure that top goal. And then the last clip for the night, we have Mark XO pitching the core below the Imi turret again, applying more pressure. But this clip specifically, I wanted to focus a little bit more on Mark XO's ability to anchor as Octavia. So pops the speed there to get a burst engage onto Kilius to get an early strike that, positions the core outside of Kilius' strike hitbox earlier than Kilius would expect it. This prompts Gengar to respond with a secondary, and then Mark XO positions forward as if to deny this range of clears. And then as soon as the clear goes up and no offensive opportunities available, Mark XO is able to use the speed that they have to reposition at their choke point on Imi's up to maintain possession of the core and win the strike war. This forces the core flip, and MarkXO just positions back. And this forces Kilius to instead pass into Octavia, who has secondary, clear down into Alpha Kibi instead. And once this happens, Alpha Kibi returns the core back to Cinder on the top side, uses the IME turret to deny the bottom clear, and then because MarkXO uses primary, maintains secondary, and we're back at square one. MarkXO has an empowered secondary. There's an IME turret. Alpha Kibi's hard committing. We have the Giga Blast denying the top corner clear. While Shelly can then rotate to fill in the spot that Alpha Kibi left. And all MarkXO has to do is anchor this top side to keep full possession of the core. So we see MarkXO keeping possession, and then strike into core flip, eventually like puts a nail in the coffin, sends this game home, and secures her spot in playoffs. So honestly, between the games that we saw earlier with Joker and Puffy on the Octavia era, where era is kind of more enabling the Octavia to have speed and core control, I really liked the IME idea with denying the clears and forcing the defending team to either clear back into Octavia or down into the IME turret. So this good strat worked both games. O2O failed to adjust or failed to secure the offensive value they bet on with the Zentaro eject strategy. And in my opinion, this was really just a strat diff, Saya.
All right, thank you, Yoki, as always. And I'll just send it to the standings because I think that's what people.
Yes, I'm excited to see the final
right
standings.
All right, so North American Strikers League East. Number 1, the top dog is not Dog Like Spike. It is Core Overflow. And even if DLS didn't have that penalty, they would still be number 2 by round differential. Insane domination by Core Overflow. And honestly, Dog Like Spike as well. Finesse in 3rd. Light barely squeaking in at 4th. Had to win a nail biter versus Prodigies to make it there. Comeback Kings, Team Name Forsyth, and PPL rounding it out, but no team here is completely winless. And actually, okay. Now for the West, Bounty Hunters, complete domination. We finally saw a little bit at the very end, but it wasn't enough to bring the GOATs to playoffs. Instead, we have Aesop, Otaku Hideout, and Sundubu Strikers. Aesop's Little Pog Champs, Otaku Hideout, Sundubu Strikers, all in playoffs. Aesop has the privilege of not having to face Bounty Hunters potentially in the first round. But, yeah, and the standings rounded out by Goats Esports, Oxygen Overdrive, and J7 Angels with a shotgun. Or J Angels with a shotgun, whatever you prefer. Someone's asking what the penalty was for. It was for 2 people name hiding. It was quite unfortunate. And we thought it happened again, but it was just a bug where it kind of was. But not really. Because the setting turned itself off somehow. Okay. Well, basically, these are the 8 teams you'll see in each region's, the 4 teams in each region's playoffs. And when the first seed picks their opponent, we'll let you know. And that's about it, but we do have one last treat for you today, and that is Will It Kaz after this short break. Give me like 2 seconds.
Oh yeah.
I'm muted. There we go. Okay, I forgot to add my mic and I was muted. So here we are with the inaugural episode of Will It Kaz. So, Mr. Kazington.
That is me. I'm Kaz, and we have such a lovely, reminiscent clip on the screen right now. It haunts me everywhere I go.
Since this is the inaugural episode of this game show, this is the origin of the Kaz angle, right?
This is the true beginning, where I faced Borg in a 3-stack with Ignis and Floppies on. Yeah, I didn't even know these people at the time.
Oh!
Oh,
Okay, truly iconic clip.
I
Let's
fear.
get that out of there. But for the purposes of this show, we are stretching the definition a little bit. The original definition is being in an easily scoring position and not scoring, right? Guys, please, is it? I'm wondering
Yes,
here.
it's when you miss the goal, you have to not score, you have to fuck up, you have mess up, I apologize. You have to not put the core into the goal. It is the opposite of Belzing, I fear.
All right, so for the purposes of the show, we're going to stretch the definition a little bit, just a tiny little minuscule amount. Basically, it's just if you have a chance to score and you don't. Something like that. Simple enough.
It's
So-
quite broadened over time, I fear.
Here is our first clip. I hope the volume's okay. Alrighty then, chat room. I always wanted to say this. I have one question for you. Will it pass?
That hurt me saying that. It really did.
Alright, but the predictions are rolling in. Oh, I set it to 5 minutes by accident. I will close it at the 3-minute mark. when it hits, yeah, when it hits 3-0-0.
Guys, this is an infinite bestie bucks earning. You gotta believe us.
Okay, so Kaz, as the expert
Right.
on Kazing it, what is your prediction here?
Right. So obviously user wet is getting the core here, and user wet being a quite above a high elo player, high elo being diamond and above, will pass this to sleep on here. Now the question is, will they Julie Brain Unga Bunga with the dash punch up? Or will something terrible happen, right? So this is the question in all of our minds. I'm assuming it hits the corner. I'm assuming they either just strike the corner into the Amy, strike it to the Amy, or dash punches the corner. My personal bet is they dash punch the corner. That's me personally.
Quite a reasonable prediction from the progenitor of the Kaz angle. Honestly, I personally think... Actually, no. Yeah, I agree with you. I think this is going to be a certified Kaz moment because it's the first clip. Our wonderful editor Bella would not put a fake out in the first clip. Surely not, right?
I couldn't tell you. I haven't. This is fresh content.
Yeah, I haven't watched this. I don't want to spoil
I don't know
myself.
either. I can't spoil it.
10 seconds left until the predictions will be closed, and then we're gonna just go. We're gonna run it. I can't wait.
Guys, I lied to you all. The answer's yes.
Wait, what?
What?
Well, submissions are closed. And let's run it.
Oh.
Oh.
Wait, surely it goes in though. 12 seconds. Okay, it's so chill. It's so chill.
But it wasn't. It was no.
It was no.
It was no. Unfortunate.
Holy user what though, by the way.
Okay, you want to replay? Wait a second. Bella's so devious. Is this a Kaz or isn't it?
Surely it's not a Kaz because there's no like whiffing going on, right?
Surely we just refund this. This is too hard. This is too difficult.
Surely this is not. Yeah, it's not a Kaz, no?
This is too.
There's
This
no
is too
whiffing.
hard. This is like.
Look, there's no whiffing going on.
Yeah, okay,
They procured the rock.
Unfortunately, it is looking like a refund angle. Not a great start, but we continue onward.
No, it's like if the definition of hitting it, or what is it, of missing the core is a Kaz, then the original Kaz angle is not a Kaz. So that's not how that goes, no? Right? Surely?
This clip was too high level for me. I can't figure it out.
We go next.
All right, we go next.
My
We go
bestie
next.
bugs.
I've canceled it.
It's so chill.
Okay. All right.
Oh,
All right, guys.
Will it Kaz? Just level with me here.
Will it
Level with
Kaz?
me here. Me personally, this one's Kazing. This screams Kaz. Look, you got the Dubu, and you got the little silly music things on Demon Days. It's Kazing. It's giving Kaz.
This is a little too easy, isn't it? There's a core flip. There's 2 stacks of the barrier. There's no way this Asher is actually gonna hit the barrier, right? It's gonna be a self goal. It's gonna be a Kaz. Unless.
This is the easiest to self goal Kaz.
No way you asked the definition of Kaz on this one. This one is like clear cut. Either it hits the barrier and like they continue the offense, or they own goal.
surely Kazing it is just equivalent to whizzing the play, no?
Yes, that is it.
When going for like scoring, specifically.
Yeah. All right,
It's quite general. It's quite general. No,
Whoa, wait a second. 9% on they don't Kaz it here? I know the odds are good, but 17 entire people? Are you sure about this? 18?
18. They doubled down.
Surely not. Not
Any
like
other
this.
knowers? I support the knowers.
Well, 15 seconds left until they meet their fate.
Oh, you can totally Kaz a barrier. The amount of times I've been pinged, I've been fucking I have been VC'd, I have been like someone's watching my stream, Twitch chatter, incoming. Oh, what a Kaz!
All right. Also, if you own goal, that is a Kaz, by the way. Don't get baited.
Oh, it's like, yeah, it's like I had a nasty Kaz.
Exactly as predicted. Wait, my cam is gone. Kaz, are you still there?
Yes, hello.
Yes, okay.
Guys, we saw this one coming. It's Demon Days. Easy bestie bucks, real. We're infinite farming.
Give me a sec. I'm trying to put myself back in after I accidentally removed myself. Oopsie.
Like, we should listen to the professional. Okay, guys. Alright. +8 bestie bucks. Big Bet knows what's up. Messiah, replay it while you have extra time.
Okay, I'm back.
Okay.
Give me a sec. I accidentally doubled my audio.
Oh no.
There we go. Here's the replay. Quite tragic.
It's so tragic, actually.
All right. It's time for round 2. The very first one was fake.
Oh, it's like...
Oh wait, this
Oh,
one
it's
goes
like-
crazy.
It's like, okay, listen, these never end well. They never end well. I was talking about this, and I was like, what originally created me being so consistently Kazing it? And I realized it's when there's a fast core coming at me at a weird angle, and I freak out, right? And I just chuck it down for a dribble or anything like that. That is Kazing it in its finest, right? This is what I'm known for. This, he has the hook. He knows where the core is coming. 0 chance he Kazes this, right? 0 chance. He scores this.
You're not very
Explosion
convincing.
scores this. What do you mean?
Are you sure?
Yes, look.
Okay, but what if they miss?
The Dubu is sitting on the bumper.
But like, this is will it Kaz?
Okay. So will it Kaz? It's not it will Kaz. Will it Kaz?
But will it?
Will it? I think it won't. What about you, Saya? What do you think?
I think I've done a very good job of leading the viewers to believe that it will be a Kaz. Except I don't know the outcome either. I don't know why you're trusting me. It's like it's 72-28 for no reason. 73-27.
It's like everybody's all in on the yeses. There's more people for no. There is more people for no.
Do the people with a lot of channel points have like insider info?
It's like I don't. I just all in every time. I'm like 100% sure of the answer of something.
All right, but 15 seconds left. We are progressing quite nicely. And 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and closed. Oh. What the hell? That wasn't close at all. Mr. Kaz.
Guys, this was pretty close to the original Kaz. I fear. Oh. Expo chant the Toost. Toosted all over them. They want a slow-mo.
Slow-mo? All right, I'll frame by frame it.
Where's the mouse?
They didn't
It's
move
Jover.
the mouse.
It's
They
so
barely
Jover.
angled it. It's so over. Ah. Quite tragic.
It's a tactical pass for the Estelle to TP up. Guys. It didn't work. Unlucky.
Oh, I skipped ahead too much. Okay. Oh wait, this is gonna be a good one. Holy shit, okay.
Okay, Shirley. Okay, what world does it not Kaz? Is it just a regular play that hits the barrier? It just like nothing happens, nothing extravagant happens, and it just hits the barrier and just like doesn't fly into their net miraculously with a Vice rocking out in the middle of the field right next to the Giga Blast about to hit the core up into it, Shirley? Guys.
I mean, the goal's opening on the left.
The goal is opening on the left.
You know, like, there's a possibility. There's a real chance that something happened. Also, what the hell is the Juliet doing on the right? What are they cooking?
Don't worry about it. They are procuring that rock.
They're just flipping on an Asher who's nowhere near death.
Oh, that is a rune. That is a rune. That's not even a Julie.
Wait, that's not even a Julie?
That's a rune.
That's a rune?
The rune is oaking, I fear.
The rune really hates that Asher goalie. But Stay Free. Is Stay Free or will the Giga Blast bounce or maybe Stay Free's second hit pass it perfectly into Japanese name Vice ult?
So like no, there's no way, right? There's no way. Okay, there's no way it's not a Kaz. This one just screams it. There's too much going on. There's too much.
We'll see. 30 seconds left on the prediction. Get yours in right now.
I fear this is the vast ocean where there are lots of lobsters. It happens. I fear this is one of them.
Alpha Cake says this goes in for sure while betting no. Oh wait, no.
Wait,
yeah, wait.
Wait,
no,
the
no,
Vice's
that's
name
good.
goes hard.
What does the Vice's name translate to?
Apparently it means butt sniffer.
What the hell? All right, 54 to 46. More people think it'll Kaz. Let's see. Holy fuck! What
No
a demon
Kazing. No
angle.
Kazing.
No Kazing today.
A little bit of Garfielding, but no Kazing.
The angle. Is the Kaz the goalie missing the strike to air streak says? No Kaz is the Vice just scoring, bestie.
It's failing a scoring attempt. You can't Kaz as a goalie, right? That's not a thing you do. Unless you're scoring as the goalie, right?
Yeah. If you fail defense on goalie, that's just called messing up.
I fear if you roll too far, it's the steppy roll, and otherwise you're just missing. I don't know. You're letting it in. You're losing.
What a lucky apple.
Okay. 1 kill. Pass down. Full abilities up from Amy. Julie's dead.
Oh, come on.
Guys.
Guys. I gave you a little more time on that one.
I think this was a spoil.
It's a little bit of a spoiler. But
Yo,
like
you
to
just did that one person that voted no dirty. You
one
did them
person that-
so dirty.
Oh, okay, we'll skip this one. It's a little too free. That one person who voted 10 points, you're safe. Don't worry about it. We go next. I apologize.
Oh no.
I
It's so
apologize for my
sad.
actions.
It's so sad.
Wait, what the? Huh? Wait. Oh,
What's
wait,
going on?
huh?
Okay. Oh no. Wait. What could go wrong here? The core is flipping. So I see two worlds.
A lot could go wrong here. I think
Can it
this
really?
is...
Can it?
I think that it is safer to say yes, this is a Kaz, because it is a little too obvious, right? Like, no way they failed this, but...
No way they failed this. What do you mean by that? So it's not
like,
a cows?
No, it's like, there's no way they fail this, and it's on the show, so they'll fail it. That's the thought process.
Okay, but I don't know. There's so much. This one's so easy, right? Like the silly little shotgun's gonna blow the Dubu away, and then that's it.
No, but like they're gonna flip it and just miss the goal. Clearly.
Okay, but what if Sleepin just flipping dips, goes up, punches the Dubu, then hits it like there's no way this messes up, right? Like
I feel like you're just giving the people voting this will be a Kaz more ammunition, more reason to say, oh yeah, they're gonna mess this up.
no, but this one's so easy. How? I don't see it. I
Also,
don't see
someone
it.
said Aimi has 4 years to line up the shot. Where's the Aimi in this picture? Is the Aimi in the room with us right now?
It's a Julie. True. They have so much time to line up the shot because it's a core flip. It holds still. There's just no way.
Omega Strikers players are not known for their patience. If everyone was patient, I would not have hit Omega. I'm not that good. Like, if anyone was patient for more than half a second against me, I would never save a single goal. Yet, here I am. Washed up tournament organizer, man. Sitting happily in Omega. So, let's play the clip.
The Dubu's gonna fly.
Come on! No way, not... It wasn't even close.
That one's worse. That one's worse than what I've ever done.
It's like reverse psychology at this point. It's like... It's like now we think, wait a second.
Own barrier? Oh.
Own barrier 2.
Okay, I thought there was a world where it own barriers then goes in.
Yeah, no. Okay, we can skip it. Alright, next one. Wait, I know the Shidari simp individual. They're in like the Sophia 5100 streams. No way.
Okay. Then where's the Kazing?
Wait, but who Kazes it?
That's what I'm saying. The turret? The NATO? The Garfield?
You have burst?
No.
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 No. Oh dear.
There's no way.
Does the Atlas have cooldowns?
So probably doesn't, because if he spacebars here, like we think he does, he already used primary. And if he spacebars here like you think it does, it wouldn't be a Kaz, no? It'd just be a defend.
Well, if you hit it directly into the Atlas here, surely that is a Kaz, because you just hit it down and score. Right? Replay clip from start. Okay, I gave you one
Look
replay.
the mouse. Guys, look at the mouse.
Wait, look at the
There's no
mouse.
way.
Wait,
There's
wait.
no way,
The mouse is a
guys.
spoiler. There's no way. Wait,
Guys,
actually,
there's
that's
no
kind of
way.
close to the Atlas. I'm not gonna lie.
No, there's no way. There's no way.
It's kind of close though.
Guys, it's a nopers. It's a nopers.
Wait. But look at where the core is. Isn't it like? Isn't the trajectory like towards the Atlas? A little.
Atlas has expanse.
No, but it just scores, right?
I don't know. There's no way it's bottom bumper. Look at the placement.
No way you say we can't even see the mouse. Look at the indicator, bestie. The arrow. Okay, where's the prediction thing? What? Okay, here it is. What cast? 61 to 39.
All right, sorry. What's your take before you play the clip?
I think it's a Kaz angle. Holy shit! Magic 14K.
Thank God. I needed to be right once.
Holy shit! What a fake out. What an absolute. Okay, my faith is restored.
The flip and dip. Thanks for the 3K. Streak was a believer.
Okay, alright. Actually, give me a sec. I need to adjust the volume. I need to like lower this and then raise it in OBS because this is blowing out my ears. Like obliterating them. Okay, there we go. Am I getting copyright striked? Hopefully not, right?
A lie. Hold.
Hold.
Okay, it goes up. It doesn't go up. It comes back.
Ooh. Wait, I forgot to pause it. There we go.
So guys. This one Kaz's like we saw what they did earlier, right? They already could have scored like twice there, no?
Wait, they already struck it, right?
They struck it off the barrier. They have both projectiles. So it's perfectly fine. Like they can recover from this. It's not optimal, but it's definitely a play that can be made.
Tomotaku makes a great point. This is a song that someone who Kaz's would listen to. Am I wrong? Are they wrong?
I don't know. I hope not.
What's your prediction? Kaz or no Kaz?
Mia, they Kaz this one. I have no faith.
I have to agree. I don't think we're deep enough. I don't think we're late enough to go into the true losing faith territory. Or
I also see a Kai forward mirror, so like I'm also inclined to believe there's a certain situation with their skill levels here.
Okay, well Magic 14K popped off last time.
Okay, but what are the other 5 names?
Not Magic 14K.
There we are.
Oh, alright. 20 seconds left.
My 1500 Kai games are telling me he misses.
I can't believe the chat is still split on this, by the way.
No, it's like barrage and it goes in.
Also, like, who has the most channel points right now? I never know, because I just like put up tournament predictions once in a while, and I'm like, oh, this person won a ton randomly, insider trading, already knowing the results.
It
But
might be
also,
Brickbat
like,
because Brickbat ulls in a lot.
who
Either that or
has the
Brickbat's
most?
broke.
Break bro. Okay, well,
Brick broke.
let's play it.
Oh. Okay, recovery.
Holy
fine.
shit, they succeeded!
We're fine. We're fine.
The fake out. I did not believe at all. I had zero faith.
I didn't either.
Absolutely none. Zero. Why are we clipping this? So we can fake people out and will it cast. So we can steal bestie bucks, apparently.
Bessie Buck scheme.
They're so valuable, apparently.
The decision to Giga should be a Kaz.
What the hell is this
Whoa.
clip? Whoa!
It's like this clip is cool. This is peak Omega Strikers content. What is
Definitely
this?
one of the clips of all time. Oh, I'm scared.
They're erupting.
Wait, Brickbat's about to insider trade this. He's in the clip. He knows the future. Unless he forgot.
Guys, can win. Look, it's the Brick Warrior. He's gonna hit the Brick Bounce all over them. No.
No!
Why here?
Why here? Why? Why now? Also, yeah, this is an in-house. I know this game.
Yeah.
I've seen it. KFG
This
is
has
in
to be
here.
an own goal.
This has to be an own goal? Are you sure? It is Brickbat. The brick
Brickbat.
bouncer.
Yeah, he's Brick bouncing the ball onto the barrier. And then
Yeah,
he'll
just
Brick
to-
bounce it back to himself and then core flip it in. No?
Yeah. Slop has a point. Why would Brickbat clip this if he hits? True.
But it's not him clipping it.
Yeah, but it's not him clipping it, you know?
Brickbat isn't the blue name.
It's Bella clipping. And I don't know. I don't think
And if you're trying to use that deduction, Bella needed clips, so they could have absolutely just clipped a regular goal just to trick you guys. So it's not 100% a crazy clip going into this net.
yeah. And also like the Brickbat Julie isn't what it was in beta. It's like sort of real now. It's like not that fake. It's like serviceable. It's like he actually plays it in ranked and wins. So it should be fine. Unless
I was caught Brickbat trolling in 4K.
Alright, 25 seconds. Get your last predictions in. A lot of Brickbat believers. Blaze Tornado saying he's a Brickbat believer, except he has voted for Cass. What the hell, Blaze? Alright, submissions have ended, and Bond spotting a little bit of insider trading, I fear. But here we go regardless.
Oh. Oh!
Oh!
I don't care that I went in, that's a Kaz. I don't care that I went in, that's a Kaz. That is a Kaz. That's a Kaz.
I'm replaying it.
No, it's like if this was intentional, look, if this was intentional, he hits backwards there onto the well, not onto the silly no. No, that's a Kaz.
I don't know.
That is a Kaz. Do not try to defend this. That is a Kaz. Yo, it's like Brickbat is in here right now. Brickbat, did you intentionally mean to hit this angle?
Brickbat, say yes. Say yes for the people.
Brickbat, you are not mind controlled.
Brickbat has spoken. This is a goal.
Oh, this is a refund angle.
He got the point.
That is a goal, therefore not a Kaz.
He has succeeded in the offensive play, whether intentional or not.
And so it's like Streak, who was confused on what a Kaz was, is like a nowhere, guys. Hello, guys.
This is, yeah, Vaughn is right here. This is not a cat. Wait, what? Wait, Vaughn. Wait, I was about to agree.
It is. Thank you. It's like go back to where he clicks, like where he strikes. It is a Kaz. Like he meant to strike. Yeah, he meant to strike into the bottom pocket. Observe. Dash punch into the wall. Meant to strike bottom pocket. This is what he meant to do. He whisked it, and it went back, and luckily came back. This is a Kaz, guys. But it went in. Guys. That's like defending as the goalie, and then hitting like a Giga against somebody, and it flies in and saying, yeah, I meant to score.
But Yoki has a point. He self-passed the dodge to log and secured the goal.
Kaz has never scored in my game.
I fear, unfortunately, since we already set the precedent, this is a refund, and I will be more clear in the future.
But okay. Well, we refund? No, they want the payout. They want the payout. Whoa.
It's over.
Whoa. Okay, but to be clear, this is a Kaz. Like, this is a Kaz. I don't care if you refund, but this is a Kaz.
Wait, I accidentally sent out a new one.
Guys, everybody click yes. It's a Kaz. Hurry. Cha-ching. Money printing scheme. No.
Okay, next. It's a crazy clip, though. I gotta say.
Yoki, if it missed, it's a Kaz. Like, yes, it scores, but it
But it
missed.
scored! Oh wait, another one from the very same game? No way.
Wait, another one from the same.
How does the stuttering happen, by the way?
I have zero idea. Maybe a video editing thing? Couldn't tell you. Corrupted file?
I don't know.
Didn't watch
Okay,
it.
Wait, where does it happen?
I don't know.
Like,
I don't know
who's
what's
gonna do
happening.
it?
Okay.
Okay, we hear
No core flip
brickbats.
needed.
The brickbat in the VC.
Oh. No. Okay, the strike's already out, right? Like, surely there's just like half a second of patience. They see the strike come out and they just click.
This is an interesting one.
Look, no CDs, strike. Zero chance, right? The strike is already out. Zero chance. Zero chance. You can click anywhere. You can click anywhere.
But if you insta,
I wouldn't Kaz this one.
But like, if you insta flip, if you insta flip strike, you could block. No.
It would
Right?
block. It would block.
Yeah. So it's insta, then
But
it's a
that's just not playing well. That's also not a Kaz. No? Well, because you're just getting outplayed.
I
right?
trust that that's not not. I trust that that's not what will
that's
happen.
not what will happen. I'm sure.
Yeah, I trust. I believe.
It either goes down on a bumper or goes in, right? Oh, it's kind of real. Era is pretty far from the core.
Also, besties, I gotta say, the argument of it wouldn't be clipped if it wasn't a Kaz has already been proven wrong by many previous clips. There are ones that just go in. Like, good play, go in. You know? So all right, 20 seconds remaining. Get your last predictions in. Which one has just gone in? That wasn't an outplay? True. Wait, you're right. Kaz, can you think of any? You can think of any that have gone in that wasn't an outplay? No? Well, it doesn't matter. We'll play the clip. 68 Kazing, 32 not.
True. For real. Let's see go. Oh.
That was so close to greatness. But I fear that is a Kaz.
No, that's a Kaz. That's a Kaz.
That's a Kaz.
That's a Kaz. Intentional, not a Kaz.
No, okay. It wouldn't be a Kaz if it was intentional and it was the perfect angle, but it bounced off the top and was incredibly savable.
No, like the reason it is a Kaz is they had a choice between which angle to shoot, right? You shoot bottom open net, top open net, through the goalie open net, anywhere in there towards the left side of the screen, or you hit towards the Amy well.
Okay. Hello to Buddha saying they tried to style, not a Kaz, just messed up. That is the definition of a Kaz. Trying to style and messing up is the exact definition of a Kaz. You figured it out.
You don't even need a style. They just messed up.
All right, we go next. We're almost done with the inaugural episode. Okay. Oh wait, what the hell? A tier jump scare.
No.
No way.
Okay, this one Kazes. I'm gonna be real. This one Kazes. It's at the bottom bumper. It Kazes.
Achi, you're saying Atlas struck it. Yes, the problem is the angle was incredibly savable by Atlas. That's the issue. When it could have just been scored. But here.
It's like, it's considered a Kaz if you have open net at the bottom and you shoot it at the Atlas instead, right? So, is it no longer a Kaz if the Atlas strikes it to save it? Because you shot it at... No, it's still a Kaz because you shot it at the Atlas that struck to save it.
Slob, you said this every single time so far. No way. You say no way they clip it if they score every single time. And half the time you're right.
Guys,
half the time you're wrong.
Farm 10 bestie bucks and then go all in and then just reap out. And then repeat. You can go from 0 to millions.
Yeah, if you have like a low balance, just go all in on no here. The odds are pretty good. Right? And like, anything could happen here. $30 seconds left, and people really think a tier is gonna lift it. Zero faith. None at all. Really? Like...
Yeah, surely. Please vote no.
Seven, 6, 5.
This one's a Kaz.
4. It's probably a Kaz. But what if it wasn't?
Gotta be. No, but it's
what
gotta
if it
be.
wasn't? What if
it's
it
gotta
wasn't?
be though.
I'll run the clip.
Oh.
It wasn't even subtle.
It's like the mouse was in a decent spot to attempt to score, and then it moved down.
I can't believe that.
What if it was intentional to get Kaz clips?
We have so many Kaz clips. We need more success clips to bait people, honestly.
What if it was intentional?
True.
There's no way. I was trying to farm a clip. Go to the practice mode.
Alright, is there one more or is this it? I really hope there's one more.
I'm sure it goes in after.
Okay, goes
Okay,
in.
good.
One more. Yes. One more. Okay.
Boom. Bow. No. Okay.
Okay. Okay.
The core flip. Core flip.
The core flip.
No Garfield. No Garfield. Off the top, straight demon angle, goes in. No.
I gotta play the bit since it's the last one. Alrighty then, chat room. I have one question to ask you. Will it Kaz? people do not trust at all. Zero faith.
No, I'm all inning no. I'm all inning no. There's no way. This one's so crystal clear. Guys, it's like the thread from Demon Slayer. It's just there.
It's a bit of I have no clue at this point. I have no idea where this is going. I'll let you look at the right side of the screen for the first time.
Just hover over that 17K there. I wonder who put that in.
What the hell?
I am all in.
This is all you?
I am all in.
Give me a sec. I need to get the detailed rundown on the distribution. Aware.
Guys. There's no way. Look, they're like the red players are like a ball. They're scrunched together. They are in one spot. They are practically one player. There's no way.
I don't know about this one. It's swinging quite a bit. People are last second predicting.
This is the flick up. No. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. There's so much time.
No way.
There's so much time.
Alright, submissions are closed.
Look, they even got the extra big cursor. There's no way.
The final one.
It's just not real.
The final clip. Are you ready, chat? Because the fate of the Bestie Buck economy depends on this one prediction.
My Bestie Buck economy.
No way.
No.
No way. Not like that.
No. Any refunders?
No refunders. That was the most Kaz in the book. That's the dictionary definition. Let's replay that.
Oh, they have the extra big crosshair. Whoa, whoa.
They were right. They didn't miss the flick up.
No.
Oh.
Say it isn't so. No.
Oh no.
Why are you giving me the frame by frame? Each frame is a 1K Bestie Bucks down the drain.
Expo Chat has 4 out of 4 Kaz clips this session. They're gonna get a few angry DMs, I fear.
Angry DMs from me.
Okay, Streak. You saying why would this be clipped if it wasn't a Kaz is convincing, except for the fact where it wasn't.
It's like we had to go out and find, like, we couldn't skew data and only have Kaz clips, because then it would be, will it Kaz? It would be, it will Kaz.
How did the clips get sent in? That's the fun part. Since the show is now over, now we are announcing that soon, in like today or maybe tomorrow, we'll be opening up a Google form for Will It Kaz clips. So you could like insider trade if your clip gets selected.
True. Send in your own clips, and they have a chance to be shown on Will It Kaz for the next time. And this way you can farm infinite Bestie Bucks.
Wait, there's one more?
There's another?
Wait, there.
Oh, there's 17 seconds. There's another.
There's another.
There's another. I went all in without the last one!
It's tragic.
How do I vote? How do I recover?
Yo, strike 20-second cooldown. Any fans? Holy shit.
My house money reimbursement.
What the hell?
Hello.
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 We have one clip left that we are
One
showing
clip.
right now.
Yes, I see. I'm watching.
Replay clip?
Yeah, start the clip again. I don't even think I got to the part now. Whoa.
Whoa.
What a clear. They're like bowling pins.
What happened here? It's like, forget predicting Wood Kaz. It's like, what will
Like, what is
everyone
going
do?
on?
This one, it was I'm goalie, right? So they were
Don't
shooting
say the
it
result. Don't say the
towards
result.
me.
D-
No,
d-
no,
don't
no
s-
result, no result.
Okay, no
Just the
Oh, so it's
beginning.
okay. So it's a scoring attempt.
That's
It's
just
a
the
scoring
beginning.
attempt. Red scoring on blue. Red scoring on blue.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah. The red's just scoring on blue right now. That's all you've seen.
Okay, so Pally Roy or rightfully Crow is core flipping. One of them is not the Garfield. They
Or
are
maybe
not
both of
tempted by
them.
the lasagna. No, they are not tempted by the lasagna.
Unless
No.
it's like people are too scared to predict. They're cowards. The slightest whiff of uncertainty has them backing off. They are not brave enough to predict on this final one. The extra
Will
completely random.
the red score is the question.
Yes, it's a red scoring attempt on blue. I'm smelling a core flip. I'm smelling it hitting the bottom barrier. They're gonna cancel the clips. I can see it.
Alright, 63. Oh, whoa!
Whoa, who went all in?
Who went all in? What the hell? Castle?
Whoa!
Castle all in on no? With 50.8k?
That's the entire Bestie Buck economy. Bestie Buck Castle. Oh my god.
It
I'm
closed
scared for
before
you.
someone could vote.
Whoa.
Oh, well.
They're Garfields.
The Garfields and they cased it. They sent it
Is this
directly
even,
at
like-
Bella. It's over. They cased
Yeah.
it. It's
Yeah.
over.
It was a beautiful Kaz.
It's like
And I
could've went-
got the goal there.
it could have went anywhere.
Quite tragic. They saved core flip.
Cass and I, we're handshaking right now. We are both broke.
So over. But we need to make that form. Because
We
this
do.
show has to return with more clips, with more tension, with more
Oh,
people saying,
absolutely.
why would this be clipped if it wasn't a Kaz?
And I'll make it clear at the end for next time too. I'll put at the end of the clip whether or not it was a Kaz or not, so that way there's no debating next time.
Yep.
It's so chill.
Basically, just to join the Discord if you haven't. I think everyone here is in the Discord because I pinged literally everyone. But, like, to join the Discord, I'll toss the form in the announcements channel, and we'll have this again sometime. Hope you had fun losing all your bestie bucks and getting further away from the Get VIP, whatever that means.
I feel like you're just talking to me.
Yeah.
My VIP is gone. I could have raked in the revenue.
Yes, I'll make them clear next time, don't worry. I'll put what the result is at the end of the clip.
Alright, well, it is time once again to raid someone at the end of the broadcast. It's been 9 hours and 20 minutes.
Wonderful OS content.
Wonderful OS content.
Streak said Borg is streaming.
Or are you streaming? Barcode streaming?
Borg.
Whoa.
Borg.
Yo, wait, if
But it's like both of
Barcode's
them are.
streaming, wait. Barcode or Borg?
Barcode or board? Surely we have a poll.
No, I have a
Surely we have
great
a
idea.
vote.
I have a great idea, okay? I have an amazing idea.
Yo, it's like Jord OS came into chat and said to raid me. Come on, guys.
Okay, no. Actually, yeah. I'm gonna raid Borg. Borg
Let's
is
go.
a goat caster, and he doesn't eat PB&J with pickles.
Huh? What?
The decision was quite simple, really.
No, that's worse than water and cereal.
Water and cereal is like normal compared to that.
Ooh. Oh, okay, continue. Ah, wow.
Like, I'm not against cereal with water. I am against pickles with PB&J.
You're not?
I'm not. I'm not a supporter, but I'm not against it.
I am.
I am.
It's so